adding me to the streams anymore. I fucking hate updates, bro. I don't understand. Oh, great. I can't share my screen. I don't understand why I even needed to update anything. Civ was working fine the other day. Then suddenly it can't? Why? How does that work?
She's going great.
It's what driver updates do. They fuck everything up. Now I can't add my screen. Okay, now it works if I don't enable audio? Hold on. Yes, enabling the audio is what's breaking it. What the fuck? That's so weird.
Who was reported that at the same time we had hardliners such as the Muslim clerics who were held up or actually protected in the French village, and these we waited until we actually kicked out.
Okay, so if you actually read about this, the France, because I generalize it in saying France, they said, let's just let him speak publicly because people are going to realize how crazy he is and not follow him. But he was super moderate in his speeches in France in the public parks. Now, that's not the full story. The actual debate in France wasn't that stupid. It wasn't that big of a foreign policy blunder. Because I like to frame it as France making the mistake and like France fucking up. But the actual issue was a civil rights issue. They were debating free speech and whether or not he's entitled to free speech.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately what the argument was, is that we have no right to stop him. So are we pro free speech or not is at the end of the day. Because when you're pro free speech, guess what happens? Tyrants take advantage of it. Look at China and their information ops on our websites. But God forbid they have their own people on the internet. Like, that is the responsibility of having free speech.
Yes.
Like, when they, you know, I don't know if it's South Park or it's Team America, right? Because he's on the motorcycle when they go, freedom isn't free.
Yes.
Cost folks like you and me. No, it doesn't cost Americans anything for our freedom, but it costed Iran. You know, many people. Ukrainians are dying because our freedom of speech is exploited by agents. Uyghurs were put into black sites because of our freedoms. Not because of our freedoms, but it assisted in that, you know? And if France took the freedom of speech away from the Ayatollah, there's potential that he may not have built a following. That could have been the case. but we just don't know. And then it gets into the issue on if you're taking his freedom of speech away, then what? You know,
No freedom of speech?
like people were beheaded for comics in this country, and they still didn't take freedom of speech away from people.
Oh, and here's how Nahavandi put it. We kicked out, the American people kicked out Pahlavi like a dead mouse. And Jimmy Carter promised when we helped create problems over there in Iran, and they had all these people now protesting against him. And so then we helped get him out. We promised that he could come to America. Then Jimmy Carter said, no, you can't come to America. He went down to Mexico City. Anyway, we helped install the Ayatollah Khomeini. We actually had CIA agents protecting the Ayatollah Khomeini, who was in a French chateau waiting for the time to go in to take over as a hardliner in Iran. So we helped create Iran as it is today. So that's how Nahavandi, as well as Duberrier, and as well as others, James Perloff is a columnist also, and he has documented it pretty carefully.
That's
so you can read
amazing.
all about this. So that's the background to it. Now we help create an enemy to the United States. I don't doubt that they are our enemy. I don't doubt that they are a nuclear threat. I don't doubt that. But if you go back and notice how we have helped create some of these problems ourselves by our foreign interference, now we are, and I believe that we are in an unconstitutional war. I think it's a tar baby for President Trump. We're once again involved in an endless war, seemingly endless, in the Middle East, defending Israel because of NATO and President Trump's, and I think his bravado here said, they can't have a nuclear weapon. We're going to stop it. So now where are we? We're once again involved in a war. The Constitution is clear that Congress is
Told
those
you,
who declare war.
constitutionalist.
I know that people are going to say, you're agreeing with the Democratic Party. You know what? This is the Constitution. And we have been involved, listen, Jesse, we have been involved in war continually from the time I was born in 1958 till today. We are technically at war with North Korea. We have a temporary truce in place now. We have not declared war one time since World War II, and yet we have continually been in war. How is that the case? Because we have cast the Constitution aside, and James Madison put it this way. He said, the biggest temptation to presidents is to be involved in war, because they're able to gain more power that way. And so the temptation is there for presidents to commit our troops to war. Well, that's exactly what we've got going here. So I don't believe that it's a constitutional war. I am not denying that it's a threat, that Iran is a threat. But there are also other countries that are threats. How about Sudan? In Sudan, they have massacred thousands and thousands of people. Are we going to go there also?
But Sudan is a black country, and they don't have sense enough to make nuclear war.
Well, I don't know what sense they have and don't have. But how about
But black
China?
people don't know how to make a nuclear weapon.
Great.
How about China?
Am I right
China-
about that?
Well, I don't know who can make a nuclear bomb and who cannot. It's beyond me, Jesse. So I'm right there with the blacks, because I don't know how to make a nuclear weapon either.
Right.
But so you think about China. China is also a threat to the United States. They have been undermining the United States since the 1940s, and yet we have assisted them, and our Congress absolutely encouraged them and built up theirs. And the idea is, well, if we help them to modernize, then they'll get out of communism. No, that's not the case. That's not how you defeat communism. Same thing in North Korea. We were warned about this by General Douglas MacArthur. He said, you cannot defeat communism by simply staying behind the 38th parallel in Korea and hoping for the best and saying, you stand on your side of the line, we stand on our side of the line. That's not how you defeat communism. So that consequently we have been at war continually. We fought the longest war of in any time in the United States in Vietnam, but it was undeclared, an undeclared war.
Excuse me. So, President Trump is the only president I'm aware of that is.
Hang on. Just doing a quick check of my audio here. Okay, it's a speaker issue. Maybe. Because this is all I be hearing. They're on. It's really annoying. How everything breaks.
Oh,
taking
shit.
China seriously, and he's
Syrian soldiers are being abducted
kind
and
of
killed.
watching them on the sideline as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate Trump for that. I believe he's right about that.
Yeah.
I believe that he's on target with that. But at the same time, we have to recognize that NATO, the North American Treaty Organization, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, that NATO is an adjunct of the United Nations, which is designed for world government. So by the blood and money and treasure of the American people, we're going to war continually. So
Was
in
hardly
Vietnam,
even
I
plugged in
mentioned,
back there.
that's the longest
The mic
war we have
cord
ever
was just
fought.
hanging out.
It was an undeclared war.
Yeah.
So consequently, now the North Vietnamese, the NVA, mistreated our prisoners horribly. They tortured them continually, as everyone knows. And they probably would have done so anyway. But one reason they said, well, because
Okay.
it was an undeclared
Fascinating.
war, and they said our pilots were air pirates. And so
If you don't have
pilots
speakers
were-
plugged in, it
were
will not let
badly
you share
mistreated.
system audio.
All of our soldiers were mistreated
Amazing.
because it was an undeclared war. Now, that was their excuse for it. They would have probably done so anyway, and I'm quick to add that. But the point is, we have been fighting wars continually, undeclared. What does the Constitution mean? When would we invoke the Constitution? Are we going to be involved in protracted wars continually without ever Congress weighing in on it? I don't think that we're doing right here.
So if it's true that Iran has nuclear weapons, and
They don't.
could possibly use them on us and other countries, should the president be there trying to do something about that or not? If it's true.
I don't think so. Does China have nuclear weapons?
I know, but if we don't do something and they hate us because we're the big Satan, should we just
Yeah.
wait until they attack
Ironically,
us?
Jesse
Or-
knows more than this
or
guy
should
about
we
Iran.
destroy their possibilities?
Big Satan
Our
was
founding
good
fathers
enough.
answered all
That's
those
close
questions.
enough, Jesse.
And they said, why should we go around the world searching for monsters to destroy? There's always, Jesse, a monster over there to destroy.
Yeah.
If it's not Iran, it's in Vietnam. If it's not Vietnam, it's in Korea. If it's not Korea, it's in China. If it's not in China, it's in the African continent. If it's not there, it's another country. It's in Russia. It's the Soviet Union. It's in Ukraine. There's always a monster to destroy. So why should we commit ourselves to destroying all foreign monsters? And why should we pick out just one monster to destroy? Why don't we go to China and take them on? But they have nuclear weapons also, don't they?
So you're saying that we should just wait and see what happens?
That's exactly what I believe we should
Okay.
do.
All right.
I don't believe that we should attack people on the rumor or the correct information that they've had weapons and they might use them on us, so we're going to attack them.
That makes sense. That
We-
makes total sense to me.
Who should we not attack?
Yeah.
They all hate us.
Yeah, that's right. That makes sense, Bill. How should the people who at one time supported the president, now that he is over there doing this thing in Iran, how should they feel about him? Should they still support him or not?
You know what? I'm glad you asked that question. I do support Donald Trump. And I am supportive of him because the other side, of course, is basically Marxist. And that's the Democratic Party. The Democrats are communist Marxist. But also, I would like to add this. and so I'm glad you put it that way. I support our troops. I support every soldier, every airman. I support them 100%. I think they're great heroes, just as I did those who went to Vietnam. But because the policies that put them in place I disagree with, it does not mean that I do not support the armed forces of America.
This guy's a
I
fucking
support
clown.
the men and women of the armed forces and everything that they're doing, even though I disagree with some of the policies that put them in some of those places. So I do think that's important for us to support the troops.
Shut the fuck
We need
up.
to support Donald Trump, but at the same time, I think it's important that people who are constitutionally minded should be able to disagree with the president and say, look, just because Donald Trump says it doesn't mean I agree with it.
Right.
Doesn't mean that I'm going to go along with it. I don't know. I do not believe that. I don't believe everything Trump says is right.
Right.
Yeah.
Amazing. Bill, and then I got to run here.
Okay.
I want to know, I noticed that, I got to clear up something here. You used the word tar baby for Trump, meaning the more
Okay.
the more
Oh,
he fight, the more of a mess he gets in, right? More
Yeah.
of a mess it is.
Yeah.
Just so the blacks don't be saying, oh, he said tar baby.
Okay. You know what?
I'm
I grew up
doing it
in-
out of fun because it doesn't matter to me at all, but I just know
I didn't even, that doesn't even cross my
I
mind.
know, yeah.
I grew up on Grimm's fairy tales and Brer Rabbit and that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
and that's how I consider that. But you know what? That reminds me. I remember one woman who's a Christian woman. She's a black woman, and I said, you know what? I was talking to her, and I said, I appreciate some of the. And I think that you would come over and talk to some of my black friends who are very liberal. And I said, they would appreciate hearing from a black gal. I said the word gal. You should have seen her face. Her face was like,
Well,
right
man,
now. And she didn't hear another word. I didn't even realize. I said, she started jumping on me. You're a racist. You're a racist. Blah 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 blah. I was like, I call everyone a gal. I said, it's just anyway. So I don't
did-
mean anything by
I know that totally, and
I
don't
didn't
care
know
either.
gal
I know
was
it meaning more of a mess. he's
term.
making.
a mess. That's right, a mess.
that was
but-
offensive.
What a mess.
What a mess! Hate call women gal too on the hate report.
Okay. Okay.
What hate is a mess.
Well, it's gonna have to be called the hate report. Oh.
He got that from his grandfather. They
Yeah,
call them gals.
I call everybody gal. I
Yeah.
mean, I just yeah.
I think it's more of a southern thing too.
It is a southern thing. Yes, she's a sweet gal. I say
Right.
that about white people or black people. She's a sweet gal.
I bet you won't say it about black women now that you said it to the other black woman.
You know what I thought? I get tired of trying to monitor what I
Oh.
very innocent language.
Okay.
Just because people have a style dictionary that they change every year. Say, okay.
When
hey,
you
by the
come
way, you
back,
can't
I'll
say it that way
explain why
today.
it's racist.
Yesterday you could say it that way. Now you can't say that. Now you have to say African American. You can't say blacks. You can't say Negro. You can't say Negro.
Whoa,
You can't keep up with it.
I know.
bro, what the fuck?
What a mess.
Bill, I want to ask. I noticed that
Jeez,
angry
Louise.
people who has anger or resentment, judgment, they're easily brainwashed and motivated to do evil to themselves and to others. And then
Right.
I've noticed that the men and women who have overcome anger, and they have
Right.
they have the love of God operating through them. They have a clear mind. They're not easily brainwashed and easily prompt to do evil. What do you think about that?
That is exactly right. So, for example, just it made me think about the POWs in Vietnam and Korea. And various books will talk about this, that those who survived the torturous conditions of the Hanoi Hilton and different places in Korea that
How
they were
bad can it
tortured,
be
or
if it's
our
called
airmen
Hanoi
were
Hilton?
tortured. Those who were most successful in surviving were those who had strong religious values. And they had believed God, they believed in the Bible, they had these strong religious values of what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah.
And therefore they were not so much they were not so much inclined to be able to be created to be a hate monger because of their recognition of, and you have to have those clear values in your life and what is right and what is wrong, and you have to have an anchor point somewhere. And if you don't put the anchor point in God,
Yeah.
in Jesus Christ, then you are a sitting duck for anybody to manipulate.
So
You're a dumb cunt.
you want to know why you're not supposed to call black women gal? Any guess? So, according to Google AI here, no, Reddit is my source.
Great.
Slave owners would use the word boy to denigrate black men and gal
Yep.
to denigrate black women.
Interesting.
I never knew that. But I also don't use the word gal.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only time I'd probably use it is if it was in a song. Which is
Yeah.
funny because there's the meme of if Elmo's singing along to his favorite song, then can Elmo say it? But like I'm thinking of a song by Cake Bake Betty. I believe she says she's a fiery gal in it.
Okay.
And I say boy when I'm making fun of Kratos.
Fair enough.
The infrastructure of Iran. He says it's going to be short and powerful. Like a moron, he expects that there's not going to be any consequences. And he thinks, oh, well, this will drive Iran back to the negotiating table. It will do the exact opposite. It will drive Iran deeper into the war.
Hey, if
They
you're
will
so smart, why don't you
retaliate.
run for
The retaliation
president?
will be terrible. And
Oh.
we hurt their infrastructure, especially the gas and oil.
He did,
That's
didn't
going
he?
to do massive damage to oil markets, and then to our gas.
This dude is
prices.
worse than talking than that
On
old
top
guy.
of that, if Iran strikes back and hits the oil and gas facilities in the Gulf of our allies, it is going to be an extra disaster, a massive disaster, all brought to you by the dumbass Donald Trump and his slavish devotion
Jack
to
didn't
his
even hear my
funders
joke.
and blackmailers and whatever else they are in Israel. So here's why the negotiations fell
He missed
apart.
it.
Because Israel demanded to control Iran's foreign policy. They're not allowed to have any contact with this proxy and that proxy. And we're going to run their government and we're going to tell them what to do. And you make sure that you demand all that, and we won't take anything less. And they're not allowed to have a nuclear weapons program. They're not allowed to have a nuclear energy program. They're not allowed to have any nuclear program at all, according to Israel. And again, Donald Trump's like, yes, sir, of course, sir, I'll drive us deeper into war, sir. So he's going to ruin our economy. He's going to get more of our guys killed, all because he wants the maximum, which Iran has no reason to agree to. They have the leverage in closing the Strait of Hormuz. We do not have the leverage. But Trump cannot get that through his thick, blackmailed head. And he keeps saying,
Whoa.
no, I want everything.
Why?
Israel
So
told me I could
suddenly,
get
because
everything,
he's a
so I want
blackmail,
it
he's
all.
dumb?
I want
Okay,
everything.
racist.
They surrender to us, and and he keeps saying, they said yesterday, they're near total collapse. These are just made-up fictions. So probably his advisors, who are all Israel first, are telling him, oh, yes, sir, we almost won, sir. Oh, you've intimidated them so much, sir. They're near collapse. In reality, J.D. Vance is leaking to the press and saying, yeah, they
How many
still
envoys do you
two-thirds
have
of
in
their Air
Hunza?
Force. They have thousands upon thousands of missiles. We did not destroy
Probably
them all.
3
They have
or
the small
4.
Navy boats that can land,
Like I said,
that can
yeah,
plant
only a
the
3.
mines in the Strait
Okay,
of
don't
Hormuz
put
so the
any
cows
more in
come
there.
home. We've got nothing on them. They have the leverage, and Trump is saying, no, Israel wants this, and Israel wants that, and you have to give Israel everything. And since we can't possibly, Iran is not going to agree to that, the war is
missed my
going to
joke.
restart now. The bombing from
You weren't
us is
listening.
imminent. Iran will retaliate. All our economy will be
I said,
obliterated. It's
if this
already
guy's so
terrible,
smart,
but
why
as
doesn't
we
he run for
showed you on the
president?
Young Turks yesterday, even the energy experts are like,
a
what's
good
wrong
idea.
with the markets? Like, are they so stupid that they believe Donald Trump? And so, but once they realize, oh, it turns out the whole world doesn't have enough oil
Suddenly,
and gas,
that Jesse
and that is
video
a
doesn't seem so
massive
stupid to me.
economic problem. And not only are gas prices going to go up higher, but food prices are going to go through the roof, and every other price is going to go up. Then they might begin to realize, oh yeah, oh duh, okay, yeah, maybe the markets will crash. So all of this totally, utterly needless. We could have a peace deal today. Iran just says, hey, look, we'll open up the Strait of Hormuz, you end your blockade, and you do some sort of face-saving deal on nuclear enrichment. No one gives a damn. You know who the real dangerous country is that already has nuclear weapons? Which Iran has never had, never come close to having. They even have a fatwa saying they're not allowed. That is their top religious edict, saying they are not allowed to have nuclear weapons. But Israel already does have nuclear weapons, intimates that maybe using them, if they're ever nicked or scratched, they stole that nuclear technology from us. That means they are not our ally.
France helped.
If you steal our nuclear
Come on.
secrets, and
What
then
is
you steal
with
all of our
people
other
not
top
fucking
secrets as they
giving
did with
France
Jonathan
all the
Pollard,
credit
you
for
are
the
not our
harm they've
ally.
caused?
You are our enemy because of our enemy that
question.
has stolen everything from us, including $300 billion, including $8 trillion we spent attacking the 7 countries Israel wanted us to attack. Then you might be our enemy. And now, because of our enemy, we are going to go further into war, and it's going to cost all of us money. They're taking money out of all of our pockets. You're going to have to pay more for everything because Trump says we have to kiss Israel's ass, and we have to have nonstop, endless wars because, oh, Israel's such an important ally. And every goddamn liar in our mainstream media is still pretending that Israel's some sort of beloved special ally that we have to waste trillions of dollars. Our money. We have to spend it all on behalf of Israel. And if you don't, they'll smear you, they'll attack you, all for a different country. So, guys, do not be surprised when this next round of the war is way worse than anybody's imagined. Entire mainstream media is lying to you, pretending it's not that big a deal because it involves their beloved Israel, the only thing that they care about in the world. All right. Young Turks is at 6 o'clock tonight, right here
Don't
on
care.
this same channel.
See, they know.
Goodness, there's a shooting at the White House press correspondents' dinner. What does this mean?
Are you drunk?
Sounds like it.
Oh my god, it's empty.
It means we need to build the ballroom? Why does it mean that? Here's a question on everyone's minds. Was this assassination attempt staged or was it real? We're going to take a look at some of the things they probably don't want
Oh,
us
I
to
sent
be
you
taking
some
a look
things
at. Welcome back to the JT
about
Raps
this
channel,
on
my
Twitter.
freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth
The
and
cops
freedom
fired
because
the
truth
shots,
conquers.
as I
Now,
suspected.
I'll acknowledge right off the bat this
Did you
could be
see-
real.
Did you
Into
see
the
some-
security staff.
Did you see some of the stuff that the guy had?
Apparently, he had a shotgun and a
He had
handgun?
fucking ninja weapons. Dude really thought he was a ninja. He might have been Naruto running for real. It was blurry,
That's-
but his arms might have been behind him. You know what I mean?
That's awesome. Because I was yet to see the firearms, and that's the first thing that they usually post. So like, I'm a little sus on it, but I'm more focused on the facts that the cops flagged their buddies, and also kinda shot their buddies at the same time. Pretty funny. Because as far as I heard, there were only 4 shots in the footage, which I'm guessing that he didn't actually fire a shot. It was all the cops. Which is very funny.
I'll also acknowledge right off the bat, this could be staged. And I know New MAGA, New MAGA, the coalition that's glued together by Israel, They get flippantly angry at you and I for even asking, could it be staged? No! You make me think it was, the way you're acting.
New mega.
And also, like, how can we not ask that question? Well, they said what the official narrative is.
Bro said
yeah, I don't believe
new
that they
mega.
lie so much. Why?
Is that like neo-Nazi?
This is just ridiculous.
Well, it
Guys,
says
can
the
you-
new mega are the people that Israel made or something.
Sure sounds like coke.
Sounds like some Nazi bullshit to me.
Yeah.
Wow. 20 iron from a tribal village.
That was pretty good.
Imagine. And you don't have to imagine much because it's our reality. But can you imagine an administration that lies so... They all have lied, by the way. And I love some of the stuff Trump has done, and he's a liar on other things. But an administration that looks at the people that are asking, yeah, what's the deal with those Epstein files? Gonna arrest some criminals? Nope, they're fake. We're moving on. Well, you're lying about that. So we just, like, assume you'll lie about nothing else. We should be criticized if we don't ask questions. We should be criticized if we're dumb enough. Like, known liars, we're supposed to just believe what they say all of a sudden. Should be criticized if you do that. It's like if, before we get to the story, if you were in a relationship and you were with a lady who resembles the ethics of the government, she's told you some big lies. It's like, you ask,
What?
where were you? It's like, oh, I was out with my girlfriends. And you objectively find out, like, oh, she was at another guy's house. She takes a bunch of
What
your
is
money. and
happening?
Sounds
sends
like
it to
a
the
you
neighbors.
problem.
Israel, Ukraine analogy there. You're like, what are you doing that for? She's like, well, that's how I put our family first. So she's telling you big lies. And
What?
then something big happens. And she says, well, here's what happened. And if you believed her, you deserve to be criticized for believing her. That makes you gullible. Now, objectively, 100% of what she says is probably not a lie. But she gets some lies in there. She gets some lies, some of the big ones.
Not you, though. You're
And here it
perfect.
is. If you look at this poll, was Trump's assassination staged? 30% said no, 70% said yes. New poll taken after the White House Correspondents'
that's
dinner.
definitely
now, I'll
legitimate.
give you my overall thought. Do I think it was staged or do I think it was real? Along the way as we go, and I'll be curious to hear yours. We're going to take a look at some of the facts. We're going to take a look at some of the anomalies. There's always irregularities when we're looking at an official narrative.
Well, it's almost like
Is that
it's
all
a
there
real
is?
event
Or
that
like,
happened.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of anomalies in it. It's like those are called coincidences, okay? Now this is breaking news. This is Kash Patel's reaction in the room when shots were fired. He says, "I heard shots." Hopefully, we don't get sued for $250 million, but we might. And if
His
Wow,
fake
good joke.
AI image.
Good
It's
joke.
an AI image of Kash Patel. His eyes
But it's
aren't
funny
bulging.
because it's Cash being an alcoholic. It was a good joke. And here's the thing. That manifesto proves that it wasn't staged. Because only a lib would write stuff in there. Like it opens with like, "Hello everybody." Like that manifesto
funny.
is the most lib manifesto. I saw this video. It was so funny. Where they were like, it was a biracial podcast or something, and they were like, "What objection do you like the most in the manifesto?" The guy's like, "Number 4," and it's number 4 is, because I'm half black and half white, I shouldn't be allowed to do this. And it's like, is he saying the half black part or the half white part? Like it's the liberal being like, it's not white people's duty. Like which one is it?
That is quite funny.
Of course, the apprehended shooter, we'll get to some irregularities with him in a second, but first, this is a picture of him taken before Lindsey Graham mounted him. And this is security camera footage. You'll see the attempted assassin running through here, just like Barry Sanders running through a defense. And just like Barry Sanders, this guy also didn't get shot. By the way, one of the interesting things, like this footage, the guy's identity, this footage, and his manifesto were released real fast. I believe Trump posted this stuff within an hour. That's just really fast. Some would say like suspiciously fast. Some would say an attempt to be convincing of
Never let
something
a good
fast.
tragedy
Now let's
go
get
to
to
waste.
some of the weird anomalies. We're used to elites rubbing it in our faces. They literally say what's going to happen. Some say it's like part of the satanic cult, like their code, like they have to
What?
tell us what they're going to do. But we're just so dumb.
Sure,
we
bro.
don't see it at face value. That's another.
You know what's funny? This
power
guy
play
was
they
an
have over
atheist,
us.
like,
The
three
clues!
years ago.
Our friend-
The clues! We gotta leave the clues. One last thing before our giant conspiracy. The clues.
and William Gates literally saying we need to reduce the population and, no jabs are how we're going to do it. And we're like, well, yeah, he said that, but that's not what he meant. Oh, I think he meant it. So this is White House Press
Are
Secretary
you drunk?
Caroline Leavitt on Fox News saying shots are going to be fired tonight.
There will be some shots fired tonight in the room, so everyone should tune in.
Okay, yeah, we can laugh at that. Yes, this could be a coincidence. Like, yeah, shots fired because
Yeah.
there's like some kind of comedic roasting that happens at these kind of event. Being real, yeah, it could be that. So it could be a coincidence. But when you look at
way.
it, and over the whole context of the thing, it's like, well, if there's like 30 coincidences, like, there really are 100% of them coincidences? I don't know. Now, along those same lines, here you'll hear the audio of Fox News reporter Ashaya Hasni. Sounds very foreign, but nonetheless, she's a Fox News
Okay.
reporter, and she's on the air phoning in to Fox, talking about a conversation she was having with Caroline Leavitt's husband before the shooting happened. And you'll notice when she starts talking about what she was warned about, Fox News cuts off her audio. Have a listen.
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV. You do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
Okay.
Sounds like we lost Aisha's.
Yeah, we did.
Hilarious.
We lost her audio. Cheers. Good job, guys.
Is
What
that
a weird
alcohol
time to
coffee?
lose her
Is that an
audio.
Irish
How'd we
coffee,
lose-
bro?
Oh, you cut it off. So we just
Hitting the
lost
sauce
her
a little
audio
hard.
when we hit the disconnect button. So technical difficulties. Woo! That's weird. I wouldn't say that's weird. I would say that's like devious. Not that she's the devious one, but she's speaking about something devious. Caroline Leavitt's husband was warning her about something before a shooting happened. It could lead you to just wonder, did people know the shooting was going to happen? What would be the motive if this was staged? Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But before we do, very importantly, here's Erica Kirk, who was in attendance. I don't know why. She's not a journalist, but she was there. Because why wouldn't she be?
JD Vance is fucking her.
You can tell she's very grief-stricken. and
She was
said she just
his
wants
date.
to go home. Many wonder, why aren't you home with your kids? But nonetheless, I think that's real emotion. So I think all of us we
vote
can
to
stay
condemn
tuned over the coming days to
The
see how
Aztec
the merch
religion.
sales
It's like
went.
Talakaluzi.
Here's where it really gets obvious. Like the night
What great people you want.
you have
Just do Ryder. That's what they're gonna
a
do.
slew of the Trump loyalists. Just conclude.
I put 9
like a
into
shooting
condemning the
happened at
Aztec
an event.
religion.
The
Hopefully
president's
it'll
at,
override
the whole line of succession
the other
is
one.
at this event. By the way, if they all got
That's all my Diplo favor. I could have used that for gold.
unalived, like, dude, I'm next in line for president. Like, they took them all out. They're all there. So, in a night where a real tragedy was just narrowly averted, what conclusion do you come to? This is why we need the ballroom. No. No. Nobody genuinely comes to that logical conclusion. The first conclusion I'm coming to after there's an assassination attempt is this is why we need a ballroom. This is why.
Admiral.
Yes! Oh my god.
Coincidence.
We got it by
Ladies and
one
gentlemen.
fucking vote.
We'll get back to the
Amazing.
video in just a second, but first I want to tell you about red light therapy, what it does for me, and how I incorporate it.
I don't care. And I'm done with your video.
Can't hear it.
So I'm sure that you guys saw that clip last week from Megyn Kelly's podcast, her interview with Russell Brand, after essentially
Doubled up
every
audio?
single account on X clipped it and reposted
Hearing double?
Try it again.
it. Every media
Not with
outlet from Hollywood to politics was talking about it. It was a huge deal. That clip was then immediately followed by the meme
Wow.
of the century when Russell Brand was on
When we voted to pass that, and then all of a sudden, all the missionaries that the Aztec had over here are gone. Where'd they go? They scared or something?
Piers Morgan show and was struggling to find Bible verses after telling Piers how important those Bible verses were to him. Now, all of this is happening online while Russell is out on a press tour promoting his new book about becoming a Christian, while simultaneously gearing up for trial where he is being charged with rape. Some people online see him as this redemptive inspiration. They see these accusations against him as some sort of political shakedown, and others are calling him a grifter, saying that he is just using his faith, his Christianity, as a very convenient shield. Let's get into it. Now, before we do, I want to thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for liking and commenting and subscribing, all of the things. If you
Stop
want to stay up to date
yelling
on
at
everything
me,
that we're
Brett.
doing on the channel, make sure to subscribe and, of course, ring that notification bell. All right, so to refresh all of our memories, because to be fair, it's been 3 years since this took place. It's been 3 years since I talked about it on the old channel. Back in 2023,
The old
in
channel.
September of
She won't
2023,
even-
the Times
she
of
won't even
London
name 'em.
published an expose on Russell Brand, where 4 women came forward accusing him of rape, sexual assault, and mental and physical
Good on her
abuse.
saying the
Now,
word
to jog
rape
our
and
memories,
not
these
fucking
were the accusations that were released at that time. One
some
woman
other
alleged that
cringe
Brand
shit.
raped her against a wall in his Los Angeles home. She was treated at a rape crisis center on the same day, according to medical records. Text messages show that in the hours after leaving his house, she told Brand that she had been scared by him and felt taken advantage of, adding, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand replied, saying that he was very sorry. A second woman, and this is what he was talking about in his interview with Megyn Kelly, alleges that Brand assaulted her when he was 31 and she was 16 and still in school. She said he referred to her as the child during an emotionally abusive and controlling relationship that lasted for about 3 months, and that Brand once forced his penis down her throat, making her choke. She says she tried to push him off and said that she had to punch him in the stomach to make him stop. A third woman claims that he sexually assaulted her while she worked with him in Los Angeles and that he threatened to take legal action if she told anybody else about her allegation. A fourth described being sexually assaulted by Brand and him being physically and emotionally abusive towards her. Like, guys, I don't even know what's happening. It feels like on this show, it is just a daily occurrence. So we are having to just hear about this foul, sexual, deviant behavior. So I'm sorry for that. I was not built for this. Anyway, after
Why
that
are you
article
yelling?
came out in 2023, this was Russell's response. And understandably, due to the political climate and what he was talking about on his show, he pointed to cancel culture and media hit pieces. Take a listen.
These allegations pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies, and as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent. And I'm being transparent about it now as well. And to see that transparency metastasized into something criminal that I absolutely deny makes me question, is there another agenda at play? Particularly when we've seen coordinated media attacks before, like with Joe Rogan, when he dared to take a medicine that the mainstream media didn't approve of. And we saw a spate of headlines from media outlets across the world using the same language. I'm aware that you guys have been saying in the comments for a while, watch out, Russell, they're coming for you, you're getting too close to the truth. Russell Brand did not kill himself. I know that a year ago there was a spate of articles, Russell Brand's a conspiracy theorist, Russell Brand's right wing. I'm aware of news media making phone calls, sending letters to people I know for ages and ages. It's been clear to me, or at least it feels to me, like there's a serious and concerted agenda to control these kind of spaces and these kind of voices.
Now, an important thing to note about this story, which I did talk about in 2023, is that the majority of Russell's accusers admitted that they chose to speak up years later, like 20 years later in 2023, because he was gaining popularity as a political conspiracy theorist. Because he had this new career, he was no longer in comedy and the movies, he was in political conspiracy theorist media. And like I said, at the time when I did my first initial episode on this, like the entire thing, because of that, just felt fishy. And I was not the only one who thought this, because these accusers only spoke up after they were approached by journalists who were seeking a story. And it was all coordinated with a documentary that was prepped and ready for release around the same time as that article came out. Now, at the time, the world was very obviously split on the issue of Russell Brand, but people, especially on the right, were willing to stand behind him, especially if they believed this to be a political shakedown. And regardless of whether they actually believed him or not, they were disgusted with how YouTube immediately kicked him off, immediately demonetized him, and that the UK Parliament literally got involved when it was just accusations. It had not even been investigated by the police yet, and yet the UK Parliament got involved. They were sending letters to Rumble saying you need to take him off your platform. Again, it smelled fishy. It just smelled like coordination, and I said that at the time. Like, I will be the first to say that I think Russell Brand is a weird dude. He has a very openly torrid past, but I do believe that he has since tried to redeem himself, turn his life around, and he has done a lot of good in the political landscape and helping people wake up to what is actually going on in the world. Now, all of that being said, even though I do feel that way, it does not mean that these accusations necessarily are false, because even though they were not brought up for more than 20 years, even though they were only really brought to light after journalists approached them, the BBC, where Russell Brand was working at the time that these alleged incidents took place, has now admitted years later that they did receive complaints during his time working there, and they chose to ignore them, which apparently they found in their own internal investigation. Listen to this. Thursday's report found that only one formal complaint was made about Brand's inappropriate conduct in the workplace during his stint on air, and that beyond that, there was no evidence that his behavior was raised with management formally at the time. But the BBC acknowledged that Brand was perceived to be too influential for staff to complain about. Many of those interviewed for the internal investigation believed, rightfully or wrongly, that Russell Brand would always get his way, and therefore they stayed silent, the report said. They also believed that he had the support of the BBC station management. After this 2023 article came out, all these accusations, then the local police, after that, then they launched their own investigations. And then after 18 months of a formal investigation into him by the police, he was charged last April 2025 with 3 counts of rape, 3 counts of sexual assault, and 1 count of indecent assault. And he is scheduled to stand trial this year in October. Jumping forward to where we are right now, why he is going viral today, some will say very conveniently, he is coming out with a new book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days, which, by the way, is the first book coming out of Tucker Carlson's new publishing imprint, his new publishing house for politically incorrect voices. It is the first book coming out of that, and so Russell is on a press tour. And some people are not so thrilled about this book. Like this person said, in summary, How to Become a Christian, and then they added a new subtitle, Before Your Criminal Trial. I will say the timing is suspect. Anyway, moving on from that, but this is why he has been doing interviews with people like Megyn Kelly and Tucker himself and Piers Morgan. And the Piers Morgan interview objectively is the most viral because of how absurd it truly was. Like comedy-wise, this might just be both men at their best, and they were not trying in the slightest. Now, speaking of being at your best, have you considered Grand Canyon University? Now, some say that higher education is outdated or irrelevant. Well, not when it is purpose-driven nonprofit. Visit gcu.edu to learn more.
Scam college,
of
by the way.
investing in your future or your child's future, do you have life insurance? Because if not, you need to check out my friends over at Ethos. Because when you have children, it hits you fast that your life is not just about you.
On his heart, Lord, that you would take it.
All right. I'm done.
How did Cole Thomas Allen bypass security at one of the most highly protected buildings on Earth during the 3rd assassination attempt on our president, Donald J. Trump? To understand how, let's take a look at this 3D model of the Hilton Hotel that we put together just 12 hours ago. The event was split across 2 floors. the terrace, and the concourse. The guests had to clear security at the bottom of the stairs just to access the ballroom, which held the president, the first lady, and top government officials. So how did the shooter bypass these checkpoints?
You're a bit
Well,
quiet.
he simply traveled from LA and checked in as a regular hotel guest. Security was full of blind spots, including zero luggage screening at the front doors. When he finally hit the main checkpoint, he charged in guns blazing, carrying a shotgun, a pistol, and several knives. It begs the question, what if he hadn't been stopped? Had the Secret Service failed on those stairs, the assassin wouldn't have made it to the ballroom. Walking freely right through this passage, he almost certainly would have wiped out the entire American
I'm doing
leadership.
100 things.
Can we do a top 10 funniest moments of the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Because there were some fucking funny moments. I don't know how closely you guys paid attention, but there were some pretty good ones. Some of them did go viral, but I feel like there's some that were not getting talked about quite enough. Lots of crazy conspiracy theories as well.
Naturally.
Did you guys, I don't know if you guys, I missed most of Monday. Did you guys go over this much on Monday?
Not really.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. I'll get to bring up all the funny things for you to chuckle at then. After
Yeah, that'll work.
I finish this video where they, explain what happened.
What did this guy think he was going to do with a shotgun?
Dude, we can read his 2-page manifesto and talk about his political leanings too. I feel like there's
weird.
a good hour or so of content here.
Works for me.
I mean, I'd say he's the best one so far, but that a lot was left to be desired. Anyway, you guys can hit play again. I'm actually gonna go grab like some food to eat while this is playing because I am super hungry. BRB.
Trying to find where I made streaming tools, overlays. Is it in here? That's not the one I want. There she is. That's the one I want.
Interesting. I sent you a protest thing in Japan. It has an Antifa flag. And it looks like the rising sun crossed out on a sign. I replied and I was like, is this against Takaichi? What's the context? They said this is a demonstration march by far-left Japanese groups held to protest a ceremony praising the Japanese monarchy. The group's name and other information are written on the flag. Interesting. Based at Japan.
I want to be able to, I'm trying to make a new overlay. And I want it to just be easy. Because I have this one. I can literally send you the link to it.
What's this for?
It's an overlay. I made it a while back. It's works on OBS by just you can paste the link on OBS.
Okay.
And it hosts it.
Can you put this overlay on Restream?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. That's what I'm saying.
You put it into graphics, and then overlay is a whole thing there.
I know that, but I have to be able to download it or be able to post the link into Restream. You feel me?
Yeah.
So, but I want it, like, it can be animated. So, if I can figure out how to download this. That would be cool.
This part 1, the assassin behind the plan. To understand what happened on the night of April 25th, 2026, you first need to understand who Cole Thomas Allen was. Born April 11, 1995, Allen attended the California Institute of Technology from 2013 to 2017. But beneath that ordinary surface, something was building. On the evening of April 25th, roughly 10 minutes before he made his move, Allen sent family members a written statement calling himself the friendly federal assassin, expressing deep anti-Trump sentiments and clearly stating he wanted to target administration officials. He had purchased his shotgun legally in August 2025 and also owned a semi-automatic pistol purchased in 2023. Both purchases required FBI background checks, which he passed. He had no criminal record. He had no restraining orders. Nothing in the system marked him as a threat. This brings us to part 2. The journey to Washington. Allen checked into the Washington Hilton on Friday, the day before the event. He had traveled from Los Angeles to Chicago by train, and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C. He was not flagged. He was not stopped. But how on earth could someone with a disassembled long gun check into a hotel room where the president was scheduled to speak? The answer is simple. Nobody even looked at the guest's luggage. His bags went completely unchecked on Friday afternoon, and all of his belongings remained unchecked as late as 5:00 p.m.
The hotel
on the
staff
day of
says,
the
"I want to check your baggage."
Allen
I would
spent
tell
Friday
them to
night
get
in his
fucked.
hotel room where he assembled his weapons and waited. Here is part 3. The dinner begins. At 8:00 p.m., the Washington Hilton's International Ballroom, built deep underground beneath the hotel, was packed with 2,600 guests in black tie. The hotel's layout for this event can be divided into 2 main sections: the terrace level, and just below it, the concourse or lower level. This subterranean room was the exact location where the president, the first lady, the vice president, the FBI director, the secretary of state, the attorney general, the EPA administrator, and the secretary of health and human services were gathered.
You're
Effectively,
so close.
the entire executive leadership of the United States government was seated together in a single confined space.
Imagine there had been an explosive.
Meanwhile, Allen was making his move.
Don't get my hopes
Preliminary
up.
investigations determined that he used a stairwell to descend from his hotel room down to the terrace level, carrying his firearms in a bag. He walked down those stairs calmly. He knew exactly where the checkpoint was, and he knew exactly what he was walking toward.
Could have planted it earlier.
So how did he breach the perimeter? We look to part 4, the breach. Using his room key, Allen walked through the hotel lobby and corridors like any other guest. Security cameras recorded him carrying a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives.
Okay, where's this
completely
footage?
unchallenged. At approximately 8:36 p.m. Eastern Time, Allen was finally confronted by security near the main metal detector screening area, just outside the ballroom doors. He sprinted past the initial security barricades and opened fire. At least 2 shots rang out as he engaged the security forces. A member of the Secret Service Uniform Division returned fire just before Allen was apprehended, though the shot missed amid the chaos.
Pause real quick.
Allen was immediately swarmed, tackled, pinned.
Pause. Okay, so if they have footage of the, I have footage of the officer down, right? Everything is just like 7-second clips, right? Like Erica Kirk going, "I want to go home," and then like a couple seconds of an officer on the floor and them going, keep moving, you know, shit like that. But like, if they have footage of that, they did not show it. And it's also kind of normal for them to like not show that for a couple of reasons. First of all, it makes them look weak, and second of all, they do tend to hide, you know, videos of cops and things getting shot, like in the immediate aftermath, because people like myself might celebrate it. And he also got hit center mass with what you will learn is buckshot, not a slug from a shotgun. That's in the manifesto. We'll get there. But anyway, what we do have footage of is like 2 seconds, like of him. It looks like he Naruto runs past the guards, and at kind of where they are in the footage right now, and they draw their guns, and I think that they fire a couple shots at him, but I'm not 100% sure on who fired because they didn't really, other than that one really short clip of him running past and then them like pulling out their firearms and pointing him in that direction. We don't really have much footage of this part. We have more footage of what's going on in the ballroom, which is the funny part, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, I think he only fired 1 or 2 shots. I have not stayed entirely on top of that, if I'm being real. But
fair enough.
It then fell and they jumped on him. So he fired like a shot to get someone out of the way to make a run for the ballroom. They started returning fire. He fell. And then at that point, there's no need to be firing more guns around that many people. Like 2,600 people in that ballroom right now, you know?
Yep.
Anyway, that's, yeah. So this is fairly accurate, but we do not have, like, it's acting like it knows more than we do at that, if that makes sense. Anyway, you can keep going.
Pinned face down to the ground and handcuffed right at the magnetometers. He never made it through the ballroom doors. But what were the mistakes? This leads to part 5. The security loopholes. What went wrong? Loophole 1. The hotel guest exemption. The most fundamental flaw in the entire security plan was this: registered hotel guests were not subjected to early screening. Loophole 2. No luggage screening at check-in. An attendee staying in the room next to Alan's confirmed that nobody checked luggage during hotel check-in on Friday or even as late as 5 o'clock p.m. on Saturday.
There's a video of 2 Fox News hosts that were on hot mics that like wasn't, at least I don't think it was aired, but like it was caught on video of them talking. They're standing inside the lobby watching people come in being like first of all, they're being misogynistic.
Yeah, they're like
look at the
we got no security. This is weird, huh?
No security. But like at the same time, they're not fucking wrong. Like, I feel like there's a lot of theories about this night, but I will say a couple things. None of these people are good actors. None of those people acted like you would if you were faking this, even. And on top of it, like, it's just most of the problem here was Secret Service not actually doing like that great of a job. Like, while there were, like, you'll see in the footage if we watch like inside, like the 2 minutes of inside the ballroom, like you'll see that there's like a dozen agents like interspersed throughout the crowd, like in tuxes, like at the dinner or whatever. Cool. But also that's not that great if, again, the one time that you do get to search hotel guests or be picked out who stays at the hotel in the first place or whatever, and when you do have, you know, actual security at the door, like even if those women were actual, they weren't, they were hotel, you know what I mean? Like, but if they were security, fine. But like, those are the times that you do that, because this is one of the few times, like, even if someone were to go for the president, this is one of the few times that all of them are in the same room in public. And not only that, a bunch of fucking journalists to document it. Like, I will say that, like, it while they technically did their jobs, like, right? Like, they did stop the guy before he got to the ballroom. Trump is claiming the ballroom was sealed. I do believe that. Like, that sounds right for an event like this. You would close the doors so people can't get in, right? Like, and to be perfectly honest, when we do watch the ballroom footage, like, yeah, there's some, like, distant, like, bang noises that are a little bit concerning, but also, like, by the time any of those agents have entered the room to secure anyone, the threat has been handled. And they all know that. At least, like, unless there's, like, a secondary, you know, person with them or whatever. But, like, people are looking at this with a conspiracy brain when it really is just, like, the Secret Service isn't as good as you think. And also, even though they're not as good as you think, they did better than people are giving credit for in this scenario. Like, it's a little bit of both here. Like, they could have prevented this, but like in the event that this did happen, they handled it real fast. Like, I don't know. I think that the evacuation did not, like, especially if you were to set this up for the cameras in some way, the evacuation was not theatrical. It was comical, which is why I want to do a top 10 moments. But yeah, I also am curious about what you guys think of the manifesto. So, like, after we watch this video, if we could pull up the manifesto, that would be interesting. You can find it on Twitter. It's only like 2 pages long.
Loophole 3. The manifesto that arrived too late. Allen sent his written manifesto to family members roughly 10 minutes before the attack began. Although his brother notified local police, the warning simply came too late to act upon. Loophole 4. Legal gun purchases with no red flags. Allen purchased his shotgun legally in August 2025, passing an FBI background check. His pistol was also purchased legally in 2023 with a cleared background check. Nothing in the system marked him as a threat. Loophole 5. A public hotel hosting a presidential event. Trump himself addressed this vulnerability directly following the attack. He posted on social media stating this event would never have happened with the militarily top-secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. This brings us to part 8. What if he had breached the checkpoint? If Allen had pushed past those agents, or if the security detail had been fewer in number, slower to react, or simply overwhelmed, he would have entered a subterranean room with nowhere for the crowd to escape. In a densely confined underground ballroom, a shotgun is among the most devastating weapons imaginable. The casualty potential in that room, even in the brief seconds before tactical agents could neutralize a threat already.
I'm calling bullshit on this part of this analysis, and you'll understand when you read the manifesto. Like, this man trying to act like all of those people were legitimately in danger, like, it's just not true.
So this group that was protesting in Japan, apparently their ultimate goal is a full democratic society and abolition of the monarchy. Sounds based.
Oh. Does sound neat.
There's a anarcho-communist flag flying in the protest. Had the Japanese symbol for struggle on it.
Japan has
made a test
really
file.
Super interesting, like, Japanese anarchist history.
Yes,
that
because all of those fascist memes, like the sword guy,
Not transparent.
was a fascist, but the guy that got killed, I'm pretty sure, was like one of these progressive social democrats. I'm sure you know what picture I'm talking about.
Yeah. By the way, anything else from here on out in this guy's analysis will literally be shown to you on video, because it's once the people go into the ballroom to secure him.
Socialist politician Inajiro Asanuma is the guy who got killed.
Like, why isn't it transparent? I don't understand. There's no layer. There's no
Leader of the
background
Japanese
layer.
Socialist Party. Yeah, weird. Known for his large stature and powerful voice, earning him the nicknames Speech-Making Everyman or Human Locomotive. In pre-war, Asanuma was a forceful advocate for socialist policies and tenant and farmer rights based.
Yeah.
During World War II, Asanuma aligned himself with the Imperial Rule Assistance Association and supported Japan's war in Asia, less based. In the post-war period,
I'm telling you, it's quite interesting. I'm not saying it's all good.
in the post-war period, Asanuma resumed forceful advocacy of socialism. Okay, interesting. That makes me think it was a preservation thing.
Depends on whose perspective
Of course.
you're looking at. People can
And sharply
justify
criticized
anything they
U.S.-Japan
do.
alliance post-war. Interesting.
Okay, so some of the most interesting like Japanese anarchist history stuff like is actually surrounding this like weird like love triangle thing during their like free love movement period. They've got some interesting and weird shit going on. Again, I'm not gonna claim that it's like any better or worse than anywhere else. Like history is messy, right? But it sure is interesting. I will say that.
I should have figured out what this was without actually looking it up. It says, despite his leftist policies, Asanuma was known for his personal reverence for the emperor. Interesting. Maintaining a kamidana, which is just a Shinto shrine. Doing daily rituals. He said,
isn't it? That's not like abnormal though, isn't it?
Not necessarily. He lived simply in public housing for decades and was popular among working class voters. And was assassinated by a Wakizashi, by a 17-year-old ultranationalist.
Oh boy.
While speaking in a televised live political debate in Tokyo. His violent death was seen in graphic detail on national TV by millions of Japanese, causing widespread public shock and outrage. I didn't realize it was on live TV. That's fucking crazy. Views on the
You literally just asked. He got Shinzo Abe.
The original Shinzo Abe. Despite his socialist policies and sharp criticism of Western imperialism, Asanuma was held deep respect for Hirohito and the imperial family. Maybe that's why he was
Because Abe
pro-war.
got him.
It was
What's his
monarchist sympathies, maybe. He maintained a household. Yeah. In addition to private rituals, scholar Umizawa Shohei noted that Asanuma performed a yohai toward the imperial palace every morning. Cringe. This practice stood in contrast to the Japanese Communist Party calls to overthrow the emperor system, which Asanuma disliked and actively rejected. At the time of the Japanese Socialist Party's founding in 1945, interesting, Asanuma advocated maintaining national policies, kokutai, under a democratized emperor system together with Toyohiko Kagawa and others. He shouted Tenohaika Banzai 3 times. Asanuma serving as political organizational minister.
I opened up Restream
proceedings
to hopefully see if I could download it from that.
Proceedings by declaring, quote, now let us perform remote
Or
worship
StreamYard,
towards
I
the
mean.
imperial palace, and called on the audience to stand and bow. More than half the participants joined him, though some jeered in protest. What an interesting guy. As right-wing Socialist Party Secretary General. What? What a fucking confusing sentence. Interesting. He says that the emperor's abdication should be decided by the emperor himself. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Visited China? There's a picture of him with Mao. Look at him go. That's probably why he died. Let's see how long it was. So he visited China in 57 and 58. He died in 1960. Connection? Conspiracy weaving? What are we doing?
I don't know. You rejoin?
I didn't realize it left. Give me a second. By the video?
We're going on to the manifesto.
Already inside the perimeter is almost unthinkable.
Have you got it?
Had the attack succeeded, the United
just so
States
you
would
know,
have faced a
anything- like I
constitutional
said,
crisis
anything-
unlike anything.
Pause it real quick. Anything you really
Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me. Wait, can you hear me better now?
It's just the audio keeps dropping in and out.
Give me just 1 second. Let me turn something off and see if that helps. Is that better?
We'll find out.
Okay. Pretty much anything.
Actually, do you
he
have
says
auto
from-
gain activated? Can you go onto the settings?
In
Go to audio.
The settings in StreamYard.
Mm.
Oh wait, is it through the wrong microphone? 1 second.
That might be it too. Does that sound better? Noise suppression. Off. Stereo audio input. Let's see what noise suppression and high res audio does. Oh, high bitrate. Should be fine. Sounds good to me.
Okay. 1 second, because I can't hear myself anymore. There we go.
Oh,
Is
my
that-
fingers.
There we go. Okay. But no, anything that he says, like, from here on out, like, is on video for you to watch.
Mm.
So, like, it's just him, I guess, animating what there is video of. Yeah. And he's already given some shitty analysis where he's like, all these people could have been gunned down because shotguns are scary. Like, get lost.
It's
dude.
not an American.
This is some Australian vibes, like
The guy's not American.
but
Like-
like
Well, not only that, like, that's why I was saying pull up the manifesto to read right about now, because, like, that negates his bullshit about, like, all these people were in so much danger. All of them could have been mowed down by a shotgun. Like,
wait, we have a soundbite.
It would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process.
with a shotgun. I think you should just cut out the or with a shotgun, because he says it like in a really weird tone. Anyway.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
John made that one, the shotgun one. It's a what would you call them? Well, it's edited, but like
Just chopped up his words.
yeah, it's like a manipulated.
That's why it sounded
audio.
kind of weird. I was like, that's
Yeah.
not his normal cadence. But
It's
that-
not
that's why
even.
it stuck
Some of
out.
them aren't even from the same interview.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
it's funny you picked up on that. Nobody else picks up on that.
Like, yeah.
It does need to be remastered again, though. It's a bit quiet.
I mean, I think most people, if you just play it like once every now and then in the background, won't really pick up on it, because he does have kind of weird cadences in general, if that makes sense.
Yeah, his cadence
But
is
that
kinda
one is a
strange.
little extra off the way. Like, I mean, I thought it was funny. I
why it's
wouldn't
there.
say I would not say spend a bunch more time on that edit.
Oh, no, it would just be making it a little bit louder and a little more clear.
Oh, gotcha.
Because when we were having some issues a few months back where the audio, actually it was Chrome. Chrome was controlling the gain, and I couldn't figure out how, and I had to look it up. And there's like permissions that you can go into in the back of the browsers, where you can turn off the browser controlling your audio inputs. And as soon as that happened, all of the sound bites were way too loud.
Oh, wow.
Because we were trying to balance them to make them audible on stream from the soundboard, but it just wasn't working. And when we did that, it fixed itself. But the funny thing is, right, if I change my audio, so I'm going to just change my microphone here. Right, so now I'm on my headphone
Why doesn't
microphone.
it fucking
right?
tell me
These shouldn't work
what
now.
size it needs to be for the overlay?
Did you hear soundbite? Nothing, right? So I have to... Thanks for watching.
I was just looking at what the defaults were.
So I had to do all this adjustment and stuff. And then I figured out that the only way that it actually comes through onto Restream is when I'm speaking through my microphone. Because I'm pretty sure if I was to play the soundbite...
Just leave us out of your weird hobbies!
Right, and mute myself in the middle, it should mute the soundbite.
Just leave us out of your weird hobbies!
No, I heard the whole thing.
It didn't. That's weird. See? Still learning.
Gremlins.
Still learning. So it's like, I can mute myself, but I wonder if I mute myself on Restream, does it work?
Just leave us out.
No, okay. No,
Yes.
what's weird is
Aha.
Wait, I need you guys to know that this has happened to me a couple times. Like, it happened last week and it was just happening. Like, I was trying to mute myself to cough and I hit the mute button on my microphone and it started blinking at me like I'm not on. But it's still sending sound to the stream. And, like,
Weird.
it doesn't always do that. And if I unplug it and leave it unplugged for a couple seconds and plug it back in, it usually starts working right. Like, I can now mute my mic again. So, like, I don't know, dude. Sometimes there's just gremlins in the fucking machine, or maybe Restream isn't actually that great. Like, you know, I don't know. Or maybe
it's pretty good.
doing a lot of jobs at once.
It's
okay, sorry.
Got to detect
that's
a lot
not-
of different microphones, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say it is doing a lot of things at once, and it's like I guess it also streams to a bunch of things at once. So I'm complaining about a thing because I had a mild inconvenience, but that is a thing that happens to me when I'm doing this.
Yeah.
And like, oh no, I have to unplug it and plug it back in. So like maybe if something isn't working right, unplug it and plug it back in.
Always
you know,
handy.
That
Always useful.
sage advice. I also probably have to just sit closer to the microphone. I was kind of like leaning back in my chair.
Yeah, I've found that my microphone is very sensitive to like direction, and for
A
the
lot of them
longest
are.
time, I was
Is it-
talking into the back of the microphone at the start, and I didn't even
I
realize.
know.
So
Mm,
everything was
like,
quiet, and
yes.
we were trying to figure out why. And then I moved my microphone, and it got a bit louder. And I'm like,
I do
oh,
have mine
oh.
Okay, wait. Can you hear me better when I'm talking like this way than this way? Because you really should hear me. Because it is set up so like the front is supposed to pick up and the back isn't. Like I have a little knob that.
Yeah, my one has a little
I
gold
just
dot.
need to be closer to it.
Yeah. But I've been trying to figure out a way that I can have my microphone out of the screen and still be heard. And I've figured that having it like up here, like that,
See? Oh,
is
dang it! It's doing it again.
more effective.
A minute.
Camera, please.
In modern history. The president, the vice president, and much of the executive cabinet could have been incapacitated simultaneously
Nope. No.
in the exact same room. But if this was the third attempt on the president's life, what exactly happened during the first two? While the second attempt takes us to West Palm Beach, Florida,
Oh, now you're
home
just
to the
reusing
prestigious
your
Trump
animations,
International
huh?
Golf Club.
Because I used to have it like here.
I told you this guy's
And John
like
would
out
always
of
be
shape
like,
to talk about.
microphone's in front of your face. So I'm like,
I guess
need
other
somewhere
than
else.
his opinions, but I'm gonna be real with you. I haven't liked his opinions so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are.
But
Yeah,
the only downside.
They do the animation, so I wanted to see his animation for it, but I wasn't looking that whole time because I was doing background stuff to create a fucking overlay because we don't have one. I don't know why we haven't made one on Restream.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He didn't do an
The only
animation of
downside is I
Naruto
can't put my
running.
flowers in the microphone.
Okay, actually, when we look at the footage, we have to pull up the footage, the like 3 seconds of footage, right, or 4 seconds or whatever it is, and slow it down as slow as you can get it on YouTube. Because here's the thing, I'm not sure. Everyone's making jokes about him Naruto running because that's what it looks like at full speed because he just zips past. But it might be him holding a shotgun. And it just looks like he's Naruto running, but it's actually the shotgun out behind him. And I would like to watch it in slow motion and determine that because I have not done that yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as well.
But one of the funny things on the list of funny things, I don't actually have them numbered in any order, is definitely, it sure looked like dude Naruto ran past security.
Man.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Mhm.
there we go. I do have the manifesto pulled up if you want me to read through it. It's not that long.
Yeah, I'm just working on some background stuff right now.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
Well,
you gotta have Jack at his desk if you want to fucking
okay, well,
do stuff
we
like
will
that.
wait for Jack. Got you.
So nothing.
Huh? I just see the boo-boos.
I said you saw nothing.
I didn't. I like literally didn't see anything. Oh, I'm sorry. The New York Post just came out with an article called "The White House Correspondent Dinner Shooting Suspect Cole Allen's Toxic Blue Sky History Shows China's Dangerous Hold on Our Social Media."
Epic.
Oh boy, man, journalism is a thing. I hate that they probably removed it and I won't actually ever get to look through it because no one fucking screenshots shit like they're supposed to. And by like they're supposed to, I mean all of the posts, not just the ones that you think make your point, you know what I mean?
Why is it doing this? Okay, now, what the fuck? This is pissing me off. What is happening?
You're setting up an animation or something?
Yes, and then when I move it, it's fucking disappearing.
That's frustrating.
That's right, you did say nothing. Camera between the door and my bong is dangerous.
A way to announce like okay, so wait, I have the manifesto pulled up if you would like me to read it.
Yes, please.
It's pretty short. Okay. It starts off. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone who's frustrated you.
It's cutting out again.
Oh no.
Did you check the audio settings?
Wait, let me just...
It sounds like you're covering the microphone. What girls' school? More information?
Big runner.
Yeah, lots of zoomies. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay, sorry. I was like you were saying that you couldn't hear me, so I was just making sure. Okay. It starts off, hello everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying
Lib.
I had an interview.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, it gets libier. Just keep going. Just wait. I apologize to my parents.
I've read it.
Oh, you have. For saying I had an interview without specifying it was for quote most wanted. And I apologize. It says pause for laughter. No, it does not say that. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. Parentheses, by the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all of the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, and to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, and to all.
I apologize to everyone who's ever been murdered.
Yeah, he's almost done apologizing. And to all who may still suffer regardless of my success or failure. I do not expect forgiveness, but if I could have any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing to a long time ago, but this was the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. Let's see. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Too bad indeed. It just gets libier. You think it can't get libier than apologizing to anyone who's ever suffered ever, but it gets more lib. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, let's see. On to my targets. Administration officials. Parentheses, not including Mr. Patel, in parentheses. They are targets prioritized from highest to lowest. I don't know why.
But why do we think that he excluded Kash Patel?
I don't know, but it's got to be something fucking weird, which is why I'm like, I wish I had gotten to his blue sky.
It's like I can't be. He's probably like because he's a minority.
Oh.
Something like that.
That would be a lib thing to do.
I guess he wasn't after anyone's wives. I'm trying to think of anyone else who's actually a person of color anywhere. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's weird because fuck Patel too. It's a weird kind of lib, but it sounds like, I don't know. Let's keep going. I'm not going to assume things yet. Okay. And then he says, Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible. AKA, unless they shoot me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will. This is the libbiest part. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs. Less penetration through walls. Bro, I will still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend this speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. Let's see. And then it says rebuttals and objections. Rebuttals to...
These are the best parts.
Oh God,
This is
yeah.
what I was laughing at.
Okay. Yep. Rebuttals to objections. I forgot this part. Rebuttals to objections. Objection 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It's complicity in the oppressor's crimes. I'm sorry. I'm not giggling at what he's saying. I'm giggling because I told you that what the Pope was saying was going to come back around. Just didn't think it was like this. Objection 2. This is not a convenient time for you to do this. Rebuttal. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you think that when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be inconvenient for the people who aren't the victim? This was the best timing and chance of success I could come up with. Objection 3. You didn't get them all. Rebuttal. Gotta start somewhere. Objection 4. As a half-black, half-white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. Man, he really argued with himself on paper for everyone else to read.
I just love, this is what I was talking about. Is like, what part is the bad part here, do you think, for him? The white side or the black side? Which one is the one that shouldn't be doing it? This is what I saw, what I was talking about earlier with another podcast, because it's just a funny framing.
I think, look, I don't think that he's necessarily grappling with each, like, it's possible that each of these is a thing that he sat there and grappled with himself. Like, and to a certain extent, I'm sure he did. Like, am I the one who should be doing this? Like anyone who does that chooses to do this kind of thing. Oh no, I knocked something over. Does like, you know, does think about it. But like, I don't know. I think that he's also trying to think about how he's going to be perceived and get in front of it. I guess this dude is fucking autistic. And not in a bad way. Like, oh, he's autistic. Like, but I mean, like, dude is sitting here, like, thinking about, like, okay, what's your average person gonna say to try and make me look bad or, like, make this misunderstood? Because he's fully aware that they're gonna make an example of him. He didn't expect to get, he expected to get shot. This is a strange outcome for him. Right? And they're gonna try and make an example of him.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It seemed they capitalized on it.
So this is one plea to the public. This is his one plea to the public, right? And I found it very interesting that there were no like, oh, this person was trans because he's half black. Like, they didn't. Every other shooter, we get at least one narrative where they're like, oh, look, they're trans, when they're not. Like, you know, or I mean, look, there have been the occasional, but like generally not.
Did
right?
you
like they
rejoin the game, by the way?
My game keeps
and this
crashing.
time, we didn't see anyone trying to push that narrative. I did see a lot of interesting conspiracy theories. Some of them absolutely fucking ridiculous. There's this one reporter on Twitter who like covers everything that Trump does, right? Like that's his beat. Is he follows Trump around, he goes to the rallies, he watches all the fucking speeches, and he takes clips of it. And I like honestly will tune. There are weeks that I'm like I just can't listen to that fucker. I will like pay attention to like people like this, person whose beat is the president that I don't like. I like the things that he pulls out, and he has, a liberal enough, but like angry enough because he follows the guy around kind of bent that I'll listen to his stuff. Anyway, this guy took off like this weekend and like tweeted and was like, "Oh, I'm taking my mom to an Earth, Wind and Fire concert." Sounds like fun, right? And then like someone noticed, right? Someone was like, "Oh, how?" Like because they assumed he was at the dinner. He was not, right? And so he was out with his mom and was like, "This is being covered by so many people. Like I don't need to cover it." Turns out, like, oh, it was a big deal. But also someone found out that like basically the same kind of thing happened where he took the day off for like the Trump rally where someone shot at him and got his ear, right? Like, and so now there's and like someone made a joke about it. Here's the thing. A friend of his, another journalist, made a joke being like, haha, like, the guy whose job it is to cover the president just happens to take these 2 like days off. And then people on Twitter took it seriously and they were like, it sounds like he's trying to create a fucking alibi. Dude must be involved in this somehow. Like, what? Like, I don't know. It got like some of these theories have gotten like so insane that it's just I don't even know, dude. We are not living in the same reality as some of these people. And they might be bots. Maybe. I'm really hoping some of those replies were bots. But yeah, no, they're like things like blaming a journalist because he wasn't there to cover it for like, I don't know. And then there was the whole, let's see, people saying that it was, I don't think that this was planned by the administration personally. And you would have to make a really strong case that I'm just not seeing with mine own 2 eyes for me to believe you. I think that a lot of people just want to believe that and aren't very good at analyzing what's going on and listening to, I don't know, people who aren't like, who are like pushing, extremist, like, oh, you need to be terrified of the deep state or whatever kind of content to people, because that's becoming increasingly mainstream, which is weird. But like, I don't know. Anyway, I don't think that this was a planned thing by the administration because it didn't make them look good in any way. No one's happy about it again because of all kinds of reasons. And I will say we will get an interesting case with this guy because like maybe he'll plead out, maybe we won't
like
get an interesting trial. But here's the thing. They're going to ask for him to be like put to death or like some kind of ridiculous thing.
Oh, well, they've
kind
been,
of like,
haven't they been
they're gonna
pumping up the
overcharge
death
him.
penalty recently?
Yeah, they're going to overcharge him just like they did Luigi Mangione. And he will likely fight it, but he's also a different person. They might just be like, dude might just be willing to sit in prison for the rest of his life and give him that to avoid it. They will avoid trials and let you plead if it gets them what they want.
Yeah.
And what they want is him not out on the street doing this again and not able to tell his story, right?
Yes.
And if you give him a trial,
giving his side.
yeah. So like there is some reason for them to like not necessarily give him the death penalty. But I don't know. I also don't know all the specifics. And usually they will try for something crazy so that you're willing to negotiate with them, if that makes sense, and not willing to risk it at trial because it could be you getting the lethal injection now that they're like covering up where they're getting their drugs from. I don't know. Crazy. I will be following it. There was also there's the conspiracy theory about the Levitts. Did you hear about that one?
No.
Okay, you're gonna have to like Google these or look them up on Twitter because you can easily find them on Twitter. So one of these happened, like it's on film, or on footage, like the footage is there, where before the event, Caroline Leavitt is being interviewed, and someone's like asking about the speech that Trump's.
Oh, is this when she says shots fired?
And she says shot, like there will be shots fired, but like that's a normal like phrase to use, right?
Yeah.
But then there's this other journal. Here's where people got conspiratorial about it, which is just another dumb fucking thing. So there was a journalist who was there that night who was talking, I guess, or sitting next to Leavitt's husband because he was not up on stage, right? He was in the audience. And so he was next to this journalist because there's this room full of journalists. And she was a Fox News person, right? Makes sense. And after this all went down, like, and everyone was clearing out like an hour or so later, she calls in to give a report. Like, this is what I saw. And she starts talking about how she was talking to Caroline Leavitt's husband. And he was telling her just before this all went down, like not even an hour beforehand, that she needed to be careful. And then like she's like in the middle of a sentence and it drops the call.
Yeah,
we
looked at that as well.
That's weird. Yeah, and people got really conspiratorial about that. But like, you go over to Twitter and she like finishes the story and it's a nothing burger. Like, people are so fucking ready for a conspiracy theory.
Yes.
When like reality is crazy enough, you know?
I think it's because we're so fucked right now that people are desperate for anything
it's
else.
Got to be something more than that because people are so ready for a conspiracy. They want this to be even more fucked up. You know what I mean? I guess if it was one big conspiracy, it would be all wrapped up neatly in a bow or something, you know? But like, there was also I guess this isn't a conspiracy, but a thing that I did notice, they did clear Vance off that stage before they cleared off Trump.
Well, Vance is easier to move. Trump literally fell.
Pushed him? What do you mean?
No, they did.
It was so funny. They literally pushed him onto the ground.
No. They did not. No, from far away, it looks like it, but then there was close-up footage, and they didn't push him. They were trying to help. He fucking fell, dude.
That's very funny.
I'm pretty sure
he did a Biden.
But pull it up. Okay, much like the Naruto run, pull it up and we can reanalyze it together because I haven't watched it since it happened. And I remember thinking from like when I watched the far away shot, like the first like footage I got, because they like one of the Secret Service people, you can't really see it from the close-up footage very well, but someone comes and stands in front of him while he just fucking sits there and other people are evacuated, right? And you know what?
Yeah.
That may actually be part of their protocol, like make sure that his exit is safe before we move him if where he is secure. And currently it was, right? Like, anyway, so like, again, it's one of those things that like, he looks like a fucking idiot with zero self-preservation instinct, and he has zero self-preservation instinct, but I don't think that that's actually like, and as bad as it looked to watch, like that, like it was not theatrical, like bum, 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 look at us. Like they did their job. It seems, I don't know, like someone did stand between him and the door, and then other armed people were there, like, you know what? So like, he was just sitting there like he didn't even get down until
I did notice that.
Until they were like, right? Until they were like, let's leave. And then I don't think, like from afar, I also thought that they pushed him to the ground. Like, get the fuck down. There might still be a threat, right? No. Looking up close from the like footage where you see Vance evacuated first.
You're cutting out.
Dude. Oh. Looking up close, like to the footage where like Vance was evacuated first, it looks like he fell. I don't know.
Okay.
I say pull it up and check it again. If you don't, I don't know.
With the overlay.
Also, wait. Also, I'm pretty sure they're watching a magic trick. Look at this guy between them. And Melania and Caroline Levitt seem to be talking because Melania is not, I've watched this so many times. Melania is not looking at the man doing the magic trick. But the woman, the Fox News host who's like hosting the whole thing in the white dress, the Asian lady, she seems to be very engrossed in it. Trump seems to be like, oh, look at this thing in front of me. Then Caroline Levitt, after the bangs, he's gonna go woo, like with a magic trick thing, like he's gonna pull a card. The woman on the Asian woman is gonna go, ah, no one else is really gonna care that much. And then as Caroline Levitt notices people coming in the back doors towards them, like with guns and things, like there are people coming towards them, the Secret Service, she's gonna go, what's happening? And look really concerned. Trump is just gonna sit there, Melania's gonna and start looking around. Trump just fucking like sits there like a fucking idiot. Pretty sure they're watching a magic trick though, which is also one of my like that goes on a top 10 funniest moments. Like
that is very funny. I will say. With the overlays, you should put the other YouTube and the Instagram in it as well.
Yeah, I did enough. I don't need to take more time on.
No, I know. I'm just saying for the next time you bother to do it.
That would work.
You missed when it wasn't when he had gremlins in his machine. It like wasn't saving right or something. Gremlins.
Yeah, I tried multiple different things. I tried to do the animations, that didn't work.
Pause real quick. Pause. Okay, the guy that went viral for eating his food, he's the guy who's not on the ground in the frame. You see the back of his head there?
Yeah.
He actually stands up to look around and then just sits back down and keeps eating.
Amazing.
Like people only saw like the 2-second clip of him eating, but it's even better. Like he does not even try to get down. He's like, now my knees are bad. I'm clearly not in danger here. And then sits down to watch the show. And then as he does that, you can see like further behind him in the left-hand corner, there's another journalist who pulls out his phone to start documenting. And then it's going to cut to like looking from the front of the stage, and you're gonna watch all of the Secret Service agents slowly come towards the stage. Someone yells Steven a few times. And that's about when Stephen Miller is using his wife as a shield, right?
Did you see him grabbing a handful of tit as well? Very funny.
Yeah, yep. And then yeah, exactly. That's on the funny list. And then there's the moment that what's his name? Jon Stewart caught where like they're getting like RFK out of there, but his wife, like no one's fucking helping her even a little bit.
Very funny. She's like, what about me?
But also, if you go back and watch it like at half speed with the volume down, like it's like a Renaissance painting in slow motion. This video. Anyway, keep going. Steven, we gotta find Steven. This is about when the guy says like, fuck it, I'm gonna start eating.
Yeah, you can see him picking up his fork.
Yep.
Is that the journalist
Like,
with
yep.
their phone?
Yep.
There's a few of them now.
I love the guy trying to do the USA chant and nobody cares.
No, did you wait. Go back a couple seconds. It's someone being led out that's yelling that. Who is
Probably
that?
Stephen Miller.
Wait.
No,
It's not.
this-
They had hair.
I've
They
looked
had
at
hair.
all this. Just some dude tried to do a USA chant.
Oh, well, loser.
Nick sorta.
Is that Crash Patel? I can't tell who that is. Just every journalist pulling out their phone.
It did look like a magic trick.
Right?
Hey, there he goes, Ethan. Oh, no, it's this guy.
He stands up to look first. He's getting a show. This is dinner and a show to him. He realized he's not in danger, and he's like, "What's going on?"
Can we come with you?
Can we come with you, Steven? Steven! You know he said no to whoever that was.
Oh, for sure. Cringe.
Pretty sure the guy like that pulled his arm off to yell, maybe to join in the chant.
Maybe.
Who had a pink tie? Is that who is that? Is that Patel on stage? Where's Patel doing this?
You like this video, then like.
That's the footage that came up on YouTube. There's nothing else really on YouTube.
There was, okay, well, that's fine.
You're gonna have to find it.
The other footage isn't actually that interesting. It's just a different angle. It's the like straight on of the stage. It was from not C-SPAN, like ABC or CNN or something. I don't know. It was one of the major networks. Doesn't matter. It's not like you're missing that much. It's just more of that, like, all you really see is a bunch of Secret Service agents slowly traipsing their way through the crowd, having to, like, step on chairs because people are all over the ground. And, like, I don't know, it's just silly. Also, there was the theory that Kash Patel's girlfriend was cheating on him. Again, I don't think that's true.
She was in another room holding a guy's hand.
You mean when this happened, he turned to a Secret Service agent and said, "Take her somewhere safe," and like she was grasping.
No, she was
someone's
just
hand
somewhere
or
else
something?
and was holding some guy's hand, scared or something.
Yeah, like I'm not like all I'm saying is like that's not like my point is that's not unreasonable. People were grabbing each other if they were afraid, right? Like, we all saw Stephen Miller grabbing a tit.
But like, I wonder if Kash Patel.
It's a stress toy.
The reason
wait.
why he's done so much corruption shit around his girlfriend is because he knows that like it's the only thing keeping her around is his job. So he's like, if I don't flex my status, she's gonna leave me.
Well, there's also right.
Insecurity.
There's also well, it could also not be safe for her to leave. Like, not that she wants to. I have no idea. I don't really follow her that closely. She's there's too much going on for me to care much about her. But one day if she needs to, she's gonna sing for Congress for immunity.
I reckon.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm putting money
It
on
would
that
make
right now.
sense.
I'm putting money
put
on
her
that
on
right
Poly
now.
Market.
Also, I don't know, like,
Start
I'm
a
not
Poly
gonna make
Market
this.
bet.
I'm not gonna make us watch Trump's speech, but I will say another hilarious moment to me was like, because after this happened, lady in the white dress got up there and like gave a little speech and was like, "We're having to cancel tonight. We'll redo it. By the way, this is not a joke. There's going to be a press conference in 30 minutes at the White House. None of us can go because of security protocol here. So like, you have to call your like, you know, news agencies and get your other people over there." And then I tune in to the live stream from the White House, and it starts earlier than usual because they started early, right? So people can tune in like live streams do, but like starts earlier than usual, and they're still setting up because this was not planned, right? And so because this was not planned, so there's this dude who looks disheveled as fuck, like he threw on a suit and rushed over there on 5 minutes notice, and he looks like he's pissed because he didn't get to go to the dinner, right? And now he's here working at fucking 11 at night. He's like talking into his cell phone and the microphone and another thing, trying to set up all the mics, like doing a sound check. And then there's like some loud beeping and screaming noises. And then he's like, "Okay, I think we got it." And then he like walks off and he comes back still just as disheveled, looking just as like, "I fucking hate my job. I don't want to be here," holding a white envelope so that they can white balance the cameras. Another one of my top 10 funny moments of the evening. Like
anytime I see someone like that, all I hear to myself is Clerks. I'm not even meant to be here today.
Oh my god, no, seriously, that is the exact, like, I'm not even supposed to be here today. That is this man to a T. I'll have to send you the photos because I took screenshots of it and sent it to some group chats. It was funny enough. Anyway, the other funny thing from the press conference was Kash Patel standing behind him, both nodding and shaking his head and staring ahead blankly. And I learned a couple of things because here's the thing. I actually couldn't tell. I'm pretty sure that he was a little bit drunk trying to pretend to be sober, right? But I also learned that that man has been nowhere near danger a day in his fucking life. He actually looked a little bit afraid because like he was not there for the first one. He gets to swoop in afterwards and have the answers, right? And like do the cool press. He's not supposed to be there when the shooting happened. You know what I mean? He's not Secret Service. He's not actual FBI. He's he for all he knew was a target, and then we found out that he wasn't for some reason. I don't know. Very embarrassing for him. The way that he stood behind the president and stared straight forward has got to be a fucking meme too. And then we have to address the ball house or the ballroom conspiracy.
See, I just think that they capitalized on a thing.
Yes. Yeah, first of all, I agree. They're going to capitalize on anything. They were like, how do we spin this? The easiest way is like the ballroom. When in reality, their security could have been way the fuck better. Way the fuck tighter.
The security was fine.
The security was fine, but also if
they had like, what else are they going to do? They had multiple layers that would need to be penetrated for something bad to happen.
Again, like I said, it didn't look good from the layman's perspective who has no idea what they're looking at, but they did their job.
Like Reagan was shot here, and they've still been doing it in this hotel.
Exactly. Well, and the fact that they like do this, like the fact that they were like, you know, slowly walking through the crowd and traipsing on the chairs and stuff. Dude, they had neutralized the threat like minutes ago. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people, the way that people are judging this is like so conspiracy brained. So I agree. I don't think that they planned this for the ballroom. And also, here are a couple other fun facts for people who might be considering that. Like, the ballroom could fit about 25, like as planned. It's large, but it could fit about 25% of the people that were in the actual ballroom the other night. Because the capacity of that ballroom is over 4 times as large. And on top of that, so like if it were held there, it would be much smaller. And on top of that, it would have to be at the invite of the president, which is not what the White House Correspondents' Dinner is or is meant to be or anything like that. Like, so like, of course they're going to spin it as we should, but also, you also have to keep in mind the Supreme Court said no to his fucking ballroom. The Supreme Court told him no. So of course they're going to parade that around and be like, well, if only the Supreme Court had listened to us and given us our ballroom, right? Oh, that reminds me. Some important Supreme Court shit has been happening. I listened to both hours of the Supreme Court arguments the other day over geofencing data.
Damn, you're a fucking nerd.
Oh yeah, I watch C-SPAN all the fucking time. I'm like an actual nerd, dude.
That's great.
Like I could give you some quotes from it, but essentially like some of the arguments there's a bunch of like what steps are actually violating blah 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 blah. But basically when they do this like thing where they're like, oh, we think a crime happened in this area, so we want like the geofencing like data of like this area, everyone in this area give us like their cell phone data and stuff, right? And the argument is that is an unreasonable search of a bunch of innocent people for no good reason, right? And they made the dumbest fucking arguments. Like, so like there were times where the justices were like, okay, so like you think that this isn't like a search of their personal like stuff? And they're like, no, they opted in to a free public service, right? So their data is just out there, and they agreed to it, and this isn't a search, right? This is a query. This is a query. We just ask Google and they give us the data, so it's not actually like a search of their data. And they were like,
I'll give you a query.
So yeah, right. And so they were like, okay, so apply this to email. And he's like, no, email is different. And they're like, okay, so imagine that that their phone or like this data is like a safe deposit box, and like Google has a bunch of safe deposit box. Like they're using these metaphors, and then the people arguing that like no, we should use geofencing, right? Are say no. In this metaphor, it's like Google has these safe deposit boxes, but the safe deposit boxes have glass fronts, and anyone can see into them. And I'm like, that's not. So he's like, so it's different than email, just like the query thing. And it really, what it got down to about an hour and 40 minutes into this 2-hour arc, because they do an hour, one way and an hour the other way, and each justice gets a few minutes. Like that's how this works, right? So it's like a 2-hour thing. I wish they had more time, because some of the shit's ridiculous. Anyway, Alito fucking set the guy up. Being like, oh, so like gave him an opportunity to be like, oh yeah, no, this is like dangerous. If you guys rule that like this is not okay, this is like dangerous precedent for national security. And he's like, oh, how so? Like, oh, how is this dangerous for national security? And he's like, oh, well, like if this is called into question, like all of these other forms of surveillance that law enforcement currently use or want to use, down to video surveillance, might be called into question. Like,
that's
no,
a good point. Someone should do that.
I know, exactly, right? Like fucking exactly. But like that's what it came down to, and Alito like bit on it and was like, "Oh man, we can't fucking allow this to be questioned, because if we do, the slippery slope of like now we can't even have video cameras as evidence."
Oh no,
Like,
are you
first
telling
of all,
me that you might have to repeal the Patriot Act?
Because right now they're trying to jam Flock down people's throats, and like people are like, you know what pisses me off? As people are rejecting Flock because of all of the shit that's been coming out about it. Thank you, Ben Jordan and like 404 Media, for your tireless goddamn reporting. I love you guys. But like they like not only that, but like Axon, the body camera company, is ready to step in and be like, let us, the trusted body camera company, step in and be in charge of cameras instead of Flock. So like all of these like, oh no, these like security protocols aren't blah blah blah. And like the newest thing is we're finding out that they have fucking Wi-Fi on them. So they are sending this data places And it just I don't know, it's who. And like so they're accessing things like children's gymnastics studios and women's exercise centers, and like they're just I don't know. It's all ridiculous. So anyway, Axon is gonna step in and be like, yeah, we're gonna offer all the same things, but secure question mark? You know what I mean? Which isn't much better, but that's where my money is. Like, that's where we're going with this.
I watched a video talking about surveillance. I watched a video the other day about a law that Australia is passing.
Oh, what are you guys
which
passing?
basically is going to expand the extremely ineffective and highly opposed child ban on the internet to literally everything, because they want to integrate children's data into the government, which means that everything, literally everything, is going to need an ID check to use. So Australia is essentially ID checking the internet.
They also, just so you know, any new cars made as of starting 2027 in the U.S. Have to have like tracking, like government, like accessible tracking on them and stuff.
That law was passed a few years ago.
I'm so sick. I am so sick of this shit. Like Luddite revolution, please. Like I don't.
Yes.
At this point, the way that they're pushing AI into everything, I'm telling you, they're forcing us into a dark age intentionally. And I've been thinking about it, and I feel like some of this is like simpler than a lot of people are thinking, if that makes sense. Okay, like so, yes, dead internet theory in the sense that like there are a bunch of junk out there, and like that's been bot generated for a little while now, right? But also, on top of that, consider that there was enough of a problem with people that were better than myself. Like, I do this, like, as needed kind of thing. And I'm not good at it anymore because Google's not good anymore. But, like, dorking. Have you ever heard of dorking?
No.
Okay, so dorking is a method of searching, right?
It's like twerking, but with the front for boys.
Yeah, it is. Basically, that's a really good way to. That's actually a really good definition. We're just gonna leave it there. But no, it's you can look it up. It is like essentially a way, like using like tools and little like little things to find specific, very specific shit online, right? And I like, if it's like a scale of 1 to 10, I play around like level 3 or 4, where like I will type in file type, semicolon PDF if I want to find a file and not a news article on something, like the actual whatever, like like the court documents or something, like, or I will like use the date range, or I will use like the not this word or only these words. But as the internet has changed, and especially with the rise of AI, like, think about this. Like, if you look back at a bunch of like, oh, we found vulnerabilities, or we found these, like, this is just kind of open and no one really was looking for it before, but like I found a bunch of information on white supremacists because they left the part of their website where they saved all of their PDFs wide open for me. And I wasn't even looking for it. I was looking for someone's name very specifically I was looking for a totally different PDF that I knew existed, and it brought up this PDF because of the way that I searched for it. And we found a bunch of information on a bunch of people over a bunch of years. And like and it was their newsletters and shit. So like it had photos and things. I don't know. Anyway, like, this is just one example of me just mindlessly looking. Now imagine people who are looking for vulnerabilities, or looking for information, or looking for databases to scrape and sell or use. Like, people who are good at dorking got shit done a lot faster than people who like don't know how to use a Google search bar well. And here's the thing: while humans that were good at finding things like through dorking and other methods, like were a problem, it's nothing compared to a generative AI model specifically scraping the entire internet for those kinds of exploits.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to some degree, making information harder to find and making everything the ever present and whatever propaganda they push to the top of the Google feed is intentional from like a national security standpoint, because if we're going to go to a World War III, we can't have, you know, our own people or any other actors able to use the internet like they used to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's total control, and the internet is the last bastion of freedom.
And we're also doing this huge thing where things are moving behind paywalls very quickly, and they're fucking with the Internet Archive. I'm telling you, we are going to end up in a dark age. It has gotten to the point where when I access a news article, I save a PDF of it under the like I have a list of like, you know, file like sequential files for like every day and every month and every year, because I might not be able to find that or access it or prove that it ever existed if it was only ever published digitally, if the Internet Archive goes away, or if the Internet Archive decides it doesn't want it there anymore, like it did with Kiwi Farms, or if, you know, or if they start editing things the way that just, I don't know. It sucks. I feel like we're heading for a dark age, and I feel like to a degree it is intentional tactically and capitalistically, but it is so fucking bad for humanity.
I mean, yeah, how else are you going to amass all the wealth in the world unless you make everybody else extremely poor and beholden to you?
Well, and here's the thing. Knowledge legitimately is...
said.
Like, I know it sounds corny, but knowledge...
Knowledge.
Knowledge and like knowing context and history and stuff is power, as well as like actual human connections. So if they force people offline or make them interact angrily with each other or bots or be in their own little private chats, where again that's forcing you out of public, right? Like this is intentional, right? And whether or not we actually go to war, there is money to be made off of this. And my personal response, like this is very doomery, so I guess I at least want to give people like some hope, right? You can turn off social media and start making friends around you. And no, the people around you are not always the coolest or the best people in the world, but neither are people online. And if something,
except for me,
like, you know, push comes to, except for John, and like if push comes to shove, the people around you are going to be the people that you lean on. And so myself and other people in my community are doing a lot of things like organizing and creating. Like, this is something I learned when I like first started organizing, like back around the time of like the Arab Spring and everything. All of the discourse at the time was about space and occupying space. Like, this was like even before Occupy, right? Occupying space, because like there was no third spaces to be in. There was no, like, you know, the tragedy of the commons type shit. But like and taking that space back and using it for ourselves to build community, because community is power, and community allows you to share things like resources and knowledge when necessary, and community allows you to have the trust to like overcome things like propaganda from the outside. So like we're doing things like organizing potlucks and organizing art nights and organizing movie nights and organizing like walks through the wetlands and shit like that, so that people have chances to hang out with each other and meet each other and do shit that feels good and gives them like some of that serotonin and feeling of community and doing things with other people and sharing some laughs or whatever, or venting, getting shit off their chest, whatever we need to do, without us having to plug in and share data to do it. And so like starting and creating spaces where people can unplug and meet other people to unplug, like if you create that and like get the word out to people, people will start showing up. That's what I have to say about that. So like you can make a difference in your own community. And like it's ridiculous like once you start learning about history and like all these groups and things that you'll read about, like at the end of the day, it was like small groups of like 30 people or less meeting over time and gaining trust and deciding to do something and follow through with it. Like that's not as hard to organize as you might think.
I've talked about this.
And I'm not
few
talking about
times.
going after the president. I mean, like doing things for your community, whatever your community might need.
Not organizing, but actual. I've like pushed actual legislation. I've had 3 different things that I not necessarily created. One of them, the drug recycling, was a big me thing, but like a lot of people wanted the Columbus statue taken down, and a lot of people wanted the highway redirected so it wasn't segregating by design. But like all 3 of those things, I was able to pressure my local representatives to bring those things up on like, because some of this stuff had to go to Albany as well.
Yeah.
And like another thing is my dad was one of the people who pushed to help get Four Locos taken off the shelf.
Oh my God, can we interview your dad?
No, fuck him.
About Four Locos?
But he had he got in with like Chuck Schumer.
Jesus Christ.
Oh God. Can we? No, seriously. Can we interview your dad about Four Locos?
No, my dad is a terrible person who abused me.
That doesn't. Life. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's fair.
But, like my brother drank 2 of them, not knowing how strong they were, and then I had to give him mouth to mouth after he choked on his own vomit.
Jesus Christ.
He also threw up on the dog. The funniest part of this story, I called my friend, we called him Douchebag Bob, because like he was my friend from like elementary school, but he clearly had like, and I know because I suffered a lot with this too, but you kind of are just a dick because you're so afraid of how you're trying to be cool, you know, and you're afraid you're not actually confident in yourself, you know what I mean? That type of attitude.
Yeah.
But he's just very arrogant and self-centered and stuff, and we like had a picnic and he like ate all the chips and was like, is there any more chips? And nobody else had any chips.
Oh no.
And stuff like that, just very funny stuff like that where he's just not aware of things. But I texted him and I was like, hey, can you come over and just watch my brother, because I have to give the dog a bath. And the motherfucker rang the front doorbell and woke my mom up. Like, if I wanted my parents awake, I would have went up there and told my mom.
Yeah, but that's, oh boy. Yep. Man.
Like, the situation was under control.
I grew up in a really strict household, so any of my crazy stories all happened to other people's houses, not my own. Like my parents, I don't know, very strict, no drinking, no smoking kind of people.
But I just want to remind people that your local elected representatives literally have to listen to you if you go over there.
Yep. Well, actually, yeah, they got sick of us with the data center because it turns out no one likes a fucking data center. And they like had backroom deals and like it's a whole fucking thing.
I'm not doing stuff like data centers. Drug recycling was a pretty easy pitch.
What they did is twice a month there is a comment period where you have 3 minutes. They're limiting it to 1.5 minutes once a month. So like They can, like, yeah, we hang around afterwards and talk to them, but like, there's only so much having a nice conversation with someone 20 times in a row who's hell-bent on selling out your city can do. You know what I mean? I don't know. Not all local representatives are like that, but you'd be surprised.
It depends on what you're going in there to do. I don't go in to take down data centers because I know stuff like that. That's stuff that I would do with protesting, but I don't do that type of stuff anyway.
Oh, it's a whole look. It's a thing that you have to hit from multiple angles, and to get a lot of people involved, telling them, don't worry, all those official routes, like we had 300 people show up to speak repeatedly and they did this anyway. So you're already mad. You don't have to go through the official channels. We already did that for you. People are still trying it. They're filing lawsuits. They're doing they're doing FOIAs. We're doing as much as we can. The thing is, like, literally from a federal level, after Indiana started to fight back and after West Virginia started to fight back, like, because we got like 11 of them stopped and some moratoriums passed out of like 40 something, and I think we're now up to 17. Like, that's a lot of data centers we stopped, right? And that's because no one fucking likes them, left or right. And this is all happening while Epstein shit is going down. Like, he's losing his base, right? And as that's happening, as Indiana he went out there and gave this speech that almost no one fucking paid attention to. Like, the Saudis were there, if I remember correctly, where he was talking about how he was going to make it so local officials would no longer have power on anything that he wanted to happen. So essentially, they've been taking away the EPA, stuff. So like, oh, well, even though they're polluting the shit out of our air with this data center and our water, it still meets standards. So legally, we can't stop them once they've done it, right? Like, so they're doing it that way, but they're also making it so like, they're shortening our comment periods. They're going around people's backs. They're making it so like none of this information is public. All of these things are just popping up. And like, all of that is like potential lawsuits, but by the time we're having a lawsuit, they have it built, right? And then it's them going, well, how much money do you want us to pay you, because it's already here, right? And I don't know. It's this huge fucking mess of a thing, but they're literally taking away like power from states to give it to the federal government. Literally the opposite of what the Republicans say they are for. Like, so that they can push things like data centers. And it's been an important issue because it is the thing that is not woo-woo in any way, right? Like, you got weird woo-woo shit around the Epstein files. You got weird woo-woo shit around anything that's like Republican, Democrat, whatever. Data centers is the thing that a lot of people here have been focusing on because it's the thing that no one wants, and we can start a conversation about. And after we like all spend 6 hours together repeatedly, all like giving our little 3-minute speeches, right? Like, you get to know each other and respect each other in this weird way. We're like, yeah, no, I fucking hate Farmer Bob, but he doesn't want the fucking data center next door. And he comes and yells about like how like he's not leaving his land and he wants to die there because his great grandpa lived there. And like, I'm not here for the exact same reasons, but he understands what this means for the community. And because I've talked to him a few times afterwards, or while we're in line, or while we're sitting there during those hours and other people are giving speeches, like, people get to know you. And next time around and on other issues where Trump is saying something ridiculous, you can roll your eyes and be like, Bob, this is like the fucking data center, remember? Like, where they were saying all this slick shit, but like, it's not true. Here's the truth. And they're more likely to fucking listen to you. So like,
that's a really good point.
So data centers are like our hinge issue here currently for a lot of organizing. And it is a big deal because quite literally, like, my air quality was green every day and now it's yellow all the time, and they're putting God knows fucking what in the water. We're at the top of the fucking watershed. 2 watersheds, the 2 biggest watersheds in the entire fucking country that go all the way down to the Gulf. We're the start of them. And they're just putting shit in the water and pumping shit into the air. They're gonna like start doing the small modular reactors and burning natural gas, because the one that they've built here, they like just started
Aren't they
kicking the shit
nuclear?
on. Not yet. Well, not this one. But like but that's not out of the question, right? They're pushing through. They're trying to push through.
A private company running a small reactor is a lot different than the military running a small reactor.
Yeah.
If anything,
And the
letting
military-
data centers have their own reactors is going to cause more anti-nuclear sentiment.
Yep,
True.
it will. And here's the thing, modular is stupid. Modular is stupid because like one of the biggest things that is a legitimate safety concern is taking into account the actual site and building it according to the site. Like that's something that no one should be. So saying that we can ship a one-size-fits-all reactor that'll be fine in earthquakes, that'll be fine in, you know, like I don't believe you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
doubt
I
so.
think you're selling a meltdown to us. And like, why would we take those steps back when we could be doing much safer, larger scale stuff so we don't rely? I don't know. It's crazy. And it's also crazy when you think about the fact that like the people that have been building up to this like worldwide tension over the last decade, like they've been fighting against, but like slowly understand, like, but at the same time understanding that like we do need quote unquote green technology. The reason that green quote unquote, I mean, like this is always in quotes when I say green technology, but when green technology started to get pushed by the government, it was when they started to see it as a national security thing. Because if we fuck with the world's oil, but we have enough of shit running on solar and wind and nuclear and not relying on that, because we convinced people that batteries are better, and now a bunch of our cars run on batteries, like fucking up, like, you know, with like lithium like mining. But don't look at that because it's really about that's in our sphere of influence. This other shit isn't. You know what I mean? I don't know. We are seriously fucking shit up real bad in ways that like I don't think we're gonna recover from, like, as a species. And that's
kind of agree.
bad. But the only thing that we can do is go, well, come hell or high water, where some of us are going to survive it, we might as well try and make it as many of us as possible and start doing the like
sabotaging
literal,
this shit.
actual offline grassroots organizing that will actually do any good against this, you know?
Sabotage.
Sabotage. I don't know. Like, it's one of those things, like, I haven't started doing it. I'm letting things cool down just a little bit, and then I'm going to go around and poke Catholic churches and talk to a bunch of priests I haven't seen in 15 years. Father, I'd love to have dinner with you.
Intriguing.
I haven't been to church in 15 years, but things are
Save
happening,
me.
and I would love to. Yeah, a prodigal son ready to come home and at least have a conversation with people. Because, again, you're not going to get people to join you with torches the first time that you talk to them about something like this. Confronting them with stuff and making them think about it and do the thought experience and figure out where they actually lie is going to get you a lot farther than like just letting people ignore shit, and giving people spaces to be, and giving people like I don't know how to put it other than if you build it, they will come. Like, I don't have a roadmap of what's going to happen in these spaces, but if I create a space and invite people into it and say, invite cool people that you think will also fit into this space or whatever we're doing tonight, then people feel comfortable there. It is a space where people can come and meet offline, right? Like, and this is one of many spaces that are being built like this. And so, like, I think that that's what people should really be focusing on currently, my opinion. I am more online than I'd like to be, but I'm less online than I've been in a decade.
It's not terminal.
I'm just still grieving the internet, man.
Yeah, it's going to be sad.
I've been thinking of it like, because look, they made us all poor people live there. That's where we lived. It's where our generation lived, period. And like, not only, and they're taking that from us, and not only that, like, it's this whole, it's not gone, but it's never gonna, even if you put it back, it wouldn't be the same.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like it's like someone's grandpa or grandma or dad or mom getting Alzheimer's or like a brain tumor or something, where like they are still there, but they are not the same, and it's not going to get better. And like you can hang around them, but it's not going to be like when you were a kid. You know what I mean? Like it's not ever going back to what it was. And it's really sad. And like you grieve it as it's happening because you know it's happening. And you can't stop it. Like I cannot single-handedly put the internet back together. I wish,
unfortunately.
Man. I don't know. Anyway,
rest in peace.
I found a video.
Oh,
it says
let's watch
top
the
10
video.
shocking moments from the Trump assassination you missed.
Oh, I wonder if they're all the ones that I named.
So.
Oh, we also didn't show Erica Kirk, but she cried. The other
think
one. Did you see,
most people have seen it.
Did you see the other Erica Kirk rumor though? It was so dumb.
Which one?
Okay, so so like Russian media
amazing. Good start.
Tweeted a photo of her and a black man
Okay.
at a cocktail party before the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Again, just like every other conspiracy of the night, there is nothing strange about this. It's a if you know who this black man is, he's a Fox journalist, like a Fox News journalist that like works with White House shit. Like there's a reason he's at this cocktail party, and like in the photo is zoomed out just enough. Like the backdrop is like the White House, but it's not the actual White House. They're in somewhere, and this is like a photo like a photo op in a corner, and you can see like curtains and things behind it, like from the little room they're in. Like whoever snapped this photo didn't even edit it very well. But then I saw that part cropped out as though they're standing in front of the White House, shared repeatedly on Twitter by like, I don't know, bots, white supremacists, dumbasses. I don't even fucking know at this point. Just shared repeatedly on Twitter with people being like, look, Erica Kirk has moved on and she's dating a black man and she took him to this like cocktail party. It was reported. There's like, here's the link. And like,
amazing.
I literally fucking can't. You know what I mean? Like, so that's how her night started, right? And then it ended with her going, I just want to go home. Leaving very much alone. Because she was not there with him.
That's so funny.
Which is funny. Like,
that is
I don't know.
Incredibly dumb.
Every single conspiracy theory about this night, right? Because here's the thing. Even, you know what? Oh, as much as I fucking hate Stephen Miller, the threat had pretty much passed. And that didn't look good, but he was essentially trying to help his pregnant wife get through the crowd quickly. Like, it was not a flattering photo, but they were not walking towards danger. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I will say it was funny. There was another, like, set of two photos that one, you just see this hand on his back, and it was repeatedly shared by people being like, look at Stephen Miller protecting his wife before the other photo, like the grabbing her tip photo came out, like, protecting his wife. And then that journalist had to, like, share another photo that was like, no, here's, like, a slightly different angle. That hand on his back was the Secret Service agent that's protecting them. Like, I don't know. Everything about this this shooting attempt was a meme.
The whole thing is very funny. I understand why people are going towards conspiracy.
Oh, but they're all okay. Here's the thing. There's 50 of them. Which one are you talking about? Which one is understandable?
Jack?
What?
Which one are you, like, which one is understandable? Like, there's like 50 of them.
Like the, mostly the ballroom one, just because they capitalized on it so easily.
Yeah, but like,
It makes logical sense if you really think about it, right? And you think about the thing that's always been in politics of like, never let a good tragedy go to waste. You know, like it's a perfect opportunity to push for the ballroom. You also have your little fucking agents on Twitter and your incel platform do the same thing. It looks sus. And then you consider what Ashley Sinclair said. Even if she wasn't lying, we know that the group chats exist.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, I thought you meant about the shooting.
No,
She's been saying all kinds of stuff. Have you been keeping up with her?
No, not necessarily.
Elon
but
Musk created a TikTok because she's been posting on there, and she's been like,
"That's awesome."
Here's the thing. I still don't fully trust her, but she sure as shit. Like, just like I said, one day, Kash Patel's girlfriend will be like, I've reformed. I realized that this was crazy. I couldn't leave. He might have had me killed. Like, we're going to hear that out of her mouth one day. Like, I will bet you off, not on Polymarket, but I will bet you $20, you know? Like, I bet you that we'll hear. Just like
that's
Ashley
like $30
Sinclair.
for me. That's good profit.
Because eventually it's not good for them, right?
Yes. Eventually.
There is actually currently, oh my god, so there's all this drama on TikTok. There's this one lately where there was this young girl who was pushing this rhetoric, right? Like all the like Roe v. Wade stuff like a couple years ago. And she disappeared for a little while, came back. Now she has a baby and she's complaining about how much
you
her
destroyed
medical bills
Nazca?
are.
Why would you do that?
I don't want it.
I don't want it.
I plan to put a city somewhere else.
Their upgrade gives you the ability to draw Nazca lines. It's one of the best upgrades you can get.
Oh well, they're gone now.
Like, I was putting people there because I wanted it, and I was like, alright, he can have it. And then I look over, and it's destroyed?
Yeah, my whole plan was to get
Why
rid of
would
it.
you do that? Now we can't get Nazca lines.
I wanted a coastal city.
I don't know. Even with the whole, like, while I understand, I feel like you have to be ready, like, already conspiracy brained and, like, just waiting for a conspiracy to really latch on to that if you look closely at it and actually analyze it well. If you watch dumb analysis, it's like, everyone in that room was in so much danger as that one old man is, like, standing up for a show, you know? Like, if you buy into the bullshit, sure, I see how people are buying it, but also like, nah, dude, like, come on, guys, come on, we gotta be better than this, or we're just gonna buy bullshit in a different flavor, whether it's Russian or Chinese or red, but like with a blue face, like, you know what I mean, like. We gotta stop being so conspiracy brained and look at the shit, because yes, there's a lot of conspiracies, but also did that make them look good? Like all of these like ridiculous moments, this clearly was not rehearsed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just
Secret Service did do their job. But
That's
beyond
true.
that, they did not ham this up. Like, I don't know. Trump just sat there like a fucking idiot after he watched like a magic trick.
Because when they rocked up, he looked like he had no clue.
I swear they pumped him full of Xanax or something, because the way he got up there and like rambled for 30 like minutes, like, it wasn't even a threat. I'm just like Abraham Lincoln, like, while Kash Patel just looked terrified right behind him.
It was quite funny.
I don't know, man. Whole thing was silly.
If you really want, we can go back.
Let's go.
John.
No, it's okay. Just as a general rule, never destroy the city-state, because holding them, even if it's next to a volcano, gets you their bonus, and generally that's better than moving a city or recreating a city or anything like that. But I just, because we passed that anyone can condemn heretics, I got a scout in the Aztec territory and open borders with him. So he just bought an apostle, and I immediately walked over and burnt that apostle. Wasted all his faith purchase on that fucking apostle. And he has 29
Amazing.
faith left. And so, like, when I first was in the crisis where I almost lost my religion, He was getting like right now he's getting 116 faith per turn. So he must be doing holy site prayers as well. But I had to build holy sites and skyrocket my faith.
I'm telling you guys, you need to try Civ 7.
It's too expensive. If people want to subscribe, then
it'll
we can
go on
afford it.
sale.
Also,
just wait.
Look at this. I'm the only one who, besides Mansa Musa, who voted for the aid, right? And he stupidly voted while he was at war, so he has 120 minus. I just gave him 1 gold, and I'm in first place.
That's great. I couldn't afford it.
You couldn't afford 1 gold?
No, I have 3 gold per turn. Anyway, let's continue.
Being evacuated from the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night before the festivities even began, the Secret Service rushing in and dragging him away. That was pretty wild stuff, I'll admit it. But that wasn't even one of the most shocking things that happened last night. There were 10 other things that you may or may not know of.
10?
And in fact, they may not want you to know of them, that happened before, during, and after the event. The first one was actually Caroline Levitt giving an interview to Fox News before the event. Listen to what she said about what was shortly to come.
Already?
I reckon we've got pretty much all of them.
Called? Yeah, I think I got all of them.
8 to 9, maybe all of them.
Yeah, maybe I might be missing one. Maybe 2, but like I'm pretty sure I got all of them.
It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it. Now, of course, she was talking about the jokes that Donald Trump had ready to go, the jokes that he was cocked and ready to fire out at the media, at the press, because, you know, that's what you do. It's like a roast. It's the White House Correspondents' Dinner / roast. It's where you get to playfully rib your...
Trump cannot do comedy. You can look at the roast of Donald Trump because they let him do jokes at the end, right? Mm-hmm. And also, one of the funnier ones, if you look at when he did the WWE event...
Yeah.
Like, it's so obvious, especially if you, like, listen to some stuff about the background going on at some of the events. Mm-hmm. It's so obvious that he is so unwilling to go with something. So, like, there's like a character, because like, you know, there's like, it's for kids, so there's some characters that are like monsters in wrestling and stuff. Mm-hmm. So like the script called for him to be like scared of this monster or something, and instead he's just like, listen, I don't have a sandwich, they're treating me poorly here, do you got a sandwich for me or something? What? The only funny thing he's ever done was motorboat Rudy Giuliani.
That is pretty funny. Cethia. Is that me? What did I find?
Or competitors and your compatriots, and well, Donald Trump competes with the press more than any president ever has. And Caroline Levitt went viral after that for those comments, even though, of course, she knew nothing about what was going to happen. One of the other things that was really, truly remarkable was the backstage vantage point video we got of J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, and President Donald Trump being dragged off by the Secret Service. You can see they run in, they grab the Vice President. He gets taken off to the right. President Donald Trump.
Called it.
Secret Service comes in, they surround the table, they get him off to the left.
Okay, there's a guy in front that you probably didn't notice. There's a guy standing in front of him that got there way before this was taken. By way, I mean like 15 seconds. That like is literally standing in front of him while he's sitting in that chair. It's so like, but like you only kind of, it's hard to see in this video because it's happening so fast and you're paying attention to like, you know, the movement. But there is a person standing in front of him, between him and the audience, and there's also 2 people on either side of that person with long guns. So, yeah. Anyway. just to add context in case you missed it.
And Melania's the first lady is there as well. Caroline Leavitt is rushed off stage. Everybody's put back to safety. A lot of folks are asking about this clip, and they're saying, why is it that J.D. Vance was taken off first? Why is it that President Donald Trump was taken off second? Well, as far as the Secret Service goes, they don't talk about their operational procedures, nor should they. They don't talk about what's procedural in the Secret Service because they don't want people to know. They don't want people to be able to take that information and plan ahead. But we do know this much. The Secret Service detail for the vice president and the Secret Service detail for the president are independent details. They work independently of each other. So when the shots are fired or the stuff goes down, basically, J.D. Vance.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you, sir. For this, I actually did not realize that they're two independent details. That explains that entire, because that's the one that I was like, I can't explain it, but also like he is old, and they are they might split them up, or they might, like I said, be securing an exit and making sure that they can get an elderly man there without him tripping. You know what I mean? I don't know, but that is a better explanation than I had. I will say that I did not realize that. So thank you, bald man with a microphone. I don't say that very often.
Vance's team ran in faster than President Donald Trump's. Now, keep in mind, President Donald Trump also had the first lady. I believe there's added military intervention that has to happen. The guys had to come in with the guns. J.D. Vance, they just had to get out of there. And of course, they go separate ways because you need to keep the vice president and the president separated. That is the presidential line of succession. Mike Johnson was also in the room somewhere, but he just ran out the front door and I think hid in a bathroom or something. So, but that was what, just to have that vantage point, just to be able to see from behind the scenes that closely to the vice president being dragged away and the president also being evacuated is.
There's pictures of that. There's pictures of the detail around the third person that he was talking about leaving. They pulled him out through the hallway where the shooter was because they pulled them in three separate directions. They pulled Vance off one side, they pulled Trump off the other because, like you said, they have to it is part of security protocol to make sure you have an exit and secure and to separate them. And by the way, another argument against his bunker, he was talking about we need a secure room. First of all, there's already a secure room in the White House that had massive modifications after 9/11 because when they threw all the people in there, it got low on oxygen supply and they had to send people out to get oxygen to put oxygen in the room. So there were upgrades.
And let me tell you, if
after
Trump's in there, it's especially going to be pulling oxygen.
Well, but here's the other thing. And that happened very quickly, by the way, because if you remember
a joke about
on
how
9/11,
stinky he is.
I know, but if you remember on 9/11, they put George W. Bush in the air and on Air Force One very quickly. So other people did it, but other people were also down there longer, so it was a continued problem. Anyway, because again, you separate people and they make, but it's dumb to tell people where it is exactly. Right? Because we don't know exactly, at least I don't, I guess maybe someone does, where that room is in the White House, right? We don't know. We know where at least 4 of them are, right? But there are others that we don't know about. And the whole point is to move him in a way that people won't know where he's going or what he's doing, and to move him repeatedly so he's nowhere too long. So to be I need a secure bunker under this room is a really fucking stupid argument for building his stupid fucking ballroom, by the way. Just so you know, that is just categorically true. The whole I need a secure place to go. First of all, you have multiple, okay? And second, that's not how we go about this. I don't know. Anyway, keep going.
Is one of the wildest vantage points we have. I don't know who took this video. I don't know who had the camera, but it's all media people. So, you imagine there's a lot of folks out there wanting to do a lot of reporting. Another really wild thing that happened was some of the reaction of the guests. Everyone there was pretty high profile, either a media reporter or a media industry insider. There were a lot of celebrities there. And of course, there were dignitaries from the world of politics. And Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, who also attended. Now, keep in mind, just 7 months ago, her husband was killed by a sniper at the university, at Utah Valley University, while he was giving a speech, while he was doing his TPUSA presentation. And now, 7 months later, she's at the White House Correspondents' Dinner watching the president, and all of a sudden, there's gunfire in the lobby. She's being told to hide under the table. The Secret Service rushes in. As you can imagine, she was visibly upset.
I just want to go find
I love this guy is trying to be nice to everybody else.
I've never been shocked.
He included that as one of the funniest moments. Like, I know that he like tried to play it off as like, oh, this isn't funny, oh, this poor woman, but also like, dude, does that count as one of the funniest moments? Because it was to me, and it was in the video.
I think it counts.
Shot at. I've never had a loved one shot at, but I imagine for women whose husbands, and Melania Trump as well, she's gone through this multiple.
The one that I might have missed, another one from the press conference after he rambled for like 30 minutes. He just said the same shit over and over again. It was nonsense. He wasn't really answering questions as he was being asked. At the end, he turns, she's off camera, and he goes, "You want to say anything, Melania?" And there's a pause, and he goes, "No? Okay." And then they're done. Like, that might get brought up. I did forget that moment. It made me laugh pretty hard.
It's quite funny.
Times. Having to watch her husband in Butler, Pennsylvania, take a bullet to the ear, having to watch again as he was playing golf, and another assassin, Ryan Ruth, was pulled out of the bushes, multiple other attempts that we probably don't even know about. It is very difficult for the wives and the women and the widows in this case, and Erica Kirk's reaction shows that. A reaction of a dramatically different kind was that of owner and CEO of the UFC, Dana White, who thought it was just awesome.
It started getting noisy. Tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly did you see?
We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president was.
Table. Yes. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled, or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters. They came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something. But yeah.
So you didn't see the actual attacker?
We were up in the front. I can't believe they came towards us. This guy is sorry. This guy would basically be me if I was there that night. I'd be like, yeah, it was crazy, man. It was wild. Like, yeah, I guess we weren't in danger, but it felt like we were for a minute, man. They were coming right at us. Sorry, I actually hadn't seen this clip. This is pretty funny.
There you go. So, I mean, again, so Dana White, everybody else is screaming and yelling and ducking under tables. Erica Kirk is about to leave in tears, and Dana White's like, I didn't get down. It was friggin' awesome. It was the most amazing. What a night. 10 out of 10. Would do again. Highly recommend. You know, Dana White's probably on like, what's it called? Google giving a 5-star review to the Hilton Hotel. He's probably on, he's like, let me give a review to this whole night because I had just the best time. He wants to come to the next one. I 100% am sure about that. RFK Jr. got a little bit of flack, not that it was his fault, for the way he exited. Not necessarily for the way he exited, because the Secret Service came in. He's a cabinet member. He's the Secretary of Health and Human Services. The Secret Service came in. They surrounded him. They dragged him off stage.
What a sentence.
But they forgot about his wife, Cheryl Hines, who was caught on camera kind of limping behind. Here comes the Secret Service. They've got RFK. They're dragging him
for wearing shoes.
up
He
and
can't
over
run it.
the stage. Stephen Miller and his wife. And here's Cheryl Hines. No protection. Nobody around. Tables are being thrown.
She's
Loud bangs. And she's kind of fending. She's kind of got to fend for herself and all of that. That was, yeah, you know, again, it's chaos. It's chaos when you're there. Pete Hegseth.
Did you
Pete
see that
Hegseth
dude
is there with Dana
smiling
White.
and filming?
And they
Go back a couple seconds. There's like a young dude just smiling and filming. Like this is not Dana White, but like it's like right
wife
at the
Cheryl
end.
Hines,
Yeah,
who
like-
was caught on camera kind of limping behind. Here comes the Secret Service. They've got RFK. They're dragging him up and over the stage. Stephen Miller, his wife. And here's Cheryl Hines. No protection. Nobody around. Tables are being thrown. Loud bangs. And she's kind of fending. She's kind of got to fend for herself and all of that. That was, yeah, you know,
That
again,
guy right
it's
there.
chaos. It's chaos when you're there. Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth is there with Dana White.
I don't know if he was smiling, but you can see
Okay.
him in another frame as well, just his arm.
Journalism right there.
I would like you
Hell
to
yeah.
remove everybody that's smiling right now.
It's funny because I've seen all of this footage, but not from this angle because, like, quite literally, there's 50 angles of it because it was a room full of journalists. So it's wild to just, like, I don't know, see it again from a slightly different. I didn't see Stephen Miller run like that in front of the camera. See what I mean by, like, even that one, like, he was, like, trying to escort his wife out. Like, yeah. I don't
The
think
way
any
I
of
would
the
do it, too.
conspiracy theories.
Like a man.
Just in case he doesn't get you again. But like, all I'm saying is, like, I don't think a single conspiracy theory about this night was true. Like, not a single fucking one.
No, I would tend to agree.
Like, it's silly as fuck, but I don't think a single one is true.
Unfortunately.
And they want Dana White to leave, and of course, as we know, Dana White does not leave. He just kind of sits there and he watches what happens. People start screaming USA. It's this is exactly there it is. There's Dana White. He's just chilling. He's like, I'm just watching. I'm having a great time. A much better time.
fucking great.
A much better time than Cheryl Hines was. I will at least say that. Now, Carrie Lake, you may remember Carrie Lake. She ran for governor in Arizona. She ran for Senate in Arizona. President Donald Trump, a lot of people thought they thought it would give her some kind of cabinet position, and she is now in charge of the VOA, the Voice of America.
Crazy.
Well, Carrie Lake was being ushered out, and she found herself walking right next to CNN's Jake Tapper. And of course, she wasn't going to not say something.
Sorry, but guys, I walked out, and I walked out as a complete, I'm sorry, he's a fool. Walking out next to Jake Tapper, and I looked at him and I said, how dare you? You have caused so much division in this country, pushing lies. I said, you know, we're not going to call it gaslighting anymore. You've lied to the people. How dare you do that? And I saw so many people from all of these news outlets who've just spread abject lies about President Trump over the years. They're part to blame of this, and I don't mean to get dramatic tonight. But I, as an American mother and an American, I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of the fake news that has just spread.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, it's just her claiming?
She didn't have time to say this much to someone as all this was happening and have them actually pay attention to her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then the room clapped.
And people don't. And behind closed doors.
And Jake
most
Tapper
of these
isn't going to
people-
waste time even debunking this.
Most of these people are not like Sarah Palin or Marjorie Taylor Greene, where they kind of are themselves behind closed doors. You know what I mean? Like, I know that she also is a little crazy, but like, even that, like, they tone it down more than you think when they're not in front of a camera. So she's hyping this up. Like, that didn't happen. Not like that. She might have like said some little snarky thing to it, but not this. She didn't give him a fucking speech.
What she did is she thought it in her head. But Carrie Lake is up there with the kookies for me. She's almost as kooky, not almost, but she's like runner up to the other girl from the Southwest who shoots people who are dressed as mannequins.
The girl who was going to fucking London, that low-key, I was like, oh, someone Salman Rushdie her.
Oh my god. Did you see Salman Rushdie wrote a book about it?
Again? Another
About
book?
getting stabbed in the eye?
About getting stabbed in the eye?
Hilarious.
Yeah, I haven't. I mean,
I saw the
obviously
video.
read it.
I don't
It
need to
came
read a
out.
book about it.
I mean, look, I'm not either. But I just happened recently. I just saw a news article about him the other day. Apparently, he wrote a book about it.
That is quite funny. Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, I love how this is also another funny moment to this guy. Like, I appreciate his funny moments.
He didn't say funny, I don't think.
I thought it was the funniest.
It's shocking. You're the one who said you want to do a top 10 funny list. You're confusing yourself with him.
Projecting your wants and needs onto other people.
Okay, I guess. Okay, but so far our lists are pretty much one and the same.
Yeah, pretty much.
I did miss the one guy. I didn't see him, the podcaster. But he was basically me if I was there.
Nothing but lies, trying to hurt this president, trying to go against the American people, and I couldn't sit there silent and walk out next to somebody like a Jake Tapper and act like he's a good guy.
Yeah.
These
Yeah, I'm not walking out to next to somebody like a Jake Tapper and pretending he's a good guy. And you know, it's really interesting because the media has been stoking division with President Donald Trump. They have been attacking President Donald Trump for over a decade now.
I don't think the AI knows we have that mod that gave city-states walls. Because the Aztecs are getting annihilated over here.
Okay.
That's
right. Like, boom, lost another man-at-arms. There's more man-at-arms than they have on that city-state to begin with, and it has a wall. I don't know what they think they're doing.
By the time they're clearing their way up to him, like in the footage just there, like the reporter Asian lady was like waving her hands like, I don't have anything in my hands, right? By the way, by the time they're clearing their way up to him, they know that the main threat is done, right? I wonder if and when they even... I don't think they communicated that to the president, did they? Because the woman next to him didn't seem to know. Like, she dove trying to get down after him, but couldn't, like, as he was, like, falling and getting off stage, right? Like, I don't think... So it makes me wonder, did he just literally just fucking sit there like a dope without knowing that that the threat had been taken care of? Because the woman next to him didn't seem to know. You know what I mean? That's weird. What a weird dude. Like, zero self-preservation instinct. None.
They are weird people.
Ever since he came down the balcony and said, build a wall, Mexico's going to pay for it. Ever since that moment, the media has decided they put their sights on Donald Trump, and they've been doing nothing but churning out negativity, lies, propaganda to try to turn public opinion against President Donald Trump. And that's why you have, somebody asked a question, I forget who it was, and they said, why is it, President Donald Trump, that you believe you're it may have been Peter Doocy. Why is it that you believe, President Donald Trump, that you continue to get attacked in this way? Why is it you believe, President Donald Trump, that you are the victim or the target of so many assassination attempts? And President Donald Trump was very cordial, and he said, well, when you do something right, people come after you. When you're an effective leader, people come after you. He said, when you look at all of the presidents who effectively have led and have done things that are of great importance in the world, those are the ones who have either been assassinated or whose lives, there have been attempts on their lives. And he said, so, I'm a little honored that they think I'm important enough and effective enough to try to take me out multiple times. Now, that's a nice way to put it, but he knows the truth, and we know the truth as well. Bro. The reason he's attacked is because guys like Jake Tapper and folks in the media continually attack him and try to paint him and portray him as an evil villain that must be stopped at all costs. And their weak-minded, low-IQ viewers and listeners and readers fall for it. Speaking of which, ABC's Jonathan Karl was speaing to George Snuffleupagus, who already lied about President Donald Trump and had to shell out $16 million.
You should have known. He's a bald white man.
Yeah, I know. That's why I made the joke about I don't see this very often, but like he did tell me something I didn't think of or didn't know. Fuck. Damn it. He knew something I didn't. The worst person makes a good point.
It's always painful.
in damages. It was talking to Jonathan Karl this morning. Listen to what Jonathan Karl said President Donald Trump did this morning.
John, your phone rang early this morning?
Yeah, my phone rang shortly after 7 a.m. My landline, George, actually a number that few people call, and it was President Trump calling. He said at first he was calling to see if I was okay with what happened last night. Are you okay? And then he reiterated many of the things he said in his press conference last night, emphasizing the unity that he felt in that moment, that he felt at the dinner before the shooting and certainly after with the people who reached out to him. And he said absolutely, and he was quite firm about this, that dinner must be rescheduled. It must be rescheduled. He knows that I was a former president of the White House Correspondents Association and had worked with him on a dinner that never actually happened back during COVID. And he was saying, we've got to get this dinner back on. It has to happen.
So President Donald Trump, the morning after yet another assassination attempt, and I'll show you the proof of that in just a minute. But
it wasn't the morning after. No, literally before his press conference, when the woman in the white dress, the white sparkly dress, got up there, because she's like the head of the association now, right? It's weird that he's calling this guy, but like, because she was like right there for the magic trick, and it's like, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, she got up there and had to give a speech and tell them the whole like, oh, there's going to be a press conference, and she mentioned it's going to be rescheduled. Trump wanted to do it tonight, but due to like safety, like the Secret Service and safety protocol specifically said no. After something like that, you take all of the people that would be the line of succession that we're all in the same room and separate them and blah, blah, blah. And like, there's a whole like, we can reschedule this in a month or two. Like, she was saying that like literally before his press conference, just so you know. Like, so he's about to be like, oh, the next day he blah blah. No. Like, this was all like he wanted to. That dope was sitting there and was like, oh, it's taken care of, then let's keep going. Like that's he was much like the dude that was eating his fucking salad. Okay. He was like, do I get to see another magic trick? I don't know. Anyway, fuck this guy. He's about to lie. I'm pretty sure he's about to like wax poetic about how he like, you know, is brave. But I will also say it wasn't just, she also like framed it like it was her decision too. Like, because she's the head of the association. Like, sorry about this. We will, you know, like this won't, you know, we will do this. Like, Trump asked to do it tonight, but like, and we like could, but like they said no. Like that, she gave that speech. It's out there, but we don't really need to find it. It's not that interesting. Anyway, you can keep going.
Jonathan Karl, the morning after an assassin, less than 12 hours later, gets a phone call on his landline from the president of the United States, who had to get rushed off stage, whose wife was there, whose entire cabinet, family members probably calling him saying, are you okay? This is the third time now that we've seen publicly. And President Donald Trump is thinking about the reporters. Reporters, by the way, who are just awful to him. Jonathan Karl has written multiple books against President Donald Trump. His latest one, or one of the most famous ones, Betrayal, the final act of the Trump show. He has ridiculed and he has profited off of the ridicule of President Donald Trump for years now. Jonathan Karl has written several books about President Donald Trump. Here's another one, Retribution, Donald Trump and the Campaign That Changed America. He's been, you know, bad-mouthing Donald Trump to the tune of, I mean, I don't even know how many. There's a ton of these books. And all of these reporters that were there are writing them, and they're all trying to profit off of it. And Donald Trump still realizes that they're people. And in the morning, after an event like this, he calls them to find out if they're okay. And Jonathan Karl seemed a little surprised by that, as would anybody who's written the kind of things and said the kind of things that he said about President Donald Trump. I would be shocked, too, if that guy called me just to find out if I was okay. But that's exactly what Donald Trump does. He calls people, he cares about people, and he wants to know, are you okay? Now, back at the venue, a couple of the other crazy things that happened. One was the video of the shooter.
He also says thank you when people give him things.
Well, he's a good
even
person.
though he forces them to basically, you know, give it up to him. Like, who cares?
Who ran into the Hilton Hotel, ran so quickly by the first checkpoint that it was like a blur. There was video that President Donald Trump posted. And you can see, here they are. This is the checkpoint, black and white security cam footage. These are Secret Service agents and other agents, I think National Guard there. Here comes the guy. He just ducked down and ran by, and everybody pulls their gun out. And eventually he was apprehended. President Donald Trump famously posted the photo on his Truth Social. And we now know that this guy was a 31-year-old teacher from California who wrote a vicious manifesto, hated Donald Trump, hated Republicans, hated Christians, hated basically everybody. And for some reason, this school teacher took...
Bro was literally in there going on and on about how he's a Christian.
Yeah, we didn't even finich it. Like, he keeps going. Like, yep. They hated you.
I mean, you can read more.
Vicious. I'm using buckshot. He might, even if he shot, oh my God, he might have Dick Cheney. Wouldn't it have been funny though if he Dick Cheneyed the president with buckshot? Like, even if
that was birdshot.
Oh, that's fair. It was birdshot. It
Yeah,
wasn't buckshot.
so that's why the guy was fine, because it was like point blank birdshot. Which,
yeah, that's fair.
Birdshot can kill you. To be clear, it is possible.
It can. Do not shoot at anyone. We're not,
and like not only that, like
unless
I have
there's
a friend,
cigarette filters and an air rifle.
I have a friend. Okay, he's blind in one eye because kids playing with a pellet gun just happened to shoot it through an open window into his eye.
Oh no!
Yep. Isn't that fucking nuts?
No. You want to hear a really horrible story? Okay, so, country, right? There's a farmer. His wife notices there's a problem when like the tractor like runs into something.
What did the farmer say when he lost his tractor?
He's slumped over dead on the tractor. There's a single 22 in his skull or the back of his neck or somewhere. 122, he slumped over, he died. And heart, whatever, it hit something vital. And I don't remember exactly. But what I do remember is it took them like a few days to figure out that there were some boys that were like 10 and 12 who had been given like a 22 like lever rifle that were shooting at cans like nearly a fucking mile away with like trees and shit between them. And it happened to go through all of this shit across the field that he was like mowing on his fucking tractor or whatever. Or his like, I don't know what he was doing something in his fucking field on a fucking piece of machinery. Again, details a little hazy because this was years ago. But it happened to fucking hit him. And like I read this story and like it was like one of like the kids had no idea. They weren't trying to shoot anyone. They thought that those trees were a good backstop. You know what? There was a point in my life I might have told you that too. But like that's why you have to be so fucking careful with this shit because even a 22 long rifle, tiny little bullet, it's the same size. Here's the thing, 22 long rifle is the same size bullet as 223, right?
Yes.
And so
it's just
like
going much slower.
It's going much slower, but it still goes really far. They were like it was like at the end of the range of this thing, right? Like so just keep all of that in mind. Like crazy shit can happen with ammo. You're right.
It's why you should always shoot into a berm or some kind of hill if you are shooting in a public area.
Exactly. Well, and it's also why during hunting season and shit, you don't just traipse around in the woods, especially not without bright fucking orange on everywhere and making a good little racket so they don't, like, because some people shoot before, like, people drink out there. Also, Also, weirdos live all over the fucking place, dude. And they think that they won't get found, I don't know. Horrible shit happens constantly. Anyway, I don't know how we got on that tangent. But fuck this guy. Vicious manifesto. Also, I don't know, man. Like, we were reading it, we're like, this is the most lib-ass shit. Like, you're even limiting, like, what ammo you can use to, like, try to... that's not gonna help in court. They're gonna, like... I don't know, man.
I think he was expecting to die.
Yes, he was 100%. He was not expecting to trip and fall. And here's the thing, if he didn't, he would have gotten to those doors and not know how to get in.
Probably, yeah.
And he might have gotten shot. But also, he might not have, because Secret Service agents are generally better trained than that. Like, they are a we will jump on you. So, like, you know, because they also understand stray bullets. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are 2,600 people on the other side of that wall. There are.
Yes.
And they're, you know. So, like, I don't know. Yep.
Vote for religious strength for my religion this time.
But, like, fuck bald guy, I have officially, like, changed my stance. No thank you to you. I couldn't.
To take out the president, and not only the president, but a lot of other people. Peter Doocy reported this morning about what President Donald Trump told him was this guy's plan.
Talking to the president, he is, and the things that he's been hearing, he is of the understanding that this guy was trying to essentially break down the door, shoot his way through the door, and then go right up that center aisle and shoot as many people as possible.
Yeah.
The goal was to run up the center aisle, get into the ballroom, and shoot as many people as
To anyone who's like, oh no, there may have still been some danger in the area, Dude is standing literally outside the White House filming with like little things going behind him in the background. Like they knew the threat was neutralized at that point. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I feel like every conspiracy theory from this is so fucking stupid. And also, I wish someone would be competent, because every time someone attempts, they like actually do beef up security guys. I will say, have you been watching the kids doing the speed run on Scientology stuff?
They just started doing it to Palantir.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay,
yeah, they did.
That was great.
I was like, how
Wait,
long?
I think that might have been a parody.
Oh. Well, I was like, how long until they start doing it somewhere useful? Because it's funny. And how long until they're like, well, 50 of us could rush this venue.
It is very funny using people power to rush these cunty authoritarian organizations. I entirely support this.
I mean, no, I can't say I entirely support a group of like 50 teenagers or 20 teenagers or whatever, 10 teenagers running into an event where like armed security might gun you all down.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like Palantir and fucking Scientology and just disrupting.
Be careful. Be careful, because Scientology is actively not trying to harm you and like trying to be a public open space that you are technically welcomed into to an extent, right? Unless you do a speed run and they like trespass you or whatever, or you bother them repeatedly. But like, it's not the same as a private business that might have private security with guns that might use them. You know what I mean? Like, especially if it's out of the blue and that hasn't happened or they haven't been made aware. Like, I'm just saying, if you're gonna do stuff, even if it's silly, think about your safety and consider things before you do anything stupid, because I would rather not have this go from ha ha ha, look at them going into Scientology, to oh no, Palantir shot 4 teenagers in the parking lot.
They would do that too.
It's kind of like the Area 51 thing. Like, that would not have looked pretty if they had all actually rushed an army base. Which is why they didn't, because no one wanted to die. But also, we've got people grooming kids online like crazy. Who fucking knows, man? All I know is reality is already weird enough. I would rather not see kids get hurt. Like, I'm kind of over children being harmed.
No, that's fair.
Not my thing. But also, do use your rush powers for good. Like, local politicians, have a bunch of you like speed run into their office and try and tell them about something that you care about. I don't know. Like fucking there are places where that is useful that might get you low key arrested, but people will pay your bail, and you know what I mean, as opposed to shot. Be careful with where you go running like that.
Possible. And of course, right up the center aisle means the table where President Donald Trump is sitting with his wife, with the vice president, with the press secretary, with others. Right up the front aisle means running by Secretary of Health and Human Services RFK Jr., Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Everybody was there. It was a jam-packed room. And had this guy breached the perimeter, had he gotten into the ballroom, there's no telling what would have happened and what kind of damage he'd be able to do. But luckily, the Secret Service stopped him. Outside, after this had go on, and this just goes to show how lunatic these leftists are, there was a woman, well, get this, and I don't know the thought process here. She's lucky to be alive. I'll be honest with you. There was a woman outside while President Donald Trump was in his caravan, while he was back in the motorcade, while they were racing him after an attempted assassination plot, while the Secret Service was racing him and his staff and everyone back to the White House to a secure location, some woman decides she's going to try to run at his limousine. I'm telling you, she's lucky she's walking.
Stay behind the perimeter. Do not cross the gate.
Oh my god, of course PG on the scene was there filming it behind the scenes. Look at that shit. Tell me he's not on the freaking payroll.
Who?
Hey, you guys.
Yes.
Back up.
Who?
The right winger that's filming. PG on the scene.
He just films shit. What do you mean?
I mean, it's never really a good idea to charge the president's limousine, but definitely not right like minutes after
Pause. Him and Ford Fisher are not the neutral parties that they present themselves as. There's a reason why they always have this footage. Did you not see that she walked towards a line of police, of officers and shit, that he was behind and recording?
That's where a photojournalist would be.
My point is, this dude, him and Ford Fisher are in a lot of places and in opportune places at opportune times. And it's not just with the administration. It is more recently with political things. But like, it is normally with white supremacist groups. Like, there's a reason why we watch their footage, because they are allowed to walk around on their side, and also they intentionally do things like are notorious for like filming the faces or like trying to get like identifying information on public video, just as a photojournalist, of people like in the like crowds that are against them. Like, they are specifically Ford Fisher, but this guy too. This guy's smarter about it, better at marketing himself, and a little bit more discreet about his connections. But the places that he pops up and the time, it's not just because he's a good photojournalist. It's because he's one of the people that is on their payroll and told to show up and film, and he does. And he gives them the footage. He often provides footage that they need to push bullshit narratives, or allows them to use his footage knowing that they're going to push bullshit narratives with it. Like, it's one of those things that, like, yeah, sure, he's a photojournalist, but like, he's a right-wing photojournalist LARPing as a neutral, like, you know, I'm just here taking pictures kind of person. Like, fuck this guy.
Fair enough.
Like, his footage is always worth watching, right? But also worth watching with that context. There's a reason, like, there's a reason why white supremacists don't call, like, in general, like, don't usually call news agencies and things. They don't trust fucking journalists. And when they trust, like, journalists, it's because they think that things will get spun their way, or they need free advertising, right? And a mass market, even if it's not the narrative they want, because it still puts their narrative in front of people. But like with the people that they call repeatedly, like, yeah, we're having a rally, make sure that you're there to, like, you know, film it. Like, those people end up on their side, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. We have, and to be fair, I know journalists like that on the left too. Like, there are
like
journalists
Talia.
that, like, yeah, there are people that we will call. Like, I am in chats with people that we feed information to, because Lord knows if I write a fucking article, 10 people will read it, and that's neat and all, but like, I need people to actually have this information. You know what I mean? So like, it works both ways, but it's also like more of a like paid show up here, blah, blah, blah kind of thing on the right. You know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway.
An assassination attempt gone wrong when he tries to evacuate. I mean, that's just that you're just asking.
Do you build pastures to farm them? You should check, because this little horn of this little Somaliland region, you got a pony here that you could be building your things around. But camels, they're just a bonus resource, so you could even get rid of the camels and put the burial chambers. And then also you have ponies up here too. That's one tile outside. So if you can't expand this far to get these tiles, you
I'm
should put a
losing
city
7
right
gold
up here.
per turn.
Yeah,
I've
so
got more important things
put a
to worry
city
about
right up
now.
here.
By the way, BG was not at the event. I found tweets just now. He's been filming outside the venue for hours. Fantastic work. He was there to film
he's
the
everywhere.
protesters.
The horse tombs also give you gold, so
You're just asking to be locked up. And then finally, President Donald Trump got back to the White House, and within
never see
30
him
to 40
being
minutes, he
used
called a
by
press conference.
liberal
Why? Well, he
outlets,
wanted
it
everyone to know
seems.
that he was okay. He wanted everyone to know that that the situation had been taken care of, that the law enforcement agents did their jobs. He wanted to know that the left-wing lunatics weren't able to get to him.
The footage that
And
was
he
used was a protest. The footage getting
Yeah.
used of his was a protester getting arrested to push the idea that
He's not
there were,
Andy
this
No
crazy
or anything,
this
but
crazy woman. No, he's not Andy No, but it's sinister in a different way, if that makes sense. Because at least Andy No, if anyone who has a brain, if they really look hard long enough at Andy No, they'll be like,
well,
yeah,
if
he's
he
a fucking
freelances,
weirdo.
he knows who pays to use his footage.
Well, yeah,
And
well, but
you're going to cater to your client, you know?
it's true. And well, like I said, he was there to film the protesters, and he gave this bald man a narrative to push these crazy. You think she had any idea what happened inside that fucking building?
Probably not.
Like, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. She turned around to like take a fucking selfie, right? Like, she was not being aggressive. She was not like rushing, like, you know what I mean? Like, not like, oh, I'm rushing in like I might hurt someone. Like, this man's narrative of like, and again, it doesn't have to actually show that. It just has to be anything that might paint the protesters in a bad light, and that man is there to capture it.
Hey, leave it alone. Let it mature into a city-state, and I'll take it.
Oh, this is just a Corsair. I was just getting XP from them.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this one up here you just got rid of.
Yeah, because it messes up my plan.
Like, I'm
I was
looking
gonna
at
leave
his
it, but-
tweets. I'm looking at his tweets leading up to this. live anti-ICE protesters outside a financial group's place. Then he retweeted a pro-ICE billboard in Detroit, Michigan. And then activists hold press conference in opposition to ICE headquarters. Like, he's there to film activists and hopefully get arrests and things. Like, he's not a good dude. He is not, like, we actively, when we do things, because we can't do black bloc type stuff here, like, it's small town, right? So, like, when we do things that are open that might draw, like, because he's shown up here before when, like, the Klan is around and things, right? Things that he thinks might get him footage and might, like, because he's on a side, right? But he doesn't present himself like that. He just presents himself as a photojournalist. So, like, we print little things out, like, do not talk to these kinds of people, and here's why. And he's on there because he will show up for RT. He sold his footage to, like, RT when he showed up to do the Klan stuff. So, like, because, and then they ran a story that was like, look how hate is growing crazily in Indiana. I'm like, no, it's just the Klan advertising again. You know what I mean? Like, it was a weird fucking situation when we were organizing again. This was like 5 years ago. So, like, fuck this guy. And I remember him also being out, like, around shit on the West Coast, like, working with the fucking Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and shit. Like, fuck this guy. Like, he's there as a right winger pretending to be neutral. And he does it better than other people because all he does is fucking plaster his name on it. Ford Fisher's, like, right up there with him, though, in my book. Fuck both of them. It's on site, dude. Knock that camera out of their hand and make them not come back.
Also wanted to remind everybody that this exact thing is why we need that big, beautiful ballroom.
And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, we need the ballroom. Donald Trump said, look, I'm glad everybody's safe. I'm glad we're okay. We need the ballroom. If we had the ballroom built, if we had the bulletproof glass, the drone proofing, we could have a secure venue at the White House. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out, no guns on the premises. The media would have been safe. The dignitaries would have been safe. The cabinet would have been safe. I would have been safe. This was Donald Trump in taking advantage of the situation to demand that the Democrats stop messing with his ballroom and let him build it already. As you can imagine, the Democrats were very upset that President Donald Trump took this opportunity to try to pimp out his ballroom. And one of them was David Axelrod, who immediately got on X and wrote, here's the official statement announcing plans for a brand new White House ballroom last July. Not one word about the need for it due to security. Last night, the POTUS and his acolytes immediately seized on the WHCA attack to justify his dream project. Now,
the deal?
I'm going to run this through WritePen just because it's one of my favorite things to do. WritePen is our truth-finding, media-busting software. And it's an AI software, and all you have to do is you have to take a screenshot of any Twitter post or Facebook post or headline that you don't like. You can take an entire article, run it through WritePen.
Pause it really quick. At what point did they train this AI on all these journalist snippets and shit, right? And, like, headlines are fairly like, yeah, they do vary by person. You can have your own flavor on headlines, but, like, that is not headlines are pretty concise and to the point, and Twitter like, how long, like, was it actually AI that wrote that? I don't know. Or is it this AI model was trained on fucking Twitter, so it, like, was trained on and writes like these journalists if it were to write about this.
Oh,
I don't know. All I know is I have
destroyed
taken
the barb
things-
camp.
And
I had the option to coastal raid. I was like, I wonder if I can take the gold from the camp, and I did it, and it just destroyed the camp.
Oh, that's funny. It's fine. I'll put a settle in there.
things
Sorry.
that I know were written by people and run them through an AI check and like had it come back being like, yeah, this was AI before. Like, you know what I mean? So, and you're using a free AI check. I don't know, man. I don't fucking trust any of this shit. This is why I'm getting offline. Shit's becoming choose your own reality, and I'm choosing to opt out of whatever the fuck this nonsense is.
Yeah.
And it'll sniff out all the spin. It'll destroy the lies, and it'll reveal the truth.
Hey, let's put
Plus,
your
it'll
stuff
give you
in
this
there.
brilliant marked up correction, so you can take the original and you can repost it. Here's what Right Pen corrected on David Axelrod's X. Last night, the POTUS and his allies immediately responded to the WHCA attack to justify the renovation plan, which is exactly what it is. And now we can take this, save it, and repost it on X. In fact, we'll do that right now. Quote, things change.
What a fuckwit. Cringe.
You were to learn it. I mean, the smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening.
Okay, I actually have that interview open. I didn't know what it was going to be about. We'll go to this fuckwit first.
Are at this point about 6 months away, so half a year away from the critical 2026 midterm elections. We're going to take a look at some polls, really dust off Real Clear Politics. Remember that? It's a nice little polling aggregate. Liberals say it's conservative bias, but it tends to be more accurate. It's funny how that works. But nonetheless, you do have this updated Harvard-Harris poll, 2026 generic congressional ballot. This is amazing news for Republicans if this comes to fruition. It's got Republicans and Democrats tied, although, curiously enough, their last poll was also very close. It looked like it was Democrats 52, Republicans 48, so I guess that's a +4 Democrats. So trending in the right direction for Republicans. There's fluctuations. People, I would assume, would think we'd be going in the opposite direction. With how unpopular the Iran war is, the rise of prices in terms of gas, and people running with the narrative that inflation is going to get worse because of this war. I said they needed to end it really quickly, and unfortunately, it has not happened. So I do think that is going to be an issue. At this point, you want to say, well, they'll definitely end it soon, but this is turning into a Russia-Ukraine situation where every 6 weeks there's going to be some type of peace deal, and then at a certain point, we're like, we got to stop saying that because it's stupid. So hopefully that Iran war ends at some point and they can really
You stopping
narrative adjust
something from
and
being
shift
said
to
'cause it's
domestic
stupid?
policy, of course. Major catastrophic issue with the tariffs. Just so horrible. Where you bring in, I don't even want to talk about $120 billion is what they calculated through those tariffs that Trump imposed. Those weren't even tariffs that stayed on for more than a week in many cases. Those back to the April of 2020. Those would be 2025 Liberation Day tariffs. That ruling was crazy because they would have had $120 billion. That either goes against the debt, that goes for public works projects, that potentially goes as a rebate back to the people of around $2,000. We didn't even have that much inflation, really, at all. There was no measurable inflation. That's why they were never able to cite it. It's like, okay, there's inflation from the tariffs. Go show me the core inflation data that points to there being sizable, significant. It's all insignificant. But it doesn't matter because the Supreme Court ruled that Trump has to give the money back. And I guess Trump is not a big bad fascist after all. He's actually abiding by it and giving back $120 billion after we sacrificed short-term, potentially economic growth to generate this tariff revenue that now we have to give back to corporations. So that's just amazing. Oh, that's a frustrating ruling. But nonetheless, let's actually take a look at some of these polls. You do have Oh, this is Michigan primary. I mean, who cares about a single state? Gretchen Whitmer, I mean, obviously being a leader in Michigan there. This is what I wanted to look at. So this is the president primaries overall. So you have Vance sitting at 48%.
I'm bored.
I too am bored,
For doing
but
this.
I also need to go to
thanks for
bed
having
soon.
me back on, John. It was
So I
great to
think
see
that
you
I'm
the
gonna
other night
tap
at the
out,
Grindr
guys.
party of all parties.
Okay.
It was amazing.
I know.
Wait,
I think
the
we're almost done
Grindr
anyway. We're almost done
Okay.
anyway.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're
also
almost done.
anyway.
That's fine. I'm just I'm so beat. I've been up since 7:30 this morning, and I have to get up tomorrow and help move offices. So like it's a whole thing.
Fair enough.
New office.
All by the
though.
time I arrived, but that's neither here nor there. Quick bit of context for listeners. This all came about because you expressed some frustration about criticism of the DNC coming from our direction. So I appreciate you coming on to talk about it directly. I'll just say up front, we share the goal of making sure Democrats win everywhere, especially the White House in 2028. I also very much understand you've got one of the hardest jobs in politics that you took at an especially tough time for the party. But I do want to press you on some specific things because I think the stakes are too high not to. Does that sound fair?
Sounds great, John. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote, was there any utility in doing that? And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, of course it will be released. Why did you change your mind on that?
Well, look, I mean, what I said all along, even when I ran for this position, is that we were going to focus on the things that will help us win the upcoming election, right? Making sure that we learn the right lessons that could help inform our victories. And that's what we've done. We said this when we sent out the press release back in November saying we weren't going to release the report. We were going to actually keep our focus on those lessons. And we released those lessons. We continue to do that. And it's important for me, instead of navel gazing and looking backwards and trying to relitigate 2024, I don't know about you, John, but I don't have a time machine. I don't think you do. No one does. So we can't change what happened in 24. The only thing we can do is actually change what happens in the future, including the 26 election cycle, 28 and beyond. That means we do need to learn the lessons. We need to make sure they help inform our decisions that we're making. And we've been releasing those. We released them just a couple months ago in our playbook, which if you want to look at that, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can get an example of some of the lessons. We've been releasing them with our donors and with activists and party leaders. We've been talking about what those lessons are. And we've actually been putting those lessons into action. And so it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
But on this show in August, you told me this about releasing the review, quote, we have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost.
Correct.
Especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons, but those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want
Well, first off,
to publicize?
there's no smoking gun in the report. And I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. The smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election. But instead, the navel gazing of focusing backwards actually takes us backwards. We're 189 days from this
Somebody
election.
throw batteries at this
What we don't
man.
need to be focused on is actually relitigating
What an
2024.
asshole.
What we need to do is learn the lessons of 24 and the years preceding that can help us win this upcoming election. That's why we've been releasing them. That's why we've been focused in on actually putting those lessons into action. And there's nothing that I told you in August that is inaccurate. We've been sharing those lessons out with donors. We've been talking about this with party leaders and activists and others and organizations and campaigns. It's no surprise to, and I get it. I get why people are obsessed with it, because there's various groups and organizations and people who think there's some sort of smoking gun in there. Guess what, John? In the third closest presidential election in the last 100 years, everything mattered. There's nothing that can impact that election.
But why did you spend the money going to 50 states, doing all these interviews, doing all this stuff, and doing this report in the first place, if you weren't going to release the full results of it? Like,
I didn't want the
I don't
error
get why
score from my unique
just
unit yet.
you and some of the senior DNC
That's why I
people
didn't upgrade
get
that
to
guy.
see it, but
Fuck.
not most of the DNC
I wanted to save
members
that.
who are state party chairs. I mean, more than a dozen DNC members told NBC just the other week they want it released, including Congresswoman Delia Ramirez and North Carolina Democratic Party Chair Anderson Clayton. And Anderson said, quote, "Genuinely, what did you all find that we did not?" How did you answer that question?
What we found is the things we've been telling them, both Anderson, Delia, other folks who have concerns about it. We've shared all of the lessons with them, right? And so again, I think, John, the reality is you're proving my point here, right? People are obsessed about this in a way that continues to turn them away from wanting to focus on the lessons and instead thinking that there's some sort of smoking gun in here that's going to give them the one single reason that Kamala Harris lost the election, or the one single thing that we should have done differently that's going to actually help us win in the future. There is no one single thing that cost Kamala the election. There is no one single thing that we can do to help
That sounds
us
like
win
more
the
reason to
upcoming
release the
election. There's a
report.
number of lessons
If there was
for sure
multiple
that will
things,
help us
then
win in 26
what
and
is
beyond.
this smoking gun bullshit?
But again, I understand what you're saying, John. We'll just have
What you're saying is it's way worse than what you're presenting, John. You're looking for one thing, but it's actually multiple things. Like, what is this defense about not releasing the election autopsy report from the DNC?
have to agree to disagree on this because
We're gonna have to
we
agree
have
to
already
disagree.
started
Throw
to put those
batteries
lessons
at
into
this
action.
man.
I'm proud of the results of what we've seen over the last year and a half since I've been elected. We have significant wind at our back, and we're going to continue to move forward. And we're going to continue to put those lessons we've learned into action, and I hope others will start to
Oh
do
my
the
God, I
same.
fucking hate the
I'm just trying to
Democrats so
figure
much.
out, because it certainly doesn't seem like anyone's looking for one single silver bullet, because it's a 200-page report. So I feel like on a 200-page report, there's a lot of lessons for everyone to take. And if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is, like, are you operationalizing it on behalf of people who didn't actually get to see the report? So, like, do they know what they're agreeing to when they operationalize lessons from the report if they haven't been able to read the report?
John, you're proving the point.
What's the point?
I mean,
But what point?
is the obsession on the report without actually focusing in on the lessons. People believe there's some sort of
Motherfucker, what are the lessons? You can't say you have to focus on your lessons in the report instead of reading the report. What lessons then? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Look at John. You can tell he starts getting instruction from the control room because they're like, wow, this guy's a fucking idiot. And he's listening to his earpiece right now. Not even listening to him at this point.
Very
silver
valid.
bullet in there that's going to solve all of our ills at the Democratic Party. There's not. And I understand.
I don't think
the point
there's
they're
going to be a
making.
magic silver bullet, though. Who thinks that? No one thinks it's good. That's such a. No one thinks there's a magic silver bullet. It's a 200-page report. You interviewed people in 50 states. You spent a lot of donor money on it. I think people are probably wondering, like,
we didn't spend a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
You spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
No, we did not.
It was a free report.
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on that. The person and people who were involved in it were not paid to do this work. And so I would just say that's inaccurate, John. So I appreciate, I'm not sure where you would even get that number. And so do you have some sort of record that shows we spent any money on that?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, that's inaccurate. Okay, the person we asked to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC. And so I appreciate where it's coming from, John, but let's just trade in facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is
so
we were
on the when you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016, in your mind, you thought, I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that, John. And so that's where our focus is. I mean, the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of a, like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we've put together and what we learn, we are sharing with people so they have full insight into what we actually need to course correct on as we go into these final 189 days left and into the future. So again,
are you going to release? You mentioned an executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public.
We've been releasing that, John. That's what I've been saying to you.
Well, you said lesson. There's the Democratic playbook, the playbook that you said you can sign up for in DNC for sure. But I know that NBC News said that before Easter, about a month ago, you told DNC officers on a call to expect an executive summary in short order. Officers on that call told NBC they still haven't received one. You told a North Carolina DNC member who was drafting a resolution to force the report's release that a summary was forthcoming, and he backed off based on that promise. So you've been saying in coming weeks on the executive, like when can people expect an accurate
we've already been
summary?
Sharing that with a number of folks, and we'll continue to share it with folks, including the DNC and other people. The reality is we're not hiding the ball on this. We have been sharing those things out. Happy to get you over, what we have been sharing out, John. The reality is that there's no smoking gun here. And as much as people would like to keep focusing in on those pieces,
nobody thinks there's a single smoking gun.
That we're sharing out the lessons.
Shut up.
Incorporating those, and we have actually been putting those lessons into action, which I'm most proud of. Look, we're 189 days away from this election. You said on the top end of this that what you care most about is helping us to win elections. Okay, let's focus on the elections coming up, John. You know what?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to focus on winning them. I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024, and figuring out what went wrong based on a big report is pretty important for everyone to know.
Yeah. I've spent my entire career, John, as you know, since 1990, winning elections up and down the ballot, both in Minnesota and across the country.
I don't care.
I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to talk to you about winning elections. If you want to actually talk about elections, I'm happy to talk to you about those. But again, you're proving the point that I think many folks I think are frustrated in this party.
He's not
which is
doing
people
that.
Want to turn backwards to relitigate the 2024 election, to point fingers, to place blame, to
I think you want to learn lessons, like you said.
Well, listen, to win elections, if they want to win elections, I'm happy to share what we learn in the way of the lessons on why we lost the 24 election and the years preceding that. Happy to share those. We're sharing those out with everyone. But again, this conversation doesn't help us actually win elections. All it does is continue to turn people inward. What we need to do is focus on the work we need to do in the 189 days. Learn the lessons. And I'm happy to go over what those.
Okay, so I think we have gotten to the extent of what this entire interview will be.
Seems like it.
All right, I do want to go back real quick to this to see what they had to say about this idiot. Why is there... I guess it's just my screen.
The entire time, and it doesn't get better for Ken Martin in his lack of explanation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which...
Navel gazing? What are you talking about? It's reviewing your failures and trying to assess it. So is it navel gazing if anybody looks at the report? Or is it navel gazing if you reveal the report to the rest of the public?
We have a dead body here, and we should probably do an autopsy on it, right? It's like,
No, we're not going to do the autopsy because it's not going to bring the guy back to life.
Do you have a time machine? You can stop him from being killed, however it happened.
Right. Why are you so obsessed with yourself, Democratic Party? Stop navel gazing.
I'm gonna be very charitable here and tell you that what he's arguing, but he's afraid to say it, is if we open this up, people are it's gonna cause arguments. That's what he's saying, and that arguments are counterproductive. And
at all
this
times, apparently.
understand that the forces of the status quo, the centrist and establishment and more corporate elements, and in this case, I think we all know what it is they're hiding is the implications of Harris's Gaza position. They always want to pretend there's no fight going on, but they still want to launch their rockets, essentially.
That's why they're going after Hassan. They're trying to discredit him to foreclose that very conversation that would be embedded in the very likely embedded in the results of this autopsy.
100%. These are not, let's be clear, they're going after Hassan because of Gaza, not because he's for Medicare for all. Or for nationalizing the means of production.
Right. And it's so weird that the same Democrats who are horrible on Israel and Gaza are the same ones that are saying that they're not going to go on Hassan Piker's stream. It's because they have the same mentality, the same loser mentality that Ken Martin has here, that it's more advantageous for their political purposes to foreclose the conversation, the difficult one that needed to be had before the 2024 general election, and they want to foreclose it forever into the future.
All right, let's continue and watch him obfuscate.
So we can't change what happened in 24. The only thing we can do is actually change what happens in the future, including the 26 election cycle, 28 and beyond. That means we do need to learn the lessons. We need to make sure they help inform our decisions that we're making. And we've been releasing those. We released them just a couple months ago in our playbook, which if you want to look at that, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can get an example of some of the lessons. We've been releasing them with our donors and with activists and party leaders. We've been talking about what those lessons are, and we've actually been putting those lessons into action. And so it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
But on this show in August, you told me this about releasing the review, quote, "We have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost."
Correct.
Especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons, but those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want
Well, first off,
to publicize?
there's no smoking gun in the report. And I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. I mean, the smoking gun.
We know
Guess
there's
what,
not.
John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way.
I feel like I'm watching a Coen Brothers movie.
Yeah, and also, look at that straw man. There's no smoking gun. I mean, at another point, I think that John points out it's a 200-page report. Of course, I know that it's not a smoking gun. It's a confluence of factors. That's why we need not an executive summary from the people that want to already are engaging in a cover-up of the information. We want to be able to parse this through and see where we can improve. So he sets up a straw man to try to, get away from the fact that he was quoted multiple times saying that he would release the report and now is not doing so.
If you go back just a little bit here, because he's going to say, people are going to weaponize things in the report. It's almost as if they're a political party and it is assessing a political election.
Welcome to democracy.
And people are going to make an argument that if this element caused us to lose last time, we should do something different the next time. That's what he means by weaponize. Yeah. Let's just be clear. We don't want this report to be political.
About the Democratic Party.
Go ahead.
Everyone's so eager to learn it. I mean, the smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election.
Well, pause it for a second. Okay, look. You're pointing fingers. You're placing blame. In other words, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. So we shouldn't abide by them in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like what he's saying is, listen, if we get into this situation where we release the report, people are going to want accountability. And that's just going to interfere with our ability to continue to do what we're doing without accountability. And so therefore, ipso facto, no smoking gun.
Yeah.
And smile.
And he just filibusters for the next 20 seconds at this, so we can just go to part 2 here. This is the another part of this interview a little bit later on, where Jon Favreau asks him about how they're able to use the details from the report to operationalize it if they're not able to read it, and it just continues to get more ridiculous.
I know. The answer is Braille.
Learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because it certainly doesn't seem like anyone's looking for one single silver bullet, because it's a 200-page report. So I feel like on a 200-page report, there's a lot of lessons for everyone to take. And if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is, like, are you operationalizing it on behalf of people who didn't actually get to see the report? So, like, do they know what they're agreeing to when they operationalize lessons from the report if they haven't been able to read the report?
John, you're proving the point.
What's the point?
I mean,
what point?
Is the obsession on the report without actually focusing in on the lessons. The people believe there's some sort of magic silver bullet in there that's going to solve all of our ills at the Democratic Party. There's not. And I understand.
I don't think there's going to be a magic silver bullet, though. Who thinks that? No one thinks it's good. That's no one thinks there's a magic silver bullet. It's a 200-page report. You interview people in 50 states. You spent a lot of donor money on it. I think people are probably wondering, like,
we didn't spend a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
You spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
No, we did not.
It was a free report.
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on that. The person and people who were involved in it were not paid to do this work. And so I would just say that's inaccurate, John. So I appreciate, I'm not sure where you would even get that number. And so do you have some sort of record that shows we spent any money on that?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, that's inaccurate. Okay, the person who has to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC. And so.
Smam?
Say again. Couldn't hear you over the loud video.
Not bad. Just normal stream day. I usually come earlier.
Called a military emergency.
Yeah, against someone. Nobody wanted to play game. Oh well.
I appreciate. Listen,
Can you
I appreciate where it's coming from, John. But let's just trade in.
That creates more questions than it does answers. Okay, he's claiming with a straight face that the Democratic National Committee issued a 200-page autopsy of the 2024 election that was done pro bono by an outside advisor to the Democratic Party, including polling, including data analysis, including these summaries, including just all of the work that would go into it. That the DNC got that service to do.
What do you mean?
They're fucking about to settle on my shit. I'm about to fuck his day up if he lands. Here's Musketman, though. That's scary.
Just, if he settles it, just fucking pressure him out. Free city.
Well, the cities nearest him
do that for free.
Food growth. So that's good.
and traveled across the country and spoke to all these people for free. Okay, if that's the case,
my cousin's nephew did it.
That's way worse. That's way worse. Yeah.
There he is. There's the guy who did the report.
That's the guy who did the report. I mean, that's honestly more horrifying. If that's what they're like, that's the way that the DNC operates.
It's a free report. It happens all the time.
The reason why people are so-called obsessing about the report is because you won't release the report.
You're Streisand affecting it.
Yeah.
What's fascinating to me is this, is that in 2012, I think it was, Republicans lost dramatically. And they had an autopsy, which told them, like, you got to stop being so anti-immigrant. I mean, it was a big deal. For, like, weeks, Sean Hannity was out there, like, we need to change from anti-immigrant. And, and it was a big deal because Mark Levin was one of the guys who really crushed the George W. Bush
Canada's about to lose
immigration initiative, if you will, in 2005. And Hannity and Levin were good buddies. And they had the ability to completely ignore that report, like within 6 months, and go like they resolved it. The idea that there's only lessons to be learned from this, but the data that formulated these lessons is too controversial and too easily weaponized. It's just absurd. Why would you do this? Why would you even do this report in the first place? They just didn't like what the results were. And this, of course, is the way that it works. We see this all the time. It is you saying to, and let's be clear, this is not like they think they're having an argument with the right flank of the party. This is an argument they're having with the left flank of the party. And always we hear, your ideas are too out there. The American public doesn't want it. You're not listening to the polling, et cetera, et cetera. You're too pie in the sky. But then when they look at the data points and it doesn't come out the way they want it, it sort of subtly shifts. Like you see this with the abundant stuff, like they're constantly moving the goalposts, except for in this instance, the goalpost doesn't sufficiently explain it because it's not just a.
I knew they'd do it.
It doesn't move in just one direction, get far away. It shifts to the left. It shifts to the right. It doubles back behind you. All this, you're caught up in the report and not the lessons that we delineated from the report.
Yeah, what are the lessons? That's the other part where he keeps saying we've got to learn the lessons from the report.
They put out a document said that these are the lessons from the report that you can't see. But why couldn't you just if you're not going to show the report, you might as well just make up lessons.
It sounds like you might be selective about which lessons you're revealing to the public and which big, giant elephant in the room giant elephants in the room lessons that you're leaving out.
Is there more to this, or we want a little?
I guess a little bit more. Yeah.
Facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear, there's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is
when you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016, in your mind you thought, I'm going to do one but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that.
You can't address what he actually said. It's insane.
It's insane. It's the whole, that's really it. But the whole rest of the interview is like this. Favreau also presses him on the fact that the DNC can't fundraise at all, and in large part it's because donors, I don't care about this as much because I don't think that big money donors should play this big of a role, but for their purposes, donors are not interested in donating to the DNC if they're not able to access the information about what the hell went wrong the last time. So, yeah.
Look at the comments here.
You can smell the BS. This performance should be a fireable offense. Ken Martin is essentially a parody of what everyone hates about politicians. Horrible and embarrassing. Thank you, John, for pressing him on this whole shit.
Let's also be clear who the Pod Save America audience is. This is not, this is like
lefties of the Majority Report,
normie Democrat territory.
Yeah. I mean, it's reflected in the polling numbers about the Democratic Party, which is it's being dragged down by actual Democrats in terms of their lack of or disapproval of how things have gone. And I know that this interview may not travel that far, but some new people will see this, and some new people who maybe aren't Democratic Party stalwarts will see this. And this evasive corporate gobbledygook, this jargon, is a major problem for the credibility of the party. Like, there's a currency of perceived authenticity that is, like, I think really important in politics right now, and has been since Trump entered, because he is a sociopathic liar, but he performs authenticity and democratic responsiveness for things like the Epstein files, or that's what he did on the campaign trail to get elected, the No New Wars thing. He saw that the national mood was really against the genocide in Gaza and just said what he needed to say. He directly communicates with people on podcasts that they like. Like, this is about actually responding and being a party that is dynamic. And
like, I got a Dark Age, so I'm gonna get a Heroic Age, but I needed 76. I have 128.
Oh my god.
And I specifically rushed the era too.
Oh no.
Like, I made it so it would end sooner by researching the specific line of text.
Yo.
Yeah,
it is like midnight and I am very tired.
I told you,
so I'm going to head to bed. I've been kind of just sitting around anyway. Okay.
Yeah, I told you I wouldn't miss anything.
See you guys later. Have a good night,
No worries.
guys.
Thanks for coming on.
Later.
Bye.
Tokugawa didn't put his settler there, I guess.
Yeah, he ran off.
He's probably going to go north, if anything. Into the tundra.
And I think this, like, 20 minutes of lying and obfuscating about the results of this election is awful optics. It's bad.
I mean, it is ironic.
He sounds
right?
like a health
It's always
insurance
like,
guy
we
denying
need-
your claim.
You hear all the other people of his ilk. We need to talk plain talk to the American public. And he's saying, oh, we're not going to get now we got the lessons, not the actual substance of the report. But here's the thing. I don't think there's that many people who are outside the know, if you will, who are that interested in the interview with the DNC chair. I don't even think most people could even say who the RNC chair is right now. I mean, that's also a function of Trump and whatnot, but most people, the vast majority of people have no idea and don't care. However, the problem is that almost 1-to-1, the people who are interested in that interview, they understand that he's lying. That's the thing. It's like going to the plumbers convention and going like, hey, hey, this is a wrench. And everybody go, wait, I'm a plumber. That's not a wrench. That's a pen.
I think things travel more than we anticipate these days. Like, I really do think that, like,
either way, it's bad for them.
Yeah.
Hey, they're talking about, oh man, isn't it crazy how Bernie can go on any single podcast, including Joe Rogan? They can't even go on the in-house podcast.
It's true.
Yeah. Right. Those guys want Democrats to win. They can't go on, and that's why they're pursuing the.
I'm Emma.
There have been some pretty wild scenes.
Are you gonna be in the trouble?
Can I ask you a
understand?
question?
No.
Is this a legitimate business? So first there was this vid exposing alleged NDIS fraudsters in Western Sydney from YouTuber Pete Zagoulas and online blog Drew Pavlo.
I'm not gonna speak to anyone.
Are you seeing this?
That's funny.
Cardo's here. Right, get out.
Hey,
get
please,
out.
that's assault because this is my
That's
property.
not
They got screamed at and pushed and broke his Facebook glasses.
Hey! She just broke the $800 glasses.
That is some top-tier YouTube content right there. So anyway, that prompted this response from Friendly Jordies titled Exposing the Scam of Exposing Scams, which was basically just a 20-minute roast of Drew Pavlov.
His video is about as basic X-audience capture as you can possibly get. Drew's gone with X because he has the attention span of a bee and seems to get genuinely sexually aroused when he gets retweeted by someone in the MAGA administration.
Also highly entertaining content. And hey, I see where the views are at online. And now it's my turn to weigh in on the real NDIS fraud story that everyone's missing. Unfortunately, my take on this comes with way less entertaining footage.
It's not surprising that we have these challenges, given that effectively what's happened is governments have just let the market rip.
Oh, it's over? Yeah. Surely we can do better than that. We have something, can we sex that up somehow?
It's not surprising that we have these challenges, given that effectively what's happened is governments have just let the market rip.
Okay, bit better. See, Punts, you have to understand, that old bloke with the glasses isn't just some ground-level scammer from Western Sydney. He was one of the key architects to the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Virtually, his whole career has been about trying to get the NDIS up for disabled people. And what he's saying there, in his own special boring way, hints at something that no one in the corporate media is prepared to address. The scams, the waste, the blowouts, they were guaranteed. There's a pattern here, punters, and it plays out the same way every single time. And because nobody ever names it, our governments just keep doing it again and again and again. Punters, I'm going to show you the pattern that the governments and the corporations really hope you
I
don't
just don't want so much space, because then you see my monitor and stuff.
Okay, so Drew in Petey Boy's video there is doing some big numbers on YouTube.
Can you adjust
Do I say well
the
played?
tightness
And
of
you can
the
see why. It's got a nice old school current affair flavor about it. You know, that classic foot in the door
Like
scam
your
across
actual
with a
physical
dinner
camera.
party at Married at First Sight. I mean, who doesn't want
Can
to
you
see a
adjust
blonde woman?
the angle of the view angle?
It's broken. I have it taped where it needs
No,
to be.
it should be software.
Oh, probably.
Because you can tighten the field of view.
But then it's going to make me look worse. Because you'll see my
No. I mean, like, if we go to this one,
in, you'll see my
right?
wrinkles. If you tighten the field of view, you'll see my wrinkles. And I'll look old.
So just do it a little bit and then move it just outside of...
You don't
view of the
understand what
screen.
it's like to be a girl online.
Screaming in Drew Pavlov's face. So kudos to you. Bloody well done. Good job. Tip the hat. But I do have to pull them up on one point. And it's this. Wait, real quick. Speaking of scams, they can be pretty hard to spot. Fish tension connections across all your devices and blocks ads and trackers too. Good security should do. So if you're not using it, now's the bloody time, I reckon. Go to surfshark.com/punterspolitics or use code punterspolitics at the checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. We'll help you out and help the channel. Anyway, back to the scams.
So why is it taking people like us to actually look into this? Like mainstream media doesn't look into it. You know, the government's obviously not looking into it. So like, why does it take people like us?
People like us? Blokes, where have you been? There has been quite a lot of attention on NDIS fraud over the years. You boys are hardly the only people pointing this out. And I'm hardly the only person pointing out that
I
Drew
literally need one fucking era score. And my library is being completed next turn.
So... I forgot what I was going to say.
claim of a expose is a bit far-fetched. As I said, Friendly Jordies posted a pretty comprehensive video, and look, he had a lot of fun with it.
You seriously think I'm afraid to talk about NDIS
Except it was a
fraud?
stream.
That would be like me claiming that you're afraid of food. Go on YouTube right now and search "Help, I'm a fat Turkish man," and then when you finish that video, search "Friendly Jordies NDIS," and you can see that I've been making videos about NDIS fraud before it was cool.
Anyway, go check out the full video if you're a fan of some first-class sledging. But I really want to pick up on one particular line from that video. Listen carefully.
The NDIS, kind of like every government scheme that involves a bit of the private sector, became a massive vehicle for fraud under the Liberal government.
Okay, so not the Liberal government bit, because, punts, trust me, this is a problem for all sides of politics, but just a little bit before that.
Every government scheme that involves a bit of the private sector.
What does he mean by that? If it happens to every government scheme, that suggests that all this NDIS fraud should have been expected. No, come on, there is no way that we could have seen any of this coming. It's not like people were warning us over a decade ago that privatising the NDIS could lead to dodgy operators more interested in profit than people. Oh, hang on, what's this? It's a news story from 2015. NDIS. Warnings privatising scheme could lead to dodgy operators more interested in profit than people. 2015. Punters, we were warned about exactly this 10 years ago. Honestly, punters, track this bloke quoted in the article down and ask him to give you the lotto numbers. His name is Steve Turner, and he was the Assistant General Secretary of the Public Service Association of New South Wales. And according to this article from over 10 years ago, he wrote, quote, worried that the move to a market-based system would open up the floodgates to for-profit disability service providers. We don't want shonky providers coming up like the Pink Bat scheme, Mr. Turner says. Punts, if you're too young or too politically disengaged to remember what the Pink Bat scheme was, Google it or GPT it or whatever we find information as these days. It was bad. Dodgy companies were popping up all over the place to install government-subsidised insulation in people's houses. And there were fires and deaths as a result. We're talking things like a bankrupt telemarketer who was allowed to register as an insulation installer after very little training, and then a 25-year-old bloke who signed up to work for them was electrocuted and died. It is terrible stuff. Shit. So, sure, we can scream at NDIS scammers in the streets of Lakemba, but my hot take is that maybe we should be directing some of our blood-boiling rage at the bloody people who designed the system so that these scams were virtually guaranteed to happen. And let me tell you, it's not just the NDIS. There is a pattern here, and when it comes to privatisation, once you see it, you can't unsee it. I'm talking childcare, universities, vocational education and training. Everything that should be a public good, but quickly turns to shit, has a common denominator. But before we get to that common denominator, let's start with what a public good is in the first place. Alright, so pretty much whatever your political persuasion, most of us can agree that there are certain things in life that we need for a society to function well. But those are often things that don't really turn a profit. Think firefighters, police, or the hospital. We don't leave these things to the free market because we all agree that no matter how rich or poor you are, everyone should have access to life-saving and life-changing basic services. And the point of these services is to deliver services. And what's more, we can hold the government to account if they're doing a bad job of providing them. But anytime the government turns what should be a public service into a private industry, it means it becomes profit-driven. Meaning, the point of the service is now to make money out of them. And when delivering good quality services comes at the cost of the profit, which one do you think loses out? In the pursuit of profit, companies will always find ways to cut costs. Scammers find loopholes to steal money, and the punters who are meant to be helped suffer from it.
Hey, that's
the
us.
business's bottom line becomes more important than the public good. Ultimately, the cost to the taxpayer, and ultimately, the cost to you and me, regular tax-paying punters, actually goes up. And the NDIS is just the latest in a long line of examples of this. I'll get to some of those examples in a minute, but we'll kick off with a brief backstory of the NDIS, because I don't know if anything, anywhere, has suffered a worse reputational crash than Australia's National Disability Insurance Scheme. Back in 2013, when it was introduced, people loved the idea of having a publicly funded safety net and support system for people with disabilities so that they could, I don't know, live their lives with dignity. I mean, who wouldn't like that? The Prime Minister at the time, Julia Gillard, literally cried when she announced this in Parliament.
The idea of a National Disability Insurance Scheme has found a place in our nation's hearts. Disability care starts in 7 weeks' time, and there will be no turning back. I commend this bill to the House.
It was a strong start. Unfortunately, she didn't get to see it through though. Labor got booted, the Liberals came to power, and as the years went on, the impact of the NDIS on the nation's finances has become a blowout. At one point, the scheme was projected to cost $100 billion more than any other social service. And that, along with a whole bunch of other problems,
She just broke the $800 glass.
has meant that we are indeed starting to see a lot of people suggest turning back on the NDIS. Even everyone's favorite everyman, old mate corporate Karl Stefanovic, was having a good chat with billionaire Clive Palmer on his new pod the other day, and check out the title he gave it. NDIS is draining the economy. Clive Palmer explodes on the scam ruining our country. Now there is a title designed for YouTube.
The waste in the NDIS
He's probably going to explain who Clive Palmer is. But he may not, because the audience is Australian and theoretically should know. Clive Palmer is I believe a mining billionaire who decided to run for politics under a populist party before this whole thing happened, this whole current political situation happened. So he didn't really gain much steam, thank fuck. A few people won like random seats, like that fucking Ralph Babbitt dickhead is one of his party's things. The party is now defunct, rightfully so. And he's mostly faded off into obscurity. But he is a repugnant human being. And I'm not really sure, and this is more of criticism of Karl Stefanovic here. What the fuck does he know about the NDIS? Why do I give a singular fuck what Clive Palmer thinks about the NDIS? I cannot imagine anyone more irrelevant beyond Drew and that Pete dickhead talking about the NDIS. Maybe Gina Reinhart would be an even more relevant person, but still on the same level of Clive Palmer. So, like, that alone makes me think that this is just him, and also the set makes me think this is just him trying to do Tucker Carlson. But we'll see.
Has got to come to an end.
Well, I don't know any social welfare system in the world where you have private enterprise taking 10% margin off the top and assessing how much you pay to people so that they can get a higher 10% margin.
Punts, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Clive Palmer is right. The NDIS being delivered by a private enterprise is the real issue here. Because here's the thing, when the government offers a service to the public, say education, healthcare, disability support, it measures how successful the program is by its outcomes. Are sick people getting better? Are disabled people getting the help that they need? Are people learning stuff at school?
I am too smart. I am too smart. SMRT.
Now, I'm not suggesting that the government does these things perfectly, but if you ask me, there is only one thing worse than the government running a public service, and that is a for-profit private corporation that is incentivized to drive up prices running it. And we are living in the era when both sides of politics think that running public essential services like a business is just the best way to run everything. I think it's safe to say I strongly disagree. Let me explain why using the NDIS as a case study. Punts, the way the NDIS works is the government gives people on the scheme taxpayer money, their own budget basically. Then these people have to choose which private providers to spend their money with. It's not quite full privatization, but it's pretty bloody close. Let's call it pseudo-privatization. So the thinking behind this is that people with disabilities are essentially consumers who should be given the choice of how to spend their money in the same way you or I choose which cafe to get our coffee from. And in theory, all this let the market decide logic means that the best providers come out on top, in the same way that the cafe that makes the best coffee at the lowest price becomes the most popular. There's just one big problem with this. See, the things that you need to live your life when you've got a disability aren't really the same type of things as a consumer product like coffee. And also, having an allocated budget of government money given to you, it isn't the same as spending your own coin. There just isn't as much incentive for people to shop around and find the best deal. Anyway, this whole market model is, by all accounts of anyone who's had anything to do with it, not bloody working. And here are 4 of the main reasons why. First up, duplication of costs. If you're going to be a private business, you need your own business name, your own logo, your own office, your own admin team. Maybe you're the nurse next door with a love heart and a frangipani. Maybe your classy life with, I don't know, a blue curve and a dot with a leaf. Maybe your Shine On Services with a star made out of 5 abstract figures reaching out for some kind of hug. It's inspiring. These are all real NDIS providers, by the way, as are all of these. I'm not saying any of them are doing a bad job. I'm just saying, before you can even get started helping disabled people, you've got to get your branding locked down, your website sorted. Then you need your own polo shirts, your own vehicle decals. Hell, you better get a graphic designer to knock one up for you. Bills. Office air cons need a service. Rent's gone up. Overheads, baby. And you've got to get your money back, plus 10% on all costs your business incurs. So mark those invoices up. If this was just something that was being provided by the government, none of that stuff would be required. It'd all come through one organization, sure, probably with a terrible name like Disabilicare. That's actually pretty good. They can have that one. And a logo that probably looks like an 80s screensaver. But who gives a shit? The disabled person would be getting the help they need without all the middlemen.
True. So that's actually a really good point.
The free market works by businesses competing for customers and us punters deciding how to spend our money. But you see, disability support
I actually never thought about it like that.
Frozen yogurt. You know,
why
you
the fuck
can
isn't
live
Centrelink
without frozen
doing Medicare and NDIS through itself, and then expanding Centrelink, expanding government jobs, expanding the entire thing? That would somewhat make sense, especially if there was an unemployment problem, maybe. But I don't know. Seems like a good idea, though. I'm very annoyed that I can't remove this mercury. Because I can remove
frozen yogurt. It's not a need. It's not even a want for most sane people. So who then decides what you need? Who decides what your budget should be? Well, at the moment, it's the people on the private side of this equation who have a huge influence on determining your budget.
Weird.
They tell the NDIS case managers what the individual people need for their care. And they have an incentive to argue that you need more and more and more, because the more money that is allocated to you, the more money there is to be made. And then once you've been given your budget, you're incentivized to spend all of it, because if you don't, it might be cut down next time. The normal competitive pressures that work in theory to keep prices down just do not exist. So this is very different to when you're spending your own money in the free market, when you decide, no, you know what, I won't splurge on frozen yogurt today. It's too expensive. It tastes like shit. If only there was some kind of model that could help determine how public money could be spent in a way that got a great bang for buck. Oh wait, there is. It's called Medicare, but that's a story for another time. Let's say you live in a rural area where there might only be 1 or 2 qualified providers for some kind of specialized support service. You can't really shop around for the best deal then, can you? You've got no options. Those providers can basically charge whatever they want. That's a monopoly wearing market clothes. Even NDIS participants can see that this market model is a lie. One participant named Vardit Liza wrote this piece entitled "The Truth Behind the NDIS Scheme, A Participant's Nightmare." She points out, in the landscape of the NDIS, the power seems to be held by a select few, mainly those who monopolize the arena for profit. CEOs and coordinators with large companies and marketing campaigns dominate the field, set up a website, and with little training or experience, churn money that was designed to help disabled people live better lives. Private companies churning money that was meant to help disabled people? I don't think I was told about that bit when Julia Gillard announced it.
This, above all, is why Australians are so overwhelmingly supportive of disability care.
And so, Punts, on top of all of that, NDIS participants need to not just navigate all this savvy marketing to find the best provider, but also be careful to avoid the dodgy operators and the scammers that are out there. Let's just compare this to other types of public service. Imagine if your house caught on fire and you had to choose which firefighting service to call and put it out. What if you chose the wrong one? They had a pretty logo and a great website, but when they showed up, they had faulty hoses because they bought the cheap shit off Temu to cut costs. That isn't that far off the experience some punters are having with the dodgy NDIS providers today. speaking of dodgy providers, we are now spending a royal butt ton on enforcement and fraud investigation regulation because so many dodgy punts have realized that they can set up an NDIS provider business and milk the system. But every time you hear calls for cracking down on scammers, that's really just calling for spending even more money to not fix the core problem. I know I'm repeating myself here, but punters, this is what happens when you build the system like this. It's happened before. Once again, don't take my word for it. Let's return to the nerd I showed you right at the beginning of all of this. Remember, he said,
"It's not surprising that we have these challenges, given that effectively what's happened is governments have just let the market rip."
But he went on to say, you only have to look at the vocational education and other areas to see that if you let the market rip, particularly where you have vulnerable clients participating in those markets, or customers as they are sometimes called, they're likely to be exploited. That's right. The NDIS isn't the only system suffering from the effects of private operators. Here's a news story on private colleges.
There are 4,000 private colleges in Australia, and industry insiders estimate about a third of them are shonky.
Here's one on the major problems in childcare.
If you know anything about private equity, it's not that surprising. They take over services in order to squeeze as much profit out of them as possible.
Here's the final nerd academic opinion I'll show you, and it's from a book called Designing Social Service Markets, Risk Regulation and Rent Seeking. Don't fall asleep on me, punters. I promise you, this book is just as outrageous as Drew and Pete's video.
Yes, I don't care. I'm not going to speak to anyone.
Are you seeing this? Anyway, it's all about how inefficiency and low quality services are typical problems whenever the Australian government has turned social services into markets, which again is something that both major sides of politics love to do now. There's a chapter in here about exactly this, and it uses the story of one bloke to show just how badly it fails. It talks about Francis, age 20. He has autism and an intellectual disability. And Francis could not get the help he needed because, quote, providers were refusing clients like Francis on the grounds that they presented a business risk. Think about that for a second. Think about if you showed up at a public hospital and they said, yeah, nah, sorry, we're not going to treat you because, ooh, you're a business
Why'd you wage
risk.
war on the
Or if you were
Chinese?
assaulted and you went to the cops and they were just
take me
all
2
like,
seconds to conquer
yeah,
them.
we're not going to investigate this crime
those
because you're a bit
bombards
of
are
a
fucking their day up.
business risk. This is what we have ended up with because we have pseudo-privatized the NDIS. I think it goes without saying, but I'll say it. There are some things in this world that should not be
They have
seen
a
as a business.
25
Punters, this
military
privatization pattern
score.
is everywhere. Just look at the chapter titles in this boring AF book.
Yeah, fair enough.
Daycare,
As far as
refugee
I'm
settlement
concerned,
services, employment
means you
services,
don't have a
superannuation.
military.
Don't get me started on superannuation. Private nursing homes, social housing,
probably
the list
this
goes on
siege
and on.
tower
The
down
political
here and
powers
that's
that be
it.
keep telling us that privatization is
There's
all
been a
about
few
improving
cities for these
efficiency and
capitalists
creating
right there.
competition and making things
Yeah,
better.
and I'm
But
Turkey.
let's take a look at
Turkey
this book's
is literally
conclusion. Despite
their entire
oft-repeated
power
claims about
revolves
the
around
benefits
you
of
being
marketization,
imperialistic.
the case studies presented in
Oh,
this
really?
volume
That's
have
funny
shown
as
that
fuck.
in practice, the design of social service markets in Australia.
So, like, the Janissary is an insanely good musketman tier unit. But if they're trained in a city that is founded by the Ottomans, that city loses 1 population. When I take over
What the fuck?
cities, they don't lose population and gain loyalty and give amenities.
What the hell?
And then all my siege units are 50% less production, I think. Yeah,
That's
50%
insane.
production towards siege unit. All siege units gain +5 combat strength against district defenses. Conquered cities do not lose populations. Cities not founded by the Ottomans gain 1 amenity and +4 loyalty per turn. Cost no movement for the coastal raid for the Corsair. It reveals naval raiders, but can't be seen by naval raiders. That's great.
Australia has often contributed to rent seeking, low service quality and or inequality. And I think we all keep finding out the hard way that it's more expensive as well. Even old mate Albo seemed to, once upon a time, know that this was not the right way of doing things. Here he is, back before he was PM, giving a speech on his vision for the country.
The contracting out of essential public services is not in the national interest and must stop. It's time to put human beings and human dignity back into human services.
Now, in all fairness, we can't blame Albo for the privatisation of the NDIS. This was all kicking off well before he became the boss, but he absolutely hasn't done much to fix the structural problem in the last 5 years. But he is right about one thing, that it's not in the national interest to get private companies to run essential public services. You know whose interest it is in? The profit-hungry rich punts that run those companies and are pulling your taxpayer dollars out of their customers' pockets to give them shitty services in return. It all, quite frankly, massively sucks. So much of the conversation about cutting costs at the NDIS is about reining in eligibility for funding and cracking...
My thing broke when I took NASCAR.
Yeah, better leave those city-states alone.
Yeah, it didn't fix it when you took yours, though.
Interesting.
Maybe I have to take another one. Maybe one of these barb camps will turn into a city that I can use. I might have to get rid of this one.
Down on scams and frauds and rorts, and sure, that might be part of the solution. But is anyone stopping to think about why there are so many scams and rorts in the first place? Ross Gittins, a financial journo who's been covering the economy for more than 4 decades, couldn't have put it better than this. He says, the best thing our polos have done in decades is also the worst. The great misstep of our age has been the privatisation of many government-owned businesses and the outsourcing of taxpayer-funded services to private providers. Why aren't we talking about how privatisation has completely and utterly failed here? Is it just because it's way easier for the media to get people worked up with exciting footage of alleged scammers getting busted?
Excuse me, I just...
Get a place on your head!
Oh, okay, so I didn't see it.
That's all well and good. Like I said, no objection here to calling out frauds. But I think it's really missing the forest for the trees. The biggest rort of all is happening legally, systemically, and at scale. It's ripping off taxpayers, it's exploiting disabled people, and even if you don't really care about all of that, it's making the whole thing cost way more than it should. Why are we throwing more money at something to get a worse result? So let's just say, the next doors that I want to see getting pounded on are those of whoever decided that setting the NDIS like a private market was a good idea in the first place.
Yeah.
So, Pete, Drew, go find them. Go do your thing. Massive thanks to We the Punters over on Patreon. These are the punters that keep me making the videos that I think are important, like this one, and not just videos that get the clicks. I hope this can get some clicks.
I want to use this to try and get my gold up real quick, and then I can focus on other shit.
They're doing something. They're doing.
Sure, yes, you're right. They're buying them boys' clothes.
And telling them you're a boy now. Okay,
no, they're not telling them. They're just agreeing with. They're like going.
Well, they're
okay,
agreeing
honey.
with an 8-year-old because when has their judgment ever been off at 8?
You knew
Anyway,
you weren't gay, right?
That's.
It's not different.
It is different.
No, it isn't.
It's okay. Good luck with President Vance.
Okay, since my friend David Cross was on the Bill Maher, what do they call it? The
Club Random.
Club Random.
It's so random.
It's like,
so random.
What are we doing here? Yeah. What are we talking about? I'm really high. So let's have this conversation.
I mean, I'm sorry, but Club Random sounds like a Disney channel show.
It really is the girliest,
right after
girl.
Right after Hannah Montana, it's Club Random.
There was a lot of things in this episode. I didn't watch the whole thing, but there was a lot of clips I've seen that I find quite agitating. Bill Maher is a bit of a coward. He'll bring on people who, are not necessarily spending all of their days working out these rhetorical arguments about this stuff. And he's a condescending
prick,
disingenuous.
So you're telling me you don't think
David Cross anticipated having to talk about Sia Weaver while he's promoting his comedy special.
Zoran's Tenet, like Czar. Yeah. Oh, she's a communist.
Do you know who Sia Weaver is, who I've been obsessed with because she had a tweet?
Oh, you don't? You're in a bubble. You also probably don't know about what Zoran's wife said when she was 13.
Yes, you live in a bubble where you don't look at the tweets of the First Lady of New York from 15 years ago. What kind of bubble are you living in?
I like having a sort of like obsessive quality or obsessing over something and being like, you're in a bubble if you don't know exactly what I'm talking about.
You're in a total bubble.
You can't quote 30 Rock word for word like I can. You live in a
name
bubble.
All 3 Packers kickers on the roster right now?
Yeah.
There are 2 cohorts of people who know who Sia Weaver is. 3. 1, people who are interested in housing policy, like really into housing policy. 2, people who watch this show because they saw her on the program, I don't know, a year or 2 ago. 3, people who are in the right-wing cesspool looking for any reason to have a problem with Zoran Mamdani because he is incredibly popular and has probably been, I mean, just objectively speaking, accomplished more in his first 120 days or whatever it's been than any politician they can name who's actually done something. Like, you know, it's arguable whether Trump was more destructive, but any politician that has an actual positive agenda, you'd be hard pressed to find any politician who has achieved more in 120 days. You may not like it, but he's delivering on what he said he was going to do. But today they just came out with another tax proposal that looks like it's going to happen. That's going to raise another $1 billion to deal with this deficit that Eric Adams left. But they're so desperate to find something wrong with Mamdani, they got to go deep into his wife's tweets and talk about one person who is working in a massive administration in New York City with a massive budget, working on housing policy, and not even they're talking about her policies. They're talking about a tweet she had 5 years ago. But be that as it may, here's Bill Maher talking to David Cross. Is this the one about the okay, yeah. Here he is. Bill Maher is so worried about little children that he doesn't have.
You need to be checked. People need to be checked.
I think they'll be...
including your little girl.
Okay.
She needs to be checked. I don't know what...
Fuck that bitch. Fuck that little bitch with her black friends and trans friends and not even understanding. She doesn't know.
Wait, she has trans friends in 3rd grade?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, they know they're trans in 3rd grade.
I knew one of her friends. I knew when he was a girl.
How old?
I think just turned 9, and is just the coolest kid. I think
boy to girl, girl to boy,
girl to boy,
girl to boy. Okay.
And she has another very close friend who's not in this school, but who's boy to girl at 3.
But girl to boy, you know, I mean, I knew somebody who said to me, actually more than one person who said to me, a woman said, you know, I was what they called a tomboy. If I was alive now and acted the way I did then, that's what they would have done to me.
Well, nobody's doing this to her.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Can I just
Old
pause
man yells
to
at
say as
clouds.
somebody who, I cut off all my hair for like 2 years, wanted a stud in one ear, only wore a it wasn't LeBron James, a Shaquille O'Neal Lakers jersey, and was a real tomboy for quite a while. I did not get a lot of pressure to change my gender, and I didn't end up doing that. It was a phase because I was allowed by my loving mother to to experience that kind of thing and experience my gender performance.
Your mother did that to you, allowed you to cut your hair and wear a boy's shirt.
Yes.
And last I checked, LeBron James
it was Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille O'Neal is a boy.
Man. Yep.
And a man. And you were allowed to, and your mother did that to you.
Yeah.
To quote Veep, not doing anything is doing something. You know, they're doing that to you.
That made me think of it a whole different way. But it's just how he opens this act talking about kids. He has no idea what he's talking about whatsoever, but speaks with the utmost authority to a father.
He has zero understanding. The idea of people of kids going through a phase, or ultimately not it being a phase, and allowing them to express themselves, he perceives this as some parent is pushing an agenda on the kid. His perspective on parenting is so twisted, and it's even more twisted based upon the fact that he does not have a kid.
It's crazy.
It is.
You gotta check these kids.
Yeah.
Wait, he doesn't?
Bill Maher?
So
No.
the way I did then, that's what
He's
they would have
against
done
having
to me.
children and marriage.
Well, nobody's doing this to her.
Well, I don't know.
So he's a misogynist.
Nobody is.
He's a massive misogynist. Always has been.
Interesting. He probably scared women are going to take half his money or some shit.
Shit like that, yeah. But he's also always had he's always been left libertarian. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like kind of like the Reddit atheist style guy.
Yes. Classical libertarian. Or classical liberal, sorry.
And so for him it's like an argument of why would I want the government involved in my relationship type thing.
Yes.
Doing this to her.
How old?
She is, or he is, either 8 or I think 9.
Okay,
Just
then
turned
somebody is doing something because 8 or 9-year-olds can't.
No, you know what they're doing?
Can't do anything.
They're responding to the child.
David
And
Cross's
the child
kid is
says,
trans?
I want boys' clothes. I want to be addressed as a boy. And the parents are going out and buying boys' clothes like they would if she was a tomboy. And the only difference is referring to this kid in the way that the kid wants to be referred to. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, social transition.
And there are numbers on trans-affirming care for kids that just show how infinitesimal this kind of thing is. Lancet had numbers on when they look.
In my opinion, at this point, like elementary school, or what would you call it? The K through 6.
Primary school.
Primary school. So like that is the time when you should be exploring these questions about your gender, because that's when you don't need any hormone blockers or anything like that. There's literally no harm in letting a kid explore it then.
Sure. I mean, this is why I kind of don't give a shit about this whole, like, raising my kid gender neutral. I don't give a shit. Give your kid purple clothes. Who gives a fuck? Like, really, it's like you're just rejecting social norms, which are the real reason that people conform. Because most people just want to fit in.
I've always been pretty against how gendered marketing is. Like, the fact that there's a girl and boys toy aisle, but then even then, stuff where it's like, this is for men. Shut up.
Yes.
Just fucking market the product. It's so they can resell the same product for, it's just marketing shit. It's all bullshit.
The only
gender just helps
exception-
capitalism.
Yes, the only exception that I can genuinely say may be safety gear for racing or like motorbikes. Like women's
I'm talking about like
motorbike
shampoo.
Gear. Sure. Like I use women's shampoo and my hair is silky smooth. Get fucked.
Like Pantene, I don't think does men only products.
Yeah,
they're
maybe.
but they're like more of the salon style product. You know what I mean? And like that type of stuff, like I think more of the salon end stuff won't be for men or women because they're catering to
a salon.
Just people who care.
Yeah.
And you're not going to care about gendered products.
Oh,
The gendered
not.
product is just for the consumer who goes to the store because they need an item, but they don't
have any market research. They're just going to go to the store and look at the products and compare prices, right? And they're going to see, oh, this one says for men. That's who it's for.
Yes. The layman that doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, the person who's just making a purchase that day.
It's easy marketing. Oh, you put a fucking city there, motherfucker.
I mean...
I really wish you
Yeah.
wouldn't have, because it's kind of going to box my shit in.
I waited an entire era to start expanding.
Yeah, fucking expand somewhere else. Like,
I'm gonna
these two
expand.
cities are basically brand new, and because it's got low food, because I've been focused on other shit, it's not expanding. So you're literally going to box me in.
Someone's got to win the game.
Yeah, look at all the other fucking space.
Those were the only places I could put cities. Literally the only places I could put cities. I'm
go
surprised
over
I was
water.
even able to get 2.
Looked at younger kids when they were socially transitioning and beginning that kind of care, that 98% continued care as teens, according to Lancet. And then there was also a pediatric study about the very notion of
Well, I remember one, it was what was the Nerf guns for girls? I think it was Nerf Rebel or something.
Okay.
And it looked like when the WWE made a Divas title. Well, that's what their entire marketing looked like, because they were trying to sell guns to girls, and it failed. It would be bad if the Aztecs vote for this military emergency.
Against you.
Oh, yeah. I'll be fine, but it will be bad if they do. All right. The Aztecs voted for it.
Great.
transitioning, where they looked at kids who had socially transitioned, and after a 5-year period, how they ended up. 94% continue to identify as their socially transitioned gender. The remaining 6%, you can have that. Half of them stopped care and identified as non-binary, so that's 3%. And the other less than 3%, they decided, yes, I'm going to remain as my birth gender. But that was heavily weighted when analyzing this in pediatrics with kids who were under 6 years old before they had undergone any bodily changes, any of these hormonal changes. The detransitioning part, where kids are exploring their gender identity, yes, that tends to happen when they're much younger, before any of the medical interventions that he's talking about have even occurred, let alone even if they're in the time when kids are experiencing puberty. A lot of this stuff is just hormone blockers and other and hormone treatments, or I should say puberty blockers and hormone treatments that aren't the drastic medical intervention that he's talking about, and are used on cis children very frequently, which Bill Maher doesn't say shit about.
But it also reveals the fact that this has nothing to do with protecting kids or any of that stuff, because there is no physical intervention that's happening at this point. It's just simply, I'm going to buy you the clothes you want, and I'm going to respond to you in the way that you want me to.
Yeah, she, her.
And it's like,
and kids know,
it is exactly, if you are concerned, like Bill Maher and his ilk pretend, you're making changes, irreversible changes on these children who are going to later. This is exactly what you would want them to feel comfortable and have the opportunity to try out what they want to try out as they grow through up until adolescence. This is exactly what you would encourage.
Yeah.
If you are sincere in your deep concerns.
And did you see how he gets fixated specifically on the boy to girl one?
Oh, definitely, because when he said,
can we go back a little
girl to
that?
boy, you could see he was almost disappointed.
Because there's a lot of misogyny and patriarchal notions that are undergirding the fixation, particularly with trans women. One, because a lot of men, view themselves as the dominant sex, and a rejection and understanding a rejection of masculinity towards femininity is offensive to their notions of superiority, even if these men don't fully acknowledge that is how they feel. That's how they've operated in life. And it could happen to me. And in the same way that gay panic is elicited by these kinds of men that are not in touch with their gender expression or sexuality, or repressed or hateful in some way. It's also this fear that they're projecting onto it, that they may at one point be attracted to a trans woman. And how gay does that make you? So they never focus on trans boys and girls. You really rarely hear it.
He's disappointed when Cross
said it first. Right, because they're like, oh, you want to be a man? Of course you do. Of course you do. But a woman, ugh.
Right. Then I can also transition into my sports argument.
But the sports argument is the avatar for right. It's just I'm adding to it. The sports argument is the avatar for also they're reaffirming their notion of their masculinity by fixating on it, because they pretend that they're protecting girls, like they're protecting women and girls from the scary men, and that makes them feel like, oh, okay, I understand the boundaries of gender now. It doesn't make it so scary for me.
He was a girl.
How old?
I think just turned 9, and is just the coolest kid. I think
boy to girl, girl to boy,
girl to boy,
girl to boy. Okay.
And she has another very close friend. Who's not in this school, but who's boy to girl. At 3.
A girl to boy, I knew somebody who said to me, actually more than one person who said to me, a woman said, I was what they called a tomboy. If I was alive now and acted the way I did then, that's what they would have done to me.
I love this.
Doing this.
They would have done this to me.
I do not like this man.
Nobody does. I do not like that man, Bill Maher.
Get out of here.
Bro, because we're in an economic alliance? Boom. Trade route to you right there. 20 fucking gold per turn.
Hell yeah.
To her.
I don't know. I mean,
literally nobody is doing.
Who did the tomboying to that girl?
Who is that story from?
Who imposed the tomboy on them?
Also, did you see, David is talking about somebody he knows. And Bill has the temerity to be like, no, that's not how it is.
No, one of the reactionary TERFs that I talked
have to do with it?
said that they would have made me a man if I.
You got a crossbowman right next to this comet. That just fell. Meteor just fell. This is you, right? Yeah.
Yellow?
Yeah.
Ah, over there. Neat. Free Amazon. Hell yeah.
Yeah, feel free to send all your units down here for Montezuma.
Sure.
Because this... Basically, I need to take this city-state now because he's got loyalty for it, so it's fighting us.
Can I upgrade in your territory? Yes, I can. Great.
Yeah, I think the Byzantines are also in the war because I made an alliance with them.
He is against Montezuma. Nice.
Yeah, so I made an alliance with them. specifically because I knew that they could be a wall from the Aztecs if the Aztecs got aggressive. And they immediately, this city was a free city, but the moment they had it, they built a fucking amber industry here.
Awesome.
So it was a free city and they were fighting against it, but basically right when they voted to go to war, it passed to my territory and pushed them out of out of the borders.
Amazing. I'll send my horse archers.
Yeah, you don't need to extend beyond. Oh, they killed one of my apostles, these bitches.
Okay, I'll send my
They
horse
condemned
with my
him.
general.
That apostle killed so many people. Like, these Byzantine cities are part of my religion, and they haven't taken it back. And I did this just from killing their religious units coming into my territory.
I need units up here, just to guard my settlers. That's all. But I've got a knight, a crossbowman, and a swordsman, so it should be fine. Because I was able to produce 2 settlers pretty quickly. So I'm just going to double forward settle on Canada and kind of try and block him.
Yeah, I was going to start forward settling Canada as well.
So we
From
can
the
hit
other
him from
side.
2 fronts.
Speaking of which.
Crush that motherfucker. He's got no military.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Canada, you literally can't declare war on him.
Really?
Yeah, that's why he doesn't really need to spend on military. You have to go through the grievances and stuff and
Well, he
declare a
doesn't like
formal
me.
war.
Denounce.
No, I've been a tomboy at the time. Yeah. You talk to hysterical losers. What do you want from me?
You talk to hysterical
Literally,
losers.
nobody is doing this to her. How old? She is, or he is, either 8 or I think 9.
Okay,
Just
then
or 9.
somebody is doing something because 8 or 9-year-olds can't.
No, you know what they're doing?
Can't do anything on their own.
No, they're buying them boys' clothes.
Well,
and-
then they're doing something. They're doing.
Sure. Yes, you're right. They're buying them boys' clothes.
And telling them you're a boy now. Okay,
No,
wait.
they're not telling them. They're just agreeing with. They're like going.
Well, they're
okay,
agreeing
honey.
with an 8-year-old because when
that's
is their
right.
when has their judgment ever been off at 8?
You know,
Anyway,
you knew you weren't gay, right?
That's.
It's not different.
It is different.
No, it isn't.
It's okay.
I hate this
Good luck with
motherfucker.
President
I know, right?
Vance.
Okay, see, this
That's what I
is
always say
a
to my work friends.
fascinating transition for Bill Maher.
Did they just kill my
To
other
go
apostle?
from like we're talking
That
about this
bitch.
to now like
You want apostles? I have
see,
so much faith.
your attitude, like, you can't argue with it.
No, these apostles were my 2 apostle guards that I bought super early on that held my faith down. I've just had them at my front.
Okay, I'm gonna.
And I never used their charges to convert cities or anything like that.
Okay, I will send my apostles down here. Well, your apostles, more accurately. Tell me where you want them. Fuck off, Japan.
I don't necessarily need them.
Sorry,
Because he realizes like he has no footing here to argue this. Like the idea that like, well, they're doing something. They're buying the kid clothes, which incidentally, I don't know what made the tomboy a tomboy that he was talking to, but I would bet it was the clothes.
Right.
Right? Like it's whatever the tomboy clothes were at that time.
And house, like, as someone who I went through a phase like that. I was, obsessed. I was experiencing that. I was in 4th or 5th grade, and, I loved, like, swords and stuff like that, and
Swords.
sports and things. I was more of a tomboy. And if my mom had been like, no, I'm not taking you to the boys section, how sad that would have been. And then I remember coming out through that phase like a year and a half later and being like, I want to dress like a girl again. But it was just something I wanted to experiment with. And this like kind of thinking and the removal of agency from these children and not honoring their emotional life is abuse. And like, I love how this guy is abusive. And I love how this guy's like the new atheist kind of person. But exactly what he's advocating for, this childless, like drunk freak is advocating for, is exactly what every evangelical parent would be saying.
Completely fundamentalist.
So go back to Religulous and maybe do a sequel where you're on that side now.
Right. I mean, the complete lack of awareness that everything he is talking about is religious fundamentalism vaporized. The solid is religious fundamentalism, but you take that patriarchy, which is really about religious fundamentalism in a relationship with God, and then it just sort of like patriarchy is like where you start to account it. But before that, above that, you could go to authoritarianism and dictatorship or monarchy, and above that is this religious fundamentalism. And as you go through, I mean, that is what he is espousing. This sort of like you cannot deviate from gender construction, even if it means that.
Turn the tundra into my slave camp.
Boys' clothes, but here he is talking about now. This is his manufactured sort of like, this is why we lost elections. A, bullshit, but B, like, wait a second. This is what you're going to like. This is all of a sudden you're going from this deep concern to children that it's actually an electoral strategy. Go ahead.
You knew you weren't gay, right?
It's
not different.
It is different.
No, it isn't.
It's okay.
No, it isn't.
Good luck with
I love
President
that. No, it
Vance,
isn't.
Because, as I always say to my woke friends, we voted for the same person. You're just why she lost.
Okay.
And this is a case of that.
David Cross's face.
We voted for the same person.
David Cross's face is like, is this motherfucker for real right now? Watch this reaction.
The same person. You're just why she lost. And this is a case of that. We voted for the same person.
He really thought he could.
Right. You're just why she lost. Because America hears this and they're going to go,
Amazing.
Bill's right. 8-year-olds can't really make decisions on their own like this. That's what most people are going to say. And this is where the Democrats are, with David Cross living in Brooklyn, with Mandami Loving. And this is why we're going to vote for J.D. Vance.
How absolutely mind-blowingly stupid this is. First off, we just like in his own terms. Why wouldn't all those people in the Midwest who are determining how they're going to vote go like, well, at least Bill's on our side and he's a Democrat? Like the absolute like stupidity that Bill Maher looks upon the voters with, which, fine. People are stupid. He is absolutely
honestly.
stupid. But there's no data behind what he's saying. There's no like all of what he's saying is just absolute garbage take, and he has to move to this sort of theoretical
There's a tribal village right next
realm,
to your territory.
to make this argument about that it's really an electoral issue. It's stupid.
Well, he says that at the end there that 8-year-olds can't be making decisions on their own like this, right? And we're pulling this up. This is an old clip we've played before, but it's rare to see Bill Maher, who's childless, engaging with children. But there is some footage
Feels
of it.
illegal.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. Let's see what he asked them about. Maybe what kind of subjects they like in school, what sports they're interested in, what TV shows they like. Bill Maher doesn't think that 8-year-olds can adequately express their gender identity, but he does think that they can answer questions about subjects such as this.
There you go. You hear that, Paige?
Yeah.
If that happens to you, you're going to do the same thing?
Yeah, I would like go where all the tabs are open, and I would just close it like a bunch of times.
Right.
Is this the right part? I don't know.
He's talking about tabs.
Okay, all right, here we go. Just go back slightly.
could, right?
Yeah, if it takes me to one, I just exit it because there's nothing that.
Well, I
They're
mean,
talking about
say
porn.
you're
Go back early. Go
interested
back
in-
early.
Sorry.
Great
from
segment.
Parents, not that I'm one, but I hear they're very worried about what their kids are seeing on the internet.
I don't think I go on bad websites or
But
anything.
you could, right?
Yeah, if it takes me to one, I just exit it because.
Wow,
there's
it's almost
nothing
like kids
that-
have.
Well, I mean, say
brains.
you're interested in like climate change, so you start looking on that. That's a big issue. I mean, your kids are worried about it for a good reason. Okay, climate. It leads you to weather. Then you're looking up stuff about the weather. Then it leads you to Stormy Daniels. All right, now you're into porn. Now you're into a porn site. What do?
I exit it.
There you go. You hear that, Paige?
Yeah.
If that happens to you, you're gonna do the same thing.
Yeah,
I sent you
would,
another
like,
video.
Go where all the
It's
tabs
fairly
are open,
long,
and I would just close it like
so
a
just
bunch
click
of
through
times.
it. Yeah. But I reckon it could be pretty good to watch.
I
after
wouldn't.
this.
I like. First of all, I want to have a talk with the parents who let them sit with Bill Maher.
But that's appropriate. I mean, I don't know how old that girl is, but seems like around the age that he's saying that they
He's
can't make their own
protecting the
decisions
children
by mentioning the word porn to two little girls.
I mean-
He's protecting.
Do you think
the
they know what
children.
porn is?
Well, obviously
Well, they do now.
God, Bill Cosby wasn't even that creepy when he did kids say the darndest things.
But this is the guy that's going to lecture
But-
you about what's
but-
right for your
but-
kids.
but-
Don't let him near your kids.
I
And
agree.
getting back to like the idea of like, well, you need to follow. Like, this is why why the Democrats lost. If this dude is that concerned about electability, I'm very curious if he's changed his perspective on Israel and Gaza. Because if you want to talk about hard data, the reason why the Democrats are withholding the autopsy is because it shows Harris's position on Israel and Gaza was a significant factor in her defeat.
Yep.
And the polling has only gotten more dramatic in that way than it was a year and a half ago. And if what he's saying has a shred of integrity about the reason, well, you're the reason, David Cross, because people are so concerned about what David Cross feels in Brooklyn, or you're dominating the idea that you don't think there's a problem with parents of 8-year-olds buying them, opposite
Me in
gender
Los
clothes
Angeles
or whatever
versus
it is.
me in deep red Los Angeles.
Exactly.
What the hell is he talking about?
You're going to be responsible for empowering JD Vance. When's this guy going to do a similar examination with Israel and Gaza, which there is a lot of data, a lot more data, I would say, a lot more unequivocal data that Democrats have to change. In fact, we're watching Democrat after Democrat change their positions because of it, and I guarantee you has not changed his whatsoever.
Guarantee it.
Oh no, he was saying that the Democrats need to lecture their voters, particularly young people who learn everything they know about Israel from TikTok. That's literally what he was saying like 3 weeks ago.
Unbelievable. Just an absolute.
What a fuckface.
It's funny how David pointed at himself like I'm why we lost, and then Bill says America's going, Bill is right. Like David didn't connect with the narcissism of two of them are speaking on behalf
I couldn't
of
understand. Like, you can't possibly be saying this.
Right.
Like his reaction here. It's like wait, what?
Yeah.
All right, one final phone call. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Check out our Daily Show. We even take phone calls.
The Lost Boys. What does it mean to be a man today?
Lost Boys?
What?
Do you want me to
What was
watch
that?
this thing about the Lost Boys?
What is that?
It's what you sent me.
No, read the fucking title. What are you doing?
I feel inferior because she earns more than me, but she opened with talking about the Lost Boys.
Yeah, it's a fucking panel
House Oversight
discussion
Committee now
about
demanded
toxic
a briefing
masculinity.
from the Secret Service after Saturday's close call and the third attempt on President Trump's life. Let's break it all down because we were dealing with a man on a mission. So he starts in Los Angeles, where he lives. He takes a train. I mean, no one does that. Takes a train.
No one does that.
And then to
What do you
DC.
mean?
He had one mission.
Nobody takes trains.
At the Hilton Hotel. And he starts right here. This is where the suspect ran. This is the security location. This is where the magnetometers were at the time. Now, if you go down the escalators, is where the actual event was. And then that's where the president was sitting on the stage right there. And this is how it all played out. Watch.
Yeah, go send your Cavs in and loot the fuck out of Aztec
And
territory.
there he is. Goes through there, they draw their guns, and then eventually we learn that they tackled the suspect there. Let's break it all down with our next guest coming up. Let's bring
Get
in
him
former
nice and
Secret
soft
Service
for me
agent
to
Tim
steamroll him.
Miller. So Tim, obviously, we have to say
they're
that
not
the
really
law enforcement on the ground, they
They're-
ran into danger. They
They
did
still have
a great
movement.
job running into danger.
Sure.
But the
They're more
planning
active,
is
right?
what is
They're
under
super cheap though, so you can
scrutiny
run them
today.
in there and
What
grab
did you make of the plan?
and burn.
No, Lawrence, you're 100% right. Here we go again. Heroic agents taking life-saving measures in the midst of horrible
shooting their buddies.
circumstances. We saw that play out in Butler and again in Palm Beach,
But-
and here we go again. And to your point, the Secret Service is a
we seen enough about this?
mission-oriented agency that does
I just wanted to see
proactive
Fox News.
security.
That's right.
I've done that site as an advance agent. I've been there probably 50 or 100 times. It's a difficult site. We used to have a director that said failing to plan is planning to fail. And what we're seeing time and time again, to your point, is the effort before anybody arrives is what's at stake here. And it's important to remember, you know, in our history of our country, there have only been...
They did their job.
Yeah.
They prevented it. Like, Butler was a serious issue because they allowed somebody to actually get on the roof and take shots.
Yes. Real lapses.
There was multiple layers of security that were not able to be penetrated. The fact that they had effective layers shows that they did their job.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's nothing to criticize really about the Secret
Also,
Service
Butler
doing their job.
would have been local, like, agents and stuff, because that was not the president. That was somebody running for president when that happened.
Yeah, true.
So the resources they have for security is not even remotely similar.
10 realistic assassination attempts. President Trump has had 4 in the last 19 months. So something is broken. We have to look at what it
2.
is, and we've got to get to
Maybe
the root
1.
of the problem. One of the problems you all talked about, and it's so true, we're in a moral crisis, Lawrence, when people feel it's okay to murder or celebrate the murder of others.
Some of
We're-
the
we're in
Aztec
a
cities
deep
don't even
crisis,
have
and
walls.
The Secret Service has
Neither
to
do all
figure
of
Only
out
his
how to
capital
address,
does.
these
None
threats,
of my
'cause we're
cities
not
have
fighting the
walls.
last war now. The
Well,
Secret Service has to transform
the Aztecs have been
to
at
deal
war
with
with
the threats they're facing today.
And to that
Byzantines
point,
for a
Tim,
while.
James Comer, who's over oversight, this is what he's saying. Following last night's assassination attempt against President Trump at the White House Correspondent Dinner, the House Oversight Committee has requested a full briefing from U.S. Secret Service. DHS, including Secret Service, has been unfunded for more than 70 days now. It's time to stop the games and fund DHS. So obviously, we can talk about the security protocols, but it doesn't help the agents. It doesn't help our intelligence officials that are analysts looking at
What
the traffic
intelligence?
and chatter online.
I need my
if they're not
Intel
getting a paycheck.
soundbite.
100%. They got to provide for their families, just like we were dealing with the families of ICE agents under unimaginable pressure. Now it's the Secret Service. But
off.
to your point, we also have to look realistically at the Secret Service. I keep it simple. I'm a retired Marine. I got to keep it simple. It's all about the mission.
That's right.
And the mission is the team, the training, and the technology. Team, who are we hiring? How many times have we talked about having folks on the job that clearly weren't able to respond.
That's right.
The training, we got to be training now for terrorists. Lawrence, those are the threats now, not just one-offs. And then the technology, the Secret Service has to get in a posture where everything technical is being utilized. The fact this guy was able to sprint as long as he did
45
with
yards.
weapons in his hand, yeah, that's crazy. So we have to look at it. I'm not condemning the agents,
Right.
I want to be clear. But the mission of the Secret Service is too sacred these days not to have the brightest, best, and most trained folks on the planet. They ought to be warriors that people are afraid to come up against.
Tim, I don't want a Monday morning quarterback, but does it concern you some of the reports that he used the stairwell because he knew that was going to be a place that he could get through? And then that they were more lax because they were wrapping up. All the principals were inside of the White House correspondence room where the dinner was going to be located. And so they had started to disassemble all of the checkpoints. And it looks like he timed it that way.
Yeah, 100%. The president, thank God, he's okay. He was spot on that we have to think about the planning, but we also have to think about the heroism of the agents while at the same time restructuring. Here's what we live in a world now where it could have been. Can you imagine if there were multiple attackers and our enemies?
They would have
watching,
pushed
we have to,
those people
even at
over too.
checkpoints, we need to put some ballistic protection up there. We need to rethink everything we're doing because, again, it's not about the Secret Service. It's about the mission. We have to have our elected leaders
Can we
able
save and
to
restart
go to
and save and
events
fixes the
without
envoys?
fear. And we saw it again, an event that was targeted and
Just remake the
successfully
game.
attacked.
Just restart the game.
Thank God President Trump and his family are well.
So true. The Hilton released this statement. They're saying
Aren't we
the well-being,
ending
safety,
soon
and
anyway?
security of the team members and guests remain our top priority, and we are fully cooperating with law
my own
enforcement
place
in their investigation. The hotel operation under stringent security protocols for the property as directed by the U.S. Secret Service, which led security for the event in coordination with a wide range of security teams, including local Washington, D.C. police and hotel security. I did have the opportunity to talk to the president that night as I was coming back to New York. He considered himself to be a blessed man, but I mean, you only get so much grace, and he's averaging one major attack a year. So hopefully they can get this under control, Tim. Thank you so much for your service and your insight this morning.
It's an honor to be with you, brother.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and
That was great.
Hey.
He's got to go out there and provide for his family.
I see myself as inferior to my partner because I don't earn as much as she does.
What is masculinity to you?
Everyone looks at masculinity as toxic masculinity. There's no positive masculinity.
Violence and aggression helps men lead
Yes,
genes
there
to the
is.
next generation.
You think it's heading down a road to misogyny?
I think it's already there.
When I'm on the battlefield, I feel a massive sense of pride. For me, the knight character is never something that I really had growing up. I certainly wasn't strong, able to defend myself and able to protect others. I did not have a big
Bro's a
stature,
literal
so
LARPer.
That's kind of why I'm drawn to that character. Being able to physically overpower someone and be able to exert your influence across a battlefield is very empowering.
Sure. I mean, this shit looks fun. Let's be
My
real.
name is Tad Lyons, and I am 31 years old. So I play a character named Sergeant Kalen Hellfire. So LARPing stands for Live Action Role.
He is a literal
so
LARPer.
LARP. LARP is where you
A
take on
literal
character
LARPer.
and you act as your
Amazing.
character. Today we are doing the first Battle Cry Community Day. So this is essentially all 4 of our chapters coming together. The Central Coast, Wollongong, Bathurst and Western Sydney, all coming together for a tournament. I didn't really want to participate initially. I thought it was pretty nerdy and not really something that I wanted to be seen doing. I was dragged along kicking and screaming. It was a pretty hard decision to get involved initially through fear of judgment. My upbringing was in a military household. It was quite regimented.
Interesting.
Growing up, the idea of a man was one of strength and someone who was reasonably immune to emotion. You don't rely on other people. You don't ask for help. You soldier through it.
Thank you and welcome to Battlecry's first Community Day.
So I started Battlecry January 2018. I've created something.
Oh, he started
with
it.
A group of people that no one else really
Neat.
offers, and that a lot of people take on as a lifestyle. Being able to put on these personality traits of being, incredibly macho and very masculine, and then just being able to take them
Here's
off
an idea, brother.
feel like it is
Do
a
it.
very freeing experience. I guarantee if I was
Stop making
not
it a
able to do
character.
something like this, then I'd probably be displaying a lot of those traits in a very toxic way.
Thank you so much for being here. Tad, you mentioned that if you didn't do live action role play, you'd resort to toxic alternatives. What do you mean by that?
For me, before I started doing LARP and getting involved in that world, I was very heavily addicted into the world of online gaming. For me, that's a very toxic subculture, which exacerbated a lot of my very toxic traits. My aggression response, my competition, my unhealthy level of competition, and my intolerance of other people.
Does Kaylin, your character, have any masculine traits that you aspire to?
Yes, I think the biggest traits would be the honour code that the character abides by. For me, honour is something that I still try my best to have in this day and age. You trust someone at their word and you do your best to uphold yours. When you make a promise to someone, you keep it.
When you were a kid, what did you think it meant to be a man?
Being a man was someone who was stoic and the provider, the leader of a household, the person who you would turn to make tough decisions, and a pillar of strength that other people can lean on.
Did that man show emotions, the man that you thought you should be?
Certain emotions were permissible. Any form of emotion which was interpretable as weakness was also something that wasn't something you'd show.
You'd planned
That's
on
where it
joining the
becomes
Defence
toxic, brother.
Force. Why did you change your mind on that?
You've already
My father
found the solution.
served, my grandfather served. My younger brother now serves.
I feel like this is just a
I
cop-out.
felt the pull, but
That,
for me, it was
because this, I must be this.
the traits that I saw in.
Think for yourself.
I guess what it took to become successful in that line of work was not something that I wanted for myself.
So after you left the military, where did that leave you?
I had to really reinvent myself and try and find a new direction.
It's
I studied art,
complicated
fine art,
discussion, I think.
and tried to do something that made me
Interesting
happy.
one.
And it's taken me a long time to get there, but I think I finally found something.
Will, your first job out of school was on a remote cattle station. You later served in the military and then the Australian Federal Police. What drew you to those lines of work?
There seems to be a trend
part
here.
of my DNA, I think. You know, you get to jump out of planes.
Let's watch
and do
for
all
more.
sorts of things like, and you're firing guns and all that sort of thing. So it's a bit adventurous and a lot of fun.
What does it mean to be a man today?
Yeah, repression, yes.
I know there's so much happening in the world today. To be a man today, you have to be true to yourself. And there's so many things going on. So I think there's so much, a lot of BS. It's hard for youngsters sometimes, and even the older fellas, to decipher the way that should be. It's so easy to get lost or distracted in the world today.
You're 56.
Yep.
Has the definition of manliness changed in your lifetime?
I think manliness is still the same. The perception of what a man is may have changed.
When do you think that started to happen?
Probably an evolution in the 70s and with equality and all those sorts of things. The perception of manliness or what manliness is may have changed and grown.
Josh, you were raised by a strong feminist mother. What male influences have you had in your life?
Yeah, she certainly was. Obviously, my dad was still driving me around to sport 5-6 times a week. I went through the traditional pathway. I went through a private boys' school, which can be, at its best, can sort of foster a sense of manhood, but at its worst, is
Bro went to
Hassan School of Eating in the Microphone.
hang on. Bro went to Deakin University.
Hey, that's where I went.
Deek.
What?
At its best, can sort of foster a sense of manhood, but at its worst is full of bullying and a lot of brutality. You know, the rugby clubs, competitive basketball, again, all about competition and winning. I was an Army reservist for quite long period of time. And again, at its best, defence and the Army can really be about a sense of brotherhood and sisterhood and about promoting you to become your best. But at its worst, it's also got that hard edge.
So in those spaces, how would you describe masculinity?
I'd say there's certainly a sense of an ideal type of what masculinity should be and what manhood should be. It's about strength, it's about winning, just about at any cost.
Danielle, you're a researcher specialising in evolutionary psychology. How has evolution affected male behaviour?
What evolution has produced are really complex
They've gotten dumber?
contingencies between environment
Where's she from?
and behaviour. Greater reproductive success is the ultimate currency of evolution.
Did you say?
So it's quite
Go
simple
back.
principle. If you have, you know, currency of evolution, environment produced are really complex contingencies between environment and
What year?
behaviour.
Charles
Greater
Strout
reproductive success is the ultimate
University.
currency
Charles
of
Strout, okay.
evolution. So it's quite simple principle. If you have, you know, more reproductive success than other members
I realized
of
you
your
couldn't see the
generation,
caption
then your
when I
genes will
looked
be
at my
that's why I was
overrepresented
asking you.
in the next generation. And after multiple generations, those genes that result in greater reproductive success, of course, become widespread in the population. That's really how evolution works in its most basic way. And so when you're seeing men engaging in aggressive type behaviour or violent type behaviour, the reason why those mechanisms exist to support that behaviour is ultimately because there are circumstances in which that
Except this
behaviour is
alliance.
adaptive. Violence and aggression helps men leave genes in the next generation. And that's why those genes are here in our generations.
Andrew, what are your thoughts about men and biology?
It comes down to the evolution and having good male role models, and definitely I feel like it's
He doesn't get a university
hormonal
for
thing as
his
well.
name.
Typically men that
Maybe he's not
have
from one.
a lot of testosterone, they're perceived as more masculine, they have more aggression and they're more stronger, so they're perceived in the public as more masculine. So going back centuries ago, the caveman eras and stuff, but at the end of the day, the man's role is to really go out there.
Actually, the caveman era doesn't show that.
Yeah, it was actually matriarchal, wasn't it?
No, not necessarily. We don't know that much.
Okay.
But
there was like leaning away
when we
from
talk
this
about cavemans, we talk
hunter-gatherer
about
thing,
stuff
right?
like Neanderthals and stuff. Right? And there's that strong evidence specifically in Iraq with Neanderthals where one was crippled, but their molars were like worn down, showing that they were like eating and stuff, which means that
now
people were
being
caring
cared
for
for.
somebody. And like even the Iceman, right? The oldest mummy we have. You know, here's a fun fact that I've said before, but you probably forgot. Iceman, oldest mummy we have, oldest tattoos we have as well.
I remember.
So he
that's
had
a fun fact.
pre-existing injuries as well that
interesting.
he would not have been able to heal from on his own. So, like, he wouldn't have been able to hunt and sustain himself on his own with the injuries he had. And potentially he was killed because he was... What evidence shows is he was killed by blunt force trauma to the head. So he could have either fallen, because it was in the mountains,
Yep.
or he could have been struck in the head and killed.
Interesting.
Right? So it shows that there was violence, but even if you look at like matriarchal societies and different, we did this in an Anarch interview, right, where I talked about monkeys, and I said, I know we're not monkeys, so it's not the best argument, you know?
Yeah.
Like monkey society and ape society is very differential depending on the species. But like bonobos, for example, extremely matriarchal.
Mm-hmm.
And like
also very gay.
Even like you look at something like Chimp Society, like there might
The
be a
violent one?
lead male. Yes, violence, but like there might be a lead male, but the females also participate in the violence and the
In the
war
violence,
and stuff.
Yeah.
Like a female chimp is just as likely to rip your testicles off.
True. It's fucking wild.
Hunt for food, bring it back, provide for his family, protect his family, and just really.
Point is, the whole caveman society thing is horse shit. Because let me tell you something. You hit somebody in the head with a big fucking club, it doesn't matter what your swing force behind that club is. There was no fucking armor and shit in those days. The best armor would have been things like dreadlocks. Natural, like, mats in the hair.
Point.
Because, like, there was one lady, there was somebody who, it's on video, but there was a person who went into a gas station and started hitting people with an axe.
Okay.
And the one lady, they hit her in the back of the head with the axe. And she was a white lady with thick dreadlocks, and they saved her life.
No shit.
It only cut the hair. It didn't actually... She had major neck trauma, though, from the force.
Oh, I bet it would have fucking hurt.
But the point is that...
Wait, is
like,
that the one where he's, like, behind them and just randomly swings the axe at them?
I think it was also a transgender person.
That sounds familiar.
But they never talk about that one. Thank God that happened before the panic, huh?
Oh, yeah.
So, this whole, like, hunter-gatherer society thing, like, and then talking about the caveman era, like, you think they left the women behind on mammoth hunts?
No way.
Like,
masculinity means can be included biological factors. It's mostly social. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like the more I talk to women, the more my idea of masculinity gets skewed. Where I'm like, it's very nebulous. It's kind of just something you like. If you're not masculine, you can't put it on.
well, like, and then also, like, in the, you know, like the queer and trans community, I mean, like, especially with lesbians, they use the word mask a lot. Just M-A-S-Q or M-A-S-C.
Well, let me ask
they'll
a
say,
question,
like, I'm
right?
into mask girls, but normally it'll be like, because there used to be the word dyke. I'm dykey.
Sure.
We don't really use that anymore.
It's kind of slurry, no?
It's just not kept with the times, but what you'll hear a lot now is butch and stud. And a
Yep.
stud is specifically someone who's a little more like would wear like a fitted hat, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like they're that type
Sure.
of butch. They would wear like more of a fitted hat.
Well, let me ask this question. In
but like
gay relationships, hold on, wait. So in gay relationships, specifically, what? Well, I guess it wouldn't even need to be lesbian relationships. Does it boil down to a typical male-female, masculine-female
and that's what
dynamic?
I was getting into more is I was going to say that something like masculinity and stuff matters a lot more nowadays in like the trans community. Like if somebody
outward performance of it
is gender fluid
way.
and stuff, they're going to talk a lot about dressing mask and stuff, but in the trans community it's now become girl mode, boy mode. They have their
That's
own
hilarious.
slang, you know?
That's so funny.
one of our followers who's like really young, and I don't know if they haven't been here in a while, but they are 19 and they're like just getting to the point where they're being more confident with girl mode.
Okay.
And it's like nice to see. But it's clear that they're like still struggling with a lot of identity things because they don't feel feminine. And that's where I think masculinity matters way more than whoever this fucking LARPer is who feels, and the guy who feels inferior because the girl he's seeing makes more money than him. Like, that's what toxic masculinity is. If you want to see non-toxic masculinity, you got to look at the queer community because they'll show you exactly what it is. And I was going to also say, I think the mode is a response to an anti-trans push. Yes. Oh, I don't know. You would have to expand what exactly you mean, but I do agree if I think I know what you mean. But I was also going to say that there's like when it comes to like the tradition, like it's a Chuck and Larry. You remember that movie? And they're like, which one's the girl?
Yeah.
So like there actually is totally a top shortage. It's a joke among the like queer community.
Top shortage.
Specifically, like we're talking about man to man.
That's fucking hilarious.
There's a top shortage.
Mm-hmm.
So
interesting. That's very interesting. So okay, because you mentioned that movie, outside of it being an Adam Sandler movie?
Yes, that's okay. That's what I thought you were saying. Yeah, like it's because of the backlash in society that they're more. I think that trans people are more intimidated to express their gender nowadays because of society. And
for sure.
Snakes.
Which is kind of... So I got this thing here. It was like a malaria donation thing. And I was reading up about like why people wear badges and pins and bracelets and things that signify or like signal that like, you know, and that's exactly what it is. It's a signal. It's like, I'm cool with you. Don't worry. And I'm like, I kind of like that as an idea, and I kind of like that as a way to get people to kind of not, because I find that there's a lot of aversion to the gay flag pins that everybody has in like workplaces. People like whisper behind shelves and shit about fucking gay flag everywhere, fucking gay flag, and I'm like, maybe they literally just don't talk to any gay people ever in their life.
Well, and also they probably don't know the people they're talking to are gay because that person knows that it's not safe to be with that person.
And this is kind of my entire point, is like, maybe it would be a better idea to kind of, like, for me personally, or like people that might ask me or whatever that are straight but unhappy with the way that things are, that maybe this is a way to just sort of, you know, almost just like a bit of social relief that like people in the gay community can see that and just sort of have that sigh of relief of like, at least somebody here I can kind of safely assume.
Yeah, because I hate public events, but if I saw somebody who was visibly gay, I would gravitate towards them.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, is like, if there's some like issues on the train or something, and I had a bracelet like this that was like one of those braided gay flag ones I've seen people have, right? It's literally nothing. But I feel like people would see it if that's something that you look out for. You know what I mean? I don't know what that means. What the fuck is first principles? But like, especially now, like right now more than ever, I feel like this is sort of something that people should be looking at and being more outwardly
be more
vocal
gay
about their support. Sure, be more gay. This is kind of interesting philosophy term. I can't remember where I saw who was talking about this or where.
Yo,
it came
hit
from.
these fucking apostles in Constantinople. One's hurt.
1 second. I can't move them. They're hurt because they took out my other apostle. Yes. Yeah, blow with faith, but I'm not going to do it now. Need more production.
Put himself out there on the firing line. Looking at modern day masculinity, you know, essentially that's what a male has to do. He's got to go out there and provide for his family and also protect and be willing to protect.
So what is masculinity to you?
It's being able to be a leader, take on responsibilities for not only himself but also other people.
What a dumb
Dom,
thing to say.
Do you think there's a way that a man should look and act?
I think if you want to be deemed or viewed positively by both your male peers and by females, I think there's a way that you should act.
Bro said
and if you were to take any action movie you've ever seen and look at the male protagonist, you could easily identify certain masculine traits.
It's dudes
So
like
we've got
this that are
strength
holding
and bravery
femboys
and
like
resilience.
me back.
And those are ways that you should act if you want to be
By the way,
perceived
you've been
as
gay this
masculine,
whole stream.
and if you want to be perceived generally positively.
It is what it is.
There's definitely a flip side to that, you know. There's, I'm not denying toxic masculinity exists, but I don't think that it's the only form of masculinity. I think that's the biggest problem, is that everyone looks at masculinity as toxic masculinity, and there's no real alternate term. There's no like positive masculinity or anything like that.
You mean if there's that kind of strength movie style role that's seen as toxic?
As somebody who's been a femboy their entire life, I can tell you that women have told me straight up I'm not masculine enough for them.
Interesting.
So I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Sorry that women aren't constantly going, oh, you're so masculine. Like,
that's really what they want.
If people are attracted to masculine people and you are masculine, then, and you're attracting people, guess what that means? You're masculine. Like, calm down, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It ain't that serious.
Opposed to something positive.
You'll have people who act in a traditionally masculine way now who are being ostracized for it.
What?
Criticized, and while it can be viewed as more attractive, the narrative is that it is wrong and it is toxic and it is chauvinistic.
So it's less encouraged now. In a
Yeah, despite the fact that it is still prevalent, it's still desired, but it's discouraged.
What values were you taught about being a man when you were growing up?
I mean, I come from a pretty open, left-leaning family, quite progressive. Explicitly, there wasn't as much emphasis on being a man, but implicitly, I definitely saw it. Like in my family, my parents' relationship, I saw my father as a stronger role model that my mum could like lean on for support. And I think that's positive. When I was in school, it was always the boys that were more masculine, that were more popular, that had a better time.
I feel like I'm in
And it
intro to
was,
sociology
the
class.
case when my dad was at school, and I think it will still be the case in 50 years. Despite what's being told and despite the discouragement of
These are always
masculinity,
really
it's still always
interesting
gonna be the case
discussions.
that these are people that are
like these kind of panel
more
shows.
successful.
Didn't they have one with
modelling
Syrian
that you
girl?
saw as
Yeah,
a younger man?
that
did
was
you
actually
feel like
this
you were
show.
able to
We
live
were
up
meant to watch
that?
it.
I was very late to puberty, so
I can
I
still
didn't
get
look
it,
like
but
a man.
we'll have to do it another
If you
day.
see a 15-year-old who's
Femboy.
5 foot nothing with no hair on his face, he's obviously going to have a harder time at school. And I was naturally quite
Yeah,
sensitive.
put on
and
a
still
dress, bro.
am.
Bro.
So those were things that had to be overcome.
Okay, so this
And
is just a
it took
femboy
quite a long
egg.
time, and I feel like I'm still doing that. I'm not saying
Femboy!
that it's good. I'm
This
not
is a
saying that
femboy
toxic
egg, bro. You're the one who's holding us back, bro. We could have come
Amazing.
so far.
Come.
Behave.
Oh, what bonuses do I want?
masculinity in the form of bullying and things
Amenities.
like that are good,
Tons.
but they exist, and they have always existed. And even people who are opposed to the idea of toxic masculinity, they still perpetuate a lot of these ideals.
Ricky, what was your first concept of manliness?
I blame the Ninja Turtles. It was
Fair
the action
enough.
figures for sure. A lot of the figurines and the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I put that aside, it was like as a teenager wrestling, anime. and,
Wrestling
you know,
is gay.
Action films with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
There's
and
not
all those. So that's where it
there's so
definitely
much gay
started.
baiting
tough
right
action
now
guys.
in wrestling.
Or turtles.
Yeah.
Really?
And they're not
They're
fucking
heroes.
yeah. Like,
so going to school and notice.
have you seen how Rhea Ripley pins women?
Oh, you're talking about the women. Yes, I am aware of this.
And she's like not like she said stuff about respecting gender fluidity and stuff to say that she's not, that she is just a woman. She also, what's interesting is like, so she recently had like this physique transformation.
Okay.
A
good one?
Well, hang on. It's very interesting because there's a lot of debate on whether she looks better.
Come to the right place. A man's opinion.
Ow.
Femboys in transition, not to unlike bisexuality being a phase before homosexuality.
Oh, this is great because it actually shows what she said about it.
Oh, cool.
All right, check this out. So she's like more lean, right?
Hold on. Yeah, because I remember being thick fucking...
And it says, just a little eating disorder that I'm actively trying to handle. She commented that
Oh,
on
shit.
somebody's post who we're talking about.
Huh. She got a mad jawline.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, okay. Hopefully people have just left it alone after she said that. But I doubt people are that considerate.
I don't know. I haven't looked.
Oh, yes. Border is going straight to the niter, which is exactly what I wanted. Fucking beautiful. Just have a
Huh?
useless geothermal
Niter?
tile.
Saying that I looked different and I didn't fit in, I guess, made me want to gravitate more towards masculinity and those things that were celebrated in school.
Did it feel like there was a sort of pecking order at school?
Absolutely.
Right. So who was at the top?
I love
and who
that
was at
this
the
guy's
bottom?
more masculine than the
At the top,
femboy
there were
egg.
the bigger, stronger kids, but I was the skinny kid.
Nazi
in high school,
femboy.
and
I
that was
know,
a big
right?
Insecurity of me.
Here's how you dealt with those feelings of insecurity.
As a young man, I got all my cues about what a man should be through media and societal, I guess, conditioning.
Yeah, there's like this. So like, there's a lot of like resentment towards femboys. Like a lot of, and I think a lot of it comes from specifically because Finster is probably the big representative of femboys, and they constantly are saying, "I'm a boy," blah blah blah. It's while they're like getting gender affirming care, and people are like upset about that. But like, I think one of the main criticisms is that like, we don't go through like hormone therapy and all this different stuff, which is just I don't understand like why there's even an issue, to be honest.
I don't get it either. People got to create drama somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anyone will ever just let it go. It's the internet. Doesn't matter what Finster has said.
Amazing.
Classic typewriter.
When it came around to my physical size, a lot smaller than the other guys, there's definitely was this sense that something was lacking, or I wasn't what a man or, you know, teenage boy should be. I started weightlifting with 2 dumbbells that I borrowed from a friend at around age 16. I felt it was like this secret because I thought people would look at me and be like, "You're tiny, you're scrawny, why you bother working out?"
Yeah, I'm tiny, throw me around, daddy.
Into the world, it really helped with my confidence. It was, I think, when later on, after I'd spent a few years working out, I started to then
what he should do is fucking fill in those eyebrows,
like
honey. Let me tell you.
It was taking away from me. It was the thing that was such a source of my self-esteem, so I didn't know who I'd be without
like
it. So
OCD
in a way,
and rip
I
out
was
their
always
eyebrows.
kind of like prison to it.
Knew somebody who
So
would do that with their
around the
eyelashes.
period of 2013,
they ripped out all their
14,
eyelashes.
I was living in Melbourne actually,
from OCD.
and that's when I found myself involved in street poetry. I just had the idea one day that I could use my words and kind of bring them to the street in type of gallery format. And I was like, I'll get a typewriter and pieces of card and kind of create this really textile kind of experience for people.
To fill hers in, I dare you. I have said this
till 2020 and COVID.
I have said this.
People
that she needs to fill in her fucking eyebrows.
5-kilometer loops of the area. And, yeah, people enjoyed looking for them, and it really, you know, meant a lot to me that what I was doing was now making an impact, more so during a real difficult time.
Did you feel differently as a man when you redefined yourself through your street
They're just
poetry?
super light.
Absolutely. I think at that stage,
she was in
I had realized that that body that I
that's
built
where
was
she
built
met
like this armor.
Shia LaBeouf.
And while it was celebrated by those around me, it was also protecting
when
this
she
part
was
of me,
still
or
like
keeping this
way
part of me
too
that was
young
very
to be
vulnerable
involved
and
with
hidden,
him.
not given that chance to be authentic. Through the writing
But
itself,
she was,
I guess.
Did you watch the new Frankenstein yet?
Haven't.
Oh, it's outstanding. But she's
really
in that, and she's very good in that. Her costume design is so fucking cool because she's like, what's the term for somebody who's into bugs?
Bug girl?
No, like etymologist or something.
That's butterfly, isn't it? Bug people, scientist. Let's see if this comes up with something. Entomologist.
Entomologist. So yeah, she's like into entomology and stuff. So all her costume design is like designed off of bugs.
I was very wrong. Butterflies are lepidopterous.
So if you look at like Mia Goth costumes in Frankenstein, but yeah, it's the best Frankenstein movie I've seen. Like the classic and Bride don't even hold a candle to it. And it's funny because Guillermo has wanted to do Frankenstein for a long time. He's been saying it's his favorite story, and that's why he's literally Frankenstein in Death Stranding.
Oh wow, those costumes are fucking phenomenal.
Right?
But he's Frankenstein in Death Stranding, right?
It was more or less, yeah.
No, he literally is. He's got a scar on his head because someone else's brain is in his body. That's why he's called the Dead Man.
Yes. I've only played it once.
He's an expert on the other side because his brain is from a dead body and was put into another body.
Yes, makes sense. Interesting.
So very interesting that he's Frankenstein in that, and then he finally got to make this Frankenstein. But it's phenomenal because there's a twist. It's not that big of a twist, but it's actually a 2-part movie, and only the first part of the movie is Dr. Frankenstein's perspective. That's all I'll say.
Interesting.
So the second half is all from a different person's perspective of the story. And it's phenomenal. It's one of the best newer movies that I've seen.
Hello, Gilgamesh. Do you want to be friends?
Oh, he'll
you
accept
do.
our friendship right away. Hey, buddy.
Happy to be friends, my man.
Hang on. Gilgamesh is here. So, thank you, Gilgamesh.
It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. Instantly the best relationship I have. Where is he? These motherfuckers took my tribal village.
What's your favorite bug? Stop stealing my questions. Can't just be asking people questions that I invented.
Favorite bug? What's your favorite bug?
Ooh, I mean, it would be a hard question, but I really like a lot of parasitic wasps. So emerald
Weird.
jewel wasps,
Why?
I think they're fucking gorgeous.
I'm firmly anti-wasp.
Tarantula hawk. These are not wasps.
Blue jewel wasp?
Emerald jewel wasp. They lay their eggs in cockroaches, so they hunt
Ooh, okay.
cockroaches.
I'm a fan of this.
Well, Google it hatching out of the cockroach and see if you're still a fan.
Damn, that looks cool.
But there's just something about like the wasp
A cuckoo
hatching
wasp?
out of tarantulas and other insects and stuff.
It says cuckoo wasp. So a different one?
There's
Kleptoparasitic wasp.
So
fuck
wasps,
does that
parasitic wasps, they specifically evolve to target one specific species or type of animal. So like emerald jewel wasps only target cockroaches. Tarantula hawks only target tarantulas. But the reason why parasitic wasps...
Oh my god, it's like an actual fucking cocoon. That's awesome.
Like, show what you're showing?
Hold on. Damn. That one.
But parasitic wasps, their stings are stronger than other stings because they actually need to paralyze and lay eggs.
Mm-hmm. Here. Sick. I support erasing cockroaches.
Yeah, and like
My-
so like you're almost never going to be stung by one of these wasps.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I
so
do know about the
tarantula hawks are
tarantula
supposed to have one of the most painful stings,
Mhm.
but it's
The guy that did the sting stuff
yeah.
Had to basically squash it against himself for it to sting him.
Exactly.
It's actually a really good video. He gets really good shots of it. I like stick bugs. Stick bugs are funny.
Phasmids.
But I think
They're called phasmids. Excuse you.
stick bug.
Phasmid.
Another really interesting one, and I don't know what they're technically called, but we called them. Oh, what do we call them? They're like fuzzy caterpillars. I'm forgetting the name now. Spitfires? Because it stings. Like when they bite you, it fucking hurts. Those were pretty interesting ones, but I think if I was to really pick a favorite one, praying mantis.
Mantises are
fucking
cool.
Cool as fuck.
I'm trying to think. There's this bug that actually, like, the way they do their pupae, they like actually decorate it because they're trying to make it blend in. So they'll put like, if there's artists that will give them like jewels and stuff, so then the the little cocoon, it's not a cocoon because cocoon is specifically butterflies. But pupa. How do you spell pupa?
P-U-A?
I'm trying to...
Shut up, type of gal. Hello, Gilgamesh. Don't tell me that.
Let me just... Insect. With that. Decorate. Oh, here we go. It's a caterpillar that I was thinking of. Here, I'm going to send this to you so you can open this one. They're called Bone Collector Caterpillar.
Cool. It's a great name. Fuck. The only thing I can build on these tiles is the religious upgrade. It's not great.
It enabled me to get what I got from weightlifting, which was this sense of control over my life and my story.
Sometimes when we take off armour, we can feel a bit vulnerable. Were there moments when you kind of wanted to put it back on?
Absolutely. That was the choice where I had to choose to let the armour fall, and I'd say the real me then came out of that process.
What are the first things women notice when they meet you?
I look like I have that tough image, but it doesn't match up with that. When I start talking, I'm a bit more gentle, a bit more thoughtful.
Have you ever tried to change any of your characteristics to appeal to women?
I guess it's just recognising that I have a soft voice, particularly on camera. It's part of my job. I need to talk, public speaking. So taking my time, enunciating words more clearly, having a more confident voice, controlling what I'm saying. Yeah.
So you really think about that before you're speaking in order to shift perception?
It depends when. Using my voice to command attention, respect. Yeah, sure, I'll use it then. Or
Great,
when
it
I was
harvests
a
body
firefighter
parts
for
for
6 years.
jewelry.
I would definitely use my voice to kind of communicate with people. But with friends, not so much.
From your experience, what are
We call
women
them butchie
looking
boys.
for in a man?
They're isopods.
Well, I guess it
The
varies
butchie boy.
depending on the woman, and sitting here as a single guy, I'm clearly not an expert. But I would say
Who is,
through
brother?
my personal experiences, confidence, being a man that's sure of himself, 6 foot and over. I'm sure we've all read that on a dating profile before. And,
They're real annoying in
surprisingly,
EDF.
irrespective of what level
Yeah,
the woman is in her career, it seems that she wants a man who earns more than that,
Right.
which I found was strange.
Mm.
Yeah.
What about emotions or strength?
It really depends on the individual, because I don't want to paint the narrative that we often see in the media, where it's there's toxic masculinity and men aren't supportive of each other showing emotions, whereas women are supportive of it. And I found some of the best examples have been my male friends who have supported me through tough times. And probably my worst examples have been certain women that I've dated.
And what would be an example of that?
So there was one time where I had a year-long contract at work
At
and it was
Bandcamp?
coming to a close, and I was worried about where I was going to go next with my work, as well as a few personal things. And I was quite stressed about it, having a bit of trouble sleeping. And I expressed that to my partner at the time, and her only reaction was, man up.
Man up.
That was it, yeah.
And how did you feel when you were told
should leave
to
it.
man up?
So I was shocked, a little bit hurt.
What did man up mean to you?
She didn't want to deal with that problem.
Andrew, are you emotionally open with your partners?
I feel like it's for a long-term partner and for that stability of a relationship to really develop and for that growth in that relationship, it's important for the man to be vulnerable with his partner and pull down the walls. I think that if a guy enters a relationship and he's consistently like an emotional roller coaster, up and down throughout the journey of their dating or relationship duration, the woman's gonna eventually lose attraction for him because it's a very feminine trait. And she's, at the end of the day, she is looking for a man that is stable and steady in his emotions, but okay to display his vulnerabilities.
You're a dating coach.
Yes.
When your male students first reach out to you, what in general are they struggling with?
The common thing that I hear is, Andrew, my life is going good in my career and everything like that, but I just struggle to even meet women or even get out on dates. If I'm lucky to get out on dates, I find it tough to get beyond the first date. And another common challenge is, what do I even say to girls? So they need a bit of clarity and guidance in terms of how to talk to a woman.
What do you teach your students?
We teach them how to become a lot more confident, how to develop social skills in all sorts of environments. And we also work on things like personal hygiene and grooming.
Josh, you're a political sociologist.
Wash your ass.
What are your thoughts on dating schools for men?
Yeah, look, I think there's always been some form of dating advice that in more recent years we've seen a sort of dark turn in that space.
My fucking naval raider not
who
needing
basically train men
movement
in,
to do raids
tactics
is awesome.
to
I
pick
can
up
literally
women in
just
public
raid
spaces,
everything and it doesn't
in order
matter.
to sleep with them. So we're talking things like negging, which is basically making a woman feel bad about herself, emotional manipulation, to then raise that man's status in relation to the woman. And so what we've seen is the emergence of big charismatic individuals. Most recently, we've seen people like Rush, Andrew Tate and others talking about how to pick up women and this essentialisation of what it is to be a man. You know, that you have to have money and resources and status, when really it comes down to respect and love. It's a dangerous turn for women in many respects because it ties in to a broader ideological orientation. So we've seen some charismatic individuals talk about the legalisation of rape. We've talked about some pretty extreme ideas out there that are shaping the way that young men in particular view women and their relationship to women.
And when you say dark turn, you think it's heading down a road to misogyny?
I think it's already there. Women are there to have sex with. They're only going to value high status men. So how can we make them either think we're high status or how can we manipulate them into feeling so bad about themselves?
You got it.
That they view
That's
us in a
correct.
positive way.
Manipulation is the only
Andrew,
way.
have you ever been called a pickup artist?
A few times,
probably
not
has.
a lot.
In terms
there we go.
of that kind of world of guys who might be trying to elevate themselves and lower the status of women, do you ever get students like that?
So we don't take on board those type of guys, and we particularly distanced ourselves away from that community, especially when I made that decision that I wanted to start this company up, because I definitely have seen the results of the whole pickup community, the impact that it's made. It can definitely go down some dark paths, like especially when guys are growing up and they don't get success in the dating space. They're very vulnerable and they're trying to look for answers.
We heard Josh mention some of those voices out there, like Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate is one of a number of influential personalities online. Let's take a look.
Shoot that guy.
Bang out the machete, boom in her face, and grip her up by the neck. What's up, bitch?
He's a legit
world champion kickboxer who doesn't buy any pussy bullshit.
I don't think the world has ever been equal. That the modern society we live in has been built by men. Let's cut the crap.
Children are being taught that in no uncertain terms that being a male, being a boy, is some type of evil gender.
The sexual revolution has castrated men in terms of their ambition, in terms of their mobility.
We're going to end up with a generation of women.
All of our favorite
who view
players.
Almost all men as inadequate.
They're lonesome and they don't know what to do.
No, you stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. You're not, no restaurants, no clubs, nothing.
And that's what's resonating with young people.
Andrew, are these men promoting masculinity or misogyny?
They definitely come
the second
strongly
one
off misogynistic views, and there is definitely a mixture of masculinity in there, right? And you've got to really take it as a grain of salt,
Gilgamesh.
but then really
Selling
understand
the luxuries, my
the
guy.
goods from the bad.
He's
But I
selling
think
them for
people can
such a good
definitely-
price.
Especially young men, they can see
Four,
this stuff and just
4 luxuries,
mold
5 gold
into
per
what
turn,
Andrew Tate was
22 gold now.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Josh, we've heard about this
It's almost
growing
1
movement
gold per turn
encouraging
per luxury.
a return to that sort of
I got
traditional
5,
masculinity.
46
what are we
gold,
talking about
6
here?
per turn.
We're talking about it cutting across the far right, who again argue for women to return to the home so that men can go out and become breadwinners and reassert
Full
that,
amenities.
Women are there to breed.
Hell
basically.
yeah.
But then obviously there's
Just
the
so you know,
manosphere
the
as well,
Aztecs
which
are
is a
building
more
the Great
recent
Lighthouse, and it
phenomenon,
looks almost
the
complete.
manosphere. So it's an
Sorry?
online environment.
Just letting
of,
you know,
of
in case you were
misogynists
building it
that
or
can be
something.
broadly
I was
categorised
not.
along four
Didn't think so, but
primary
hey.
themes. We're talking.
It only gives
Ghost-
+1 naval
men's
movement.
rights
Who
activists,
cares?
Go stand on it
specifically
so he
who
can't
are
finish it.
anti-feminist, who have the idea that women have subverted society.
He'll be mine
and
soon
its
enough. I want him
institutions,
to finish
that the
it.
family court's inherently corrupt and favours women. We talk about men
He's
going
got a
their own
fucking
way. Which is a
naval
a broad
unit in the
coalition
Dead
movement
Sea.
of
A
men
lot of
who
good
believe
that's
that,
going to do you, buddy.
women should be ignored entirely. We're then talking about pickup artists, who we've already covered off on, and then there's incels, involuntary celibates.
Fucking
Now,
incels.
Oh, no.
many men
Religious
gather
units.
online who basically claim that they can't have sex with women. That it's women's fault for rejecting them in favour of higher status men. And so they get into these online communities and self-flagellate about how horrible and terrible their lives are.
You specialise in masculinity and extremism. What does your research show about how widely held these views are?
On the one hand, we can say that the
I should
majority of men
call
don't
this
subscribe
guy.
to violent misogyny or any of these beliefs.
We should
But there
interview
are
him.
concerning patterns emerging.
He's a professor of my
in
university.
2019 across 28 countries with 19,000 respondents, including Australia, we found that about 5% of men subscribe to the proposition that women don't deserve equal rights to men. So that's 5%.
What was his name?
But then we talk soft prejudice, so we talk that the idea that rights of women have gone too far. And we're talking 35 to 40% of activists, specifically who are anti-feminist, who have the idea that women have... but then obviously become...
Growing movement encouraging a return to that sort of traditional masculinity. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about it cutting across the far right, who again argue for women to return to the home.
Didn't do it then.
Resonating with young.
Misogyny.
They definitely come
You might have to skip
strongly
back
off
to the start.
misogynistic views.
One second, because it normally
and
puts up.
There is definitely a mixture
Interesting
of masculinity
names.
in there,
See?
right? And you've got
You
to
didn't even
really
change your name to
take it as a grain of salt, but then
Jack.
really understand the goods from the bad. But I think people can
Stop
definitely,
appropriating my culture.
especially young men, they can see this stuff and just mold into what Andrew Tate is preaching.
Josh, we've heard about this growing movement encouraging a return to that sort of traditional masculinity. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about it cutting across the far right, who
Oh, she
again
just said
argue
his name.
for
Talking about here? A return to... Josh, we've heard about this
Just
growing
Josh.
movement encouraging a return to that sort of
Josh.
traditional masculinity.
Just watch for it, because
What
they
are we
have been
talking
putting
about
the
here?
names back up for
we're talking
people
about
to
it cutting
talk
across
again.
the far right, who again argue for women to return to the home so that men can go out and become breadwinners and reassert that women are there to breed, basically. But then obviously there's the manosphere.
What did she say that his study
was?
was?
A recent phenomenon.
Manosphere.
The manosphere. So it's an online environment of misogynists that can be broadly categorised along four primary themes.
I'll show you how
We're
I can
talking
climb.
men's rights activists, specifically who are anti-feminist, who have the idea that women have subverted society and its institutions, that the family court's inherently corrupt and that favours
Josh
women.
Bruce.
We talk about
Got
men
him.
going their own way, which is a broad coalition
Centre
and
for
movement
Law
of
as
men who
Protection,
believe that
addressing violent
women should be
extremism
ignored entirely.
and
We're then
radicalisation
talking
to
about pickup
terror.
artists who
Yep, we should
we've already
interview this
covered
guy.
off on. And then there's incels, involuntary
All right.
celibates.
Waiting for the
Now,
day you email somebody.
Many
Look,
men
I got-
gather
I
online
got lists.
who
Okay,
basically
I forgot
claim
that
they
these
were
can't
here.
have sex with women. It's women's fault for rejecting them in favour of higher status men. And so they get into these online communities and self-flagellate about how horrible and terrible their lives are.
You specialise in masculinity and extremism. What does your research show about how widely held these views are?
On the one hand, we can say that the majority of men don't subscribe to violent misogyny or any of these beliefs. But there are concerning patterns emerging. So in a survey that we conducted in 2019 across 28 countries with 19,000 respondents, including Australia, we found that about 5% of men subscribe to the proposition that women don't deserve equal rights to men. So that's 5%. But then we talk soft prejudice, so we talk that the idea that rights of women have gone too far. And we're talking 35 to 40% of men in Australia in that survey. And the numbers are most concerning amongst young men aged 18 to 35. And they're the men who are being immersed in this world of social media and this messaging and the manosphere.
That 30 to 40% women's rights have gone too far. What do you think that's come down to?
We have to take a bit of a history lesson and look back at what's shaped the world to the point that we are at. And if you look at post-World War II, we had the welfare state, which really catered to looking after working men's needs. That lasted for about 15, 20 years, but then we saw the individualistic atomisation that emerged from the Chicago School. So the idea that government needs to limit itself to one or two key areas and the market should decide. Trade union membership, which offered a form of solidarity, belonging to working people, was at about 50 or 60% of society. And it's now about 9 or 10%, in particular highest amongst women in the public sector. And that's across Western countries. If you're looking at church attendance, again, 40, 50, 60%. And that's dropped down to 10%. And church offered a sense of community and a sense of status and belonging as well. So we've seen these institutions decline over a period of time. And we've seen, on the other hand, an uptick in, people call it neoliberalism or free market or monetarism, opened up the labour markets, precarious work. Blue-collar men no longer had a job for life. Over time, we've seen that
what are you
the service
watching?
sector and the feminisation
this
of work
debate
in many respects.
On masculinity and toxic masculinity,
highly capable, competent
panel.
I don't even think it's a debate, it's more of a discussion.
Okay, well, I was correcting myself if you weren't talking over me.
Men, the company man who had the job for life, no longer do so. And so that's bred a level of resentment.
In terms of those more extreme ideologies, why do ideologies like that take hold?
It's a really important question, and it's one that's constantly debated in academia. For me, it comes
I was thinking in my head,
in particular, what we're seeing is young men searching for a source of meaning. They're looking for respect, they're looking for recognition, they're looking for a status, and they're looking for something they believe has sort of been denied to them. So these extremist groups, or even far-right populist movements in particular, target young men
now what are you going to do?
men. In particular, reasserting the role of men in society, reasserting the role that man should be the head of the household, women should be at home having babies.
Jay, you have 3 sons, 2 are teenagers. Do you talk to them about being a man?
I was about to say,
or
Jay,
growing
that's
up
a
as
woman's
young
name,
man
and
in
then
the
it was a
world and
woman.
What that might look like?
We talk to them about being.
Isn't Betty a woman's name?
I'm very lucky in that I've got a partner who we're very equal in how we run our home,
Sounds
in
gay.
how we operate, in the fact that we both work. And when we talk to our children, we talk to them about, being
Do you
a good
talk to
human
your
being,
children?
being a good
I don't know what that's
citizen, being a
like.
good community member.
Ever since I started supporting
and,
Donald Trump.
You know, it's less about being a good man or a good woman. Obviously, there are certain
My
things
children
that boys
chose
are more
politics
inclined towards.
over me.
You know, all my kids play sport. They all do karate. They do MMA. They're very active boys, but they socialise with a lot of girls as well. And you know, it's very important to us as parents, as a couple, that they see the world as humans, not just male and female, because we don't want them to feel that the things that they choose to do and the things that they're interested in and the things that they're drawn towards are good or bad because they fit in a particular box or not.
Dom, you worked hard to overcome your unhappiness as a teenager. What happened when you were 20?
My swordsman is coming to take the city.
I felt that I lost my direction when I was a late teenager. And I had a number of years in a relationship where
I love that
I wasn't sure.
I'm wasting
I was
time
happy in the relationship
for my
I wasn't
border
sure
growth
of
to
where
go
I was
onto a
going
mountain
as
I
person.
can't use.
And so I came out of that and I felt
great.
I felt disenfranchised. I hadn't seen my friends enough, my male friends. Obviously, you spend more time with your girlfriend than when you would with your male friends. I hadn't worked on myself. I didn't think that I had progressed in terms of becoming more of a man. And it made me feel quite insecure.
When you came out of that relationship, did you see women differently because of how you felt and because of that disconnection you felt?
Sure, I think there are values that are often advocated for by women, such as being emotional and being sensitive and being caring. Values that aren't traditionally masculine. But while they might be verbal proponents of these values, it's not always the case that they truly want to see them. So I found that in my relationships, and also in my friends' relationships, they've kind of decided that they will embody these more feminine traits and be more feminine with their partners, and it ultimately has led to a lot of them getting broken up with. Literally, I had a friend who told me that whose girlfriend called me and told me that she couldn't deal with him being sad and upset.
I bet what they were doing was actually emotional manipulation.
Yes.
I bet that's what was actually going on.
I bet you there's more to this story.
With her all the time. It's like women are more likely to prefer a man who is seen as a strong provider.
Do you think it's become more difficult
on
in a
insights
sense to navigate your place as a man in this world?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look historically, it's been pretty unanimous, the opinion of what a man is and what a man looks like and what a man should
Canada
look like.
has a
In the
great
past, say,
profit.
10
I
years,
guess
when
they
I've
just
become
still
an
haven't
adult
used
male,
them.
I've
Weird,
seen
because I
changes in
can't
the
get
culture.
one.
And
Yeah, there's
those
only a
changes
set
in the
amount.
culture are obviously advocating for men to be more sensitive, less masculine. Masculinity
Oh,
is
finally
demonized,
somebody
and
else. The
toxic
person who had
masculinity is a
religious
term used all the
settlements.
time where there's no
Samaria
alternative.
was who got it.
You've just graduated from a psychology degree. Did you feel like you could be more expressive about your ideas at university as opposed to school?
No, I would say the opposite. So my university degree is 4/5 women, often just the only boy in the room. And I guess I am quite outspoken, hence why I'm here today. So yeah, I think that saying any kind of view that doesn't go completely into the current popular, I guess, progressive narrative can lead you to be ostracized. I mean, I've had countless arguments with the girls from uni that
What's
now
an
is
example of that?
gender quotas. Because there's
Hey,
a big
this was like
movement
me.
toward gender quotas
Except
for
I did a
courses
gender
like
studies
engineering,
class.
for getting women into like STEM fields that they're not represented in. And engineering and psychology are a good parallel to draw because they have the opposite ratios, where it's 5 to 1 in psychology for women and 5 to 1 for men in engineering. And so when you see that and you hear that like we need more women into engineering, women can get scholarships into engineering, they're more likely to get placements as a result of affirmative action. And to me that makes no sense, especially
here we
when you
go,
consider the
DEI.
two fields. Like engineering, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. If you make a strong bridge, you make a strong bridge. But I think in fields like psychology and teaching, where the balance is definitely in the favor of females, it does matter to an extent if you're having a male psychologist or a male teacher. And the data shows that as well. A majority of men would rather see a male psychologist, but most are unable to because there's such a small amount.
So if you were having that discussion at uni, would that be shut down?
So there's
Seems like a
certain
you problem.
girls that would shut it down, absolutely, that discount every other
That's
opinion I
it,
might
5,
have
yes.
from my general political beliefs or relationships with women outside of this one perspective.
It's 6, isn't
and
it?
that level of ostracism is definitely pushing men towards misogyny.
Josh, are males
yes.
treated unfairly?
What one?
I mean, where do you start?
Yes, 6.
What we're getting an insight into here is the victimisation complex that really pervades the manosphere.
There you go.
Let's talk about the consistent
I like this guy.
structural inequality that prevents women, educated as they are, from progressing in society into positions of power. How many prime ministers have we had in this country who are women? How many senior female leaders and role models
One,
in this
and
country
she fell over in India.
can you name
It was funny.
in positions of great power who are women? At the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact that structurally women face significant inequality in society, continue to do so.
Will, what do you think? Is there an unfairness? Have men had to sacrifice anything because of women's equality? Like, you know, have those balances shifted?
I think the key points for me taken away from this in perspective is, you know, like from an incarceration or jail perspective, majority of men, suicide rates highest of men, divorce rates, you know, the men can be
Good.
Efficient, baby.
I'm glad the men are killing themselves.
Go through a child support agency and they struggle to see their kids, and you know, so there's a lot of things in the mix that are filtering down, and you've got kids growing up without that male role model. So I think there's a
away from
real
my builder,
need
you musketman
for
cunt.
stable male role models
what I
in
thought.
this whole picture of just who are good humans, good men, who, you know, can be masculine or whatever it is, and just being comfortable in that, because that's, you know, that's life.
Like Josh just gave a number of statistics, and sure, they might be the case, but one statistic that I think is so potent when you're looking at the well-being of men and women in our society is the data on suicides. And the suicide rate is almost 3 times as high in men. So how can you look at that, which is to me the clearest identifier of how someone is doing mentally, and say, oh yeah, men are almost 3 times as likely to kill themselves than women.
Poggers!
But they're so lucky, they're so fortunate, they're so privileged.
Why are they
and in
being
the same
such
breath,
pussies?
be criticising them for all these things that are apparently their fault. It's not the fault of a man that for most of history men have been in control, a man today. When you talk about patriarchal structures, there's a very small amount of men at the top, and that's what we talked about in terms of dating and wanting to appear more powerful. The reason is because there is a small amount of men at the top. And for the men underneath them, their livelihood is not a positive one. They're not living happy lives, and that's why male depression is such a prevalent issue, because men aren't living these wonderful,
I really hope
privileged
the
lives
guy
that
from
likes to be-
Deakin
that likes to be
just comes
discussed
in and
media.
says,
Will, what is the solution to this?
stop
Men are
idolizing
very simple creatures.
rich people.
You know, we are. But we need some stable
It's literally a
male
delusion.
role models who are masculine and not masculine and
Get
whatever
outta
they
here.
are, but are just humble, good men and stand strong.
Given your background working in the military and also in the Australian Federal Police, do you see a positive to that sort of structure? Would you like to see more young men in those spaces?
I think across the board,
Fuck!
male and female, I think national service
I can't believe he beat me.
across the board is a good thing.
National military service.
No, not national military service, but it includes the military. So I'm talking about a national service of Team Australia. So fireys, ambos, police, Army, Navy, Air Force and rural sector. If you filter every child who's left school out to those areas, you talk about thousands and thousands of jobs, and you're giving everyone a sense of purpose, a greater concept than just themselves. Then not only that, everyone's on the same page. They realise, okay, everyone's, you know, in a similar predicament. Everyone's earning good money. They're learning accountability, responsibility.
Jay, is that something that you would consider for your boys?
I think there should be freedom of choice, but I do love the idea of encouraging everybody to give back, because I think it is something that is definitely lacking in our societies, that sense of connectedness, that sense of purpose, the sense of this place is bigger than me. It's not just about my selfish needs. And I think that's something that is eroding
No, you
society,
can't
and it's
have
not a
my night
male.
Fuck you.
Typically, the boys are here We get up, we have breakfast, normally some breakfast nonsense chat. Hi Greg, how you doing?
Morning.
Good morning. Have a seat. It's time for breakfast. My name is Ian Reeves and I'm a consultant working at one of the hospitals in Glasgow, Scotland, which is also my home. And it's home to my two sons, Ben and Craig, who are both 15. This is my breakfast here with the seeds and nuts.
Did y'all hear about what's going on in Mali?
Yeah, nuts and healthy things in yours as well.
Tuareg have taken over.
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit before.
Did you see? Did you see they did a press conference, and in the background on the monitors, they just put images of the Earth from Google Earth.
No,
which was fucking hysterical. Just showing it's like first Mali, then the world. Look, wheat
Isn't
bix.
that what America said? Where is she? Come here.
So you're entitled to 18 weeks of unpaid leave. But my employer, the NHS, also enhances that by offering some paid leave as well. 4 weeks per child up until the age of 14. So it now means that you can consider taking parental leave to help with much later
I don't
stages.
know what Russia thought they were going to do against this insurgency when France couldn't get it done. You think the Russian fucking mercenary groups are going to be better at fighting a fucking Al-Qaeda insurgency than France was? Like, that was France's main military operation for a while, and they couldn't get it done. Like, to think that
Even with their helicopters and
AFRICOM
jets.
was going to do anything is pretty stupid of Russia.
Yeah, and especially replacing Wagner with Africa Corps. Well, Wagner is much more effective. And even they sucked. Even they were getting their shit rocked. Honestly, like, for the people of Mali, I agree. Because I kind of want to see Russian forces fucking get squashed worldwide. I hope that the government comes to an agreement with them. And they just cede the Azawad land, which I'm pretty sure is most of the problem. Just cut it off and be like, fine. You know, I'm pretty sure the Tuareg only joined Al-Qaeda for network support.
After France destroyed their revolution. And ISIS.
Yeah.
France and ISIS.
Like, it's... Al-Qaeda is a very complicated outfit. Especially in the Sahel.
Well, I think the problem is actually ISIS. I think that
ISIS in
Al-Qaeda is a much better alternative to ISIS.
Yeah, like
and we need to get back
kind
to
of
the
what I'm
days
saying.
where we have rational jihadists. Get fucking ISIS out of that shit.
Yeah.
Because, like, even Al-Qaeda, the government kills more civilians than Al-Qaeda in the region. Al-Qaeda kills a lot of people, though. They kill, like, hundreds, you know?
Yeah. What do you want? Iron? Sure.
Oh, I muted it. Applying for university, all those times of life seem to be just as relevant and just as important in a child's development. And you had a physics test earlier this week, didn't you? How'd that go?
Yeah, so I had one, it was first two on a Monday.
I think it's very important actually, especially like at sort of the stage of life that we're at to have him around, because the sort of stuff we go through can be, like the exams that are all coming up could be quite tough, stressful.
Have a great day, Craig. Bye-bye. A few weeks ago, my ex-wife was out of the country, so I took some parental leave to help with that week. The main advantage of doing that is that you don't end up frazzled at both ends of the spectrum. I think what parental leave...
I mean, the ethnic Tuareg conflict goes back decades. Like, the apartheid conditions that exist for these people have existed for a very long time.
Unfortunately. So, you know, it's a very interesting conflict to look at, but it's like, I don't know. They might be able to, but the problem is that Al-Qaeda and JNIM are part of the French. apart from the French, are also getting aid from you. Yeah, of course they are. Russia is invading their country. They are bleeding them. Because the lines haven't moved, right? Ukraine can basically hold the lines with a limited amount of people and then focus on other operations that are more effective, like bleeding Russia in Africa. So, of course Ukraine's going to do that. That's objectively in their interests. Just like it's objectively in their interest to, I don't know...
Fight the RSF.
Yeah, fight the RSF. Even joining
Who
in
are worse
Trump's...
than Al-Qaeda.
Joining in Trump's little holy war. I mean, the RSF... Is Wagner still there, or is that Africa Corps now?
That is a question for James. I am not
Yeah.
100% sure. Who, me?
I mean, Russia could easily use it as propaganda. Look at them.
I think what you might be thinking of is when I talk about... why am I blanking? 1 second. Most expensive CIA operation. Operation Cyclone. So that's a big proponent of that, is that you'll hear a lot of people say that it was the goal to make Russia bleed, but the CIA doesn't say that. And a lot of Russian sources will say that the whole point of America getting involved was just to bleed Russia. And, like, the situation, I think, is a little bit more complicated than that. Because, like, you know, like, it's like, especially because it goes into the 80s. So... like, one of the reasons the Soviets did invade to begin with, because they were afraid Khomeinism would spread to Afghanistan and then start undermining the Soviet Union in Central Asia. But I think Brzezinski definitely saw it that way, and that's why he made a bad deal with Pakistan to empower war criminals there. But I think there was more in mind than just bleeding.
Yeah.
Because also, if you think about it, like, one of the benefits for Ukraine, for NATO, has just been getting results from how well their equipment counters things.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Ukraine is, at this point, the world expert in drone warfare.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and counter-drone warfare.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, the Ukrainian military is going to be heavily involved in a lot of warfare. Whether that was the goal?
I mean, Ukraine has always been involved. They were one of the big people who helped out in Iraq, and they weren't even part of NATO.
Well, yeah, the Soviets losing is also a very interesting discussion. Because they attacked Maoists, technically. Which is very funny. But it was one of the contributing factors to their fall, no?
The perestroika and glasnost are why the Soviet Union fell, not the Afghan war.
It would have contributed, though, no?
Sure, but...
how much is the real question?
Like, the reason why the Soviet Union fell is because they allowed people freedom of speech, and they allowed people to have democracy. And
ironic.
Basically, these fucking states immediately were like, yeah, we're leaving. We're going to have our own country. Goodbye. Like, that's what happened.
I guess that's what happens when you hold Eastern European countries as the surrogates for the fucking Nazis. Oh, you know, we beat the Nazis, but now we could give you independence.
But fuck that.
But nah. Yeah, the system's already set up to abuse and extract from these countries, so America does it, so why can't we? Fuck the Soviet Union. Glad it's dead. Hopefully we can celebrate the death of the US Empire soon. We'll see what happens. Hey, finally Petra got built.
Yeah, send some apostles
forever.
over here.
Apostles?
Yeah, my main city, because I just lost theological combats. My main city just fucking dropped.
Okay. You want missionaries or apostles?
Apostles. They need, because now there's an Aztec apostle coming in from the north here that you just let walk through your territory.
He didn't come through, man.
Yeah, he did.
Is it a military emergency? Why are they trying to take down your city? What religion are they? It would be
Okay,
funny
hang
if it
on.
was
There's a
Islam.
lot to read here. Jack, will you read this for me?
Where? In the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second. Cole. Okay, I'm wondering if Biden's half-assing of Ukraine is that he was afraid doing well in Ukraine would actually scare the Russian government, assuming they think this is a war that could threaten their own regime's survival
that
if
it's
they lost.
Because at the end of the day, the U.S. is so capitalist that everything they do is a function of capitalist thinking, and you don't dump a lot of things into something if you don't know it's going to have dividends. That's why, like, after one bad movie, directors' careers are like over. You know, it doesn't matter how many hits you have. You make one stinker, you're like,
it's over.
You're like done. You know, it takes a lot for directors to come back because it costs so much money to make a movie. You know, it's the same thing. Is if we dumped all these things in there, but like, for example, just like the delay on sending the fucking fighters that could intercept things is probably one of the biggest gripes I have, because we needed them training the pilots sooner. Like, approving the jets still meant that it was a year before they came in because of all the training that would be necessary. Like, they should have been training ahead of time. And he fucking, you know, like, he was half-assed because he was trying to be like, look, we're not going all the way to try and get Russia to come to the table. But, like, I don't know. Maybe his fucking Alzheimer brain made him forget how that worked out for Angela fucking Merkel. Trump should. I'm glad Trump threw candy at her.
Do it again. Coal mine. And an ironclad. Gross.
Biden was matching European. Yeah, I think they all discuss it. And like I've said before, another factor is, like, if they could have given Ukraine everything they needed to win the war. That could have happened. But then it would be somebody who's not a NATO country that's, like, super empowered. And, like, Ukraine has, like, had, like, one good president that was, like, favorable to the West, basically. There's been more since Euromaidan, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not necessarily something that it would be smart to jump completely in on. I mean, look at somebody like Viktor Orban with Hungary, you know? And how much of a headache that has been for the EU.
Not
Because
anymore.
he's like... Yeah, well, we'll see how much changes, though. The other guy's supposedly more pro-EU, but...
Research astronomy.
Gives people is the space that they can then manage to have a dedicated time for their family. Well, after I drop the boys off, I can then go and do the shopping, get the dinners organised, pick up any messages. Or
It's also
laundry or
standard
anything else I need
policy
to do during the day.
to do escalation
And then
ladders.
have more time at the end of the day to say, right, I can still take you to hockey. I can still take you to the gym. We do have time to watch something together. Boys in particular need positive role models, usually men, to help them understand where they're going to end up as men.
In Australia, parental leave is set to increase from 18 to 26 weeks by 2026. Will you have 3 kids? Did you take time off to spend time with them?
No. No, not when they were wee little people.
Do you think it's important for fathers to spend time with their son?
Oh, without a doubt. It's really important for a man's health, for his welfare, to spend time with their kids. And it's good for the family, and I think there's only good things from it.
Josh, did you take parental leave?
I took as much as I could. I split it. Every opportunity I get to be involved. It is challenging also, though, obviously matching work and so on.
I found out what it does too.
Danielle, do you think it makes
anyone
sense to expect equal
within
time
3 tiles
from men?
only moves one
Okay,
square.
that's a
so
really
fuck
big question,
this
and
night.
it really depends on what you mean by equal childcare from men. So, thinking about it from an evolutionary and biological perspective,
Yeah,
a lot of
Antioch's
people make the
falling.
mistake of thinking that men are selected for to sort of provide the resource. But men have also been selected for to be parents. One of the most important determinants of female preferences, partner preferences, are indicators of whether or not they're going to be a good father. Women really value that a lot. And so, and of course we've heard today that, you know, men value being a parent as well. Men want to be around their children. So from a perspective
Men
of
wanna
what
be
would
daddy.
make people happy and what would make families functional and what would give children the best experiences, from that perspective I would say yes. Yes, I would love to see it become the norm that mothers and fathers contribute equally to childcare and take equal time off work.
Is there a flip side to that?
There's a big flip side, and at this juncture I really want to say that the gender inequalities and the structural inequalities that actually favour women, because nobody is acknowledging that we do have these structural inequalities that are favouring women. The only thing in the narrative, in the popular narrative, is that all of the structural inequalities favour men. The reason why I bring this up now in the context of parental care is because the majority of couples make decisions for the man to continue to work, and that those big society-wide statistics that we look at, where we say, oh yes, it's
yeah, you started it,
and it's patriarchy,
bitch.
and it's women not being allowed to work and women not getting opportunities for promotion and
They
things like that.
notice how they
And
immediately want to make
that's not
peace.
what I've
As
seen
soon as
in
I
my
took the
field.
city-state,
In
that was
academia,
annoying me.
In my field, it is. I
And
very
moving on
much
'em.
am sympathetic to the arguments that you were raising about how there are just some political perspectives in academia that you can't have, that you can't express. I feel that very strongly. If you're not going to toe
Bullshit.
the feminist line, you really best speak very, very quietly. And so what you have is,
bullshit.
is these
Pause it.
couples making these decisions mostly for the women.
So the reason I would say that's bullshit is it would just require much more evidence. And if you're not willing to do the evidence to prove your work, then you should be dismissed in academia. The problem is these people who profess to be right-wing, or whatever the fuck they want to call themselves, never back themselves up with actual research. They use pseudoscience. They use nonsense just to confirm their own worldview and then project it into academia. Like, they should be rejected. And they're made to feel ostracized because you are fucking morons. Actively trying to pollute academia with nonsense, trying to, like, literally crying about peer review. If you're
I got a
crying
peer
about
review
peer
for ya.
review, what does that tell me about what you've made? I think it says more than anything else. Oh, there was more to this comment too. Yeah. Regime survival. Wait. Yep, so not that Biden was trying to make Russia bleed, but Biden was scared of escalating into a larger war. It was never going to be honest. Combined with the strategic patience that ended the USSR. Maybe he was trying to repeat that. Maybe? I don't know.
Biden would believe something like Americans help end the USSR.
Yeah. Did you notice that knight went into the water to go around my zone of control?
I got the Byzantines back in the war. Their peace treaty wore off.
Nice.
To look after the children and the men to invest in their careers. And the reason why those decisions are being made is not because of some inherent sexism in either the structure of society or within people's minds, that they just think this is how it has to be. It's because that's what works for the majority of couples.
Tad, what are your thoughts on that?
Getting hit with a lot of truth bombs today is hurting. It's really hard listening to some of this stuff. I guess I see myself as inferior to my partner because I don't earn as much as she does.
Right.
She works in a very male-dominated industry of the mining sector. She works very hard as a fly-in, fly-out geologist in country Queensland. So we see each other very little. We are planning on having kids, 3, ideally. When that does happen, she wants me to quit my job to be able to look after the children because obviously her work wouldn't allow it.
Yeah,
And
valid.
she earns double what I do. And I feel like as a man, that would be a failure on my part.
Why?
To
Sounds like a
not
you
be able
problem.
to earn money for the household,
Doesn't it?
And to instead look after the children.
And when you say it's difficult to talk about, do you mean just within yourself or publicly?
This is the first time I've articulated it to other people.
Right.
But the more I hear, the more I have to realise.
You realise how dumb it is?
It makes far more sense for me to be able to look after the kids and to be able to ensure that they're provided for and that the family unit is looked after, and that my partner is the breadwinner for the family, and that I need to be okay with that.
Ricky,
if you have girls, you also need to be okay with having makeup put on
What do you
you.
say to them about how to be a man?
You going to be able to deal with that?
Well, as a counsellor, yeah, it's about giving the opportunity to actually be vulnerable for the first time in their lives. And it's not really about what I say, but what eventually they say when they're given that opportunity. A lot of authenticity starts to come out, rather than looking to the, not say the Ninja Turtles and the action figures, but like those people that they're looking up to maybe on social media or celebrities. They can put that aside and actually try to find within themselves some sort of person they want to be. That isn't totally just this complete fabrication, but real, and maybe embodying a bit of sensitivity, because working in the mental health space across the board, I think we really need a place of vulnerability to be welcomed.
If you ever wanted children and you had sons, what would you hope for them?
Just giving boys and girls access to skills when it comes to managing emotions. Part of the work that I also do is speaking in high schools through an organisation called Batia, and I do share my story with fitness and bodybuilding, and essentially just tell these young boys who think being shredded and having a six-pack will solve all the problems that it won't. And the real strength is not about necessarily being strong and lifting heaps of weight or pushing other people down, but being able to pick them up and provide.
Tad, if you ever had sons, what kind of father would you like to be?
I'd like
abusive.
I'd like to be someone that they can talk to. I'm a suicide survivor and an abuse survivor.
Interesting.
And I know exactly what it's like to not be able to talk to anyone or not have anyone to talk to. It's a feeling I never want my kids to ever experience, and it's something that our society still has not gotten a handle on. We can't talk about it. We still can't talk about it. Mental health is still taboo, no matter how much fanfare we put around it.
I agree.
We still
It's
can't
not
talk
really.
about it. You can't bring it up.
No,
at work.
I 100%
If you
agree.
bring
With
it up
somebody
with your
who
boss that you are
suffers a
struggling
lot
with
from mental health,
you still
people
have fear
quickly
of being let
disappear.
go. You still have fear of
when you
responsibilities
profess
being
it.
stripped of you, or that
No,
opportunity
just
that
when you
is
have
dangling over your head
psychological breaks.
evaporating.
in
It's
that
especially-
aspect.
It doesn't
sure,
matter how
okay.
open
it is
you are
very, very
about
hard to be able
what
to talk
you
about those
experience.
things. And so if I was to have young men, I'd want to make sure that they knew that they could come and talk to me at any point in time with no judgments and no anger, and I'd be there for them always.
Given the challenges you've faced, do you feel equipped to deal with life as an adult, as a man?
Part of me wants to say never, but look, I think I have lived through a lot. I have
Do you think
experienced
he's
a lot of things
regretting
that
voting
people
for that
shouldn't.
military
And
emergency?
I've had a lot of opportunities afforded to me that I'm very fortunate for. I think as I go through life, I'm learning. I'm always going to be learning, and I'll do as good a job as anyone else.
No, get that
So,
Aztec apostle.
Whether I think I'm ready? No, I don't think so. Life is really hard because it gives the test first and the lesson afterwards.
Fuck him up.
And so I will do my best.
Thank you so much. Thank you to you all for being here tonight, for having such a respectful, open discussion about a tricky topic. Thank you too for joining us.
Neil's back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan.
That was very interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head wounds, heavy
We'll have to
bleeding.
finish up now, though.
And then just shrapnel all over. So folks are bleeding from their abdomen, bleeding from arms, bleeding from legs. Secretary
Hell
Hegseth,
yeah.
do you know who said that?
Dark age, here I come.
I'm not sure I do.
It was one of our soldiers describing the devastating Iranian drone strike at Port Shuaibah, March 1st in Kuwait. As you know, 6 of our soldiers killed, over 30 wounded. Secretary, do you know the range of the Shahed 136 one-way attack drone, approximately?
It depends on the variant, but it's got serious distance.
Several hundred miles. Do you know how far Port Shuaibah is from Iran?
There's a reason why we took extreme measures
I'm gonna
of
reclaim
force
my time.
protection, because
I'm
we
gonna reclaim
understood the
my time.
proximity challenges.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to reclaim my time. It's well under 100 miles. Before the war started, there was clear intelligence that Shuaibah was high on Iran's target list. Internal analysis had said the site was indefensible from aerial attack and should not be used. Yet you sent our soldiers from the 103rd Sustainment Command there anyway. Is that true or false? True or false? Straightforward question.
Are you going to give me a chance to answer, or just play gotcha?
Did you send them there or not?
We took proactive
I'll
measures
take that
from the
as a yes
beginning to
and
ensure
reclaim my
force
time.
protection and defensive
Now,
posture were
let's talk,
maximized
Mr.
across
Secretary,
the theater.
Let's talk about what defenses they had. Prior to the attack, officers on the ground knew our troops were vulnerable. In fact, they requested additional force protection. Did they receive it?
Wherever humanly possible, force
They did
protection and
not.
counter
I'll
UAS
save you
was
the
always
time.
made available.
They did not. In fact, when asked to describe the base's defense, one survivor who's come forward from the unit said, quote, I would put it in the none category. From a drone defense capability, none. So let's be clear, no counter-drone capabilities, no counter-rocket systems, no counter-mortar or counter-artillery, not even the basic overhead protection that you and I had 20 years ago in Iraq, and now 6 of our soldiers are dead. The next day, you downplayed the attack. You said it was a squirter that squeaked through fortified defenses. But since then, thankfully, brave survivors have come forward to set the record straight.
Bro,
one of our surviving soldiers told CBS, quote,
I think he's building. He's still not
painting
building
a
walls.
picture that one squeaked through.
He's on deity. What is going on?
Falsehood. Another said the unit was, quote, unprepared to provide any defense for itself. It was not a fortified position. Another survivor said the building's protection was about as weak as one gets. Secretary Hegseth, that is obviously in direct contradiction to what you said from the Pentagon podium the next day. So are you saying that these
I need to
soldiers,
keep an eye
our
on this
soldiers
engineer.
who survived this horrific
That's
attack,
going to
are
be very
lying?
useful.
What I'm saying is before the commencement of the conflict, we put in maximum defensive posture we could.
That's a direct
We moved
contradiction to
70
what they said,
in this
Secretary.
in this directing. Can I speak, or are you just going to monologue falsehoods all over
No,
the place?
fuck you. It's not a falsehood.
We moved
Excuse me.
7,500 troops off of
Reclaiming
the
my
X based
time.
on the intel.
Stop.
Based on the intel.
Stop. Reclaiming my time.
Because you yell doesn't
Are
make you right.
calling-
Just because you yell doesn't make you right.
I'm reclaiming my time on behalf of these survivors. You just said what they said is a falsehood.
There's a much larger
that
picture.
true?
There's a much larger picture at play here that included integrated air defense.
You know what I really wanna see them do here?
Moving people off
Then
the
why,
X
Mr.
to
Secretary,
ensure that
is
they were not part
the
of the target.
people
We moved
questioning
those
them
troops and all across
just
the
saying,
year, thousands of troops off the
my
X,
job
off of
is
their bases
questions,
because we knew what Iran
your
was gonna
question,
try to
your job is
strike.
answers.
I ask the fucking questions. You
Shut
give
the
the
fuck
fucking
up.
answers.
Greatest
Basically.
Gordon Ramsay quote.
And we remember those 6 every single day.
I want to finish.
But don't play games with.
I'm not playing games.
raising
I want
your
to
voice
finish
and
with
pointing
one more
fingers.
quote from a survivor of the attack, and I put this on the record. Telling the truth is important, and we're not going to learn from these mistakes if we pretend these mistakes didn't happen. Secretary Hegseth, those soldiers told the truth. Those soldiers are braver than you are.
Oh, yeah.
They deserve accountability, and I'm asking for the same, starting with you. And as I said a year ago, you need to resign immediately.
I commend those
And I
soldiers.
yield back.
Gentleman
Epic.
yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Texas. He just said, "You a bitch."
That's what it sounded like to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, tomorrow is 2 months since the war has begun. You've testified that it was $25 billion in cost in terms of the munitions we used and what we paid for it. But when you add to that the damage that was done to our bases and today's dollars for buying replacement munitions and replacement aircrafts, what has the total cost been over the last 60 days?
That number right now reflects the total cost that we're seeing.
Including buying in today's dollars the new weapons and replacements, and including the damage there? That's your testimony?
If there's
under oath?
adjustments to that, I would defer to the comptroller on that.
And how much are you seeing in terms of, are you asking in terms of supplemental funding just for the Iran mission from this committee?
If and when a supplemental is submitted,
how much?
the majority of it would not just be for, would not be
But
for
what
Epic
would be
Fury,
the
it would be
ballpark for Iran?
munitions related to the entirety
Just
of
a
what
number,
we want to
sir.
get done.
A number, what would you submit?
It would be within the, on Iran, it would be less than 25 billion, but there's a lot more we would ask for.
Oh, is
beyond
that
just
all?
Iran,
You're saying it's
considering-
25 billion. Okay, I would just, if you come back and you want to revise those numbers, because all the experts are disagreeing with you when it comes to today's dollars and damage, but you can revise it. How much did it cost American taxpayers in terms of the strike to the Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number? In terms of the missiles we use?
As I've said, that unfortunate situation remains under investigation.
You don't know how much it
15-6
costs the
investigation, but I
taxpayer?
wouldn't tie a cost to that, to anything.
It's a reasonable question, no, sir? I mean, our taxpayer money was going there. Do you know how much it will cost Americans in terms of their increased cost in gas and food over the next year because of the Iran war?
I would simply ask you what the cost is of an Iranian nuclear bomb.
I'm going to give you that opportunity.
I would simply ask you what the.
Yeah,
You're
but
playing gotcha
sir,
questions
sir,
about
no, it's
domestic
not.
things. I'm not.
You're saying it's a gotcha question to ask what it's going to be in terms of the increased
Why
cost
won't
of
you
gas
answer what
and
it costs to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear
I
bomb?
give you that, sir. But let me.
What
if you
would
could
it
just
cost?
ask my
What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't
But
get a nuclear
can you-
bomb?
Do you?
What would
Sir,
you pay?
I reclaim my time. Do you not know? You had no one do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food on the American people are going to be?
What is the cost
Let
of
me-
Iran
let me
holding
give you the
that
number.
straight at
Let me
issue
shut
with
up
nuclear
and
weapons?
It's
Answer the questions,
$631 billion,
dickhead.
which means it's an increase of $5,000 a year for American households. Now, let me give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing a nuclear Iran. Will you acknowledge that there is an economic cost to the American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran denuclear? Will you acknowledge the economic cost?
We have an incredible economic team that's managing this better than Yeah, but
what the previous administration did to our economy, what the previous administration did with inflation,
you know what's upsetting? I
administration
reclaim my
did
time.
with COVID, and you're going to lecture this administration about the economy?
You know what is upsetting?
Incredible.
You didn't even do the analysis on how much it's costing the American people. It's one thing if you said, okay, it costs the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II and other wars. Here's what it costs. You got to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of the missiles that hit the Iranian school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your 25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence. Let me ask you this. Certainly, maybe here we'll find agreement. There were still 440 pounds of low-enriched uranium, correct, when President Obama, after the JCPOA? Is that accurate?
The amounts and types are classified.
Okay. Will you acknowledge that there were 970 pounds of uranium enriched after Trump tore up the JCPOA?
In your armory.
The JCPOA was a terrible deal that allowed Iran a path to a nuclear bomb.
You deal with vague platitudes. I'm asking you about
the district
numbers.
was just
Like,
completed.
you don't know what gas costs. You don't know what food costs. You don't know what the operation costs. You know, I get sound bites, but how about numbers? Do you know how much the enriched uranium was after you ripped up the JCPOA? Trump did.
I'll give you a number. I know that, as was stated by early on, the price of gas is twice as expensive in California, your home state, as anywhere else in the country because of the horrible policies your state pursued.
You know what? It used to be that type of stuff worked, and then you started to lose the people that you campaigned you wanted to be for, because you said you wouldn't get us into bad wars. You said you would bring down the prices. You know what I'm sad for? I'm sad for all the people who voted for Trump. I'm sad for them because you betrayed them. You betrayed a lot of that MAGA base. And you know who knows that? J.D. Vance knows that.
Gentleman's time's
that's why
expired.
he's
Chair
upset
now
about
recognizes
this
the
work.
gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Bacon. Any relation to Kevin?
Interesting texture glitch here. My Corsair became a builder when I raided this builder?
Weird.
What is happening? Motherfucker. How did he survive that?
Ding, ding. Great
What
people.
great person you want? Merchant?
Engineer. Nah, do engineer.
I'm doing melee as
Chosen.
well.
Melee? Okay. Perfect timing. That means era end, yeah? Oh, not yet.
Yeah, at the end of this era.
Well, I need 5 era score in 4 turns, so it's probably not going to happen.
Convert cities.
It's your religion, it won't matter.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I've tried that before.
With me on today's video. More on them later. Hi, it's Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America? I'm your lawyer friend, Legia Miller. On Saturday night, a gunman entered the Washington Hilton Hotel, attempting to access the White House Correspondents' Dinner happening on the floor below. Shots were fired, one Secret Service member was hit, the man was apprehended, and he has now been charged with firearms charges as well as attempting to assassinate the president. Charges that could land him life in prison. Literally within minutes of the shooting, the internet was abuzz with chatter that the entire thing was staged, with numerous content creators pointing to photos, a quip Caroline Leavitt made beforehand that shots would be fired, and the regime's immediate attempt to use the shooting to convince the public about the necessity of a ballroom as definitive proof that the entire thing was staged. As Molly Olmstead for Slate writes, quote, "We've ventured into a post-truth era where anything that happens will be immediately engulfed in conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, as the shooting dominates the 24-hour news cycle, the Trump regime is continuing its dirty work. Most concerningly, sending in FBI investigators here in Minneapolis, where I live, this morning, as it continues to target us for its crackdown on blue cities, and initiating a lawsuit against the Southern Poverty Law Center, a lawsuit that marks the beginning of the next phase of the regime's crackdown on important institutions in this country tasked with protecting our civil and constitutional rights. And separately, May 1st, this Friday, marks the deadline by which Trump must gain approval from Congress in order to continue his war of choice with Iran. And it's incredibly unclear whether Congress will do anything at all to exert its rightful, constitutionally given power. But no, yeah, let's keep talking about the failed assassination and that fucking ballroom. Thank you to my partner on today's video, Surfshark VPN. You're any country across the globe, anywhere in the US. Question everything. This fucking regime is a dog and pony show, and they love to lie, and they have fucked everything up, so data that the government produces is no longer reliable. And literally everything is so clogged with AI, it's being shoved down our throats against our will, that at this point it is not irrational or crazy or unfounded to question everything coming out of the regime. Let me acknowledge that. Because one thing the right-wing nuts are really good at doing is seeing these conspiracies and the grains of truth that they represent, acknowledging that truth, and then exploiting the people who believe in the conspiracies for their own personal gain. And the left does a lousy job of acknowledging the truth behind the conspiracy theories, much to our detriment. Yes, you should question everything this administration tells you. However, you should also question content creators making sensational content to get clicks on your Instagram feed or wherever your preferred source of conspiracy theories happens to be. There are almost always multiple explanations for the things that people are pointing out in, for example, the photos that came out of the Correspondents' Dinner, or any conspiracy theory situation. And usually the more banal option is probably correct. Did that one photo show Trump looking like he already knew this was going to happen? Or was it captured in a moment when his 80-year-old senile brain was still processing what was happening? What Caroline Leavitt, an unhinged yet shrewd press secretary who's good enough at her job that she's managed to hold on to it despite multiple failed press secretaries during Trump's first term, was she hinting that they'd come up with an elaborate gunman hoax when she said shots will be fired? Or was she using an incredibly common euphemism about the kinds of jokes that were likely to happen at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Was Pete Hegseth smiling behind the scenes because he knew what this was going to happen, or because he's an adrenaline junkie warmonger who probably gets off on this shit, or at the very least, for some other reason altogether that we don't know about because we weren't there? It is very easy to look at things and hear one person seemingly connect the dots and say, by God, it was all a stunt. But if you stop for a moment and look at each dot individually and how people, strangers on the internet, are connecting these dots and think, is there an alternative explanation for this? It's not too hard to unwind the conspiracy theory and at the very least question whether this really does all fit neatly together into this hoax theory, or whether it was a real gunman who really did try to do this and no one knew it was going to happen, but there was a lot of chaos in the moment. That people's faces make a lot of different expressions depending on how they respond under pressure, and that a single freeze frame doesn't provide definitive proof of state of mind or previous knowledge. It wouldn't hold up in court. I think personally, and I'm willing to be proven wrong, that this wasn't staged, but that the Trump regime is very quick and very skilled at seeing any event like this as an opportunity to be exploited in order to further their agenda. These people are really, really skilled at PR because they have no conscience. Every single event is fair game for being utilized to further their agenda, no matter how much they have to twist things like logic and reason in order to make it work for them. And I think we saw this in real time over the weekend. The fact that the president immediately held a press conference to say, this is why we need a secure ballroom, isn't a sign that they had this all planned from the beginning. It's a sign that we have a president who is extremely used to holding
I've seen people posting photoshops of that
so that he can talk off the cuff about shit, and that the PR apparatus of the White House and this regime is really adept at
no ballroom. Normally it's like stupid written, like ballroom bad and stuff.
Something has happened that they've taken and run with to try to justify whatever part of their agenda was top of mind at the moment. Never mind the fact that it defies reason that that a highly secure ballroom attached to the White House that will hold under 1,000 people would ever be used by the White House Correspondents Association for their annual dinner, one which the president isn't obligated to attend, and one which the White House Correspondents Association is vehemently determined
told him
to
it'd
make
still be
at
alive
least
if he was
appear
in a ballroom.
as
Probably.
independent as possible. That journalistic independence from the president
You know, that
sure
was his
wouldn't be
issue.
as convincing if they decided
No
to hold
ballroom.
the dinner in his literal house. Not to mention, the Washington Hilton Ballroom holds over twice as many people as Trump's proposed ballroom would. None of it makes sense. A staged attempt on Trump's life as a roundabout way to justify this ballroom doesn't make sense. What does make sense is that Trump has pissed enough people off and turned up the temperature enough in this country that there are people who are interested in ending his life. One of them attempted to do so at this very public event, and his team is just twisted enough to, within minutes, say, hey, if this had happened in the White House secure ballroom, none of this would have happened. Yeah, go with that. Let's not think it through further. And you can watch this kind of attempt to spin the shooting in Trump's favor happening in real time over the weekend. First, it was the ballroom. Then it was Trump claiming that actually it's just a sign that he's a really important, highly consequential president, because no president would elicit so many attempts on his life if he wasn't highly consequential.
The people that do the most, the people that make the
They
biggest
hate
impact,
us
they're the
because
ones
they
that
hate
go
us.
after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way.
Right, because everyone remembers the highly consequential administration of President James A. Garfield. The alleged shooter, Cole Thomas Allen, an impossible to remember name because it's just 3 first names strung together.
It is,
has been charged
honestly,
with
it is hard to
weapons-related
remember
offenses and
because it
attempting
is
to
3
assassinate
first
the
names
president,
strung
which
together.
could lead to life imprisonment if found guilty. And U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro has promised that there will be additional charges as the investigation unfolds. Much like the alleged arsonist in the Kimberly-Clark warehouse fire I talked about last week, I suspect we're going to hear the terrorism term thrown around eventually in this case. The Trump regime has promised to charge anyone espousing quote-unquote Antifa views with domestic terrorism. As I've explained before, domestic terrorism isn't an actual crime. There's no criminal statute for domestic terrorism. You can only be charged with aiding
Hang
a
on, y'all.
terrorist.
I think I found a new creature for stream.
Good evening, and welcome to another slandering episode of
Watch, we're already
Diatribes.
subscribed to this guy. Watch, I've already found this guy already. Let me see. We are. Oh my god. I've rediscovered a creature.
From the voice of doom. Now here's your slavish and slack-jawed host, voice of doom. Alright, I'm back. I figured I'd do another diatribe because I've had 3 days off and a little bored. But I thought I'd do my own little commentary on recent events. Off the top of my head, a few ideas percolating, but no real rhyme or reason as usual. But kind of realized that it's good to have a channel on YouTube that doesn't get much attention, because I noticed a phenomena over the last few years that for some reason some people will put a short comment on TikTok and they get noticed by other people that they know, and suddenly their life is in peril, or they are fired, or they are ostracized for their opinion. So it's just as well that my channel gets very little attention, because if I had 1 million subscribers and many thousands of comments on every video I make, then things would be complicated, because I take things personally, and I'd have to argue with every single person that disagreed with me. So I want to comment on the recent events that we all know about, and the aftermath. And my basic conclusion to the thesis that I have been propounding over the last 5 years of society basically falling apart is coming true in spades, and there's no getting around it, and there's no reason for me to continue talking much about it because everyone can see what's happening now. We used to have a society of people who could agree to disagree.
Now I'm Jack. I don't want to be Jack. Gross. Okay, anyway, back to this guy.
And you could even have relationships with people that were politically against what you were. And it would sometimes be a fun thing. But in this day and age, we have a catalyst called Orangey, who for some reason, I don't know why, and I think I do know why, but has become a lightning rod and a source of division amongst the common clay. And it's all part of the
I'll even be able to stream this
plan of the powers that be, and I mean the real rich people. People in power that we don't know their names, to divide us in order to soften the playing field, soften the battlefield for the final conflagration. Now, there is more and more conspiracy theories that are coming forward, and more things that are being espoused by people, where they are saying there are evil entities on this planet who are working in concert to destroy what we had, which wasn't that great in the first place, but slowly things were getting better, if not for the interference.
Just quitting.
If not for the liars.
You cannot
and the
stream that
cheaters
game, clearly.
And the
way too poorly optimized
opportunists who need a problem to
I was
solve.
like,
so
I
they
haven't played
create the
this in a while.
problem.
Now I remember why.
I've already talked about that. But let's talk about the recent event. Now, here's what happened. A person who was of high education, sort of, was a professional person, decided that he was a radical, progressive, liberal, wokester idiot, and he would amass weaponry, and he would drive to a venue and check into a hotel where he knew that an event was about to take place. So this person was a planner. He was not an idiot. He was not a guy who just goes off half-cocked.
Cock? I'm back in.
And he
I'm interested again in what you're saying. We talking about
waited
cock?
for the event to start, and then the weapons that he had secreted into his hotel room were taken into a
I'm back out.
bag.
We're talking about secretions. I'm
and
back
he
out.
Ran into the venue, and his intention was to kill as many people as he could. And it's ironic because most of the people in that room were not exactly big Orangey fans, but they were there because it was a cachet event where everybody had to be seen. And he made it a little bit past the security, and then bullets flew, and he was taken down. And
All right,
there
I'm
were
going to
bullet
launch another
shots
game.
being
Let's see if this one
shot
crashes
here and
me.
there, and the event was disrupted, and Orangey and his entourage were taken out of the venue, and then from there the real bad stuff happened, because I'm convinced after this event that we have millions and millions and millions of cruel monsters who, with their own self-righteousness, thinking they are on the side of good, are working on behalf of satanic, demonic entities. They don't know it, and you can tell by listening to them and looking at them that they are gone. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't care about them because they're not human beings. Now,
wow.
I mean, if you want to maintain a certain structure of civilization, by civilization I mean
calling
civil
human
discourse,
beings not humans. That's
and
kind of
reaching
shitty.
conclusions and having a proper civilized debate over an issue and then coming to a conclusion. What's that? Hegelian?
Oh God!
You know, synthesis, antithesis.
No,
and then, or,
we're not doing
thesis,
Hegel.
Antithesis and synthesis. You have one side against another, and then you try to come together for a conclusion.
Nope.
Okay. That's not happening anymore.
That's
We
also
have
not Hegelian dialectics.
people in the wokester cadre who are crass and coarse,
Wokester.
and their language is disgusting. I don't like hearing
Watch out
them
for the
because
wokesters.
They have no decorum, and they have no education to speak of.
Whoa.
And they think they are good.
I thought
Wait, I thought the libs.
Event,
I thought it was the college and the education
to say
system
that it was all staged
that was
by
wrong.
Orangey so that he could get sympathy. It was, and then it's like, why did he miss? And why can't we have real Americans like Lee Harvey Oswald, who were real Americans who could take a shot and hit their mark? And cruel, disgusting things that should be punishable by law because you're advocating for assassination. The only one being punished or being indicted for that is Comey, who, just like Clinton, could be probably indicted for many, many worse things. But they come up with some stupid-ass thing that he found some seashells, which is a ridiculous thing, and won't hold any water, and he will not suffer any consequences for that. Because it's ridiculous, and it shows how ridiculous the right side are. The Kash Patels and all these others, and the attorney generals who go after a totally corrupt to the bone former FBI
All right, I'm pressing launch.
director for something so stupid. Now, come on. Everything's the idiocy and everything's falling apart. Okay, so all these people, the common clay of the left, are saying why did he miss? And I wake up every day hoping for his death and this and that. Now, I didn't like Petri Dish one bit. Thought he was a corrupt, stupid, demented fool. Never liked him since '76.
Okay.
I don't like him now, but I don't sit around hoping every day that I wake up that he'll be dead. He was supposed to be dead a long time ago from stage 4 cancer, but he's still around.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't wish for his death. I don't wake up hoping that, Petri Dish has finally died. Oh, good.
I have no
can
idea what
dance
you're
on his
talking
grave.
about, but I assume Biden. But
just for my own personal,
I think if you have
comment,
0 viewers, you should be a little more specific instead of
well-being.
talking in
I
lingo.
don't hope for that.
Don't
but
want to,
these people
exclude
are
any
absolutely
new
nuts,
audiences.
and they're cruel, and they're crazy, and they're monsters. Populi monstros. We have a population of monsters who actively hope for the death of our president because they think that he is a pedophile, or they think he is a SA'er.
He is. Next.
And all this other crap that's been fed to him by this media that's not worthy of being around. And I think it's fine that the press were all cowering under their tables so they could get a taste of what everything's like. And they will go back to their usual lambasting of Orangey and say, Chuck Todd, I won't go anywhere near Orangey because he's dangerous. Everywhere he goes, chaos follows. I mean, these idiots, they don't realize that their karmic retribution will follow them for millennia, for trillions of lifetimes. They will be reborn in misery. They don't think anything about it. I think about people who are making fun of Erica Kirk, who's rushing out of the venue, crying, saying, I just want to go home after what she's gone through. And she saw her husband murdered. And then she goes places and there's more shootings. And it wears on you. If everywhere I went there were mass shootings, I would be pretty upset too.
Okay, but these people marked
she's just performative.
those
She's
Parkland
her
kids.
crocodile tears. She's so ridiculous. Oh, poor her. This planet is full of monsters. They're all around us. And my goal is to stay away from as many of them as possible. because there's some horrible, horrible people that are possessed by demonic entities, and they're dangerous. And their language is coarse.
You guys are demons.
And they have nothing to back up their opinions except their feelings, which are steeped in evil. The sludge, the slag, the dross of absolute evil, and they will suffer because life goes on. After this earth has been turned into an asteroid belt, their life entity will still go on and on and on and on in misery, and I want that to happen for them.
I have no idea
One day
what
they
you're
might
talking
wake
about.
up, one day they might realize the error of their ways. But this country and this world are filled with monsters, and we better get used to that fact as we traverse through life, as it will be for the
Monsters.
next few months.
I'm learning this for the first time.
And I'm thinking
Bad people
more
exist.
and more people are saying, yeah, it's almost over. So my prognostications and predictions for the future are moot now. We know it's over. And I'm just going to try to do my best to live away from the whole thing as much as I can, because we're beyond redemption. And it's just disgusting to look at these people. They're not people. I don't know what they are, but I would hope for something to come along to eradicate all of them.
What the fuck?
And I think something will. So I didn't say a whole hell of a lot. I think I said a lot, but I didn't really articulate too well. But I think people...
And this man calls this a podcast. Can you believe that? Pretty amazing.
Or you get charged with the underlying crime, in this case attempting to assassinate the president, and then you get a sentencing enhancement if prosecutors successfully convince the judge that the perpetrator had terroristic intent. It means longer prison time and being labeled a terrorist for life, which has wide-ranging implications. Probably not for this guy. I mean, being labeled an attempted presidential assassin for life already comes with a lifetime of consequences, even if he doesn't end up serving life in prison. But for an arsonist, for example, the Trump regime is likely going to attempt to elevate illegal activities like arson to full-blown terrorism solely on the basis of the perpetrator's alleged political beliefs. So anytime we see something like this, any crime committed on the basis of left-leaning ideology, my ears perk up and I got my eyes peeled for terrorism allegations. Trump himself has already called Cole Thomas Allen's so-called manifesto, the message he sent to friends and family right before storming the dinner. Trump has described it as anti-Christian, language that mirrors the language in NSPM 7, the presidential memo ordering various Trump officials to investigate and prosecute people for so-called Antifa ideology, which I'll remind you, the memo says, quote, common threads animating this violent conduct include anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. That gives wide breadth for Trump officials to go after all sorts of people who espouse leftist ideas, which the alleged shooter in this case did. That same memo, NSPM 7, also explicitly tells Trump's IRS commissioner to investigate nonprofits with tax-exempt status for their support of Antifa ideology. But Trump's DOJ said, hold my beer, literally in Kash Patel's case, I'll show you one better, and came out with this Southern Poverty Law Center indictment last week. This lawsuit is a major development that I want to highlight for you because I have been talking for months about how the Trump regime is likely going to start targeting quote-unquote left-wing nonprofits to punish them for their support of leftist causes. This case isn't exactly that, but I do think they're testing the waters and doing whatever they can to wield the law against their nonprofit enemies. The grand jury indictment is against the Southern Poverty Law Center, a nonprofit that fights white supremacy and extremist violence. Now, this organization has had recent internal scandals involving workplace harassment, racial discrimination, and other toxic issues that led to the firing of its founder. But it made a name for itself in the 70s, investigating the Ku Klux Klan, taking them to court, and providing information to the media and law enforcement to keep tabs on violent extremism in the country, mostly far-right violent extremism, because that's mostly who's doing the violent extremism in this country, despite what the right would have you believe. Though, since Trump's re-election, that trend is changing for the first time, with a growing proportion of violence being perpetrated by people with left-wing ideology. But historically speaking, it is the right wing that is most predisposed to violent extremism in this country. However, as our Overton window has shifted, what the SPLC defines as extremist hate has come under increased scrutiny because mainstream Republicans are now like, hey, wait, we actually like some of these extremists. For example, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA was added to the SPLC's hate map. After Kirk's murder, Elon Musk took to Twitter to claim that the Southern Poverty Law Center is guilty of inciting Kirk's murder for featuring Kirk in its Hate Watch newsletter. So now that far-right extremism has become mainstream and made its way to the White House, that has put organizations that fight that extremism in court, like the Southern Poverty Law Center, in the crosshairs of the Trump regime. So last week, SPLC was charged with wire fraud and conspiracy to commit money laundering, with the DOJ claiming the SPLC misled its donors by not telling them what their money was used for. Specifically, the SPLC, according to the indictment, has spent over $3 million between 2014 and 2023 supporting far-right extremist groups and their members. The payments went to confidential informants who infiltrated the organizations and helped SPLC gather information and form cases against the hate groups that were later used to bring lawsuits or otherwise inform the press and the government about their activities. According to Trump's personal lawyer turned acting AG, Todd Blanche, the government had no idea that SPLC was doing this. They were just funding this violent extremism while claiming to fight it. According to the SPLC, which is likely to put up a very strong fight against these charges, their donors knew about their tactics, which they have used for decades, and not only did the government know about the confidential informants, but the information gathered by SPLC was used by local law enforcement and the FBI, among other times during Trump's first term, to secure a 6-month prison sentence against a member of a white supremacist group, to provide the FBI with information about a member of a neo-Nazi group who pleaded guilty to weapons charges, and to provide the FBI with a 45-page dossier warning of potential violence at the Unite the Right rally in 2017 in Charlottesville, Virginia, that resulted in the death of a protester. So the DOJ benefited directly from the SPLC's use of confidential informants, and allegedly, despite what Todd Blanche claimed, the DOJ knew about it. Judge Emily Marks of the Federal District of Alabama is overseeing the case. She is a Trump appointee. The SPLC has such doubts about the way the DOJ handled the case before the grand jury that ultimately delivered the indictment that they've requested that the grand jury transcripts be unsealed, something that's pretty rare, but could reveal misdealing on the part of the DOJ, and it wouldn't be the first time. Unsealing of the grand jury process for the indictment against James Comey revealed potential grand jury misconduct, though the case was ultimately thrown out because the attorney who filed it, Lindsay Halligan, wasn't lawfully in her role. The Trump regime has picked a formidable opponent in the SPLC. Unlike law firms and universities and media companies that have all bent the knee at the first sign of a legal battle with the regime, the SPLC has the experience, the lawyers, and the funding to put up a long fight. And the claims that the Trump regime is bringing against them appear spurious at best. So we'll see how this unfolds. But the larger picture here is one where the Trump DOJ is once again picking a legal battle based on potentially frivolous claims solely for the purpose of weaponizing the legal system against enemies of the right-wing white Christian nationalist project. And we can criticize the Southern Poverty Law Center for various misdeeds, but it has been a thorn in the side of the right-wing project for decades at this point. So it makes sense as a test case for bringing lawsuits against nonprofit organizations in this way. And I think this case marks the beginning of this phase of the Trump regime, seeing how far they can get with weaponizing the courts against nonprofits. They tried the universities, they tried the law firms, they tried the media, they tried anti-Israel protesters, they tried personal enemies of Trump, obviously immigrants. Nonprofits are next on the list. And that's not to say they've quit attacking all those other entities, but it's a clearly established pattern that they're pretty systematically going one by one through the most important institutions in this country and attempting to undermine and dismantle them at every turn.
Rid of it. Good
and
to know.
It's through lawsuits like this that they're attempting to appear legitimate as they do so. Don't buy it. Oh, also, the blue states and cities. Don't forget about those. I live in Minneapolis, and while my personal day-to-day as a white person who was born here has largely gone back to quote-unquote normal here, I'm not seeing abandoned cars with their windows smashed in like I was in January and February. I'm not getting caught in the middle of active ICE operations as I attempt to get groceries like I was then. I'm not walking around actively on alert like I was then. That doesn't mean we're not still dealing with the fallout from the ICE occupation or the ire of the Trump regime. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people are still facing housing insecurity here because they couldn't work for months for fear of leaving their houses and getting deported. Businesses are struggling. I still drive by the multiple memorial sites dedicated to the victims of state-sponsored violence in my town every day. And literally this morning, FBI agents were here executing 22 search warrants of various businesses around town as part of its ongoing fraud investigation in this state, spurred on by the misleading, juvenile, quote-unquote reporting in a YouTube video by the far-right influencer Nick Shirley at the beginning of this year. The one where he showed up along with multiple other men and cameras, and when various daycare centers were like, no, you guys can't enter into our daycare center, he deduced that that was clear evidence of fraud. The searches conducted this morning were part of the ongoing investigation by the Trump regime into fraud perpetrated here in Minnesota. I already made a whole episode about this. Yes, fraud is happening here. Yes, the state should absolutely be doing more to combat it, and knew for at least 15 years that its programs were vulnerable to the exact types of fraud we've been seeing in recent years. Yes, many of the defendants in those cases were of Somali origin. As I always do on this channel, I'm asking you to hold multiple truths at once. This does not mean that Somali people need to be rooted out and all are predisposed to committing crimes. That is a hate-filled fascist white nationalist talking point, and another example of the Trump regime taking something that is true, something that happened, and twisting it to fit their own fucked up narrative. That is the spin machine, the propaganda of the state at work here in Minneapolis, just like it's at work telling us the attempted shooting of the president over the weekend means that a high-security ballroom is necessary, just like it used Charlie Kirk's assassination as justification for issuing NSPM 7 to target quote-unquote Antifa ideology, despite the First Amendment's protections, even of extremist beliefs. It's all opportunistic spin, using tragic events to further their own fucked up ideology. Don't let it distract you from the bigger picture of what's going on. The Trump regime is systematically targeting the people and entities and institutions it doesn't agree with and who stand in the way of their fascist takeover. And they're making a fucking fortune off our suffering. And Congress is doing jack fucking shit to stop it. Starting May
I saw
1st,
Congress
Trump either
approval
needs
rating is
congressional
down to
approval
10%
continue
now.
his war in Iran, or he has 30 days to wind down operations there. Without congressional approval
we loaded
on May
it.
1st, the war becomes even more illegal than it already is, because war crimes are always illegal no matter whether or not Congress acts. But this creates a real conundrum for Congress, which has mostly been content to sit idly by with its head shoved up its ass doing nothing while Trump commits various atrocities on their watch. My guess is that Congress will continue to do nothing, even after that May 1st deadline. Democrats have said they may try to sue the president if he continues hostilities after the deadline, because he would be technically breaking the law in doing so. This isn't completely unprecedented, however. Obama in 2011 continued bombing Libya beyond the 60-day deadline, saying he was justified in doing so because the U.S. operations there didn't involve active exchanges of fire with hostile forces or any ground troops. Trump may rely on a similar argument here. Many Republicans have said that they're going to draw the line at the 60-day mark, but let's just say I'm not holding my breath that anything at all will ever happen with this Congress. Congress has, for the last year and a half, completely neglected its duty to serve as our voice in government, and it will be, of course, all of us who pay the biggest price. Don't forget to head to surfshark.com/Legia or use code Legia at checkout to start your 7-day free trial.
Oh, goddamn, I gotta take my shirt off. Hey, guys, man. Oh, goddamn, I gotta take my shirt off. Hey, guys, man. Hey, guys, what the hell's going on, guys?
Hey, guys, I'm so sorry about this, but I'm involved. What am I trying to say? Put in the comments. What the hell am I trying to say on here?
Obama didn't really start any wars.
Huh?
If anybody can figure out what the hell I'm saying or doing, please put in the comments
within the
below.
existing fucking parameters.
I'm involved in an information war, man. I'm involved in an information war, man.
Trying to provide a space for funny people to make stuff. And
Yeah, the left is failing everywhere, so all they can try to do is hijack something and then pretend they're it. I mean, this is ridiculous. You guys are in a lot of trouble. Let's go.
Which feels like a...
Enemies detected 0. That must
This
be a
is
glitch.
serious business, man, and it really pains me to say this. Tim Heidecker is in a lot of trouble, man. Tim Heidecker, friend of this show. He called in on a live stream, man. Okay? You know the guy, not a big deal. The guy who kind of, I don't know, many say, not me, created modern comedy. He called in the show. Zoom into my face for this. Called in the show.
How many engineers do I
fine.
have?
Okay, man, pretty interesting stuff here.
You know what's going on.
You know what's going on in the world, so you probably already heard about this. The Onion.
I don't know if I
Quick
need
note, one of my
engineers.
favorite Onion. That's the correct
I'm
pronunciation, by
good.
the way, Onion. My favorite Onion headline, Heroic Pitbull journeys 2,000 miles to attack owner. But blah, 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 bip, bip, bip. The Onion.
You didn't quite
withdrew
hear what I
this,
said about
legal
Obama.
back
I
and
said
forth,
Obama
and now
just
they own-
worked inside
Seems
the
like
existing
they own
framework
the
that existed.
InfoWars brand.
The Information Wars brand.
And friend of the show, best friend, my best friend, Tim Heidecker, is going to be on there. So Alex has been...
I'm worried about
the
this
great
one because it says
broadcaster
0
Alex
enemies.
has
I
been
rather have
uploading
the
the
supplies
funniest
though.
responses to
I'm
this,
worried this will
even
glitch
just in the
and
description
crash
of
the
this
game.
video that he uploaded. So here he's looking at a video of Tim Heidecker on the Majority Report, also known as the...
You're a little baby.
Report. What's the... Tim... Tim Heidecker pledges to steal Alex Jones' identity and literally, quote, wear his skin, unquote. Oh, uncensored news coverage on Rumble. Oh, you gotta check that out. Who's that guy?
Oh, that's a handsome man.
Just in, the Onion newspaper rocked by pro PDF scandal after Tim Heidecker publicly pledges to steal Alex Jones' identity and literally wear his skin.
You guys are in a lot of trouble. You guys are in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble.
So it's all about posing as me with a bunch of hoes to confuse people. This is going to be a disaster for these people. And as folks find out what they're into and what they do, they are in a lot of trouble politically with everybody. And it's open and shut now with what they've said and what they've done. They've said in court filings too, they want to be me and destroy me. They don't want money. They don't want to settle. They want to hurt us because the globalists know that we're the ones that expose them.
Okay, man. So yeah, you guys are in a lot of trouble.
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
And I don't take this kind of thing lightly.
And it makes me cry to even look at him.
That's still one of my favorite drops. He was talking about his family there. Makes me cry to even look at him. But Alex is the greatest, one of the greatest broadcasters of all time, and he of course has come up with the funniest response to the Onion Tim Heidecker stuff. I mean, it's the absolute funniest, best thing he could have said, which is, they're in a lot of trouble.
These guys are in a lot of trouble.
This is part A. They're in a lot of trouble. They're in a lot of trouble because my audience are going to be very confused by this. They're going to see Tim Heidecker up there, maybe DJ Doug Pound, maybe Vic Berger. They're going to see them up there and they're going to get very confused. They're going to be squinting at the screen. I think that's Alex. Type D. That's part A.
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
And then part B is he goes through...
Me and my team.
It sounds like he's saying, me and my team went through. We examined some of this material. We examined some of this Tim-related material. You're not gonna believe what we found, man. We went through the Adult Swim archive.
You're not gonna believe what we found, man.
Start getting flooded with calls Monday and emails, and you better look at this. They're devil worshippers. You got to watch their show, Adult Swim. You know,
that part's true.
The producer and lead writer and star of it did all these pro-pedophile Satan things, and I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I don't look at it.
I can't. I don't have time.
Tuesday.
I don't have time. I have reservations. I have reservations at restaurants. I have barbecue to eat in Austin. I'm too busy doing that. When Alex Jones walks into one of those Austin barbecues, he walks right up and he goes,
you guys are in a lot of trouble. Rob New, after the show comes in, he goes, you got to watch this. You got to look at this. I'm busy, and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. You know, Adult Swim, I can't imagine it's too bad. Okay, I'll look at it.
Right.
And it makes me cry. And then I get home, and I start watching it, and I'm like, oh, my God, I'm about to vomit. I can't believe this was ever on TV. Now we found more shows they did, more movies they made. We have hours and hours of the most horrible...
frozen.
My lawyers are looking at this, and they're like, you could not make this up. You guys are in a lot of trouble.
I love the idea of him and his team, who are, you know, probably people in their early 20s who wanted like a video editing job that he found online. If that's my team. Him and the team watching old Adult Swim videos.
Look, we caught him. We caught him. We caught him.
But he is a very beautiful man and handsome man. This is the end of an era, even though he's just going to go on doing the same crap with the same audience. but I wanted to do a beautiful look back at the legacy of the information wars and Alex Jones.
He has contributed a lot.
He has contributed a lot, and if you don't believe that, then...
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
All right, well, whatever, man. We'll skip to his finest moment. Oh, the poor guy, man. They leaked his text messages.
Oh,
He was
no.
involved in all this legal crap. His greatest moment, he's sending all these nonstop text messages. He says, "Why are you not picking up?" Next text message, "I'm in hell.
I'm in hell. I'm in hell. I'm in hell.
I'm in hell." And
you guys are in a lot of trouble.
And then the second greatest moment in entertainment and in text messaging, "Just pick up. I don't care. I'm hurt. Just had crash." Just had crash.
Just had crash.
Just had crash. And
you guys are in a lot of trouble. You can't take something over and then act like you're somebody, even if you say it's a parody.
Exactly.
Do a parody of somebody, but none of you took something from them.
Right.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit. I'm already suing the Democrat Party law firms. Already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me. So let's be 100% clear about that. And so you guys just keep laughing, just like you did a year and a half ago. You guys November 2024. Are in a lot of trouble. Is that about a year and a half?
Yeah, this is a story from December 10th. Sale of Alex
this
Jones.
poor guy. Who is this guy? This is one of my favorite things that Alex does. He did this to his protege Owen too. These guys are trying to do a show. He comes, "I'm gonna take over your show now."
Hey, shut up. I got something to say.
"If you do a show on my network,
you guys are in a lot of trouble.
Because I will walk in on your show constantly. Derail the whole thing, man."
InfoWars to the Onion rejected, and I'll get into this and just.
Yeah. So just, but yeah.
Calm down.
To be us, to confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure. He goes, "Oh, we're the 5th biggest newspaper." That's a lie. This is what the left do. They try to silence you.
Yep.
Then they misrepresent who you are. They're body snatchers.
Oh.
You messed up. And you did a lot more than just this mess
They're
up.
body snatchers.
You guys are in a lot of trouble. You're
All right,
fools.
don't overuse the soundbite, bro.
And the judge was in part of the HBO documentary. She walked the red carpet. She's opened herself up. We have whistleblowers inside. And there they are before they even have control selling InfoWars merch.
Oh, God damn it.
Legally, even if they
do
win
want
this
one of those bags.
court hearing and all this stuff, now they're screwed because of this action. But who do you expect to come after us? This is your last chance until next Thursday to get original InfoWars apparel that's historic, because they're going to claim they own it, even if they do get it. If that's in question, we're just considering that's it.
Okay, it is a merch selling opportunity, too. They're going to take over, man.
These PDFs, Tim Heidecker.
Whoever else. It's your last chance to do some of this. So there you go, man.
I am having trouble doing the show.
You know, just purely from a skill point of view, one of the great broadcasters of all time. He came up with some of the great broadcasting tropes of all time, which is threatening to quit, always threatening to quit and walk off. You know, it's too much. I can't deal with it. I'm dealing with so much. I'm just gonna walk out here. You know, probably the greatest, trope. Probably one of his greatest contributions, just threatening to leave all the time. Walking in on your co-hosts' shows, with your shirt off, standing in the dark, unlit background, just totally derailing their show. All these great things that he pioneered. So I was thinking, man, this is kind of a big undertaking for best friend of the show and my personal best friend, Tim Heidecker. It's like how do you do this? These are very big shoes to fill, man. Literally big shoes. Again, he walks up in those Austin restaurants like...
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
If you got freshly cut brisket in Austin... You
guys are in a lot of trouble.
And I was kind of thinking, what the hell do? You own this brand now. What the hell do you do, man? I think they got it figured out, but what would I do? And I was kind of thinking at first, maybe do a real conspiracy show. Talk about real conspiracies, There are shows that have done this well, True Anon, great show. But this is sort of like the tragedy of Alex Jones, or the possible operation of Alex Jones, was to kind of distract people from the conspiracies that are constantly right in front of their face. I was watching a Tim Pool I was watching my favorite YouTuber yesterday. He goes by the name Timothy TT.
Look at my penis.
And he was, tripping all over his hat about trying to talk about healthcare, the healthcare system or something. And even listening to an idiot like that about the healthcare system, even a normal person who doesn't care about political stuff, you have to think, how is that not a conspiracy? That's just one example. How is that not? People are making gazillion trillion dollars, you know, using AI, all this crap to scam people. And that's just one of many, many obvious examples. But that's the great contribution of Alex. He's somehow the conspiracy guy who's like also a Republican. You know, kind of diverting people's attention from the obvious crap that's going on right in front of their face, man, into basically, I don't know, being a Republican, I guess. It is interesting, though, the scene that Alex came up in, you know, the 90s, early 2000s, Austin, Texas. What would we call it? Like Austin, Texas conspiracy libertarianism, basically. Ron Paul people, all this crap, you know. Just people who collected burned DVDs, tapes. Oh, you haven't heard about this one, man. A lot of that. Oh, you haven't heard about that one yet, huh, man? Basically like apolitical, like Kurt Metzger kind of stuff. Like, oh, I collect all these conspiracy theories. Basically apolitical one-upsmanship on conspiracy stuff. What about the obvious ones right in front of me that actually affect my life? Nah, no real opinion, because everybody knows about that. But that's the Alex Jones story. It's kind of interesting. You know, there was just this scene of people in Austin who collected all this crap. You know, they would hang out at conspiracy bookstores and anarchist bookstores and all this stuff. Oh, you haven't heard about this one, man. Some of the stuff they're right on, you know? But, you know, that's the way Alex Jones was looked at in the 90s, early 2000s. He was a weird, obsessive guy. There's this weird scene of people who collect all this stuff and they battle each other. Who knows more about this crap? It was just like a weird vibe, and Alex Jones kind of rode that vibe. And then he ended up doing whatever this is. Basically into just being a Republican Party person.
You guys are in a lot of trouble. You guys are in a lot of trouble.
This is the other thing, man. You know, in this sad moment in time.
This sad moment in time.
The globalist takeover. The globalists taking over this great brand, the Information Wars.
These perverts taking it over, man.
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
This is something that always like made me kind of sad about Information Wars. You know, I would see for a while they were printing little newspapers and stuff in Austin. And I always liked the aesthetic of it. And then I would flip through and be like, what the hell? But the aesthetic of this show is still, I mean, you know, once you get through the Rumble ads about how you have to, like, glue lettuce to your old foot or whatever, or Russell Brand coming, hey, Dave!
At Rumble, we care about our creative partners.
Hello, mate, you got to subscribe, or whatever the hell. I just got an ad when I was watching this Alex Jones video where it's like, it's an AI of Mel Gibson for some reason, and he's like talking about Israel or something. I kept trying to reload. I kept reloading to try to get this ad back, but it wouldn't come up. It's an AI of Mel Gibson, and he's like, if you're a Christian, you need to hear this if you have diabetes. Okay, what does my religion have to do with my diabetes? Anyway, but the aesthetic was always pretty good. You know, there's a lot of good motion graphics people clearly in Austin. You know, and the synth is very cool. Survive came out of Austin. Those are the people who did the Stranger Things theme. Nobody cares. But I guess that's the legacy of Alex. You know, he leveraged a lot of this stuff. You know, the weird scene that was mostly seen as just like obsessive, you know, conspiracy collectors in Austin and all the artists and stuff. And basically just funneled
What
that
the
all
fuck are you
into
watching? This is R.M. Brown.
Republican Party, I guess.
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
Overusing the new soundbite that he got.
On the ball, because you're supposed to do that in life and business and culture and health and with your relationship with God.
Okay.
You're supposed to act like that about the real world, like Trump and Elon Musk are. Instead, these evil little nerds. You guys are in a lot of trouble. Cool Club. Hey, everybody.
Oh, that's amazing, man. That's not from a long time ago. That's from yesterday's Alex episode.
You know, the globalists. They're trying to get your little butt, man.
The globalists are trying to get you, and once they get you, they're going to do one of these. They do one of these on you, man. The globalists are trying to limit how much brisket you could get. When you go to a barbecue in Austin, trying to limit how many times you could go back for seconds and thirds.
And it makes me cry.
But it's like, you know, the globalists and all this crap. They're trying to control your little butt. These elites. I'm still running segments, though, on how Elon Musk is cool. how Trump and Elon Musk are cool. Okay, all right. That was the one, you know, over the past year or so. That was the one where I'm like, okay, I know people have speculated before that.
Why is there
Alex
detection
like some kinda
specifically around this
secret
pillar?
CIA operation, you know? I was always like, I don't know about that. But when he really started coming out like Elon Musk is the best, man. Elon Musk is so cool.
And this
Right,
one's
like
at the edge of the
brain
map.
chip, you know,
God
tech
damn it.
weirdo friend of Peter Thiel guy. That guy's cool. Okay, I don't know. This seems like some of these people might be right about Alex.
I mean, this is sick. I'm telling you.
Calm down.
In my hierarchy.
Try this strange 10-second sugar hack to reverse
Oh, I can't
high
even
blood
get in
sugar
there.
practically overnight.
'Cause there's a car in the
It works
way.
so
I
well
will.
that thousands
You
of men
guys
and women
are in a
have
lot of
started
trouble.
using
Fuck
it from
me,
the
bro.
comfort of their own
This is what
homes.
watching a show
But
on
did you know
Rumble is
type
like.
2
Bullshit.
diabetes is a
Bullshit.
Another
reversible
diabetes
condition?
thing.
That is such horse shit.
For fleshly pleasures, a perfectly cooked steak is right up there with the best piece of ass you can get. I'm sorry
Okay.
to be graphic. I mean,
This
that's
isn't
like
good.
taking away
Why'd
women.
you
I mean,
say it?
This is just absolutely.
Why'd you say it then?
These people are the most evil scum you can imagine. The Bible in Genesis talks about cow.
You're going right from that to a thing about the Bible.
You guys are in a lot of trouble. The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Oh my God! And
oh my God!
Another banger alert! Banger alert! Banger alert!
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble. Another great one from Alex here. I didn't believe this was real at first, but I tracked down the post and it's real. Here's something he put on X. Oh man, he's so pissed off about this. Calm down, man. The Onion newspaper has been rocked. Rocked by the discovery that their new creative director, that's Tim, produced pro PDF / child
It said racist
kidnapping,
gay.
torture, and murder programs.
I mean,
This
there's
is the
plenty.
best part. Below is an actual mugshot of the creep.
You guys are in a lot of trouble. And it makes me cry. And it makes me cry to even look at them. Oh my God, we're gonna arrest you! They're bragging to you, and they're taking over InfoWars, they say. That's who they are. That's the Onion.
That's
The guy
more where
that's
that
taking
came
over, the main
from.
Onion guy, is the writer for this. You guys are in a lot of trouble. You guys are in a lot of trouble. You just saw a bunch of spirit cooking, Aleister Crowley, devil worshippers that are trying to hijack this operation. The ball's in your court. I've done my job. Now it's up to you. Support us.
Okay, I'll buy the merch. You win.
Harrison Smith takes over now.
I'll get
Share
the
that
blue
fucking
too.
link.
So it's pretty good. He's just been going on his show and for like the past week. He just goes on his show and he plays like Tim and Eric clips. He kind of plays these really long Tim and Eric clips. I think he's probably just like watching them. He's watching them trying not to laugh. And then they come back to him. He's like, it's satanic, man. But it is kind of funny because I know Alex is like a subversive comedy fan. He's like a Bill Hicks guy. But so it is kind of funny to think that, you know, that he knows a lot of his audience are kind of maybe Mimos
Moving to position.
Pobrecitos / Oz. You know, they're maybe older. These are his, you know, base fans and like sources of income and all this stuff. And he probably knows they've never seen Adult Swim and they'll be shocked. What the hell? Seems kind of funny, but also too scary.
Seems kind of funny, but also too scary.
It's kind of funny. It's a weird little world he exists in, you know?
No.
That's probably how he got into the whole Republican stuff. He was like, these people have a lot of money. They're willing to spend it. They're older.
The truck pushes you back over.
Okay.
Or somebody slams their brakes on before you can even slam your brake on. When this stuff's activated, the robot does it.
Oh, I have something to say to those robots. Those robots. Which is...
You guys are in a lot of trouble. So there's cameras and microphones on the outside and the inside of all these cars.
No, there's
and there's
not.
hidden ones as well.
That's a lie.
That was also a great move.
So the
You're lying
law
again.
standardizes it, makes it extremely robust, and this is the year that it goes into law.
Oh, sick.
And then, by law, all new cars have to have it by next year. But I can tell you, they already all have it.
Yeah, this is kind of the funny, interesting part of the Alex
Scanning
program.
approach vector.
The beautiful Alex program is he does get into some stuff that a lot of media doesn't. You know, here he's doing a story. He really gets into this on this episode when he's not playing Tim and Eric clips that he like accidentally starts watching and probably try not to laugh at. He gets into the story about how all cars, I guess in 2027, are going to have all microphones and all crap watching you.
And he's like, this sick, they can watch you. Shut down the car.
And yeah, a lot of news or whatever crap. He does bring up a Yahoo article, so there is some coverage.
Bro, where are you
But,
going?
You know, a lot of mainstream. Yeah, come on. What is CNN going to do a story about this? A lot of them not covering this, so it is like, okay, yeah, that is a legitimate problem right there. But this is the thing about the Alex show is like, what's the solution to this? And this is the whole thing. This is the whole problem with the whole scene that Alex Jones came from, the conspiracy libertarians, all this crap. You know, the people who actually believe this stuff and didn't just want to get famous like Alex. Is like, yeah, probably the only way to fight
Pink
back
dollar
on that
has
stuff
its
is people
advantages.
getting together and striking and organized political movement type crap. But what's the solution in Alex's case? Buy my merch.
Thank God he
It
chose to
literally is,
punch a
that's the
robot.
Prescription for everything in Alex's work. Buy more merch. You gotta get my blue. You gotta drink more blue.
You gotta drink more blue. Blue.
If you're not drinking blue, then
you guys are in a lot of trouble.
It's also funny, like he's going off on this surveillance thing, you know? In the same episode, he's like, Elon Musk is cool. He's playing a clip, Elon Musk is cool. The guy who's tied to like the worst version of what I say, the guy's
Yeah,
cool.
bro, you're gonna get fucked. Your fault for getting
his show.
detected.
Oh, dip, 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 dip. Guys, sorry about that.
Guys, sorry about that.
Guys,
Oh,
sorry about
God.
that if you heard some technical
The
noises there.
Biozerker's coming after him.
Transmission, man.
Oh,
What
it
the
ran
hell is
out of
that,
movement.
Jamie?
Couldn't hit him.
Oh, we got a new segment. We got a beautiful and gorgeous and handsome new segment, Eye on Food.
Eye on Food.
Graphic? What's that? I can't hear you. No graphic.
Eye on food. A new segment called Eye on Food. Eye on Food. Yum yum food. Yum yum food. Chew it for energy. Yum yum food. Yum yum food. Yeah, let's go.
I'm bringing up Chipotle because I got Chipotle. I did a
Yeah,
campaign
Rizza.
with them, and they gave me a card, lifelong card. I could eat at Chipotle for free for the rest of my life.
Really? Oh my God.
And
That's part of the campaign?
Shut
no,
up,
this
Joe.
was like the gift.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
And
Jesus, Joe, shut up.
Who are you gonna interrupt next? Ghostface Killer? Raekwon the Chef? Inspector Deck?
Where does it end, Joe? Okay.
And I could have 10 people
Right, Rizza.
with 24-hour notice.
Yep.
And I think it's I could
Oh
do
my
a
God.
catered event at least once a month. Wow. For the rest of
So the RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan walks up in a Chipotle and he goes,
You guys are in a lot of trouble.
you know, there's another one, man. There's another one, bro. This is another incident. Incident.
What did you say? What did I say?
Another incident of a Good Joe episode. Oh, congratulations, Joe.
Do these? I
Daddies are
haven't
more
played this in a
stronger
while.
than
Do these
mommies.
guys have
I mean,
reaction
straight
if
up.
I move?
Straight up 100, no lie, no capping.
Don't hit me.
Listen to this whole Joe episode.
Cool.
The RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan founding member. This is a nice little Joe episode. RZA seems like a nice guy. He made a movie. I'm probably not going to watch it, but there's a rare good Joe episode where he entered one of the many 30. This is stupid. I'm still going to say it. Where he entered one of the 36 chambers. Joe entered one of the 36 chambers. This is my favorite little part. I laughed out loud at this part. First of all, I'm definitely going to steal this from the RZA and start saying Chipotle.
Chipotle.
And second, I love how, like, just taken.
Oh,
RZA can't stop
Chipotle.
thinking about
I'm
this. He
thinking
did,
like
a ad for
Frito-Lay or
Chipotle,
something.
And he's like, they gave me a lifetime card. I can eat as much as I want of that. He's like a all-natural food vegan, vegan-y kind of guy. Tea drinking kind of guy. But he's still just absolutely enamored by the fact that he can walk into any Chipotle, you know, just flash that card. Give me 10 bowls.
Give
Suck
me 10
it.
of those sloppy balls.
So congratulations to the RZA on that. If you see this, the RZA, please, I would like to go to Chipotle with you. And I'd like to go to Chipotle with all of you. I love you very much. Check out the merch store. No. Check out the merch store. Link in description. Again, I have to go through this every time. I'm already, quite frankly, sick of it.
Mind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam.
It's like he's
2
bragging.
months in.
It's not hard to find commodity traders or people who follow these things with their hair on fire about
diminishing stockpiles and inventory of oil as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz drags on. We're probably only a couple weeks out, according to reports from several weeks ago, for major jet fuel shortages in Europe. And it's quite possible we'll start to see greater fuel shortages in Asia in the coming weeks. Ultimately, it might come to the States, but it certainly showed up in terms of gas prices, which are at a high since the COVID shutdown era. Remember, what happened with COVID was when nobody's going out, they're not driving, there's a lot less economic activity, refiners cut back because they don't want to create a glut of oil. But then the problem is that all of a sudden one day everybody starts to go out and drive. That increases demand in relation to supply because supply has been cut back. And it takes a while for essentially everything to, all the lights to come back on. I don't know how else to explain that. I mean, we had the capacity, yet, you know, parts of it had been shut down because nobody wants excess inventory. So that was the reason then. In this instance, we have a bigger problem because there's only so much more you can, only so much at an increased rate you can pull this stuff out of the ground. And so they're not pulling it out of the ground in these Middle Eastern countries because they can't, there's nowhere to put it. Their docks are full, the ships are stuck. And in addition, we're getting more and more reports that Iran had done much more damage than we had anticipated.
That was also a good move.
We're going to see increased prices, as we already are. And then down the road, perhaps more oil shocks. We could start to ramp it up here, but there's only so much that we can do here, too, in terms of refining capacity. And now what we're hearing is just basically rumors that it appears that Trump, although who knows, I mean, he put up let's put this up as a indication of maybe this what foreign policy is.
I guess I can counter from that far away.
Having to go on in terms of U.S. stated foreign policy. Part of the deal.
What's a non-nuclear deal? Iran can't get their act together. They don't know how to sign a non-nuclear deal.
I think that's a deal that means that you won't do nukes or something.
Oh, like the JCPOA, which you pulled out of after Obama negotiated it successfully once you got into office in 2017, and that was at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Let's go.
Once again, who also dragged us into this war with Iran.
Explosion.
Because Israel doesn't like diplomacy with Iran because they want to undercut the state.
Friedrich Merz, he is the German chancellor.
Mm-hmm. Not a lefty.
No. Yesterday said something to the effect of, or maybe it was 2 days ago, they don't seem to have a plan, speaking of the United States. And Iran is humiliating them because they have a plan. But here is Marco Rubio. The plan only seems to be justifying their lack of a plan, and they're sort of meandering around. And here's Marco Rubio saying, like, this is a big deal. It begs the question, well, if this is a big deal, why didn't you come up with a better plan?
And see if you
a plan.
And see if you can follow the logic of how he tries to tie this together, because it really is just confounding.
These questions. Reports do indicate Iran has offered to open the straits, but they want to delay conversations about their nuclear program. Would this be acceptable to the Trump administration?
Well, again, I'm not going to speculate about the president's decision-making on this matter. Suffice it to say that the nuclear question is the reason why we're in this in the first place. If Iran was just a radical country
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to make it clear. When he says, I'm not going to speculate on the president's thinking, he's saying, we don't have a plan. We're not operating like an actual government where we will hash these things out and have an idea of where we're going. It is really just depends on, you know, if he wakes up this morning and he's constipated, it may be this. If he wakes up this morning and has no idea where he is and had peed his pants, it may be that. And I also just want to make it clear that I got nothing to do with this, even though I'm Secretary of State.
first place. If Iran was just a radical country run by radical people, but, you know, it'd still be a problem. But they are revolutionary. In essence, they seek to expand and export their revolution. Not just what they do in Iran. That's why they're with Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's why they've supported Hamas. That's why they've supported the militias in Iraq. They don't just seek to dominate Iran. They seek to dominate the region. And imagine that with a nuclear weapon. Look what they've done with the Straits. Great example. The Straits is basically the equivalent of an economic nuclear weapon that they're trying to use against the world. And they're bragging about it. They're putting up billboards in Tehran bragging about how they can hold 25% or 20% of the world's energy hostage. Imagine if those same people had access to a nuclear weapon. They would hold the whole region hostage. Do you believe the...
So, I mean, I just want to break down that logic there. Well, one, when he's talking about Iran and the fact that it supports Hezbollah and Hamas, yes, Iran is trying to make sure that Israel doesn't complete its greater Israel project of dominating the region and, by extension, the West, as we have these corrupt relationships with these autocrats in some of these other Gulf states. Iran is trying to make sure that their sphere of influence continues to be protected because the U.S. is trying to box them out entirely and allow Israel to expand. So everything he says there is applicable actually to Israel and not to Iran. Iran is funding those
Israel
groups.
also very much supported Hamas.
Right, and who also has a nuclear weapon, even though they pretend they don't. It's Israel. Iran didn't have one, and the deal that we just mentioned was negotiated to make sure that they didn't have it, and Trump pulled out of it for that very reason. But this is what's so insane, is what he says there. The logic is that Iran has always Iran has this economic nuclear weapon, which functionally is just their geographic advantage over the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very narrow waterway. And Iran is able to flank it, and with these very cheap drones and these mines, throttle it at will. And you could have understood that that economic nuclear weapon that he's referring to was always there if you went on Google and looked at like Google Maps, for example, because you didn't need third-party inspectors like the ones that were coming in to determine the enrichment levels of their uranium as per the JCPOA. All you had to do was look at a map and know that, yeah, Iran has a significant advantage over the Strait of Hormuz. So he's saying, to get rid of their theoretical nuclear weapon, we started an offensive war against them, and they use their economic nuclear weapon to cause us pain. And then it begs the question, why were you not prepared for said economic nuclear weapon to be utilized? Because, as I mentioned, all you gotta do is look at a map and see how Iran is able to make the West feel a lot of pain right now.
We should also add that we hear for a long time that Iran has been saying death to America for 47 years. Over the course of that 47 years, the number of countries that Iran has invaded is 0. So their expansive, supposed expansive
just because they don't
revolutionary
do
desires,
things conventionally with a
Hezbollah
military
was a
like the U.S.
function
doesn't
of,
mean that they haven't, like, Iran, like, we talked to tons of people from the Middle East, and, like, continually they agree that Iran is the biggest problem now, not America. I mean, we haven't talked to them in a little while. Like, I'm sure a lot has changed because of Trump, but that's kind of silly. It's this same argument with China. Like, they don't do problematic things just because they don't do a U.S. style invasion of places.
It is clear.
But they backed terrorism and revolutions too. Like, all nations do that.
What's over there?
Today, because of Israel's invasion of Lebanon.
I am trusting you.
Found
to the
him.
extent that
Bro, you
Iran
got spotted
has
again?
more influence in Iraq,
On
it is
one
because
tile?
of America's invasion of Iraq.
Yeah.
I mean,
military industrial
like,
complex
for a country, and we hear this all the time about Israel. Like, well, they've been doing genocide. How come there's still Palestinians? For a country, Iran, that supposedly has such expansive designs, it does not appear in the past 47 years that they have pursued that expansiveness. They have, without a doubt, supported proxies that have been at various times engaged with Israel. But that's very different than something expansive. It's clearly they're on the defensive, and they've been on the defensive. We funded the Iraq-Iran war on the side of Iraq. I mean, they took over the Strait of Hormuz after we started bombing them for the second time in 8 months. It's just absurd. Here's Pete Hegseth grinding his teeth at the hearings in the Senate. This is today.
Sniffing out corruption.
Yes, this is. I'm sorry. This is in the House budget hearing.
President Trump, unlike other presidents, has had the courage to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and he's ironclad in that. We have the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in. I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict.
Pause. Can we repeat that, please? So it turns out that despite the fact that we're told that Iran is on the verge of a nuclear weapon, the biggest enemy we're facing are actually members of Congress who are saying, what the F is going on? How come you have no plan?
It demoralizes the ships as they're trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz.
The reason why those we've had to use so many bombs is because they don't have the same impact unless like every member of Congress has signed them with a smiley face.
Have to pray for the bombs.
Let's just listen to that again, please.
Are the reckless,
feckless,
and defeatist words. We have the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in. I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict. Lest I remind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam.
It's like he's
2
bragging.
months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking.
No.
Let's play this.
Is it a war? Why did they keep comparing this non-war, this excursion, this little jaunt, this vacation?
That's what I call it.
It's an existential excursion.
This staycation in Iran. Why? I thought it was supposed to be some sort of non-war war, but they keep comparing it to the deeply unpopular wars of the past.
Yeah, that we lost and we still exist.
Yes.
Here he is, Hegseth, being questioned by Representative Adam Smith. One of the biggest challenges to what we face in Iran would ostensibly be one of these congressmen.
The adversary.
How does it actually lead to that result?
Well, I would take issue with the premise of the question that
Let's
nothing
go.
was done. Operation Midnight Hammer was a very effective.
Drone strike.
Nothing was done. I said in this war.
Ultimately,
this war started.
well, this under this administration, unlike other administrations, which cut bad deals and pallets of cash with no ability to oversee whether Iran is actually pursuing a nuclear program.
Which is where
we
we're
want
at.
to litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal. Our view, the president's views, that was a very bad deal.
Okay.
It gave them a
That's
bunch
the
of money up
past.
front.
What's the future?
To fund, you talked about negotiated deals. Allowed them to fund their proxies and spread Hamas and Hezbollah all around the region, build up nuclear capabilities.
What are we going to do now?
President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up.
What? That wasn't the
in a
last
way
guy?
that
So they
could
haven't
never have it.
So they haven't broken
we'll
yet.
end the next turn.
Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. For all of the
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated, underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
my time for
We're
a
watching
quick
it.
second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago. because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely
They
obliterated?
had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands
So
of...
Operation Midnight
At the
Hammer
weakest
accomplished
moment-
nothing of substance. It
You're
left us
missing-
at
you're
exactly
missing
the
the
same
point.
place we were before.
You're missing the point. I'm talking about what's in their hearts. The
Follow
people
your
that are
heart.
still alive.
Yeah.
I still
That's
have
what the
ambition to
Ninja
be a
Turtles
football
say.
player.
Exactly.
And I do think that like the racism of this administration can't be overstated. In that that longer exchange with Rubio and Trey Yingst on Fox News, it's just every other word is about how
Give Trump credit for
essentially
calling
they're
it a war.
religiously
Yeah.
motivated, and the
'Cause they want it
implication
to
is
be
that
one,
they're such
'cause-
savages. And you see Pete
doesn't
Hegseth in
sound
the
cool
past
if
on
it's not
Fox
a war.
News talking about how the only thing these people know is this kind of violence. We've got to bomb their cultural sites. They have underestimated the Iranians from a very simple level, and a lot of that's incompetence, but incompetence and racism can go hand in hand.
All right, in a moment, we're going to be talking to Liz Pancotti, Managing Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Groundwork Collaborative, about the likely incoming new Fed chair, and perhaps the outgoing one, and what we face in terms of potential Fed action in the future. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit
Let's hope they all go that smooth, Commander. Great work.
Two wars after Desert Storm. I mean, I believe Vietnam and Korea. But I want to say Desert Storm was approved as well.
Considering the limited resources available to you, Commander, you have still managed to exceed my expectations. Excellent work.
Thanks, Optimus.
It spends more on its military than any other
Who's
country in
this
the world by a
guy
massive
that-
margin and maintains hundreds of bases spanning across
This
the globe.
channel that we
to justify
found
this bloated existence,
where we
the
looked
U.S.
at 'em
military is
in the
constantly searching
past,
for new enemies.
and it
Over
was
the
just
past
like a
20 years,
regular channel, and then all of
it
a
spends more on
sudden-
its military than any other country in the world by a massive margin and maintains hundreds of
Super
bases spanning
pro-China
across the
stuff.
globe. To justify this bloated existence, the U.S. military
Come on,
is
YouTube.
constantly searching for
Pause.
new enemies. Over the past 20 years, that mission has increasingly
Fucking hate how long it takes YouTube to respond. It's gonna start playing again too. Just wait. It didn't.
centered on containing and countering the rise of China. But the overwhelming reality is that the United States military is not built for the 21st century and would certainly lose in the event of a conflict with China. In today's video, we'll break down the 7 reasons why the United States would be defeated by China if it ever came down to a conventional war. Now let's dive in. The first and most critical reason for why China would win any potential conflict is location. China has no interest in projecting its military across the world and has defined its international partnerships using trade instead. It only has one external military base in Djibouti, where 7 other nations have a base due to its critical shipping location. In contrast, the United States has 750 bases across the world. Even when its direct interests are threatened in conflicts like the war in Iran, China chooses to remain isolationist. As a result of their lack of a worldwide military presence and a committed, non-intravenous foreign policy, any potential conflict between the two countries would be defensive for China in nature. It would almost certainly take place off the coast of the Chinese mainland, whether it be in the South or East China Sea. China has no interest nor designed their army to fight off the coast of San Francisco and would only have to focus on defeating the US presence in East Asia. The Pacific Ocean takes up 1/3 of the world's surface. US supply chains to rearm, repair, and restock would have to traverse nearly 2 weeks from US to reach Asia. Meanwhile, China would be running their naval and air force operations from ports and airfields very close to the actual fighting. This trans-Pacific supply chain reliance alone makes this conflict nearly impossible, but only more variables stack on from here. When people talk about a US-China war, they might imagine it would look something like World War II, with US and Chinese ships in the Pacific Ocean having large naval battles in close proximity to one another. They might imagine the US would be able to have a secure foothold on regional islands from which they could direct operations closer to the Chinese mainland. But that couldn't be further from the truth. In reality, American ships wouldn't be able to come close to the Chinese mainland. That brings us to the second point on why America would be defeated, and that's hypersonic missiles. Hypersonic missiles are one of the most important weapons of the 21st century. They are capable of traveling at speeds exceeding Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound, or over 3,800 miles per hour. These weapons are so devastating because they move so fast that they are essentially impossible to defend against. With modern satellite imagery, these systems can achieve accuracy within just a few meters. And Chinese missiles also have post-launch maneuverability that allows them to adjust to moving targets. There are also variants specifically designed to destroy naval ships called carrier killers. This means that anything within thousands of miles of the Chinese coast is well within the range.
Bro, just reading a script. Written by somebody else.
What would you do if all your text messages and phone calls in the last year fell into the hands of the police who were convinced you were part of a criminal gang? Would you be worried at all?
Yeah, they want to call everything
not
a war.
I'm not in a gang, and that's A-okay. Give them the green light. Except, have you ever at any point referred to haters? Have you ever called people you don't like or who don't like you ops? If you've played video games online
jokingly
now in like 2014, chances are you probably have. What about discussing being on that grind set? Or worse, calling that trapping? Have you ever referred to anybody as cuz, including your actual cousin? What about fam? Oh, and remember I said A-okay and green light like 15 seconds ago? Well, according to one gang slang glossary, that's always out killing. This is a gang hand sign, and green light is permission to murder. I'm giving a guest lecture at Georgetown. It'll probably already have happened by the time this video is released, and I was invited to speak about my 2019 co-authored paper, Testifying While Black, where we demonstrated that court transcriptionists don't always correctly transcribe Black English. More precisely, they do not meet their certification standard of 95% accuracy, and they consistently change crucial information like who, what, when, and where. And what they write, regardless of what you said, becomes the legal fact of what was said. So the court record might actually say, he's bindling me, and you can be asked to explain that in cross-examination, and if you can't explain it, you look inconsistent or dishonest. Does it matter that the actual sentence you said was, I ben don't eat meat, because you went vegan 10 years ago? Not in the slightest. It's not just the court transcriptionists who struggle with the basics of Black English. It's also judges, lawyers, including defense lawyers.
It's just, like, he's just fucking doing like China shit, you know? Like sometimes his videos are entertaining when he's talking about like
lawyers and police officers.
Stuff that's like not just like hypersonic missile nonsense.
In the paper, we discussed some shocking incidents in real courtrooms, including the trial where a man was denied legal counsel because he said, "Let me get a lawyer, dog," and it was determined that he had fancifully requested canine legal counsel. Or the case where an appeal was decided by a judge going to Urban Dictionary, like Wikipedia, in that it can be edited at any time by anybody, but also, in many ways, much worse than Wikipedia, to determine the meaning of, he finna shoot me. The judge claimed that finna wasn't a real word, and because there was no tensed form of the verb to be, it was impossible to determine whether it was an admissible utterance. And I thought those were bad. But since that paper was published, I've done a fair amount of expert witness work, and what I've learned has been genuinely alarming. And you need to know. Today, we're going to discuss law enforcement gang slang experts. There's an entire industry of beat cops, detectives, federal agents, you name it, claiming expertise in criminal slang. but their expertise is made up and their credentials are meaningless.
Whose line
is
is it
very
anyway?
real danger for everybody, but especially the kinds of people who are most likely to come into contact with the criminal justice system and who are most likely to be assumed to be gang members. I'm Dr. Taylor Jones, and this is Language Jones. Disclaimer, for the cops out there, I just want to point out that I'm not in any way anti-law enforcement. I have very close friends who are career law enforcement, from beat cops to executive protection and counter-strikers. I work volunteer security with law enforcement and former law enforcement, and I even went and did the NYPD Citizens Police Academy. I appreciate the danger first responders routinely face, and I know firsthand how drug dealers, gang members, and violent criminals can ruin lives and wreak havoc on a community. I want to see the bad guys behind bars as much as you do. I think civilians should all have to experience a shoot, don't shoot decision like the TI training simulator before they say anything about use of force. But I also want you to do your job well. That's part of what it means to back the blue. You're called to a higher standard. And when it comes to language, law enforcement very often fails to meet the absolute minimum standard of evidence. If this isn't you, great. Bring some of the...
Here, I'll go back to him.
Because they move so fast that they are essentially impossible to defend against. With modern satellite imagery,
They're not impossible
these systems
to
can achieve
defend
accuracy
against.
within just a few meters. And Chinese missiles also have post-launch maneuverability that allows them to adjust to moving targets. There are also variants specifically designed to destroy naval ships called carrier killers. This means that anything within thousands of miles of the Chinese coast is well within the range of these missiles. As a result, the US Navy would not be able to come close to the Chinese mainland without effectively guaranteeing the sinking of its ships. US military power projection is almost completely reliant on aircraft carriers. But in a conflict with China, these would be rendered completely obsolete, as they are essentially slow-moving giant targets for hypersonic missiles. With aircraft carriers out of the picture, the United States would have to rely on proxy bases in Japan, Korea, and the Philippines. But these bases would look like the face of the moon within hours of a conflict starting after a massive barrage of hypersonic missiles. They would become completely inoperable, unable to launch any sort of missions within the first day of the war. It would be nearly impossible for the US to assemble any kind of naval or troop presence within hundreds of miles of China because of the threat posed by these missiles. Despite this reality, you can...
The missile barrage that would take place in those salvos would be devastating. But, like, I mean, just look at how much Iran has been able to get through. And that's with, like, all these built-up assets we've had for, 40 years in the Middle East. So, like, yeah, if they struck all these targets, like the Philippines and stuff, in response and had a massive salvo like this, like, yeah, that would definitely, like, do a lot of damage, but it would also make a shitload of countries now put their full backing behind the war. Even if they are holding back, look at how much they've been able to hit. It just shrug off these missiles is one thing, but, like, you can counter these missiles. Like, they have a trajectory. You just put the countermeasure where the missile is going.
Still see US war games about this conflict as if the US still has the ability to maneuver ships close to China like it would have been able to in the past. In reality, the United States would not even be able to show to the fight. Just look at how effective Iran has used hypersonic missiles against the United States. In the Middle East, US carriers have not dared to get even close to the Iranian mainland due to the threat posed by these missiles. Within the first 4 days of the conflict, Iran, using drones and missiles that are far less sophisticated than what China possesses, was able to strike numerous bases across multiple countries in the Middle East with near impunity. These strikes severely damaged or completely removed these bases' ability to carry out missions and took out key US assets. They destroyed multiple US radar systems across the region that were key installations in directing US operations and tracking Iranian launches, leaving the US essentially flying blind. Iran also destroyed US naval rearming centers, removing the ability for vessels to restock at these bases and forcing them to detour to much more distant naval facilities. In addition, Iran destroyed 4 of the 8 global THAAD missile interceptors. These THAAD batteries are incredibly difficult to replace and were one of the only defenses against these missiles. Even then, they had less than a 10% success rate against some of the more advanced Iranian rockets. Not only did Iran massively hurt US offensive capabilities in the region, they caused huge financial blows as these radars and THAAD launchers cost billions of dollars and were taken out by Iranian drones and missiles, costing a fraction of the price, at just tens of thousands of dollars or less. Iran has achieved all this in just 1 week. Now just imagine what China could do with a far greater missile capacity in both technology and quantity. China also has an air force on par with the US, which would make it extremely difficult for US planes to run missions anywhere near the Chinese mainland, as they are currently able to do in Iran. US jets only have an effective range of a few hundred miles. Without aircraft carriers or secure landing strips in the region, the missile threat also takes much of US air capacity out of the picture. The third reason why China would win is naval capacity. Even if US naval ships were able to get within operational distance of the Chinese mainland, China has numerous naval advantages over the US. There are 2 metrics when gauging naval strength. The first is naval tonnage, which gauges the overall weight of the fleets, and the second is the number of ships. The United States has the most powerful navy when measured by the tonnage metric.
Why I was like, well, maybe I should
result
wait and watch this when Jack can sit here and lose his mind for 30 minutes about everything this guy says.
Of their 11 clunky supercarriers, which, as we have shown,
Clunky
is likely to be more of a liability than
supercarrier.
an asset. When measured by the number of vessels, China's navy leads the world by a large margin. China has the world's largest fleet of warships, made up of ships that are specifically designed for the purpose of countering the US Navy. These ships focus on submarine hunting, digital warfare, and launching and destroying drones. On the other hand, US carriers and fleets are still designed for the 20th century and contain many vessels that are decades old. These ships might have been incredibly effective in operations like those in Iraq, but have not been tested in the 21st century against a peer adversary. But regardless of firepower, the biggest nail in the coffin of naval hopes is this visual here. Chinese shipbuilding capacity is over 200 times greater than that of the US. The US ability to repair and build ships does not even register versus China. The US Navy is lucky to build 3 to 4 ships per year. The Chinese can build 8 to 12 ships per month. This is during peacetime too. During an all-out war scenario, China could significantly ramp up production of ships at a far greater rate. In any conflict, US ships that are damaged would have to limp over the entire Pacific Ocean back to San Diego. Even when getting back to the US simply does not have the capacity to repair or build ships in the needed timeline of a conflict, likely taking months. Meanwhile, Chinese damaged ships would only have to travel a short distance back to port to get repaired. The fourth reason why China would decisively win this conflict is because of China's dominance over drone technology. It is consensus among modern military analysts that drone warfare has completely transformed the battlefield and is one of the most important aspects of modern militaries. And Chinese drone technology is by far the best in the world. China has the world's top drone companies and largest talent pools. The country already has nearly 2/3 global market share for both consumer and commercial drones. Brands like DJI dominate the market because competitors simply cannot meet the quality and price point. In the event of war, the production of these drones could easily be converted into military applications. Many models are already being converted by both Ukrainian and Russian forces en masse. China has already unveiled prototypes for drone motherships with the ability to autonomously fly and deploy hundreds of smaller attack drones. These drones are also not just limited to air. They also have naval submersible drones that have the capability to seek out submarines and other naval ships on their own. In this critical drone warfare theater, China has a production capacity, technological expertise, and price points that the US cannot come close to competing with. Before we get to the fifth reason, please take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please support me on Patreon. I just got laid off.
Good.
And I would really like to keep this channel independent and not have to talk to sponsors. So please, if
Bro's
you like my
acting
work,
like
it
he's
really
already
mean a
not
lot
a
if you
paid
click
op.
the link below. I can only do this with your support. All right, now back to the video. Now take a second to think where everything is made these days. Everything is made in China, which brings us to the fifth reason why the US would lose this war, and it's because it cannot come close to competing with Chinese manufacturing
What about
capability.
the microchips? How about that?
Scanning.
Huh? I didn't know that the US bought their munitions from China. Wow, news to me, huh?
Mi posición ya no es segura.
Oh, he's stinky. He farted on her. Missed! Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch.
Morirás rápido. Me voy a poner fatal. ¡Nos disparan!
But like
Vaya cosa.
to the like you can go back to World War II and like the Nazis were like dumbfounded with how quickly the US was able to ramp up manufacturing.
I'll take the high road.
Like I would not discount the US's ability. I mean, even like Ukraine, they have housewives assembling fucking drones.
I'm on it.
This factor is the base of the pyramid for everything already mentioned. Any potential conflict between these two countries would require a full commitment from their societies to win. The United States simply does not have the industrial capacity to win this war. The US private for-profit system could never compete with the Chinese state-led approach. The US is dependent on private weapons contractors to deliver its weapons. It's far more profitable to sell the fanciest, most precision high-tech that takes years of development and billions of dollars than it is to mass-produce $50,000 drones or shells. As a result, the military-industrial complex in the US is a bloated, corrupt system where nothing is made on time or in the quantities needed. Meanwhile, the Chinese army is much more reactive to the actual needs of the battlefield. If a certain number of drones or missiles is needed, they simply order manufacturers to produce it, regardless of cost or profitability. Even if the US were to direct these companies to produce, the US can't come close to competing with Chinese industrial capacity. China currently represents more than a third of the world's entire
Still
manufacturing
undetected.
production, and that number is expected to increase to nearly half of the world's total manufacturing by 2030 at 45%. If the conflict with Iran continues, the United States is expected to fully exhaust crucial missiles such as interceptor rockets as well as Tomahawk missiles in a matter of weeks. This conflict pales in comparison to what a war with China would look like, and demands for arms would be magnitudes greater. According to military experts from the United States, the US military would run out of missiles needed for a war with China within a week. They'd have to magically replenish them across the entire Pacific Ocean from non-existent factories run by companies who have no capability or incentive to produce them. At the same time, China would never have to pause between deploying munitions and producing more. It could convert its entire productive capacity, representing nearly half of global manufacturing, towards the war effort. There would be no interruption in its ability to sustain this conflict, and it would only have to deploy munitions a few miles from its own coast. While manufacturing capacity may be the base of the pyramid of a potential conflict, there's actually a further base beneath the ground that underpins any country's ability to wage war. And that's our sixth reason why China would win, which is rare earth minerals. Let's say the US magically was able to catch up to Chinese industrial capacity. They still wouldn't have the raw materials needed to fuel those factories. All modern technologies, from batteries, electric vehicles, solar panels, to most importantly, all forms of modern weaponry, require large amounts of rare earth minerals. These minerals you may have never heard of and all have complicated names, but they are the backbone of all modern technology and weapons. Without them, you simply cannot produce weapons or even a modern economy. While they may be abundant across the globe, they are very difficult to refine into usable raw material for production. It's a long and environmentally destructive process that the US was happy to ship to China when the country wasn't viewed by the US as a threat. Now, however, China holds a near monopoly on both rare earth mineral extraction and mining. The most critical elements like gallium and tungsten, which are critical for US contractors to produce high-tech radars and weapons, are almost entirely controlled by China. Due to the US declaring a trade war on China and waging constant warfare around the globe, China has restricted companies from trading rare earth minerals with US companies using them to make weapons. As a result, weapons contractors are delivering planes with empty nose tips where radars were supposed to be, and there are massive delays or outright halts in production of numerous US weapon systems. This exposed that US military supply chains are almost completely reliant on access to Chinese rare earth minerals at some point in their production, causing massive panic at the Pentagon. The crucial thing is that extracting and refining these materials in the West isn't something that can happen in a couple of months or even years. Many experts who are familiar with the industry believe that it could be well over a decade for the US to create supply chains for these resources. Western countries take years to even get the environmental permits to create mining operations. Even if extraction facilities and factories are built, they still don't have the expertise or people qualified to refine them, and would take a massive investment in colleges and training programs to create them. When was the last time you met a metallurgical engineering, extractive metallurgy, or mineral processing engineering major in the West? Probably not often. Meanwhile, China has a massive talent pool and numerous university programs across the country dedicated to these specialties.
How often have you met
For the
those
foreseeable
people in
future,
China?
The US could never sustain a conflict with China, not just because they don't have the manufacturing capacity, but they lack the critical rare earth materials to fuel them, even if they did. The seventh and final major reason why China would decisively win this conflict is that the Chinese would have an infinitely larger will to fight this war than America. I'm going to show you 2 clips right now. I want you to tell me which group you believe is going to fight this to the last person.
Oh my god, here we go. Woke military.
Why'd you join the army?
Hey Okolski, why'd you join the army?
To shower with dudes.
Ivor, why'd you join the army?
Why'd you join the army?
I flipped a coin.
Why'd you join the Navy? So I can stop selling dope.
Why'd you join the army?
I need my citizenship. I'm an illegal bitch.
Ramirez, why'd you join the army? Wait, shit.
I was in Home Depot working, but...
So why'd you join the army? Curiosity. That's it.
Hey, why'd you join the army?
I don't know, man. I thought that was a good idea at the time, bro.
Hey, why'd you join the Marine Corps?
My high school teacher said I could.
This great nation never bows to any enemy or
Wow,
any
they can
force.
organize a
Those who
parade.
dare to invade
That
us
that
are
proves
doomed to
everything.
crash into the Iron Great Wall with bloodshed.
Hey, how are the Chinese doing in Ukraine who are there fighting? They doing good? Or are they not doing good? What do we think? Where's that Chinese fighting spirit, huh?
To which the soldiers reply, "We serve the people."
So effectively, we have US soldiers who probably couldn't find China on a map, who are fighting for a Camaro or free college, which you could get without joining the military in places like China or Europe. Chinese people would be fighting a defensive war against a country that attacked them and they didn't initiate. The US soldiers also wouldn't be fighting for any values. The veneer that the US actually fights for values has been completely shattered in the past few years. They clearly know now that they are effective mercenaries for the military-industrial complex.
Meanwhile,
and the
Chinese
Epstein
are
class.
literally
China, on
mercenaries
the other
in
hand,
Ukraine.
is a civilizational state that has carried on for 5,000 years. Also, Chinese officers and naval and military soldiers working on specialized ships or weapon systems all have master's degrees and are highly educated and specialized. There are also rigorous standards for fitness and preparedness, while the US has become bureaucratic and bloated, which was on full display during Trump's military parade.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. Special thanks to our sponsor, Palantir.
Boy, I feel silly now. I'm convinced.
That's just America's standing army too, which would not be sufficient alone to fight such a war. Any potential conflict would face massive domestic backlash, and it would be impossible to draft the required amount of troops to take on this conflict. China would have no problem in morale or recruiting and would be infinitely more committed to winning this war than your average American soldier. US military officials frequently talk about how China has no experience in fighting wars.
Yeah, that
while the
really
US
matters,
does, giving it a
by the
huge
way.
advantage.
Guy.
First of all this goes to show is how China rose from being one of the poorest countries in the world in the 1970s to the largest economy in the world peacefully. But even the claim that the US war experience gives it a large edge over China is dubious at best. As we covered in this video, the weapon systems of the 21st century will completely change the battlefield, and the US military built around aircraft carriers is obsolete. The US bragging about having more experience from their wars in the last couple decades is like bragging before World War I that their army marches towards enemy lines in the best formation and has the best cavalry charges. They are completely outdated and will be irrelevant in a modern battlefield. Also, if we are keeping score with recent US military experience, it has been massive military failures and defeats in places like Iraq and Afghanistan from far less powerful forces. The Iran war is the closest thing we have to representing China's capabilities. Even if the war ended today, 2 weeks after it started during the time of filming this, what we have seen so far from Iran is already enough to confirm China's likely military strategy. Okay, let's say that after all this information I presented in this video so far, you still think I'm wrong.
You are.
America's still number one, You're an expert on the U.S. Army, and you know they would win.
I didn't
Well,
say
you don't
that.
have to take it
I
from
just
me.
said that you're
you
wrong.
Can take it from the
Not
little
that they
head of
would
the US
win,
Armed Forces,
just that
who, at
you're
least
wrong.
on paper, should know much better than anyone else how the U.S. stacks up against China in a potential conflict.
China's navy is astronomically bigger than what we have now at this point.
China's building an army specifically dedicated to defeating the United States of America. That is their strategic outset. Take
This is
hypersonic
literally
missiles.
U.S.
Our whole power
propaganda that
projection
you're
platform
showing
is
to
aircraft
hype up
carriers and the ability
funding
to
for the
project power
military.
that way strategically around the globe. And if 15 hypersonic missiles can take out our 10 aircraft carriers in the first 20 minutes of a conflict, what does that look like?
Yeah.
In the past X number of years, 10, 12, 15, the Pentagon has a perfect record in all of its war games against China. We lose every time.
So there you have it. Straight from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Pentagon war games consistently show a decisive defeat for the U.S. Army in any war against China. Military channels on YouTube, think tanks in Washington, D.C., and military analysts love to discuss the arms race between the two countries on pound-for-pound military capabilities in terms of things like tanks, standard-issue rifles, or gear. But honestly,
because this man met an American, he literally is American. He had a normal fucking channel like a regular college kid, and then all of a sudden was producing this high-end content that was just CCP propaganda.
These warhawks in DC think tanks are so dangerous because they don't understand the first thing about China. They don't speak the language, they've never been to the country, and think of China as some Marvel villain or something. These think tanks are constantly pushing towards war with China and are actively putting us at risk of a pointless world-ending war. Once the United States would be defeated in any potential conventional conflict, the whole fate of the world would rest in the hands of US military generals who terrifyingly could end the world in the face of defeat by launching a nuclear weapon. The US in the past was even extremely close to doing this in the Korean War. China has a no-brainer and rational policy in their government of simply saying that they will never be the first country to use a nuclear weapon. They would only ever use it in retaliation as a tool of assurance. The US does not have this policy. Based on the illegal, pointless war of choice in Iran and the countless destruction caused by the US and its greatest ally in the Middle East,
to what scale are Chinese troops or mercs in Ukraine? That is a question for somebody else. I could not tell you, but I can tell you that they are there, and that's about it. I wish I could get an extra mod on this bitch. I think I'll go with the speed loader. So when she runs, it reloads. Oh, it's because she's in a Corsair suit. We don't have the new armor yet. Interesting. Oh no, Corsair suit doesn't affect fucking gun mods. I'm so stupid. Yeah, I already have this for the crits. Do I need this shield? I don't know. I definitely don't need any more mobility. What is this? Alright, let's try this. Let's see what this does.
Peace. If you are wondering why I didn't talk much about Taiwan specifically in this video, it's because I just made a video about the only realistic resolution to solve
let me
the
guess,
Taiwan
it's
conflict
uniting with
that you
China?
should watch after this video. But in regards to the island specifically, the mainland has made it very clear that war is an absolute last resort and avoidable at all costs. But in the event of war, it is evident that US war planners really think that the Chinese are so stupid that they just land on the island like it's D-Day, and that all of the conventional ideas about warfare are going to apply like it's World War II. It doesn't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together with the information I stated in this video as to what China's capabilities are and what would likely happen. Regardless of what happens, the US should not be involved in this whatsoever. The government on Taiwan represents the losing side of the Chinese Civil War that is only recognized by 11 countries in the world. It is essentially as if the Confederacy went to Hawaii and declared themselves a country while the entire world still supported the Union government in the US. And China was thinking of military intervening on behalf of the Confederacy. The US has no right to interfere in any other country in the world. After taking 2 million lives in Vietnam, 1 million in Iraq, 400,000 in Afghanistan, and currently thousands in Iran while bombing hospitals, desalinization plants, schoolgirls, and volleyball teams, you have to be psychotic to support another intervention. If you support the US intervening in Taiwan and think that this would have anything to do with the ideas of freedom or liberation, you are a clown.
It has to do with us
to take down China and maintain US hegemony.
preserving
That's it. There's no way you can
microchips.
support intervention there or anywhere else in the world. We need to completely demilitarize US policy. War is a terrible thing and completely avoidable. We should never even dream of
Yeah,
going to
that's
war
the
with
thing.
China. Hopefully
That's the
this video
thing.
has shown you that it's a completely
Like, China can try to, like, use nukes at sea against carrier groups, which he didn't even say. He didn't even say the nuclear word. He was saying the hypersonic missile, not actually saying anything about nukes. But, like, China, like, would be far more devastated from nuclear strikes than anything they could do against the US. Like, we're over here. You can hit our ships, but, like, we still will have the nukes dropping on you.
Stupid idea, not only morally, but practically. If you want to learn more about the Taiwan conflict, you should watch my video after this. If you made it this far,
You should probably
please
watch
like and
something else
subscribe
if you
and
want
check
to
out
learn
my
about
Substack
it.
to find the written version of this video. Follow me on Twitter and support me on Patreon by clicking the link in the description. See you guys in the next video. Peace.
Your eggs are
Uh-oh.
drying up. If you're a woman online, you have probably heard that many times. Perhaps this image haunts you at night. It is a true fact that women's fertility begins to decline.
Nope. Not doing shoe on head. Not even with Jack here.
Oi, punters, did you know that our politicians here in Australia are for sale? Political parties right now are pimping out your politicians to the...
How much Australian bullshit did he put on here in a row?
Oi, punters, the gas industry is getting desperate and they are rattled and they've released an attack ad. Oi, punters, I have just done something that has never, ever been done before in a...
The ultimate grifter, wearing a t-shirt at a Senate committee. He's the biggest grifter I've ever seen. Do you know if he's qualified to be there?
This video has been sponsored by Surfshark.
One thing to come to St. Clair.
Wait, punts. I don't know if you've been following any of this NDIS stuff lately, but...
The Lost Boys. What does it mean to be a man today?
He's got to go out there and provide for...
Don't worry about the politicians. You've got it.
Online, he calls himself Punters Politics. Today's in-person crowd
Okay, maybe a little too much Australian stuff, huh? No need for all this.
Army versus Zero Pack.
Gripped with anxiety, Jane Britt watched an announcement that could impact every
For 81 years, Japan has renounced its right to wage war. Strict interpretations of that have blocked it from contributing conflicts too. That, Tokyo says, is no longer viable.
Today, no country can safeguard its own peace and security on its own. To protect both national and regional peace, it is important to further promote the transfer of defence equipment and strengthen the deterrence and response capabilities of allies.
Japanese arms exports had been limited to non-combat equipment, things like rescue and surveillance machinery. It'll now be able to sell lethal weapons to the 17 countries it has defence agreements with, including the US, UK and Australia. Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi insisting Japan's post-war pacifism is still alive and well, saying Japan has walked the path of a peace-loving nation for more than 80 years. There will be no change whatsoever in our commitment to upholding our past course and our fundamental principles. Ms. Takaichi has made no secret of her goal to strengthen Japan's military capabilities. She's boosting defence spending ahead of schedule and mulling plans to revise some of the Constitution's anti-war clauses. Her critics say she's steering Japan away from its post-war pacifism, and there's no bigger critic than Beijing.
Japan's recent dangerous moves in the military and security fields defy its self-proclaimed dedication to peace and adherence to the exclusively defence-oriented policy. The international community, including China, will remain highly vigilant.
But Ms. Takaichi's supporters say Japan has to respond to its regional reality.
Right,
China is currently staging what Canberra has described as the largest military build-up since World War II. While the US has repositioned key military assets away from the Pacific to support its war in the Middle East.
It's not the end of Japan's pacifism, but I think Japan is responding to the realism of the situation they face and realizing that the best way to keep the peace is to have the military capabilities to protect yourself and to help the region collectively defend itself.
Japan's new military posture on display in the South China Sea this week, sending combat troops to the US-Philippines joint military drills for the first time ever. Claudia Farhart, SBS World News.
Squad green to deploy.
US President Donald Trump is sending his envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Pakistan to meet Iran's foreign minister, according to the White House.
More Australian stuff.
Justin Noble was holidaying in Tasmania
Don't care.
30 years ago.
Not a
when
real
a day
country.
trip to Port Arthur turned
Good evening. A siege is underway in the Tasmanian town of Port Arthur, where at least 25...
This is
finally, we're at the...
democracynow.org.
All he did was
I'm Amy
add
Goodman.
dumb
As we continue to
Australian
look at
stuff to my
Saturday's shooting
list.
at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in
I'm getting a
Washington,
snack.
we're joined by the journalist and author Jeff Sharlet, professor of English and creative writing at Dartmouth College, has been tracking the rise of political violence in the United States. His latest book is The Undertow: Scenes from a Slow Civil War. Professor Sharlet, thanks for joining us again. Tell us what you've been tracking since Saturday night.
I've been most interested at the sort of the uses and abuses to which MAGA and other factions of the right have put this narrative. Not so much the actual facts of who this shooter Cole Allen is, but the stories they're telling about him and the stories they're telling about Trump and how he responded, and using that as part of the sort of the ongoing project of what you can only describe as a kind of deification of Trump as this man who somehow transcends worldly effects.
Over the past 2 days, President Trump has repeatedly claimed that the suspected shooter was anti-Christian. This is Trump appearing on Fox News Sunday.
The guy is a sick guy. When you read his manifesto, he hates Christians. That's one thing for sure. He hates Christians, a hatred.
Jeff Sharlet, can you respond?
It's a startling and on his part savvy claim. He, of course, had access to what we believe to be, it's not even really a manifesto, it's just a statement of intent by this man, Cole Allen, and was able to characterize it as anti-Christian, which was then picked up across right-wing media and across as well as legacy and mainstream media, declaring this as an anti-Christian attack. So when you come to read the document itself, it's kind of startling to see that, in fact, Cole Allen understood his mission in very explicitly Christian terms, and not just Christian terms, but terms familiar. If you've ever read the manifestos of abortion clinic bombers, the idea that you can't turn
Australia's a continent, not a country. You can't be both.
Of the innocent, that the Christian imperative to turn the other cheek doesn't apply if lives are on the line.
Everyone knows that.
And he goes
it's basic math.
He goes into deeper specificity and a list of sort of 5 objections that could be made to his awful attack. He offers in his
big
mind
robot.
his justifications. And one of them is yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And it's a paraphrase of a biblical passage that appears in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. The idea of render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. The Christians are called upon to defer to the authority of the land. Well, he comes with an argument that says, but that's not so when the leaders of the land are breaking the law, because the land, the Caesar there stands for the law of the land. And since these administration officials are in his mind breaking the law, as they are in fact, that he sees this as justification. This is almost the exact same justification used by Vance Bolter, the assassin, the far right, the fascist assassin in Minnesota who killed state legislatures. This is much the same rhetoric that you'll find in the old language of the Army of God, the militia that would attack abortion clinics. He's turning it to different ends, but the last thing you can say is this is anti-Christian.
He's going to get detected, isn't he?
In a Sunday opinion piece in the Sydney Morning Herald headlined, "America's burning with political violence. It's a fire that
this
Trump
motherfucker
keeps
gets
stoking."
detected again.
Former White House
He is so
staffer
fired.
Corey Alpert writes, quote, "Political violence has risen sharply over the past decade, more so than at any of the 5 moments in U.S. history where a sitting president has been shot, leaving 4 dead and 1 gravely wounded. Donald Trump has been the leading accelerant of that rise, throwing fuel on the fire at every opportunity." Professor Sharlet, can you respond?
I mean, it's indisputable, and it's in fact the point that far rightists and fascists make themselves, pointing to the number of assassination attempts he survived, which is either 3 or 4 or 5, depending on how you count it, and they can debate amongst themselves. But I think what it points us to is we're losing the usefulness of the term political violence. The better term is violence. As you open the show, what do we call? This is violence. This was attempted murder, and we can oppose it plainly and simply as that. What do we call the boat strike with which you open the show that was barely reported yesterday? Is that political violence? It's murder. I think what Trumpism has done has has given us a spectacle politics that has gotten us far past. We're hearing all these cries, we mustn't normalize political violence. That ship has sailed. It is normal. As evidence, you can see the number of people who are boasting online, well, I didn't really pay attention to this. I was watching something else. I was out being normal. This idea that this is just a humdrum, the boat strike doesn't need to be reported, the shooting in Indiana, as you mentioned, barely reported. It's just the weather. And I think that is the spectacle of Trumpism. And Trump knows that weather is good for fascism.
And what about this issue of gun violence? You just heard Congressmember Khanna calling for a commission on political violence. Where does the easy availability of guns, whatever shooters' political views are, fit into this story, Jeff?
You know, whatever the number, the latest number is 450 million, maybe 500 million guns in civilian hands in the United States. Guns so readily available, such powerful guns.
Oh no, they can see through the grate.
In situations of domestic violence, if there's guns in the house, they're more likely going to be used, and there's going to be murders committed.
I didn't know that. I haven't played this map before. No fair.
Whatever logic, whatever grievance they have, and apply a gun to it. A gun, in the sort of the American vernacular, is the cure-all for whatever ails you. I think, again, when you look at the so-called manifesto of this shooter, what's striking about it is that so much of it is fairly conventional. People have been combing over his social media. Nothing really stands out. He was a fan of very many popular
crate. I hope
and
this doesn't
mostly liberal, some left websites.
Come on.
And yet, then there's that moment where he says, okay, but I'm going to add a gun to this because I've got a gun. And
she's okay.
Even through the manifesto, you see him following the logic of his own gun. He says, okay, I'm going to try and not harm innocent bystanders or whatever he says. But then at the end, he says, but I will go through anybody. I'll kill anybody to achieve this. Gun in hand, he lets the gun lead him. And it's, I mean, we saw it on video, this man charging like he thinks he's an action hero in a movie with his gun into the ballroom, a fool on a deadly errand.
Very quickly, what is being made of in social media, this alleged shooter saying the man that they now are going to be arraigning today, he was going after Trump administration officials except for Kash Patel, right, the head of the FBI?
I have no idea what his intention was, but what we're seeing, and I get it, the temptation is to read this as a joke, like he's owning Kash Patel. And you know, that's as much the normalization of political violence, of gun violence, as I'm thinking of T-shirts and bumper stickers by gun zealots with sexual innuendos around bullets that are too grotesque to say on the air. To make a joke of guns is to diminish any possibility we ever have of reducing their absolute prevalence, everydayness. They are normalized in our lives. So I think that's what's happening. And I think that's the kind of, that's Trumpism, even if it's an anti-Trumper saying it. It's the idea that all of this is just entertainment.
Last question. We just have 30 seconds. We're going on to Sister Helen Prejean responding to the Trump administration reinstating firing squad. But the shooting took place at the Washington Hilton. The venue was, of course, the venue of the attempted assassination of President Ronald Reagan. How does this shooting fit into what you describe as the slow civil war that you believe is occurring in the United States, Jeff?
Yeah, I think the slow civil war is best understood as kind of almost sort of like episodic, in the same way that what played out on Saturday night was as my colleague Anthea Butler calls it, the story arc of the week in Trumpism, and it will be forgotten by next week. That's why it's important to remember to keep tally of all these violent incidents, and by violent incidents I don't mean just shooters like this, although certainly them, but to put them in one long list that includes wars in Iran and Venezuela, all the bombs sent to Gaza, to understand that this, to put them into a conversation with the war on trans folks, all those are part of this slow civil war. This is just one more episode.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
I have never thought about scaffolding. I know that sometimes it's magically here, then it magically goes away. You complain about it in between.
And it does stay for a
Still
bit.
watching, motherfucker!
And then sometimes you have to go through these like weird tunnels and there's just stuff dripping off it.
Just like any of us, New York City is a work in progress. Construction is a part of our everyday life. The streets are paved and buildings of all sizes are getting fixed up and inspected. That requires sidewalk sheds, which you might know better as scaffolding. We've all walked under scaffolding. It's there to protect us from the unexpected. And well, it does that, sure. But it kind of tends to hang around a little too long. But scaffolding takes away from the beauty of this city we all love. It makes living here feel cramped, claustrophobic, closed in.
This scaffolding's been here about a year. We miss the light. You know, certainly the scaffolding is never good for a retail store.
One of my hobbies is I like to skate around, as you can see. You know, almost every block has this scaffolding around the corner. And I'll pass by it, maybe jump over a little if I have to, you know?
But what starts as a temporary fix has turned into a permanent fixture. Something we're told we just have to accept, like it's a part of nature.
You know, you almost accept the status quo, as bad as that may be.
And we find ourselves just living around it, on our way to work, heading home from a night out. And if you're disabled, or a delivery worker, or just someone with a bit too much stuff to carry, it doesn't just ruin your day, but it can actively make it dangerous.
Because the longer you keep the scaffolding up, the more dangerous, you know, the building can become because, you know, are they fixing the buildings or are they just leaving up scaffolding?
Well, I got the restaurant in 2012. The scaffolding has been for so many years. They used to call us, hey, where are you guys located? I cannot see you under the scaffolding. So
The only good news is when it rains, I have coverage to smoke my cigar. But aside from that, there's nothing good about the scaffolding in the city.
I really haven't give myself the luxury of imagining a world without scaffolding, but wow, what a lovely world that would be.
If you look at a map of the scaffolding that's up right now, there are countless sidewalk sheds that have been up for more than 15 years. It doesn't have to be this way. It's not just about public safety, it's about quality of life. So I made it a priority as part of my mayoral platform to see what we can do about this. We don't have to accept scaffolding everywhere as the norm. First, we don't have to do invasive, disruptive deep inspections as frequently as we do today. We're increasing inspections from every 5 years to every 6. Newer buildings less than 40 years old can instead do visual inspections every 3 years and intensive inspections every 12. For the scaffolding that stays up too long, we're implementing 2 new laws that create new penalties for sheds that stay up past their welcome. 2 years or you're getting fined. Finally, sidewalk sheds right now have to extend out on the sidewalk and street by half the height of the building. It's a little excessive. So we're reducing the requirement to a maximum of 40 feet. It's still enough to keep you safe, but far less in the way. I've thought a lot about scaffolding, and I'm proud of the policy changes we're announcing. But I know another New Yorker who's thought a lot about what scaffolding has done to the city. So I wanted to talk to him.
Should I be looking at you or the camera?
That's the eternal question. Yeah. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. I'll put this up a little higher so my eyes
I was gonna look at you. Scaffolding is intended to be impermanent, but it has become seen as if it is a permanent fact of life in this city. It is almost understood as if it's part of New York City's natural landscape. That as if this city for hundreds of years has had scaffolds. That's not actually the case. So much of what we love about our city is that it's a walkable city. And what scaffolds do is they really detract from public life. They make you feel as if there are parts of our city where your point is just to get through them.
Why was the scaffolding up for so long to begin with, in a way?
The original intent was around safety. There was the intent of protecting New Yorkers as they were pedestrians walking by any facade repairs that were taking place. But when you look closer at the rules and regulations, they don't actually have all that much to do with safety any longer. You know, there are sheds that are now basically known as eternal sheds. I was standing underneath the shed in October that had been up for 16 years. Because scaffolds are incredibly expensive to put up, to maintain, and if you reduce the incentive for having to do so, you also reduce the cost. It doesn't just come with building housing, but frankly with maintaining housing, which also then has an effect on the cost of living in housing here in New York City.
Why hasn't anyone done anything about this before?
Well, I think there are a lot of parts of life in our city that we have just come to accept as if it's the cost of being a New Yorker or living in New York City, when in fact, these are political decisions. They're political choices. And we can make different ones. Because a lot of this has no impact on safety. It's just a blight on our city. Sorry, man.
Are you saying sorry to the scaffold?
I'm saying sorry to the scaffolding.
It's pretty interesting. Like growing up, you'd see like part or a street where like there's scaffolding and be there for like 2 years. And then the scaffolding's gone. It's like a whole new place.
Scaffolding will never completely go away, but it doesn't have to stick around forever. We can make these changes in our city that make life better for everyone, even if it's something as simple as what you walk by every day. That's what government is here for.
I've only ever known NYC with scaffolding. I know.
Every day, in every way.
My city's super bad about it, too.
This is Mayor's Arm. I'm Donnie.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Bitch.
In 2024, 2 men walked into the Queensland rainforest to look for a monster. Within a few hours, they had found 8. The monsters were 3 millimeters long. They had pointed heads, hunched, lumpy backs, and necks that rose and arched forward. From the end of the necks dangled a pair of jaws almost as long as their bodies. The monster is what we now call Ostrarchia andersoni, a new Australian pelican spider. A normal spider has a rounded cephalothorax, the fused head and chest region at the front of the body with the legs attached to. In pelican spiders, this structure has been stretched out. The rear portion, where the legs emerge, sits low to the ground. The front portion rises up vertically. At the top is the actual head, tilted forward, mirroring the eyes into enormously elongated chelicerae, or the jaws, pointing out ahead of the arthropod. The overall silhouette is vaguely bird-shaped. A round body, a long neck, a beak thing in the front.
You look like a bird.
Entomologists have been calling them pelican spiders since the 1800s, and the name hasn't gotten old. Pelican spiders have a weird history. In the 1850s, European naturalists started pulling amber fossils out of Baltic coastal deposits. One of these specimens was a tiny arachnid with a long neck and huge jaws. It was clearly unlike any living spider anyone had ever seen. The scientists who described it assumed it was an extinct lineage, a failed line from the Eocene that had left no descendants. So for over 20 years, pelican spiders were considered extinct. Then, in 1881, a naturalist in Madagascar turned over a rock and found one alive. The extinct lineage had survived in one of the oldest and most isolated rainforests on the planet. Their family tree traces back to a time when Australia, Antarctica, India, South America, and Africa were all still welded together as the supercontinent Gondwana. As Gondwana broke up, the pelican spiders broke up with it. Today, living specimens are found only in 3 places: Madagascar, South Africa, and Australia. These were the 3 chunks of land where the southern Gondwanan rainforest had hung on the longest. Australia's pelican spiders occupy the genus Ostrarchia. The genus was created in 1984.
Suck my dick! One-shotted.
With only one known species, only really known by spider specialists. Then, in 2011, Michael Ricks and Mark Harvey, the people that would later describe Ostrarchia andersoni, started a systematic exploration of the continent, hiking ridge by ridge through eastern Australian rainforests and turning up new species. They have now discovered 25 species of Ostrarchia. Pelican spiders are known as short-range endemic species. A short-range endemic is a species whose entire range fits inside a single national park, mountain range, or forested ridgeline. Pelican spiders living in forests right next to each other are often completely different species, which will never interact with each other. Ostrarchia andersoni has only been found in one very specific place on Earth, the upland rainforest of the Whitsunday hinterland near Airlie Beach at 210 meters above sea level. They live their entire lives within that narrow description. Ostrarchia andersoni doesn't build webs. They are active hunters, and more unusually, they hunt other spiders exclusively. Hunting other spiders is a dangerous affair, considering their prey have fangs and venom of their own. This diet is why pelican spiders have such strange body shapes. Ostrarchia andersoni stalks the forest at night. When it detects a silk dragline, the pelican spider then taps the thread, mimicking a vibration of a struggling insect. The spider victim rushes out to see what the web has caught. The pelican spider, body held back, neck fully extended, jaws forward, grabs the spider victim. The pelican spider's jaws are mobile.
To think I was planning on doing this whole mission in stealth and undetected.
The spider victim is impaled and envenomed. More importantly, our pelican spider is kept very far away from the fangs of its prey until it dies. Very little else is known about Ostrarchia andersoni, as with most newly discovered species of niche interest. Generally speaking, Ostrarchia species are found almost exclusively in pockets of dead leaves suspended above the ground. They aren't ground dwellers, and they don't dig burrows. Their entire life plays out in an elevated leaf litter.
Let's rock. Don't waste my time. Going up. I believe this would be Subject Gamma.
All right, the President of the United States does not care about the Constitution. He doesn't care about Americans. He doesn't care about America. He cares about his ego. And any exposure to how insecure and incompetent and ignorant he is, he fights vociferously. And there are two huge news stories about this regime's attacks on the First Amendment. Trump is using his personal attorney and acting AG, Todd Blanche, the same Todd Blanche that met with Ghislaine Maxwell by himself, no other assistant attorneys in the room, to wage the most brazen attack on political enemies in modern history. Let's play the clip.
Today, a grand jury sitting in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years.
Okay. What fascinates me so much about the Trump regime is how many people are making a video record of how stupid they are, of how reckless they are, of how much they oppose individual liberty. Todd Blanche is going to go on with his life, and he's going to, once he's dead, what will remain are these videos of him being a fascist collaborator and somebody who actively wants to dismantle free speech. Here is the post in question. Let's pop this up. So James Comey posted 8647. And I don't know about you guys, but when I was in college, I waited tables all the time. And the big thing was cheeseburger, 86 tomatoes, cheeseburger, 86 onions. It doesn't mean kill. It means, in this reference, it clearly means impeach, get rid of. Everybody knows that James Comey, with this seashell post, is not talking about killing the president, but the president is laser focused on resentment. So 87 is slang for get rid of, and 47 is referring to him being the 47th president. Trump and his DOJ are claiming that this was a call for Trump to be killed. That is ridiculous. These are people that, oh my God, the left, they're such snowflakes. This is a master class in what it is to be a snowflake. And not just Trump. We all know he's a snowflake, but all these alpha males humiliating themselves on national television. Kash Patel claimed that the DOJ had been working on the case for 11 months. 11 months the DOJ is working on a Instagram post with seashells on it from James Comey. People like Matt Gaetz, Trump's original pick for attorney general, used the same language about Mitch McConnell and former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. So as always with MAGA, it's the rules that apply to you don't apply to us. We get to be titty babies. We get to be hysterical. We get to put on embarrassing displays of what it is, a master class to be an idiotic lawyer like Todd Blanche, who doesn't care about DOJ. That whole thing was for an audience of one, a man who's laser focused on spending $400 million of your money on this ballroom. And here are all of the things that Trump has said, just a few of the things, I should say, that Trump has said. Pop this up. Trump floats the idea of executing Joint Chiefs Chairman Milley. The former president is inciting violence against the nation's top general. America's response is distracted and numb. Trump and GOP Representative Gosar suggests Joint Chiefs boss Mark Milley deserves death. Trump suggests Liz Cheney should be shot. Trump blasts prosecutor he appointed for not giving Hunter Biden, quote, the death sentence. So as you can see, this is a classic psychological case of projection. He wants to kill his enemies, as I just lined out there. So he has to assume, oh my God, James Comey must want me dead, because that's what he wants for people. This is the same president that asked his defense secretary, can I shoot protesters in the leg to clear them out of the park in front of the White House? This is the same president that everybody who worked for in Trump 1.0 came out of it and said, he is a fascist through and through. This is the same president who jokes around, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and my supporters would still like me. This is a very, at least psychologically, violent man who surrounds himself with equal people that have the same sense of violence. You can think about Stephen Miller and telling ICE agents, you're unshackled, do what you want to now. So we have ICE agents shooting protesters and calling them a fucking bitch. Is there any trial? Is there any investigation? No. They called the murder victim a terrorist. So this is such propaganda. And after the DOJ issued an arrest warrant for the former FBI director, James Comey, he responded with a video. Let's play the clip.
Let's go.
This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary.
No, don't blow up my car.
But it's really important that all of us remember this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be. And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values.
All right, this is the second time the Trump regime has tried to indict Comey. He was charged with lying to Congress during a 2020 Senate hearing about the Russia investigation. A court found that the top prosecutor, the wholly unqualified Lindsay Halligan, who secured the indictment, had been illegally appointed and the case was dropped. Halligan was Trump's personal attorney with no prosecutorial experience, basically the only person willing to take on the case. And here's the through line here. Todd Blanche was the only person willing to go sit down with a child sex trafficker who participated in raping children, Ghislaine Maxwell. Todd Blanche was the guy that was willing to say, hey, don't worry, I'll go sit down with this person. I'll offer her immunity. I'll offer her a deal. And he had her transferred to a new prison. What is the through line here? Todd Blanche works for one person, a little teeny tiny man with little teeny tiny hands who has a
Bishi the chinchilla
ego problem. Who is
He's a tiny
wildly
man with
insecure.
little teeny hands.
Lindsay Halligan is a dipshit who was trying to curry favor with a complete moron that 77 million Americans voted for because they didn't realize that he was a con artist. And boy, are they having buyer's remorse now. And Caitlin Collins is reporting the following. Let's pop this up. Former DOJ official tells me this might be the worst case
Yeah, Zapata just needs his teeth
DOJ
trimmed.
has filed in my lifetime. This was the same DOJ that has declined a record number of cases in Trump's second term. Let's pop this up. The change in priorities was outlined in a series of memos sent to attorneys early last year. Trump's DOJ has said it is turning the page on white-collar and corporate enforcement and emphasizing the pursuit of drug cartels, illegal immigrants, and institutions that promote divisive DEI policies. Here's the problem, you guys. All of these fiscal conservatives, and how many of you, viewer, how many of you know people who play this middle ground? Oh, well, I'm socially liberal, but I'm fiscally conservative. And in that fiscal conservatism, they think the Republican Party is fiscally conservative. We know that's a lie. We know that all of the deficit that is added to the federal deficit is through Republican presidents. We know that these guys lie and propagandize that trickle-down economics work. The biggest lie the Republican Party perpetuates. The problem when you start dismantling the rule of law is all of these businessmen, these conservative businessmen, the rule of law upholds the economy. Point, period. So if you have a contract or a business dispute with somebody and you want to take them to court, the rule of law is completely dismantled because all somebody has to do is pick up the phone and call Todd Blanche, call Kash Patel, call Stephen Miller, call Donald Trump, call Jared Kushner and say, hey, I fucked up. I defrauded these people $50 million. I don't want to go to prison. Can you kick this lawsuit out? And they'll go, yeah, sure. Give us some money for the ballroom. So this is a complete crime syndicate.
Bye-bye.
And here's the thing. James Comey fucked us. I will never forget in 2016. I will never forget it. It was a few days before the election. I get this alert on my phone that's like James Comey, and it was the whole Hillary Clinton email thing again. And so the fact that Trump, somebody who was instrumental in helping Trump get elected the first time, who curried favor to these crazy Republican narratives, that Trump is still going after him, tells you this man, there is not a file of indictments big enough that will ever fix Trump. And our federal government has completely abdicated all regulatory and policymaking authority except when they can be used to punish Trump's enemies and enrich Trump and his cronies. Another huge story is breaking. The FCC is coming after Disney. Pop this up. The FCC is gearing up to launch a formal review of the broadcast licenses granted to Disney's 8 owned ABC stations over complaints about Jimmy Kimmel's joke about Melania Trump looking like an expectant widow. So basically, this federal government that all of us have paid all of these taxes into is for Donald Trump and Melania Trump, for people to protect their hurt feelings. They're mad at Jimmy Kimmel because Jimmy Kimmel hurt their feelings because Melania Trump is a trophy wife. It is rumored all over the internet that Donald Trump and Melania have some bullshit story about how they met. That's why she did this. Oh, look, here's my surprise press conference about the Epstein files. They cannot stomach any form of joke or criticism because these people are fundamentally broken and they are led and supported by a cult of people that are equally broken. And the New York Times has more reporting about this decision. Let's pop this up. The agency overseeing the review, the Federal Communications Commission, said in a filing that the review was related to an investigation into ABC's diversity and inclusion policies. And I just want to tell you, that is code for Black people. They have changed, they've moved the goalpost. Now, when you hear diversity or you hear cities, they're referring to Black people and the 77 million people who voted for them. They know that. This is racist signaling via the federal government. Do not be fooled by this. But it came in the middle of a fight this week between Mr. Trump and the network's late night host, Jimmy Kimmel, that prompted the president to demand that ABC fire Mr. Kimmel. So Republicans, hands off. We're about laissez-faire economics. Let the markets decide stuff. Trump, all of the things they scared you about, like don't tread on me and we don't want the government involved in business. Trump is doing all of those things. Where are the don't tread on me guys? Where are they now? They are ICE agents. They're treading on people. And all of the laissez-faire, I'm a fiscal conservative, I don't want the government dictating what we do. Now they're supporting Trump, who, this Carr, Brendan Carr, this is another dipshit whose entire career now has videographic evidence of him debasing himself for a party of one. Not for the American people, not for public safety, for a petulant senior citizen toddler. And all of these things are going to outlive this Trump regime. We've got, what, 3 years left, 998 days left. All of this video evidence is going to live longer than this lame dementia duck president. And FCC chair Brendan Carr explained what the administration is saying publicly about the reason for taking this action on Katie Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller, on her podcast. The same Katie Miller that says women shouldn't be fixated on their careers, they should be fixated on breeding. Here she is in her career talking to dipshit and fascist Brendan Carr. Play the clip.
DEI, you founded a company, and how do you attack that, outside of the FCC at some of these private corporations?
Well, we're still looking at it, but up to now, there's evidence that Disney has been pretty bad. I mean, there's evidence suggesting that Disney, literally was, dividing and categorizing employees based on race and gender, and potentially, we'll see what the evidence establishes, ultimately giving different opportunities to people based on their race or gender or other protected class. And we're going to get some more discovery from Disney on that, but that could raise character questions about the company long term.
Okay, so obviously this is complete and total bullshit. He's making shit up. They're going after ABC because they want to send a message to the media that this president is above scrutiny, above jokes, and if you call him out, you will be punished. And ABC News, do not capitulate. Everybody who has taken Trump to court has won. All of the knee benders are stuck in this humiliation ritual with him, making participation trophies to try to fix an ego and hurt feelings that will never be fixed, ever. Do not bend the knee. This man has a 30% approval rating. This guy is a lame duck. He falls asleep in public. He's laser focused on stupid shit. His ballroom, his arch. He's got us in the middle of a war. ABC, have some balls. Some industry titans have got to stand up for their customers. Stand up for the people that made you a multi-billion-dollar company, because Trump, if you bend the knee to him, he will think that your company is his.
They're going to bend the knee.
He thinks the White House is his. He thinks that Air Force One is his. He thinks all of the United States of America is his. Do not, under any circumstances, bend the knee to this petulant dementia duck toddler. And the sole Democratic commissioner of the FCC is speaking out. Let's play the clip.
Today, though, I understand, are the most egregious assault on the First Amendment that you have ever seen. That's not a small thing to say. How come you feel that way?
Yes, that is correct. This is the most egregious assault on the First Amendment that we have seen from this FCC. It is unprecedented, it is unlawful, and it is bound to fail. And I'm glad to see that Disney is going to push back because it has the First Amendment on its side.
That's right, Disney, push back, lawyer up, and Jimmy Kimmel, keep going. Ladies at The View, keep going. Do not bend the knee to this insecure, diaper-wearing, full face of makeup wearing dipshit surrounded by completely broken people who do not give a shit about your company. They do not care where your company is 10 years from now. This is a short-term impulsive, oh, we have to appease the tyrant. Do not do it. Do not obey in advance. Will somebody in this country, some industry titans, grow a pair and tell the Trump regime to go fuck themselves? We're lawyered up and we will see you in court. Do it. And on that regard, buy my book, Not Today Fascist. I talk about all of these things. Please pre-order it. It comes out in October. The link is right below in the show notes. Please support independent media and tell the fascists to go fuck themselves. We'll be back later with more news.
I've had it.
Moving to Overwatch.
They're doing something. They're doing.
Sure, yes, you're right. They're buying them boys' clothes.
And telling them you're a boy now. Okay,
No, they're not telling.
I can't even think of hyperbole
of
to describe how insane it is. Mad King stuff, like actual like Game of Thrones, fantasy novel, Henry VIII beheading his wives. People will be talking about this 1,000 years from now. The interesting thing is not that Trump is legitimately a mad king. The interesting thing is that the Republicans and Democrats both are either unwilling to or unable to stop him. No one seems to be able to do anything about it, and they can barely even name the problem. After the shooting, Trump files a claim from the Department of Justice in order to try to force through the ballroom. This sounds like a joke, but the DOJ files a motion to try to block the courts from blocking the construction of the ballroom, and I think Trump might have penned it himself. So this is an official motion from the Department of Justice, an institution that Trump theoretically has no direct control over, but obviously he does. The National Trust for Historic Preservation is a beautiful name, but even their name is fake, because when they add the words "in the United States" to the National Trust for Historic Preservation, it makes it sound like a government agency, which it is not. This is from the DOJ. Again, remember, this is from the DOJ. It's not a tweet. It's not Truth Social. It's a DOJ motion. In fact, the United States refused to continue funding it in 2005 because they strongly disagreed with their mission and objectives. They are very bad for our country. They stop many projects that are worthy and hurt many others. In this case, they are trying to stop one that is vital to our national security and the safety of all presidents of the United States, both current and future, their family, staff, and cabinet members. They were asked by the United States military not to bring the suit because of the top secret nature of the important facility being built. They were shown detailed plans and specifications of this knitted, unified, and cohesive structure by top officers and leaders in both the military and Secret Service. But this did not deter them because they suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, commonly referred to as TDS, as noted by Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, and are represented by the lawyer for Barack Hussein Obama, Gregory Craig. Again, a motion from the Department of Justice. Trump wrote this. This is Trump. I guarantee you, this whole thing is because the only priority that Trump has at this point in his presidency is to build the fucking ballroom. Because he is and always has been a real estate freak who wants to build a gigantic marble. He wants to build a building more garish and egregious and gaudy than any building he's ever been allowed to build before. And he wants to stamp Trump on the front of it and then pass a bill making it illegal to remove that lettering. And that's the only thing he cares about. And everything that has happened in the past couple of days has been the party capitulating to him in a desperate last-ditch effort to keep him from firing the entire cabinet in a fit of rage and hitting the nuclear football with both fists and sending all of us to oblivion. That's it. That's the only reason this is happening. I think we should be happy for him. Glad he's focusing on the ballroom instead of doing authoritarianism. Unironically, yeah, no, genuinely. I have a hard time seeing this as anything other than a genuine freak out internally. The lower section of the building does not work without the upper section, and likewise, the upper section of the building does not work without the lower. It is all one highly integrated unit! Exclamation point. As an example, one venting system, one electrical system, one plumbing system, one security system, one air conditioning and heating system, one elevator connection, and very importantly, one structural steel and enforced concrete system, and more. Even the bulletproof windows and glass and the heavy steel drone-proof roof protect what is below. With such a facility, it would have been impossible for an attack like that which took place last Saturday evening in D.C. when an attempted assassin armed with a shotgun, pistol, and knives charged through a security checkpoint at the Washington Hilton in an attempt to assassinate the president, Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and members of the president's cabinet and senior staff, excluding Kash Patel, during the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the first one he's ever attended as president. The Secret Service fortunately neutralized the assassin before he could reach the ballroom. However, Saturday's narrow miss, which marks the third assassination attempt on President Trump since 2024, confirms what should have already been obvious. Presidents need a secure space for large events that currently does not exist in Washington, D.C., and this court's injunction stalling this project cannot defensively continue for the sake of the safety of President Trump, future presidents, and their families, cabinets, and staff. Defendants thus require that this court issue an indicative ruling under Rule 62.1 that it will dissolve its injunction. 3 assassination attempts, including the attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, where an assassin's bullet hit the president's ear, is enough. There is absolutely no argument that a woman walking her dog in the vicinity of the White House has standing to stop such a desperately needed structure for the people of the United States of America, as it will provide presidents, current and future, a secure space to do their job. Official DOJ motion. Do you think they'll accept this? I have to say, I find the legal arguments made here kind of spotty. Trump's approval rating dropped further after the shooting. Personally, I like my presidents who don't get shot at. Kind of makes him look like a loser, not gonna lie. Part 2. I'm sorry, did he post the entire DOJ motion on fucking Truth Social? Yes. Yes, he did. And he has added John Fetterman tweets to the DOJ record in the footnotes. Maybe my assumption that the Republican Party would eventually try to move away from Trump was unfounded. Maybe, like, no one there has any plans at all. Like, they're basically just hoping Trump somehow becomes immortal and they're able to stop democracy, even though they have no plans on how they're going to do that. They will bury themselves with the sarcophagus. It does kind of feel like everyone in the Republican Party is setting themselves up to be buried in the tomb with him, you know? I guess, I don't know, I kind of assume like Susan Wiles or something might have like some kind of plan for moving the party away from him at some point, but I guess everyone is just fucking insane. Like, you think there'd be more pushback? If I was a Republican and I was trying to make sure that I didn't die in infamy, or at least didn't die in jail, I right now would be trying to find some core group of Republicans in the party who objected to what Trump was doing. Because this is insane. They orchestrated a fake shooting, or at least like a planned one, in an effort to provide pretext to the #1 priority of the president, which is building a presidential ballroom, which he clearly cares about more than literally anything else happening in the country right now. And he's personally writing DOJ motions to judges blocking the project. This is beyond insane. Like, I can't even think of hyperbole to describe how insane it is. I don't even understand. Like, Mad King stuff, like actual like Game of Thrones fantasy novel, Henry VIII beheading his wives. Like, people will be talking about this 1,000 years from now. It has Caligula naming his horse Senator vibes. I don't know. It feels like it's in that league. Trump approval rating on cost of living reaches all-time low of 22%. 22%. 22%. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's the arch and the ballroom. I have a feeling that in the coming weeks, when Trump is asked questions about the Iran war or gas prices or America in general, he's going to lash out the way he did when reporters kept asking him about Epstein. The only stuff he's going to want to talk about is this. He's literally king posting. That's cool. Well, anyway. It's literally written by Trump. Trump typed this up. This is how Trump types his Truth Socials. So kind of a tongue twister there. How Trump types his Truth Socials. With the misuse of quotes, the M dashes, the exclamation points, the selective capitalization, all of it. It's all exactly how he tweets or truths. Look at this. Congress never, in addition, in the long and storied history of the White House dating back to 1791, Congress has never dictated or tampered with the zoning, permitting, or architectural aspects of any project, especially one being given free of charge as a gift to the country. Though, of course, taxpayer dollars are being added now. Trump is also adding his face and signature to U.S. passports. I'm telling you, man, it's the only shit he cares about now. Limited edition passport. At least it's not general edition or whatever. How is this real? What the fuck? It really is like Mad King. And again, and I know I keep hammering on this and I apologize for being banal and boring, but like, the interesting thing is not that Trump is legitimately a Mad King. The interesting thing is that the Republicans and Democrats both are either unwilling to or unable to stop him. That for all of our built-up institutions and all of our democratic norms and traditions, no one seems to be able to do anything about it, and they can barely even name the problem. Like Democrats, it's unwillingness, it's inability, it's a lack of creative thinking. Like on every level, there's just a fundamental structural inability to deal with, well, what if a guy gets in charge and he's evil and crazy? You know, more evidence to the point of Trump being a Mad King. Son and I went to a national park in January and asked to buy the $80 annual pass. Rangers said they were ordered to throw out all the hard passes because they didn't have Trump's photo on them yet. I actually saw this. I saw this 2 days ago when I went hiking, right after stream. The hike that I had to interrupt because I had to come back home quickly because of the attempt on Trump. I saw this. This was printed at the base of the pass that I or the trail that I took. Had to buy online, and Rangers printed a temp pass. This came in the mail a month later. Bro's such an egomaniac. But there's like no plan to deal with it. Like it's all just happening. This isn't all his ideas, guys. His asshole's trying to deflate him. I think a lot of this is probably directly from Trump. Yeah. He is like this. And he always has been. He was trying to do a lot of this in his first term, too. He was just stopped by the people around him, you know? Oh my God. If any other president had the ability, foresight, or talents necessary to build this ballroom, which will be one of the greatest, safest, and most secure structures of its kind anywhere in the world, there would have never been a lawsuit. But because it is Donald J. Trump, a highly successful real estate developer who has abilities that others don't, especially those who assume the office of president, this frivolous and meritless lawsuit was filed. Again, it's called Trump derangement syndrome. On top of everything else, this project is a gift to our country from President Trump and other donors. It is free of charge to the American taxpayer. Who could ever object to that? The court should have never enjoined this project, but now, after the Saturday night attempted assassination, which could have never taken place in the new facility, reasonable minds can no longer differ. The injunction must be dissolved. This court should immediately issue an indicative ruling that it will dissolve the injunction and put an end to this frivolous lawsuit, which greatly endangers the lives of all presidents, current and future. If someone told you it would be this stupid back in 2016, would you believe them? I don't think anyone would. I genuinely think that nobody back in 2016 could have guessed things would get this bad. I really don't think. Even the most pessimistic, like TDS liberals, you know? I genuinely think nobody could have called this. Yeah, it's impossibly bad. It's all happening so quickly, man. A content creator I watch was adamantly saying this isn't a false flag, and saying it is makes us all look like conspiracy theorists. Can I be honest with you? It literally doesn't matter. The viability of conspiracism is determined in part by the availability of information and also by the potential consequences of, the potential consequences of you being right versus you being wrong, how much of a difference it makes. In this case, it makes literally no difference because there's no analytical conclusion you would derive from it being real or fake that would meaningfully differ. It doesn't matter. The world at this point does not care. There's no real change in the direction you're moving in. And the administration lies so readily about everything. Like every time you find out more information about the admin and what it plans, it turns out they lied. So it doesn't matter. It's not like the 9/11 conspiracism where there is like not in addition to like genuine irrationalism dictating it, a significant change in how you might perceive the world depending on like whether or not your particular conspiracy theory about 9/11 is true. In this case, there are no consequences. It's really just a matter of how cynical you feel, you know? But in the absence of all available information, because we're not omniscient, we're not gods, we don't know everything, I don't really care what level of skepticism you engage in. However, one claim can be empirically falsified here, which is the claim you said this content creator is making, that it makes us all look like conspiracy theorists. That's delusional. There is not a single human being on Earth who cares whether or not liberals or leftists think that this was a false flag. Conservatives don't care. They'll just say anything. Their view of the world is detached from reality. They will say or believe anything at any point. It literally doesn't matter. Liberals don't care. Leftists don't care. There is no, like, core nugget of credulity or legitimacy or skepticism that we're fighting over here, okay? The world is falling apart. These institutions can't be trusted. Believe what you want. I literally don't care. It's not a consequential decision. Neoliberals take issue with it, but that's honestly a good thing. The neoliberals aren't real people. Neoliberalism describes the behavior of politicians, pundits, and some economists. No real human being calls themselves a neoliberal. Voters don't call themselves neoliberals. No one polls for it. No one asks for it. No one goes out to the polls and self-identifies as one. You're describing a punditry class, nothing more. Real human beings, the actual regular day-to-day Americans, of them no one calls themselves a neoliberal. By the way, I'm pretty sure that, like, the average Democrat doesn't even think the attempt at Butler was real, you know? Even though I do. So, whatever. Did you see the shooter in the White House had retweeted Kraut? The fact that the would-be assassin was a shitlib pro-Israel guy is unbelievably funny. He retweeted Brianna Wu. That's insane. The Will Stancil shooter, not contented merely with a total victory in Minneapolis, he's now taking the fight to the White House, or the White House Correspondents' Dinner at least. Jesus Christ, man. Yes, he retweeted Brianna Wu comparing pro-Palestine protesters to the Ku Klux Klan. Yes, that is true. Anti-Hassan, it gets funnier every time. It gets funnier every time. It's like lefties are actually the only group incapable of producing domestic terrorists, you know? The right produces them. The center produces them. Bro is a third-way liberal. They have legitimately produced more political violence than the left has. It's crazy. Because they don't touch grass? Yeah, I suppose not. We're never firebombing a Walmart. A guy who goes online and says, oh, your strategy is to win an election, that pales in comparison to my strategy, firebombing a Walmart, and then himself goes on to firebomb a Walmart. It's like he was trying to prove the point that this doesn't work, but from the other perspective. Like, oh, I'll show you how much better voting would be. Liberals doing the firebombing just to spite us. They're like, yeah, why can't you do this shit? You fucking pussies. It's so easy. The Palestine protesters are functionally speaking Republicans. He's so online, too. Brianna Wu, no opinion. Kraut, it's not just like being a normie centrist liberal. It's like a insane, hyper-Zionist, crazy fuck. Like, it's so funny. How's Will Stancil doing on Blue Sky? Is he, like, defending himself against legions of people blaming him for not better training his agent? Who the fuck is Kraut? He's like a parrot? Like his icon's like a parrot? I remember him being annoying, but that's all I remember. I think, is he even German? I don't remember much about him. I think it's been a while. Didn't he like change his positions on stuff? Like he used to be, had one set of political positions, but then he had a different one? He's Austrian? Okay, he's Austrian, he's German, I don't care. Huge Islamophobe? Okay, gotcha.
Oh, what's
Very
going on with this guy?
Anti-communist liberal. Okay, gotcha. So right-winger. Anyway, yeah, pretty funny. Criticized Arab voters in Dearborn, Michigan who didn't vote for Kamala Harris over the genocide in Gaza. Man was like, fuck, now I have to go and do this. You pieces of shit wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. Now I'm the one who has to pick up the slack. God almighty. You can be a liberal without being right-wing, though? What's that Disco Elysium quote? Liberals aren't fascists, but the kind of people who would self-describe as a liberal have to be, like, drooling at the mouth, slavering fascists. Essentially, it's that principle, where, like, the average liberal is just a liberal, but a person who self-describes as a liberal is usually sort of committed to a global project of Western chauvinism. Between this and that...
One officer fired their weapon 5 times. Was that the only officer who discharged a firearm?
I want to be very careful in answering that question because this is, when you do ballistics evidentiary collection and research, it is very complicated. So when you fire a bullet, the bullet ends up somewhere. Sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't. And so from that, with that qualifier, we believe right now that there was 5 shots fired from the same firearm.
One officer fired their weapon.
My understanding is that there's some contention as to the exact details of how the would-be shooting was conducted. Saying sometimes you find the bullet, sometimes it just disappears when a person is firing inside a closed space like a hotel is really funny. Like the idea that the level of forensic investigation that you would engage in a case like this would somehow ever allow you to just miss shots. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, man. This shit's fake as hell. You see literally everyone in the aftermath has been ballroom posting. Everyone. Okay, let's do a bit of a roundup here, okay? So Basically, every Republican politician has come forward and said, that's it, enough is enough. We're funding that ballroom no matter what it takes.
We're going to introduce legislation that would authorize $400 million to be spent to secure to build the presidential ballroom. Underneath, there will be a lot of military stuff. There will be a Secret Service annex. And we've paid for it by offsetting it with custom fees. But the estimate is $332 million.
Remember, the original plan was that the taxpayer wouldn't be paying anything for it. However, at least according to this New York Times reporting, the Trump administration gave a secret no-bid contract to the firm building the White House ballroom after inflating its value 3 times. I wonder which family member of Trump's owns this firm. I don't actually know. There's impropriety is involved. At what level, I'm not entirely sure. A secret no-bid contract. How interesting. Jared Kushner? Yeah, probably. Trump said his friends pay for it all. He was lying. Now taxpayer dollars are getting involved. Lots of them. Yeah, lying if you can believe it.
We're going to do $400 million because I think it's probably going to take more. Private donations can be used, but I think they should be used for buying China and stuff like that. Underneath this ballroom will be infrastructure.
Do you still think the shooting's a false flag? Oh my God, yes. To me, this reads more than anything else. This reads like Trump, like not giving a fuck that the world is ending and the empire's falling. He just wants to build his ballroom. It's like an Emperor Nero type thing, you know? Just totally consumed by a desire to leave his mark. He's always been a real estate guy. He clearly cares about the ballroom way the fuck more than he cares about anything else that's going on. So my guess is that he had like some kind of freak out over like his polling numbers or his popularity or the fact that he can't get anything done. And he was like, I want to build this, I want to build this now. These liberal judges are stopping me. So they orchestrated this whole thing in an effort to manufacture some kind of like renewed political momentum. It's not just Lindsey Graham who's saying that he's getting this done. Rand Paul, who's been, one of the more critical members of the Republican political constituency, said, I'm dropping a bill tomorrow. Let's build the ballroom. Like, we're in the middle of a war right now. The shooter in the White House Correspondents' Dinner is a liberal from California. Is anyone even talking about it? No. The only thing they want to talk about is the ballroom. Take as evidence the fact that in any other situation, the Republican Party would be freaking out over this. But in this case, it was a fake-ass shooting. 5 seconds later, everyone's ballroom posting. Literally, like, every MAGA account on Twitter is posting about this means we need the ballroom. The manifesto of the shooter has a section where he says, security was so light, thank goodness there wasn't a ballroom. And then even politicians that have been critical of the ballroom are coming around saying, you're right, it's time to build the ballroom. And Trump clearly only cares about the ballroom. I guarantee you there's going to be a bunch of weird fuckery in the trial. I said this before too, but like the current attorney general saying evidence recovery is not an exact science when referring to shots fired inside a closed space. Sure. Yeah, sure. No one believes this is real. No one believes this is real. Okay. I don't believe it's real. And it's obvious. Like it's what's that? The greatest insult is they don't even put effort into lying.
That is national security centric. The ballroom itself will avoid the dilemma of having to leave the White House grounds with future presidents and this president to go downtown in a place that's less secure. President Trump said to me this morning, yesterday, we need the ballroom not just for me but for future presidents. He literally could have...
So did they pay the shooter or what? Nah, they probably did the classic like post 9/11 FBI thing where they found one of the many crazy people around the country who wanted to, kirk the president and made friends with him on Discord or whatever and was like, you could totally do it. And probably did this to like 20 people, honestly, and then just waited for one of them to take the hook. They did this to a bunch of people after 9/11, a bunch of like Muslim kids, like, wouldn't it be cool if you built a bomb, fucking inshallah or whatever type shit? And then if the Muslim kid was ever like, I don't know, maybe that'd be cool. I guess I don't like America that much. They would arrest him. They love doing that shit.
Left his bedroom, walked out the back of the White House, and been at the ballroom. That's what needs to happen when you have 1,000 or 2,000 people gathered in today's environment. And the sooner we get the ballroom built, the more hardened it is, the better for the country. So I hope and pray that most people in the Senate after Saturday night will support this bill.
I think these attacks on the president are probably quite common, or just stopped by the FBI or Secret Service well in advance. Yeah, they are, usually. I think they just let this one get closer and decided to play off the narrative. This isn't even hitting with the MAGAs that I know. Yeah, because their political movement is totally fake. It's artificial. The fact that Fox News and the rest of them are only focusing on the ballroom means there's not really much energy in the MAGA movement for them to pretend that they're, like, taken aback by this, It's not like the Butler attempt, right? After the Butler attempt, there was weeks and weeks and weeks of, like, people genuinely engaging with the gravitas of the subject of Trump potentially getting assassinated. But right now, like, every Republican politician and pundit switched immediately into, this is why we need the big, beautiful ballroom. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. So I'm just looking at all of the Fox News videos that are just about funding the ballroom.
Over the weekend, Democrat Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman said on X, it's time to drop all the Trump derangement syndrome, phony outrage over the ballroom project, and get this thing built as soon as possible. And Senator Fetterman joins us right now with more. Senator,
God.
great to have you. I appreciate you saying that.
Get him! He's right there!
From Gaza? He actually, I think I've seen a wider photo of him. He keeps one corner of his gigantic, expensive living room looking barren so that he can look more proletariat filming from it.
I don't know why. It's not going to cost the taxpayers a penny.
It is, again, taxpayer dollars are now involved.
It's going to be one of the most secure buildings by far in the world. Why would there be any reluctance or resistance to building it when every future president will benefit from it?
I really don't understand. The only thing that I could explain that it's the TDS, for me. I mean, I was right there. I was one or two tables away from the front table with the president and the vice president thing, and I witnessed this.
It's so cool how Schumer never denounces him. You can't so much as breathe wrong in Congress as a Republican without Trump launching an attack on you, your family, your mistress, your children, everyone. But Fetterman every day just lumbers over to Fox News to agree with Trump on everything, and Schumer doesn't say shit.
Even before that even happened, I was struck by, my gosh, we have the entire, the line of succession right there in a very small kind of, area there. Johnson was there. Rubio was there, of course. The president and Vance was there too, and Hegseth.
They did not have every single fucking member of the line of succession. Okay, quit lying.
And all those people there. I mean, people have forgotten perhaps what happened in Oklahoma City back in 1995. Somebody could have bombed the building for that. And now I was the only Democrat that refused to vote to shut the DHS down, and it is. And now we're here in conflict of Iran. Irans already have the desire
fucking
to
retard, dude. Can barely talk, can barely think, barely alive.
Assassinate the president too. So I think after tonight there, I'm thinking we really got lucky, because it could have been far more even catastrophic, and I'm so grateful no one was hurt. But that's why I'm saying, we need to have a secure facility for events just like this. We can't ever allow to be exposed in that way to an attack. That hotel was never designed to do that in a safe way. When I witnessed that night.
Senator, you've heard the constant refrain, Hitler, fascist.
We can cut it there. That's fine. I've also heard that constant refrain.
I took a new approach. It is under my watch.
What would you do if all your text messages and phone calls in the last year fell into the hands of the police, who were convinced you were part of a criminal gang? Would you be worried at all? You might think, what's there to be worried about? I'm not in a gang, and that's A-okay. Give them the green light. Except, have you ever at any point referred to haters? Have you ever called people you don't like or who don't like you ops? If you've played video games online anytime between now and 2014, chances are you probably have. What about discussing being on that grind set, or worse, calling that trapping? Have you ever referred to anybody as cuz, including your actual cousin? What about fam? Oh, and remember I said A-okay and green light 15 seconds ago? Well, according to one gang slang glossary, that's always out killing. This is a gang hand sign, and green light is permission to murder. I'm giving a guest lecture at Georgetown. It'll probably already have happened by the time this video is released. And I was invited to speak about my 2019 co-authored paper, Testifying While Black, where we demonstrated that court transcriptionists don't always correctly transcribe Black English. More precisely, they do not meet their certification standard of 95% accuracy, and they consistently change crucial information like who, what, when, and where. And what they write, regardless of what you said, becomes the legal fact of what was said. So the court record might actually say, he's bindling me, and you can be asked to explain that in cross-examination, and if you can't explain it, you look inconsistent or dishonest. Does it matter that the actual sentence you said was, Ben don't eat meat, because you went vegan 10 years ago? Not in the slightest. It's not just the court transcriptionists who struggle with the basics of Black English. It's also judges, lawyers, including defense lawyers, and police officers. In the paper, we discussed some shocking incidents in real courtrooms, including the trial where a man was denied legal counsel because he said, "Let me get a lawyer, dog," and it was determined that he had fancifully requested canine legal counsel. Or the case where an appeal was decided by a judge going to Urban Dictionary, like Wikipedia, in that it can be edited at any time by anybody, but also in many ways much worse than Wikipedia,
around
to determine the meaning of "he finna shoot me." The judge claimed that finna wasn't a real word, and because there was no tensed form of the verb to be, it was impossible to determine whether it was an admissible utterance. And I thought those were bad. But since that paper was published, I've done a fair amount of expert witness work, and what I've learned has been genuinely alarming. And you need to know. Today, we're going to discuss law enforcement gang slang experts. There's an entire industry of beat cops, detectives, federal agents, you name it, claiming expertise in criminal slang. But their expertise is made up, and their credentials are meaningless. And this is a very real danger for everybody, but especially the kinds of people who are most likely to come into contact with the criminal justice system, and who are most likely to be assumed to be gang members. I'm Dr. Taylor Jones, and this is Language Jones.
He's right in front of you, dog!
Disclaimer, for the cops out there, I just want to point out that I'm not in any way anti-law enforcement. I have very close friends who are career law enforcement, from beat cops to executive protection and counter-strikers. I work volunteer security with law enforcement and former law enforcement, and I even went and did the NYPD Citizens Police Academy. I appreciate the danger first responders routinely face, and I know firsthand how drug dealers, gang members, and violent criminals can ruin lives and wreak havoc on a community. I want to see the bad guys behind bars as much as you do. I think civilians should all have to experience a shoot, don't shoot decision like the TI training simulator before they say anything about use of force. But I also want you to do your job well. That's part of what it means to back the blue. You're called to a higher standard. And when it comes to language, law enforcement very often fails to meet the absolute minimum standard of evidence. If this isn't you, great. Bring some of this back to your colleagues who need it. Civilians who don't like that I said that, do you want the cops to watch it or not? So there's a few things I need to get out of the way first that are counterintuitive and go against the grain of what a lot of us were taught explicitly in English class, but that you probably already know if you've ever watched my channel before. First, Black English, African American English, Ebonics, whatever you want to call it, is a distinct language variety. It's not the same as classroom English. Importantly, it's not trying to be classroom English and failing. It's a language variety with its own highly systematic structure that just happens to be distinct from what we think of as the standard. I'm not saying bad English or broken English doesn't exist. I'm saying this ain't it. It's what linguists call asymmetrically mutually intelligible when talking about languages like Danish and Swedish or Spanish and Portuguese. Portuguese speakers understand Spanish pretty well, but it really doesn't go the other direction. Think like Scots English, for instance. Point is, it's its own thing, but it's not always understood, and to make matters worse, lots of people mistakenly think that it doesn't exist and is just a failed attempt at standard English, so they never bother to even try to figure out what's happening because they think there's nothing to figure out. Some of those people will leave angry comments on this very video. So, speakers can be misunderstood. This happens in a few different ways. First is phonetic. The sound patterns are consistent, but different from other kinds of English. For instance, word final S can be deleted. It can be deleted in verbs like he run. It can be deleted in plurals like a pair of glove. And it can be deleted in possessive constructions like baby mama. Some of you are just now realizing that the term baby mama is literally just baby's mama in Black English, completely synonymous with my child mama. That is, the mother of my child, not a teen pregnancy. That's one example. The chapter on phonology and the descriptive grammar of Black English that I'm currently co-authoring with Hiram Smith and with DeAndre Esprit Conway is already like 20 pages, single-spaced, small font, and we haven't even finished populating all the examples yet. This stuff adds up. By the way, if you'd like to know more about the book and get updates when it becomes available, you can leave an email at www.languagejones.com/AGOBE for a grammar of Black English. You might not think this stuff could be easily misunderstood, but you'd be wrong. I once worked as an expert witness where law enforcement used text messages in a group chat as evidence. I've done a ton of those. There was a guy who went by Showtime, and his little brother said something in the chat. Somebody asked, "Who dat?" and somebody else replied, "Showtime, little brother." All this, the street names, the relationships, were known to law enforcement, the defense lawyers, and the prosecution. But instead of correctly interpreting the text as "that's Showtime's little brother," who it was, they claimed it was a vague call to violence. "It's Showtime, my little brother." Black English also has a different syntax, that is, different grammar rules, including more tenses in the non-specialist sense than classroom English. So, "he don't be in that neighborhood" is not the same as "he isn't in that neighborhood right now." It means he's not usually in that neighborhood, but given the right context, he could literally be in that neighborhood right now and also not be in that neighborhood on the regular. There's a handful of these with names like habitual be, stressed been, preterite had, that have been very, very well studied in the academic linguistic literature for decades. Then you have lexical differences, that is, words. That's stuff like kitchen, which is not the place you cook food, or ashy, which doesn't refer to the fireplace, but could describe your kitchen if you got like psoriasis or something. And what's important is I don't mean slang and I don't mean code words, just regular ass words. Words like sedity. You went to the city and got so sedity. Or Rudy poo.
Rudy poo candy.
What's a Rudy to a Nick and poo?
A heifer. If you want to understand how phonetics, phonology, syntax, and word meanings all work in language, not just one language, but all of them, I'm launching a self-paced digital course later this year called The Language Blueprint. If you want to know more or sign up for updates, head over to www.languagejones.com/blueprint. Okay, so not only can it be misunderstood because the sounds are different and the grammar is different and some of the words are different or are used differently, but there's also a whole social element. All of that stuff was what's called language internal factors, but the external factors are social. Those include expecting criminality from a speaker, expecting disrespect, thinking that Black English is just slang, and so on. In the paper I co-authored in 2019 that looked at court transcriptionists, we found that some of their misunderstandings came from assuming criminality. Remember that S dropping? The sentence, "did his wife friend call," became "did his white friend come" in one transcript. And when asked to explain, the transcriptionist wrote that the speaker was asking whether somebody brought cocaine. So if Black English isn't slang, we should probably define what is. Regardless which dictionary you use, you're going to get a definition that combines two elements. First, it's informal and chiefly spoken. Not always. And second, it's restricted to an in-group, like an argot, a secret vocabulary for a particular group. Criminal slang is then a secret in-group vocabulary for, well, criminals. One problem this poses is that criminal is a somewhat porous category, and many of us have some manner of social intercourse with criminals of some variety on a daily basis. Not to mention the fact that lots of in-group slang gets picked up and used by the out-group to gain what's referred to in the academic literature and linguistics as covert prestige. You use it to sound cool, by association. It's also notoriously difficult to pin down. For instance, replacing syllable codas with izzy or izzle. Is that children's language games like Ig Pay or Double Dutch? Is it criminal slang when the word is Glock and you say glizzy? What about when the extended magazine for a Glock gets called a glizzy, but then by analogy, a totally normal thing languages do all the time, it comes to mean a Frankfurter hot dog. It sounds ridiculous, but linguists really do spend time thinking about what the difference is between a glizzy and a weenie. Both have hypochoristic suffixes, but one comes from the name of the city of Vienna. You know, like a Frankfurter, a Frankfizzle. So how would you go about proving you were talking about grabbing a hot dog from the dirty water dog peddler on the corner and not going home for an automatic weapon if you were on the stand? Would you still be reeling from, what the fuck is even happening? And that brings me to the point that I want to make. Lexicography is hard. Lexicography is a skill acquired through serious training, and law enforcement engage in speculative, amateur lexicography and consistently get away with testifying about the quote-unquote real meanings of words, despite very often having less than no
Look at
idea
him
what they're
creeping
talking
around
about.
over there.
Lexicography is what dictionary makers do. It's the science, and to a certain extent art, of identifying head words, corresponding lexical units, and then engaging in the extremely difficult task of word sense disambiguation, WSD. It's an empirical science. You can't just declare that a word has thus and such definition by fiat. And you can't appeal to the etymological fallacy and claim that it means what an older version of it once did. A big weenie is not necessarily a hot dog from Vienna. There are entire books dedicated to teaching the skill of lexicography. I know because I have a few of them, and they're dense, hard work, and sometimes take opposite positions. Any lexicographer should be able to say what their overall approach to the scientific study of meaning, lexical semantics, is. Lexicographers use corpora, the bigger the better. That's the plural of corpus, by the way. It just means a collection, or literally a body of material, like Google Books, or the entire history of the New York Times, or even, in theory, 1,000 pages of intercepted text messages. In those corpora, they identify head words and attempt to group into different senses and uses using part-of-speech tagging, collocations, what other words appear with this word, are they obligatory, and so on. It's not only an incredibly challenging and time-consuming task, but very frequently you find that your assumptions about what a word means or how it's used have to be reevaluated when they run up against actual data. Perhaps unsurprisingly, police almost never receive training in linguistics, lexicography, or lexical semantics. I've never heard of a single case. Instead, they receive unsourced hand-me-down guides that make authoritative claims with no supporting evidence. They receive training from other officers, who in turn have no training in linguistics or lexicography, often in the form of a glossary of words ostensibly decoding criminal slang, like a Dick Tracy detective ring. They compile their own ad hoc glossaries from their experiences working as a police officer, whether undercover, from wiretaps, or just interacting with people in the course of their duties. And instead of using an empirical scientific approach, gathering data, analyzing it, formulating hypotheses, and then testing those hypotheses to attempt to disprove them, officers frequently rely on motivated reasoning. When you rely on motivated reasoning while in a RICO case, everything becomes criminal. I mean, everything, to a farcical degree. Don't believe me? Here's a body language guide for Virginia State Police that ascribes criminal meaning to everything from scratching your forehead to rubbing your ear to literally blinking. Think about what it means for official documentation from agents of the state to declare that an autonomous bodily function is criminal code inquiring about a weapon. Words like fam, blood, cuz, demu, and homie get represented as indicators of gang membership. Could they be? Some of them, sometimes. But cuz isn't just used by Crips, it's also used by actual cousins. One case I worked as an expert witness on had law enforcement draw up RICO charges on actual relatives, and the evidence for conspiracy was partially their use of terms like fam and cousin to refer to their actual cousins. Hilariously, they were purported to be bloods, and the evidence adduced to support that assertion in one case was the use of ostensibly
creeping
Crip
around
slang.
back there.
And homie? Linguist Geneva Smitherman demonstrated as far back as the 1990s that it's a general term for a friend or peer that came from a term for black people, specifically that came from a term for the Deep South, the home. It's left as an exercise for the viewer to determine why homies are criminalized in the US, but a Hamish Amamala isn't, at least not anymore. Damu could be gang-related, it means blood after all, but is the use of the Swahili term criminal jargon indicating membership in the Bloods, or is it Pan-African black nationalist political identity and using a kinship term as a social honorific? There's not a right answer in the abstract, but a good lexicographer can tell you from the context which one it is, and importantly, how they know. And law enforcement officers should be able to do that rather than state all uses of the word damu are inherently criminal. Is my citation of it criminal right now? One that keeps coming up is the use of terms to obfuscate. So for example, food doesn't mean food, it really means heroin or cocaine or whatever. So, okay, how do you know? How can you demonstrate that from sentence context, collocations, part of speech, real-world context? If somebody says they're going to go home and get some food and then you observe them go to a trap house and secure heroin, you've got a form of linguistic evidence there. If they go home and get heroin and Chinese food, that's less solid. And what if they get a sandwich and a blunt? Again, this sounds like silly nitpicking, but the difference between procuring heroin for distribution and smoking your own marijuana at home is a big difference in the outcomes in the legal system. And on top of the problem of motivated reasoning, there's the problem of culture. Specifically, what is actually obfuscation and how do you know? There's lots of ways of talking about this in the anthropology, sociology, and even organizational behavior literature, but I like to follow Hall, I think it's 1972, and frame things in terms of direct and indirect communication and high and low context communication. That is a whole topic for a future video, but the short version is that it's too bright in here for me to see my screen. Go turn the lights off is low context and direct. You explain background rather than assuming it. That's the low context part. And you state what you want using a speech act that lines up with the intended effect. In this case, a request in the form of, well, a request. The lighting in here is a little harsh, don't you think? Is high context and indirect, in part because it's using a question to effect a command. And that's before we even get to face-saving strategies, following Brown and Levinson's classic work, Politeness, where I might opt to say, you might strain your eyes reading in this light, feigning concern for you in order to effect my goal. I bring all of this up because there's a mountain of evidence in the academic literature that Black American communities often skew toward valuing high context, not spelling everything out explicitly, indirectness, and face-saving strategies. There are lots of historical and sociological reasons we don't need to get into, and there are plenty of people who don't fall into this generalization, but the important takeaway is that it runs counter to both the personality and preferences that are common in the kinds of people who choose to become a cop anyway. And those are amplified by their training and indoctrination on the force. Neither is right or wrong, but the question becomes, how can you tell obfuscation versus politeness in a different cultural context? I can't tell you how many texts I have from friends that say something like, saw your girl at the spot. That's not secrecy to confuse the police in the event they get all our texts. That is a cultural default where it's expected I can recover he meant I saw, who your girl refers to from recent context, and where the spot is. And this is important. The spot is not one fixed place, nor is your girl one fixed person. It's contextual. Now, all of this stuff is generally easily explainable. In some cases, the police assertions I've seen have actually been correct. But a real expert can actually explain their approach to lexical semantics, their approach to teasing apart illocution and perlocution, their approach to ambiguity and context and all the things that make up pragmatics. And instead, what often happens is appeal to authority rather than meeting basic standards of evidence. And that appeal to authority is combined with ignorance of the basics of the dialect people speak and its cultural norms, and an inability to accurately parse sentences, and a belief that everything is evidence of criminality. I want to the reason this is a problem is not that law enforcement is inherently bad. That's a different argument for a different kind of channel. The problem is that their training doesn't line up with the job, and they have a false feeling of expertise that leads to incompetent overconfidence. Sorry. And it can, and absolutely does, harm real people who in many cases may well be innocent of what they're charged with. I want you guys to get the bad guys, but leave the rest of us out of it. And the way to do that with criminal slang is to actually be able to intelligently discuss phonetics, phonology, syntax, lexical semantics, pragmatics, culture, and demonstrate correctly that something actually is slang, actually is criminal, and actually means what you say it means in both illocution and perlocutionary effect. By the way, is illocution taken as an MC name? Asking for a friend. Honestly, if a police department wanted to do this right and stop wasting their time railroading regular people who, let me check my notes, have families, eat food, and blink, I'd be more than happy to help. They just never ask me. And if you made it this far and you want to know more about how language works, don't forget to head to www.languagejones.com/blueprint to get on the wait list for updates about the course. It's everything that you'd learn in Intro to Linguistics, but explained clearer, a whole lot cheaper, and a whole lot more fun. If you like what I'm doing with the channel, you can support it on YouTube with super thanks or over on Patreon at patreon.com/languagejones. Please leave a comment, they're great for the algorithm, and subscribe if you haven't already. Until next time, stay safe out there, and happy learning.
Why is music farty?
On September 26, 1969, America tuned into ABC to catch their new fall programming lineup. Then, at 8 p.m., a single image faded up, and it started playing that now familiar song.
Here's the story.
And it set the stage for a completely new kind of home in
creeping
America.
around back there.
Before this, popular television programs, many of them in black and white, were intentionally set within homes that were already familiar to most Americans at the time. Shows like Leave It to Beaver took place inside of a colonial revival structure when the style was at its peak of popularity. Interactions between those characters on the interior were framed by a typical set of rooms, like an entry foyer, the living room, or the kitchen. But the design of these spaces had more responsibility than just staging those comedic actions of the sitcom. By the mid-20th century, television had become the primary site for what might be called spatial enculturation. That's the process by which people learn about different kinds of homes and the lives that unfold inside of them. Consciously or unconsciously, the spaces on TV shape a viewer's ambitions for the designs of their own lifestyle choices and preferences in real-world architecture. So Hollywood saturated the television screen with images of American prosperity, like clean houses and stable families, obedient children, and comfortable material lives. Not only did these play well on screen, but they lined with what mid-century America wanted to believe about itself. The kitchen in particular was a critical site for this amped-up display. At the exact same cultural moment that June Cleaver commanded her kitchen full of the latest appliances, the US government staged something remarkably similar in Moscow. In 1959, Vice President Nixon brought a full-scale model of a suburban American home to the Soviet Union as part of a cultural exhibition. And he stood inside of its kitchen to argue to Nikita Khrushchev that capitalism delivered a better life.
This competition, which you have just described, you plan to outstrip us, particularly in the production of consumer goods. There must be a free exchange of ideas.
That exchange became known as the kitchen debate, and it was broadcast on television to both Russian and American audiences. The two TV kitchens, the Leave It to Beaver one and the kitchen debate, told the exact same story, performing the same argument about American abundance. So the kitchen debate wasn't unique. It was happening almost every night. By the late 1960s, when the Brady Bunch first aired, many Americans were ready to let go of all that posturing that Leave It to Beaver was showing. So the fictional architect, Mike Brady, led the Brady family and the rest of America toward a different way of thinking about the home.
I hate the room this way.
So do I.
The most obvious shift came from the show's interior choices, the intense colors and discordant color schemes like the avocado green, the red and burnt oranges, the shaggy wool poofs, the macrame rattan wicker, all of it presented in fully saturated Kodak Eastman color. Magazines like Women's Day ran regular home makeover features, pointing homeowners toward exactly where to buy these kinds of things. This completed a circuit between the screen and the store. But there are two less obvious, and I think more important shifts on display here that made their way into the floor plans of American homes. The first is that floating famous staircase. It's open, visible, and central to the entire house, and it connects the lower and upper floors without hiding a transition of any kind of corridor. Every time a child comes downstairs, they move in front of the family's whole view, all within the shared communal spaces of the home. The architecture makes privacy almost impossible.
Do you mind? This is a personal phone call.
If you're in the house, you're in the family's line of sight. Transparency between the members of the home is achieved by everyone being able to observe everyone else. And that kind of observation is true on TV or whether it's in your own home. And the Brady Bunch normalized homes with only one public space like this, which merged into what we call the Great Room today. The second Brady shift comes from the contrast of that fully connected interior and then pairing that with a home that's strangely completely sealed off from everything that's outside of it. Those sliding glass doors from the kitchen, they just only turn the backyard into an extension of the interior. It's not really an external environment. The privacy fence...
Time. I go to sleep now. Don't be a bad egg.